Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Friday. It is a football Friday, and the Bears are going to be at the Vikings on Sunday. It's a noon kick. Vikings are -2.5. The total is 48.5. More on that in a moment, but we are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh, live and local for you, beginning at 5:30. They'll take you all the way up until 10 a.m. this morning. We've got the Pick 6 at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be debated. 7 o'clock, Biggs time. Brad Biggs talking football with you. 7:44, Joe Fortenbaugh. Get the pencil and paper out. Head coach football, Northwestern, David Braun stops by at 8:25. We head out to Las Vegas. Mike Palm, 8:44. Casey Carlson, 9 o'clock from Fox. Talking Bears, 9:25, the week in review. The guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. The 6-3 Bears are at the Vikings. Sunday noon kick. Vikings -2.5. The total is 48.5. The Bears and Vikings will have the A-team from Fox. Brady, Burkhart, Andrews, and Rinaldi. Bears injury report. Did not practice on Thursday. TJ Edwards, Jaquan Brisker, Jahadi Walker, Joe Tooney, but that was rest. Limited. DJ Moore, Rome Odunze full. Cole Kmet, Dominique Robinson, Tyreek Stevenson, and DeAndre Swift. Vikings, J.J. McCarthy was a full participant for the Vikings. Again, the line, Vikings -2.5, total 48.5. And before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday, 9 to noon for the local 4 dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan will get you set for the game immediately following the game. They'll have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Turo Tire. And all of it can be heard on the Score and that free Odyssey app. Week 11 kicked off. You heard it right here on 670 The Score. Rookie Trayvon Henderson rushed for 2 touchdowns and made a TD catch for a 3rd touchdown to help Drake May and the Patriots win for their 8th straight time. 27-14 over the Jets. Justin Fields threw a touchdown pass too, but otherwise was ineffective in the air. 15-26, 116 yards. He was the Jets' leading rusher with 67 yards and a touchdown on 11 carries. Again, the Patriots have won 8 in a row. Your 6-5 Bulls are at the Jazz on Sunday. It's a 6:45 pregame right here on the Score. Your Blackhawks are 8-5-4. They'll host the Maple Leafs Saturday with a 6 p.m. puck drop. MLB award season continues. Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, repeat winners as the NL and AL MVPs. PCA will play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. College hoops, number 2 Purdue on the road beats Alabama 87-80. Again, if you're just waking up, welcome to a Friday. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and we're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The plan of attack this morning, the Pick 6 at 6. Biggs time, Brad Biggs, 7 a.m. Joe Fortenbaugh, get that pencil and paper out, 7:44. David Braun, head coach football, Northwestern at 8:25. Northwestern has Michigan in town. They're playing at Wrigley Field. Big noon kickoff will be there as well, so there'll be a little party outside of Wrigley. Mike Palm, Circus Sports, 8:44. Cassie Carlson, 9 o'clock from Fox, 9:25, our week in review. These guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Let's take you out to Halas Hall, and let's hear what the coordinators had today. Thursday is coordinator day up at Halas Hall. We'll start with the defensive coordinator, of course, Dennis Allen, talking about how different his Bears are compared to week 1 when they faced the Vikings at Soldier Field on Monday Night Football.
What are some of the biggest differences you've seen from the Vikings offense from week 1 now going into this week 11 matchup?
I don't know. I don't know that I've seen just a ton, of difference in terms of what they're doing schematically. Obviously Jordan Addison being back is a big addition for them. Quarterback's got a little bit more experience now than what he had when we first faced him. So, but I don't see a whole lot schematically that's a lot different from what we faced in the first game.
Do you feel like you're a different defense 10 weeks later?
Yeah, and yet I still feel like we're a growing defense. I don't think we really have even scratched the surface of what I think we can be. And so, but I do know, where we were in week 1 to where we are now. I think there's more of a belief in what we're doing and a little bit more confidence in our squad.
That is your Bears defense coordinator, Dennis Allen, addressing the media about the difference in the Bears defense from week 1 to week 11. And you're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Let's hear a little bit more from Dennis Allen. This one about facing J.J. McCarthy, local guy made good for a second time.
He's a good quarterback. He was a top 10 pick. I think his ability, to use his feet to create in the passing game, I think is a challenge for us. And I just think, they got so many skill players that make it so difficult to defend. You want to load the box and try to take the run game away, and you got skill position players on the outside that make it a challenge. And then, you want to play them in a light box and try to devote more resources in the passing game, and now the run game comes alive. So I think and look, I've gone against Kevin O'Connell and his offensive schemes, several times, and it's always been a big challenge to defend. So I don't expect it to be any different this week.
There is Dennis Allen talking about facing off against local guy made good J.J. McCarthy for a second time. Of course, this one on the road in Minnesota. It's a noon kick on Fox. The A-team of Fox will be there as well. One more from Dennis Allen talking about trying to defend one of the most elite wide receivers in the NFL. Of course, that is Justin Jefferson.
With Justin Jefferson, I think it's probably fair to say he's an elite wide receiver. What is the difference between somebody like Justin Jefferson and just say a good wide receiver? Like, what do the great ones, and maybe just Justin Jefferson specifically, what does he do so well? Because everybody's fast, everybody's athletic.
Yeah, look, I think we talked about making decisions defensively. It's the same thing offensively. You just have a feel for the game. I think he's got a great feel for the game. He does a great job of understanding how to set up his routes to create separation. And I think more so than anything else, this guy is one of the more competitive guys that we'll go against. And I think that's what really makes great players great. And I don't care what position you play, is just that competitive nature. He expects that every ball that's thrown his way, he's going to go make a play.
Dennis Allen, Bears defense coordinator, about the issues that his defense will face taking on Justin Jefferson, one of the most elite wide receivers in the NFL. Just woke up. Well, welcome to a Friday, and you're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday. It's presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Let's move over to the offensive side. That is Declan Doyle talking about facing off against the defense of the Vikings Sunday in Minneapolis.
The biggest challenge with them is they force you to think on every snap. They're a smart defense. They move around a lot. They're in different spots. And so as you prepare for them, they do a good job of utilizing their personnel in a number of different ways and putting those guys in different spots. And so they're not sitting ducks. As an offense, we want to be able to morph and be able to play and dictate in different ways. They certainly do that as a defense. They're able to morph week to week. And so when you're looking at the big picture over a season, it feels like a lot of defense because they're able to morph and kind of change the way they play. And yet when you watch them in game, it's kind of like, hey, they're asking their guys and trying to put them in spots to go have success. And so that's the biggest challenge is their ability to morph, you figuring out, all right, how do we think they're going to play us? And then going and planning and attacking that.
Declan Doyle, Bears OC, yesterday with the media up at Haugh. Let's move back over to the defensive side. Tyreek Stevenson off the injury report, was a full participant Thursday up at Haugh. And here he is being asked about going up against Justin Jefferson.
When you're preparing for Justin Jefferson, what are the keys?
Just pretty much take his game away, but he's a great receiver, and they scheme him open or anything like that. So just doing our best to keep his explosives, keep his catches and everything to a minimum, and just allow the game to go where it's going.
As I mentioned, Tyreek is off the injured list, dealing with a shoulder injury. Here he is being asked about how that shoulder is going into Week 11.
Tyreek, is the shoulder the same thing that you've been trying to manage?
Yeah, just a stinger here and there. I tore this shoulder already in college, so whenever it flares up, I'm real safe on it. So best thing to do is be available and not go out there and tear it. So
are you, I assume, trying to manage how much you do during the week?
No.
Or in order to be available on Sundays?
No. Just always being cautious with it. So not managing nothing, but just making sure that it's up to date.
Tyreek Stevenson being up to date and keeping that shoulder healthy for his game Sunday in Minneapolis against the Vikings. Now, let's go up to Minneapolis. Let's hear from local guy made good, J.J. McCarthy, QB1 for the Vikings, about the Bears and the success they've had of late.
A great opponent coming into U.S. Bank Stadium this Sunday, obviously on a huge run, 6 wins in a row, and they're a tremendous football team, tremendous defense. It's going to be a great division game and great atmosphere, so can't wait to see the crowd show up, and we're going to prepare every single day to make sure we're putting our best selves out there on Sunday.
Vikings QB1 J.J. McCarthy talking about the Bears and the fans needing to be as loud as possible up at U.S. Bank Stadium on Sunday if they hope to defeat the Bears in Minneapolis. J.J. was a full participant in the Thursday practice up north, and here he is addressing the hand injury he has been dealing with.
How's the hand feeling?
Feels good. Yeah, it feels really good. Getting a lot of treatment in the last few days, and we'll continue to do so, but it's feeling good.
Change how you throw or the way, anything about how you go about things?
I definitely felt it for sure. Ripped one in there pretty good to Jets and hit a helmet, so you're gonna be feeling it the rest of the way. But there's no excuses at all. Got to find ways to adapt and make sure the ball gets to the receiver.
J.J. McCarthy on dealing with a hand injury on the throwing hand. Also saw a video of J.J. throwing left-handed. So a little rope-a-dope maybe. Will he throw left-handed on Sunday against the Bears? If you're just waking up, welcome to Friday. It's the 14th of November. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh have got you covered 5:30 until 10, and they'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be discussed. Biggs time, Brad Biggs, 7 a.m. Pencil and paper time, 7:44 is Joe Fortenbaugh stops by. Northwestern football coach David Braun, 8:25 as his Wildcats host the Wolverines of Michigan over at Wrigley Field on Saturday. Mike Palm, Circus Sports, 8:44. Cassie Carlson from Fox. And then our weekend review before we get out of here at 10. All the guests join Mully and Haugh on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Coach Dave Wanstead on with Spiegel and Holmes every Thursday in studio talking about how well the Bears' offensive line has improved.
I think the offensive line right now, as I look at our football team, defensive line, sure, we're better. I mean, the secondary's hung in there very good for injuries. Linebackers are solid. Receivers, because of been a little bit up and down, dropping some balls. Running backs improved, yes. And that's because I think, playing, Kyle a little bit more. But also, the number one position for me that's improved on this team is the offensive line. And nobody wants – this line coach we got is outstanding. And then look, the 3 guys that Ryan Pohl signed, the center and 2 guards, they haven't missed anything, Coach. These guys don't miss. They're tough guys. They're smart. We got Darnell Wright playing at a Pro Bowl level, which he should be. And then we find ourselves a left tackle. Theo is the future.
Theo is the future. Theo Bennett playing really well on the run. If he can get his feet right and his passing blocking down, he could be a fixture over there on the left-hand side. Again, that was Coach Dave Wanstead with Spiegel and Holmes every Thursday right here on 670 The Score. Thursday Night Football kicked Week 11 off right here on The Score. And remember this guy, Justin Fields? The Jets had the ball first and marched down the field against the Patriots.
Fields fakes the handoff, runs to his right, trying to get outside toward the pylon. He beats Landry. He's in. Touchdown, Jets. It's a 5-yard touchdown run for Justin Fields, and the Jets go out on top 6-0 with 6:56 to play in the first quarter on the opening drive.
Extra point would be good, 7-0 Jets, but after that, it was all Patriots.
Two receivers to the left, including Hollins. They pitch it to Henderson. He makes a good catch, and he cuts to his right inside the 5, and he's wrapped up by Sherwood and then drags him into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots. Wow, Travion Henderson was stopped at like the 4-yard line, and he just powered his way into the end zone to pull the Pats within 1. They hand the ball off to Henderson. Starts left, cuts back right, slips toward the goal line, into the end zone. He spins to the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots. Bradbury led the block. It was a 7-yard sprint for Henderson. Pro set in the backfield with Diggs back there. May out of the gun, looks left, throws left toward the back of the end zone. Caught Henderson, kept his feet in bounds. His 3rd score of the night. A 7-yard touchdown pass by Drake May. And the Patriots go on top 20-7 with 7:46 to play here in the third quarter.
Those highlights courtesy of our friends over at Westwood One. Travion Henderson, the hat trick. 2 rushing touchdowns, a receiving touchdown coming off the arm and hand of Drake May. And the Patriots win their 8th straight game, 27-14, the final up in Foxborough. And Justin Fields did have that 1 touchdown pass. He was their leading rusher with 67 yards on the ground on 11 carries. So week 11 of the NFL is underway, and you're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. And don't forget, before Chicago takes on Minnesota, you tune in Sunday 9 to noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan will get you set for the game immediately following the game. Instant reaction on the post-game show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire, and all of it can be heard right here on The Score and that free Odyssey app. Major League Baseball continues to hand out awards. Who was the MVP? We'll tell you next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show. It is 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like the LG Counter Depth Refrigerator. It starts at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showrooms to save all month long. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. Need service? They'll come to your home or office, pick up your vehicle, and return it when the service is complete. Save up to $10,000 off on select models. Qualified buyers can get 0% financing. You can complete the entire process online, from selection to financing. And when you're ready, they offer free delivery of your new Genesis directly to you. Experience the difference at Genesis of Algonquin. Visit them at genesisofalgonquin.com.
Coach Dave wants that here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See Menards.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Take a trip to Jackpot Land at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play with your rewards card this fall for a share of thousands in prizes each month. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone, and at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, from kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. Right now, get a 2025 Outback or Crosstrek for as low as 0% APR financing and choose from 75 vehicles. Take the short drive north to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. 36-month term, monthly payment of $2,778 per $1,000 financed. See dealer details, expires 12/1/25.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kick was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweating dead short smells like a dog park. And Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
The American League MVP, Aaron Judge.
Now it's time for Moment of Truth, my friend. Give us the National League MVP.
The National League MVP is Shohei Ohtani. All right.
Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, repeat winners for the AL and NL MVP. A rousing round of applause as both those guys accepted the awards from their couch with their dogs present. If you're just waking up, welcome to a Football Friday right here on 670 The Score. It's a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Mully and Haugh right around the corner, 5:30 until 10 as they broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6. Top 6 sports stories of the day will be addressed. Big's time, 7 a.m. Joe Fortenbaugh, get that pencil and paper out, 7:44. David Braun, head coach football Northwestern, as they've got Michigan in town. The game will be played over at Wrigley Field. Big noon kick will be on hand as well. Mike Palm, Circus Sports, 8:44. Cassie Carlson from Fox, great sit down with C.J. Gardner Johnson from the Bears, 9:25, the Week in Review. The guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, it's the hometown tire. Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Week 11 of the NFL kicked off, and we had a hat trick for Travion Henderson, rushing for 2 touchdowns and a TD catch from Drake May. Patriots win their 8th straight game, 27-14 over the Jets, and Justin Fields. He did throw a touchdown pass. He was 15 of 26 as a quarterback, 116 yards. He was the Jets' leading rusher with 67 yards on the ground and a touchdown on 11 carries. Again, the Patriots win 8 in a row, and that's how Week 11 of the NFL got started. The Bears 6-3 at the Vikings Sunday. It's a noon kick. Vikings now just a 2.5-point favorite, so a little adjustment on the line. Total 48.5. The A-team of Tom Brady, Kevin Burkhardt, Aaron Andrews, Tom Rinaldi will be on hand in Minneapolis. Bears injury report. Did not practice. T.J. Edwards, Jaquan Brisker, Jahadi Walker. Joe Tooney was out, but that was because of rest. Limited, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze. Full, Cole Kmet, Dominique Robinson, Tyreek Stevenson, and DeAndre Swift. J.J. McCarthy was a full participant for the Vikings. Your 6-5 Bulls will be at the Jazz on Sunday. It's a 6:45 pregame here on The Score. Your 8-5-4 Blackhawks skate at the United Center. 6 o'clock puck drop against the Maple Leafs. College hoops, number 2 Purdue on the road took care of number 8 Alabama, 87-80. And PCA, he will play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. And don't forget, before Chicago takes on Minnesota, you tune in Sunday, 9 to noon. It's your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game between Minnesota and Chicago, we'll have instant reaction on the post-game show. It's presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire, and all of it can be heard right here on The Score and that free Odyssey app. You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday. It's presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Week 11 of the NFL is underway, and the Patriots have won 8 in a row, taking care of the Jets, and Justin Fields. 27-14 the final. If you had Travion Henderson in a prop bet or your fantasy football team, you probably did pretty well. He had a hat trick, 2 rushing touchdowns, and a receiving one as well from Drake May. Your Bears are in Minnesota Sunday, noon kick on Fox. Vikings -2.5 total. 48.5. It is 5:30 on a Football Friday, and it's time for Mully and Haugh right now. This is 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Let's hope the drop stops so we don't need a T-shirt.
No grip, rest in peace. We will kill you.
Whoa. Let's hope not. That would be a bit drastic overreaction.
That might be an overreaction.
Yeah, it would be. But maybe the drops will stop in Minneapolis, and the Bears, the first place Bears, that is, will get the job done.
Stop the drop.
Stop the drop. There you go.
It's a good one.
It's very simple. Very simple, basic, and strong.
Something new. Stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop. Oh, no, that's how rough riders roll.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Hey, good morning, guys. Man, I love y'all's show.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Oh, boy. Big weekend, big night. Watched some football yesterday. Big upgrade for the Bears. Lot to be happy about in life, Mr. David.
Yep. Good morning, Mully. Happy Friday. Or welcome to the Mully and Haugh Show. It's Friday. That's like the pregame show.
Is that the?
I got a kick this morning.
Chicago.
I love every Friday. It brings it back. It's fun.
Good morning. All good here.
Yes, that's right.
That was I believe that was during COVID, and we talked to AK and made estimate.
That was. Yeah.
Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's all good.
He was still here then.
And and Dustino.
Yeah, it was.
Jumped on that.
Use it every morning.
Every morning.
Yeah, last night was not a night to behold. It wasn't a great game, but it was a really interesting one from the Patriots' perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Boy.
They're real good.
They're rolling with a new coach.
First time they've been this good since they had a certain quarterback.
Yes, it's Brady era good.
That's right.
8 straight victories, I believe. Drake May in his second year. Mike Vrabel in his first year there as a head coach. Highly respected, as we know. They're really doing what the Bears are doing, only better. They are using the quarterback that they drafted.
Oh, yeah. He's
in 2024, and Drake May is an MVP candidate, hearing the fans chant that as he leads them down the field against the Justin Fields-led Jets team.
He's got some interesting background because his coach was in high school, or I don't know if he coached the whole team or if he just helped out that year, is now the Minnesota Vikings quarterback coach, and he is a guy that
Drake May you're speaking of?
I'm talking about Drake May.
Yes.
He had a guy who came here and made
everybody
Jay
better.
Cutler a better man.
Yes, and I think
He
that
made me a better man.
Josh McCown makes you want to hug somebody.
And Dustin, unfortunately, isn't here because he just wandered away because he heard me start talking, so I see him leave. But we, at one time at camp, the two of us were talking to him and had he made us better people just with the conversation.
Well, he was the kind of guy, and is the kind of person who has time for everybody, and the interactions typically are sincere. And he does have a background with Drake May, who has been coached very well. He's a consummate pro. I did stick around a little bit longer maybe than I should have, and I watched the post-game show.
Oh, wow.
Mike Vrabel.
You may have stayed up a little too late. What's wrong with you? It's 2 nights running.
I know.
That wasn't even hockey.
I know. It was on his background as I was getting ready. It wasn't even hockey.
Wow.
That's my threshold. And Drake May and Mike Vrabel joined a very crowded set. Boy, is that set crowded on Amazon post-game and pre-game.
Right.
And Drake May, really humble. That strikes you as that's the biggest takeaway. Really professional, really not a guy that has a lot of bravado necessarily.
I love a guy with false humility. Excuse me.
Do you think it's false humility?
I just love to say stuff like that because it's like I'm not buying it. But no, he seems like a lovely young man.
I feel like the Patriots are definitely a surprise team in the AFC in that you look at the AFC's got I think the best teams in the NFL, and I did not expect here mid-November to be saying the Patriots were one of them.
I agree. I thought they played better at the end of last year, and you kind of. But what did they win? 4 games? They weren't. Didn't they go in and beat Buffalo
last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, but boy, they had a coaching issue.
Oh boy,
Gerard Mayo. I mean, they didn't waste any time in fixing that one.
Yeah.
And they got the right guy for them, and I think the Bears have the right person and coach for the Bears in Chicago, and it will be. You talk about a point of comparison. I know we do it all the time with Caleb Williams and those quarterbacks in the draft. Seeing Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson, how they win with their respective teams because they were hired, similar off seasons. Be interesting.
Is this a long and roundabout way for you to compliment McDaniels? Is that what's really happening?
Yes, it is. Josh McDaniels is back. I don't know that. I don't know that I wanted to necessarily look at it that way, but now I think I probably am conscious of the fact that if I compliment Drake May, I have to give credit to Josh McDaniels.
I hate to tell you.
I think it's probably fair, right?
So,
Because Mike Vrabel is one of those coaches that if he's defensive-minded, but he's well-rounded, but he's not structuring that offense the way Josh McDaniels is.
If I was standing up right now, I would Tebow you.
No, please don't. You might pull something.
Not at all. No.
No. Yeah, that was a good game to watch. Had something on. There were Hawks and the Bulls were idle, and before
Get
the
to
big
work.
weekends.
Stop lying around. Oh, they were just not playing.
Hawks home tomorrow against the Maple Leafs, and the Bulls taking a trip out west, Utah, Sunday night.
They have been cursed since Dustino put the Malecki on them, and
you know what?
Could well continue.
They 4 in a row, and now he says 7 in a row. And I found myself last night or yesterday looking at that schedule and thinking, oh my gosh,
if they play the way they played in Detroit, then he's probably right. So I don't know.
But I look at the teams they're playing, and you start to wonder, what did Dustin know, and why did he jinx them?
I mean, the Jazz scored 152
I know.
tonight.
$150.
Lucky 152.
$150.
I don't know if the Bulls can score 100 if you don't have Josh Giddey on the court.
And that's a good question.
I didn't envision him being this valuable.
I didn't either.
We'll wait
Maybe
for the
it's
pick 6.
psychological.
It strikes me as a bit of an excuse.
Oh, I mean, there's got to be an excuse.
Come on.
Well, and don't forget, they haven't had Kobe White all year. We heard the coach say that.
Well,
kind of an excuse.
No, Billy D's not making excuses.
That I felt was like an excuse.
If Dustin cursed him, I think there's a problem.
I feel like
I made a prediction. It was a question.
You know,
I had an opinion.
No, you went all in, and you. Why were you waving like a tooth of some
Voodoo
dragon?
looking ahead. Spurs, probably a loss. At the Pistons, probably a loss. At the Jazz, probably a loss.
Man, I thought it was glass half empty day, and now it looks like
no. He's still full of it.
He's definitely. But I don't feel like we can compliment the Bulls for being this committee approach, being 9 deep. Look at all the players they have in double figures, and that's how they got to the point where they were 5-0 and all the things. And then they take Josh Giddey out the last couple games. Like, oh, they missed their best player.
Well, it's pace of play, as far as I can tell, among lack of defense.
But they should be able to overcome the loss of one of these guys.
I agree.
And play better than they have.
But they haven't.
They can't lose Sunday. I'm looking at that.
You would hope
close to must win.
That they got a couple of those practices you get after you have a game like that. In other words,
yeah,
I believe we used to call them suicides. I don't know what they call them now, where you go back, forths, up, downs. They call them something like that, but we called them suicides, where you just literally run yourself to death.
Well, I think that Billy Donovan did not sound pleased, and my sense is that they will have a couple rugged practices.
They should
before they play the Jazz, and Lauri Markkanen, who is likely to drop 30 on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're 7 feet tall and can hit a three, you're entitled to as many trays as you like.
So that's Sunday night.
Bulls.
Bears will be playing before that. We'll know how we feel about this trip to Minneapolis.
Are you nervous about it?
No, I'm looking forward to it. I don't think I'd be nervous
scared.
from the Bears' perspective. I think they welcome any and all challenges at this point. They're a pretty confident team.
They've won. I didn't even know that. Did you know they've won 7 in a row? Did you see JJ said that? It's 6 of 7, sir.
Right. I did not see him say that.
I don't know why. I don't know
listened
why.
to him talk about his hand.
He's a lovely guy, and
yeah,
he was, he really is a good kid, raised well, and I don't know why that frosted me, but it did.
Why?
That's because he doesn't really care. Now they've won 7 in a row.
So you could say many things about J.J. McCarthy, the football player. I don't think he doesn't care has ever been one of them.
Well, I'm going to say
that's a guy
he doesn't care about the Bears. I'm going to say it.
He's an easy guy to pull for if
no question.
He's on the other side, but he's been always somebody who I like the way he is just intense. He's invested. He's considerate, and he is.
It's so funny. I mean, honest to God, if you think about like the great players in history, well, he's really intense. He's totally invested. Damn, he's polite.
He is polite. Do you think that's a drawback?
No, but I just don't think it belongs with the other two.
Well, I think it matters sometimes in how people are popular or not.
It's sort of self-descriptive for you. You are also very polite, and you are a well-mannered man.
Wait, I'm describing him because you think I'm being self-descriptive?
No, I'm saying you didn't. Maybe you didn't realize. I don't think you were trying to describe yourself, but
walks with a limp.
But it's funny that the way you described him there is actually a good.
Wasn't
chuckle.
conscious of that.
It's good though. He's a good kid, and I think you keep that in mind. He's a good man.
Yeah, he seems to have. Been like this his
also,
high school career, his college career now.
I just watched the whole media session, so he walks out and he's like, "Oh, it's good to see you, all of you." Like he's just a pleasant, happy person, and he's obviously been raised correctly. He's a good guy.
Does leave that impression.
He leaves you that with that kind of.
So, what was your reaction to the baseball stuff we watched yesterday?
Much of the same to me. Much of the same, Mr. David. I did have to wonder, and frankly, I've been tuning in at exactly the right moment to watch these awards pretty much all week. I was interested in the Rookie of the Year, and then I found out it was going to be the Manager of the Year, and I'm like, oh, I'm interested in that. And to be honest with you, the Rookie of the Year is the only one without a repeat winner.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, of course, you got me. Yeah, of course. Can you imagine being a two-time Rookie of the Year?
That'd be very impressive. I think Kate Horton's going to do it next year.
Oh, my gosh. Where's my coffee? I fell for that one, hook, line, and sinker.
There were many repeat winners. I think there was one Cy Young winner.
And with due respect to Aaron Judge.
A couple of rookies.
And his 9.5 WAR and all the things. I do think that Cal Raleigh got robbed. The big dumper deserved better. I feel like you are the third highest rated defensive catcher in baseball. You caught more than only two other catchers in the game caught more innings than you did. And you hit 60 home runs.
That's Babe Ruth stuff.
Yes. Thank you.
For a catcher.
And I just feel like...
The other thing, David, is, again, it's so much of the same. And I get it. They take the vote before the postseason. Maybe they ought to hold off. Maybe you ought to see how a guy does in the playoffs. I know it's a regular season award. I'm just saying Cal Raleigh got that team a lot farther than the Yankees managed.
I know what you're saying, and that is exactly true and a good point. I also feel like you don't need the postseason to make a strong argument that Cal Raleigh deserved the award.
Especially if you hear the way that that the super agent, Scott Boras, was praising his client, Bellinger, for making Judge a better hitter, or whatever the hell he was trying to point out.
He was trying to say that.
But that's that kind of thing. Like, no one's saying that about many teammates that this guy had all year.
That's the thing that is also maybe the tiebreaker, is that the quality of the hitter surrounding Aaron Judge in that lineup made him a better hitter. And you can't ignore that when looking at that. It was much better than protection than Cal Raleigh had.
The other thing that really just jumped out at me is when they said that Shohei Ohtani, and it was cute. He's sitting with his wife and the dog. God, he kissed the dog. That was kind of odd. He put his hand up and hugged his wife a little bit, gave the dog a smackaroo. I liked the whole thing. I love the way they would ask him a question and he would answer it in Japanese. Like, he didn't need a translation of what they were asking him. He can totally speak English. I love that. I just love that element of it. But I think that, you see him yet again, and they say he's the first 4-time MVP since Barry Bonds. And you're like, wow, like, how great is this player that we are lucky enough to watch play right now when there is like a guy that had to turn into a superhuman and get all the juice known to man to be able to do what this guy is doing naturally, presumably.
Presumably, and I don't think there's any reason to doubt that.
Right.
I suppose you're just qualifying it because of the comparison.
I'm just saying.
Well, I think
he's so good. He's
everything
like,
he does is historic.
Yes.
And everything that he does, you feel like you're watching.
Great player.
You're watching one of one, and in many ways, this is far from over.
Oh,
he's a young man still.
Far from over.
And you think that with 4 MVPs, how many is he going to win?
How many World Series can they win in a row?
Oh, jeez.
I'm sorry, but
I know
that goes through your head when you see the Cubs unwilling to pay their best player, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but he's going to leave and wind up playing with Shohei.
He is likely to be he's more likely to be the Dodgers opening day right fielder than he is the Cubs
or any other team,
and probably any other team. What will you do? What will baseball do if the Dodgers on opening day start Kyle Tucker in right field and Tarek Skubal is on the mound? That would be a disaster for baseball.
I think they should go get Skubal and Paul Skeens. What the hell? Why not just?
Well, they're not going to do. Paul Skeens is not necessarily on the block as much as Skubal has been speculated. Dustin, what were you saying?
That would be horrifically bad. I was actually suggesting a piece of audio to Brandon.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought
you are way too obsessed with him.
Who?
The guy on the other side of the glass mumbling to himself. You know what he's saying.
I just think
he wasn't mentioning
I thought
audio.
He'd be way too obsessed.
He was passing judgment on us.
Not even a little bit.
You were ready to bite.
I just feel like the Dodgers and Ohtani. We can have respect to the player who's the best since Babe Ruth. I think we'll probably conclude. The Tucker thing brought me down though. I went from showing respect to dreading the offseason.
Better than Babe. Better than Babe Ruth?
Let's talk about it.
But I will share this. It's just so Major League Baseball. Like, why would you do an award show on Thursday night against the NFL? You can't even get Ohtani and Judge to show up. Like, if PCA showed up to get introduced to be part of the World Baseball Classic. I mean, and they do an award a night. Like, do it all at once, but do it like on a Wednesday or even a Friday. Why would you go head to head against the NFL, and then it's in Las Vegas with the gambling thing? Like
the gambling thing is new-ish.
Okay,
and
but I mean,
you plan this.
Murph was in his car.
Did they go to Vegas? Did they go to? I'm just right. Did they go to Vegas because they thought they could get players to show up if they went to Vegas? Like, why Vegas?
Isn't it always in Vegas?
But again, like, maybe,
have an awards dinner and you give all I like the way they spread it out over the course.
Okay, but
of the
then
week.
don't have an award show. I'm just saying that award show was a dud.
You mean, are you talking about the announcements?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't.
Your MVPs were sitting on a couch. Mully just said he gave
because
the dog a
they're
smooch.
repeat winners. It's blasé to them. That's why they should have given it to the big dumper. He just showed up.
I totally agree with you. The big dumper.
He has spent a lot
By
of
the
his
way,
time training that dog.
I know every league should probably respect the NFL enough to avoid going head to head with it because it is the NFL and everybody else. Yeah. But number one, you can't really function that way.
No,
I don't think. And secondly, it was against Patriots Jets.
They don't know which game it's going to be when they make the schedule.
I suppose.
They do know it's Thursday, though.
But it wasn't exactly
Thursday night football in the middle of the NFL season.
Yeah.
I just need it on my television.
But I think the PCA getting into Team USA is a big deal.
I don't like not having the game on my TV.
When you saw the MLB first team, second team, did that bother you a little bit? I don't like that Juan Soto was on the first team.
I didn't like that either.
I'm biased maybe, but
I guess
thought
he had
PCA could have switched. Soto wasn't even an all-star.
He had good numbers though.
Whatever.
I had to go back. I know. I appreciate the sentiment because.
And then the reliever of the year.
Yeah.
Well, NL, and then one of them was on the second team. Like I didn't what?
Yeah, it was a little unorthodox. Soto had good numbers in the end, though. He was definitely worth the money, I suppose.
And even getting to the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think. I think if you're a guy like Juan Soto, the money is great, and God bless you. But if you're not in the playoffs, you don't deserve the money. That's the only reason they bought him, and that's what they had to do.
That's hard to put it all on one guy.
Money. Well, I mean, then he should have stayed in New
York. He had 43 home runs.
Should have stayed with the Yanks, I mean.
Well, yeah, I suppose. I don't know that
when a guy
I came ready to defend Juan Soto, but I think I understood why he left to be the guy.
When a guy goes like money hunting instead of championship hunting, there's something that is kind of it doesn't make you happy that a guy has to go hunt for a title, that he can't just win one. But when you just go hunting for money, that's kind
Which do you think Kyle
worse.
Tucker is? Money chaser or ring chaser?
He's just kind of, I don't know what
If
he
he
is.
joins the Dodgers, I mean, it's
he's
both.
chasing both.
Yeah, okay. It's both.
He's looking for a lack of
Wasn't it cool, though,
competition.
PCA got on Team USA?
Oh, yeah. That's great.
I think it's great.
I agree with you.
Well, we were pretty fortunate. We wanted to set the tone early and get some of the best players in baseball committed to Team USA. So we'll have Aaron Judge as our team captain. For Team USA. The National League Cy Young Award winner Paul Skeens is accepted.
Oh, nice.
We've got Big Dumper. He's going to be batting right in the middle of the lineup.
Yep.
And I think there's maybe a few players here that
I think we need to announce two more names. We need some energy, some youth infused. We're gonna have the big captain, the AL MVP, standing in right field. But I think we need some young guns to go get it. Maybe hit some homers. Some youth.
So can I have Pete Crow Armstrong and Corbin Carroll?
Oh, 30-30s.
Let's do this.
Two 30-30s in the building.
It's a good team.
So Pete Crow Armstrong and Corbin Carroll are members of Team USA for the 2026 World Baseball Classic. And I need the shaved head. I need the stars and stripes in the head.
How about that?
Yeah. I mean, how would you have a team represent the country without the best defensive player in baseball on it? It's a to me, it's
Gotta
a
hit,
no-brainer.
though. Yeah, I suppose. And he is young and ascending, so I guess that's also he's a good he's an ideal All-American boy. You know, that's the ideal guy you want in center field.
I can't wait to see the bobblehead of the giant man standing under a ball as the young guy runs underneath it and catches it.
There it is. Patriot Crow Armstrong, PCA, Team USA.
That's hilarious.
That's going to be a fun team.
Pete Crow America.
Pete Crow America. Patriot Crow Armstrong, whatever you choose, he is on the USA team. Leading off and playing. No, he won't be leading off. Batting ninth and playing center field.
Hey, that'd be awesome. Wouldn't you want that guy on your team?
Mark DeRose is the manager, right? D-Row?
Yeah, you heard him there.
Yeah. I like him. I'm surprised he hasn't taken one of the jobs that were open. I wonder how Joe Madden feels about that.
Oh, boy. He'd be mad.
Is he qualified?
He'd be happy
Is
for
who?
the player.
Is DeRosa qualified?
I think DeRosa is qualified.
I'm asking because
Why
Joe,
wasn't Joe the manager of Team USA? Were they not willing to give him $8 million a year?
See, now that's uncalled for.
What? I just asked.
That's uncalled for.
Why?
Taking a shot.
What? That was not a
You're
shot.
taking a shot.
I love Joe. Funniest man ever. Two drink.
I miss
minimum.
Joe.
All right, let's call him and get him on, man.
I like that Pete Crow America.
Thank you.
That's excellent.
Look at you.
That's much better than Patriot Crow Armstrong. I like both of them, but I
actually
him.
like both of them. You can. Those are those might be two T-shirts.
Use them both. Patriot Crow America.
We'll split the
They
proceeds.
could sell them this weekend outside of Wrigley for Northwestern Michigan.
Oh, good segue. David Braun, 825.
All right, we've got the pick six. Next, we're going to get right to it. You're listening to Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the score.
Meow.
What the hell?
Cats.
Mark Grote, Chicagoland native.
You're darn right I am.
Covering all of Chicago's teams on the Rahimi Harris and Grote Show.
I absolutely love it.
With live Bears reports from Hallis Hall on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Bears.
Mark Grote, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime score guy. Talking Chicago sports on the Rahimi Harris and Grote Show.
A win is a win is a win.
Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Got it right there. Everybody pause and cut.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
If your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday, it's going to end soon. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are all professionals. They don't use any subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, COMER Cross.com.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has turned moments into heirlooms and clients into family.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. But when my kids are waiting on great grandkids, that's the future.
At Rasny Jewelers, that's more than tradition. It's a family promise. And that feeling extends far beyond the showroom because every diamond, every detail is hand-selected by the Rasny family.
It's a diamond that's been hand-picked by my daughter, who's a gemologist, myself. We're going to the source. We're eliminating all the middlemen.
When you come to Rasny to buy an engagement ring, you already know that the quality of the diamond is going to be far superior than anything you can find anywhere else.
Family-owned, Chicago-born, built on 75 years of trust. Rasny Jewelers, where your story becomes part of ours.
And that's what our customers are, part of the family.
Shop suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
Pretty much for doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery, and then the knee is not yours, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
If you're purchasing a new home or refinancing your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Corey called to consolidate his debt and was so happy with my advice, he left me this 5-star Google review. Quote, I was looking to pay off debt, so I reached out to David after listening to his radio show. David called me personally and walked me through my options. He shot it straight. There was no beating around the bush or pushing me to sign anything. If any of my family or friends need anything related to a mortgage, I'll give them David's number because you can't get better or more honest service. Thanks, Corey. I strongly encourage everyone to check out our close to 600 5-star Google reviews from listeners like Corey. Team Hochberg helped Corey and thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 1124061.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. A hat trick in Thursday night football. Travion Henderson rushing for 2 scores, catching another, and it was all Patriots taking care of the Jets 27-14 to get Week 11 of the NFL going. Patriots have now won 8 in a row. Week 11 for the Bears has them in Minnesota taking on the Vikings. It's a noon kick on Fox. Vikings -2.5, total 48.5. DeAndre Swift and Tyreek Stevenson were full participants at practice yesterday for the Bears. J.J. McCarthy, a full participant for the Vikings. Your 6-5 Bulls at the Jazz Sunday. It's a 6:45 pregame. Here on The Score, your 8-5-4 Blackhawks will host the Maple Leafs Saturday. That's 6 o'clock over on the west side. Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, repeat winners as National League and American League MVPs. PCA will play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Number 2, Purdue on the road at Alabama, taking down the 8th-seeded Alabama Crimson Tide 87-80. The Hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Did you enjoy Bears DC Dennis Allen offering life advice while speaking about his relationship with Bears nickelback Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? Did you hear echoes of the coach offering an in-life answer?
I think really, as with every relationship that anybody's ever in, okay, it starts with building trust. And then from there it goes with communication, and have an open dialogue in terms of what's expected in all different, in all different situations. And I think he trusts that, what we're asking him to do and what we're telling him that, we need to do is the right thing to do. And so I think it's just been, it's been good.
So, did you hear an in life there? Does he sound like the coach?
I like that anybody in any kind of relationship comment, because it is really, when you're talking about trusting people, it does start with those things. It is important. It is very, you got to be able to express how you feel to someone. You got to be able to communicate your expectations and their expectations, and you got to be able to forge a bond of some sort that will get you through tougher times. I think it was the wisdom of ages wrapped up in a question about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and I liked it. I thought it was. I love when coaches sort of just generalize to the point where you can adapt it into relationships outside of football. I like that kind of thing. I think it's, in a lot of ways, sports is sort of a microcosm of life, or life is a macrocosm of your sporting career. And I think you learn a lot by going through those sort of things. And there is nothing wrong. In fact, I think there's a lot positive about being in a team sport in terms of being able to develop and get along with people from all sorts of different backgrounds than yours. And it really, I think it is as good as anything that we've got in terms of teaching people how to mature and get advance in the world. I love that kind of thing, and I chuckled at it because it reminded me of, in football as in life.
I enjoy the fact that these two gentlemen's paths have crossed in their time in the NFL, because I don't know that the Bears' record, and I just said it, I don't know if the Bears' record would be 6-3 right now without the addition of him. Now, the defense has not played great.
Of Gardner Johnson,
Gardner
right?
Johnson.
Yeah.
I'm saying without him being on the Bears at the time and place he was with the Bears, he got a game ball. He has like 9 tackles, a forced fumble, 3 sacks. I mean, who was going to do that? Blackwell?
2 tackles for loss in one game.
No
That's
shot.
pretty good.
So that's what I'm happy about. I'm happy that they crossed paths and they had a good enough relationship that they came together, and they did it here in Chicago for my favorite football team.
He's been their best defensive player since he's been in uniform the last 2 games, and that's not an exaggeration. They're 2-0 in the CJ era, if you want to call it that. CD.
In their CD era.
Okay.
They're living at a
They are.
transient motel, but it's the CD.
That's okay. Dennis Allen has something to do with that, and their paths have something to do with their present and feel good about the future. Terrific. This is a nice little bromance going on at Haugh. I also enjoyed, I believe it was on the website that they recounted that when Dennis Allen first encountered C.J. Gardner-Johnson in New Orleans, he called him Hollywood because he drove up in a fancy car. And just the little things that in the past that makes the reunion more familiar and then the acclamation quicker. I do think that the relationship between these two guys has helped Gardner-Johnson become the best defensive player on this team. I also appreciate, we'll talk to Cassie Carlson from Fox at 9 o'clock. He shared with her some things in like a 10-minute sit-down about going to therapy, about being very transparent, and also just wanting to be part of this at this stage of his career. So there's a lot to like what you hear from the coordinator, what you hear from the player. When you're winning, these kinds of things are things that you embrace and also seem more valuable because you want to know what came first, the relationship and rapport and the chemistry and all those things, or the winning that creates that. I think right now you're in a situation you could appreciate both.
It's a great question.
According to the Four Letter Network's analytics, the Bears' offensive line is second in pass blocking and fourth in run blocking. Who gets the most credit for that growth, and how will that impact Sunday versus the Vikings?
Well, I think you look at, it starts with, you have to give credit to Ryan Poles. They did rebuild the interior of that line, and they prioritize it. Maybe it was because Ben Johnson said when he took over the job, I can't coach this. And they went in and they rebuilt the offensive line, starting with the center and going to Joe Tooney, who's been terrific, and Jonah Jackson, who's improved. This is a mightily impressive, very much improved offensive line since the first time these two teams met. So my sense would be that on the road in a building that's very difficult to play, silent count or otherwise, you want to avoid you want to avoid having one more thing to worry about. The Bears are going to be run heavy. I know they always want to be that, and I think they're going to be more conscious of that this week than maybe last week at home. So I think they're going to come out and lean on this offensive line, which is terrific running the football, and heavy doses of DeAndre Swift and maybe Kyle Monangai early and often. And so you give credit to Ryan Poles, you give credit to Ben Johnson for the emphasis, but also I think Dan Rochar is a offensive line coach that very quietly has done a terrific job in making sure this is a fundamentally sound offensive line. Well paid, yes, but very successful.
All those guys, David, that you mentioned should definitely be talked about. How about this tweet from Clay Harbor? Theo Benedict, third out of all offensive tackles in run blocking win rate per those four-letter network analytics. So run the ball. I'm sorry?
Third?
Third out of all offensive tackles in run blocking. Another guy, like at some point you have to credit the players because you have to blame the players, you have to credit the players. You know, Joe Tooney, like quiet guy, doesn't do a whole lot of talking, is the center, sits out every Thursday for rest. He is the Grady Jarrett, but in a better way, version on the offensive line. So it brings professionalism to that room, knows how to be a champion to that room. I'm sure he is a great mentor to Theo Benedict, Captain Canada. So there's a lot of people that deserve...
Did he say center? Did I hear center in there? Sorry, is this mic on?
You're so anxious. I got it. This happened 4 out of the 5 questions yesterday. You're so anxious to criticize or critique the answers. Now I said center, supposedly.
No, I just didn't understand what you were saying because then you brought up Joe Tooney. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Joe Tooney is the person. Joe Tooney is
we got
the person.
a question about him coming up.
Okay, well, he can't be the answer to 2 questions. It says who should be credited. Joe Tooney. Joe Tooney's at the top of my list. Why this offensive line is playing like they do.
Gotcha.
Joe Tooney. JT. Could play tackle. Don't know if he could play center.
I didn't know what I was hearing. I'm sorry. I think that Roshar has done an excellent job. I really do. And I think that when you pour the kind of money into a group as they have, I think that maybe it's taken a little bit of time for them to sort of work together, but they've been working together, and it's been improving quite a bit. I'm still not certain about Theo Benedict. I still see some mistakes there. It's great that he can run block. It's interesting because he can run block, and Braxton Jones was kind of a better pass blocker, so you would like to get that sort of coordinated, so you got one guy that can do both things, especially at the left tackle position. But yeah, I think individually they've been playing well, but as a unit, they played great. And I think you're seeing that a lot in the running numbers. And the difficulty with it is that the quality of opponent hasn't been like the best in the league. So it's almost been a perfect background for them to improve at it, and hopefully as the year goes on they're really in sync in doing that. But we all know that the difference with offensive line play is always when you have a year where all 5 guys are playing together and they're all lined up together, more so than any other unit. It's such a team within a team, and you really do need the same people there all the time. And we've been watching this thing build in front of our eyes and getting better in front of our eyes. And we are allowed to have a little suspicion about it because of the quality of play, but they've got enough very tough defensive lines on the schedule that we'll learn everything we need to know by the end of the year.
Oh, my God, what a question. What a question.
What did you think of Max Crosby, the way he complimented Caleb Williams on his podcast?
Caleb he's got all the talent in the world. He's got all the ability. Yeah, they got pieces, bro. They got pieces. They paid. They invested in that team. They're like, we're going to build an offense just like how Detroit did. And Ben Johnson is not stupid, bro. He knows what he wants and what he likes and how he sees it. And he's got the quarterback is not the problem, bro. He's talented as you're seeing it, bro. He's especially a young guy doing it in the clutch like that. That's a really good sign.
Your thoughts, Max Crosby there complimenting QB1 Caleb Williams.
That's about as good a guy to rely upon or as good a person to be complimenting them as anybody. I mean, Max Crosby played against them. You know, we heard from the defensive coordinator yesterday. We'll play that later, talking about the quarterback and about how, and we've always known this, but it was good to hear him express how multifaceted players really create headaches for defenses. And we've known that from watching the Bears over the years, playing these quarterbacks that could run and throw. Caleb can also apparently catch and score doing that too. So I think that having a guy who's as good at his job as Max Crosby is, swing a trade, and having a guy that is complimenting your quarterback because he played against him and he played a monster game, but Caleb got around him a few times. So I just found that I loved it, and I loved the way he kind of broke it down for you.
I would describe Max Crosby as a dog as well, since we're on terrestrial radio. I can't use the rest of it that Max Crosby used. It did make me think, though, like, does Max have the same agent as Caleb? Does Max have the same agent as Ben Johnson? You know, a lot of glad hand, a lot of high-fiving and fist-bumping going on.
You think that he's trying to talk his way into Chicago? Wouldn't that be awesome?
He had the opportunity. He said he didn't want to leave Vegas.
That was before everything fell apart there, right?
I think it fell apart before it even started.
Might have done that. But when you have the respect of a guy like this with an audience, with a platform, so many do these days, but he is highly respected. And so, yeah, this sounded like somebody who had developed a respect by seeing firsthand Caleb Williams, how dangerous he can be. And I know that wasn't maybe Max Crosby is also a little appreciative. Seemed like Caleb Williams connected with him several times on that day. Like the ball was batted into the air, and then Max Crosby was the guy making all the plays. Yeah, he'd be great in a Bear uniform one day. But I also think it typifies or represents the kind of growing respect league-wide Caleb Williams is getting for not just being what we heard when he was coming in and even throughout last year, the arm talent and the guy who's maybe got the personality of being too cool for school or whatever. This is somebody impressing because of his ability to get things done in the clutch. He's tougher than maybe people anticipated, and those are the kind of things that we're talking about when it's a welcome shift in just the conversation.
With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Do you anticipate Josh Giddey playing on Sunday night in Utah? With or without Josh, do you believe the Bulls can beat the Jazz? And what area of their game concerns you the most?
Well, the area of the game that concerns me the most is marketing. Laurie against his former team, one of his former teams. It's an all-star. He is an all-star that can take over a game. You don't want him to drop 40 on you. Now, Giddey, how do we know? How do we know how his ankle feels? I hope he plays.
How severe is that injury? We never really got any.
Well, we don't know. I hate to say it, Dustin, but we don't know. We're not doctors.
But it's been a while.
Not really. Not if it's a bad sprain.
But if he was questionable.
But if it's a high ankle sprain in football, we're like, he's out 4 to 6 weeks.
Yes.
Josh Giddey's been out less than a week. He's missed a couple games, and they miss him. The thing of it is, though, I'll go back to what we talked about in the opening segment. I have a ton of respect for Josh Giddey. I think he's a triple-double machine. I thought he was going to break Jordan's record before this injury because he got 2, and he's on his way to 15. But we've celebrated the Bulls' balance and how deep they go in the rotation. Taking one guy out of that rotation shouldn't affect him the way that this has affected the Bulls. Is he that valuable? Is he trying to is everyone else making the point that this is the MVP of this team? Without Josh Giddey, the Bulls still can win on Sunday night. They should win Sunday night. Why are you laughing at me?
There's no shot they win without Giddey. 0. And that's why. They scored 150 points the other night. They got your guy. You brought him up, so we played the song. If Josh doesn't play, there is 0.0% chance they beat the Jazz on Sunday night.
Never play that song again.
0. You brought him up. That's what got me thinking of that song.
Never.
Okay, my recall over here. Okay. You think I'm just over here making faces at you two? I'm calling for audio. Okay. No shot.
I think they can win the game. I think the thing that bothers me, that concerns me the most, is their 3-point shooting. That's how you get 152 points, and Markkanen was knocking them down in that game, and I think he's capable of knocking them down. And he was capable of doing that when he was here. I think the reason that Giddey is important to them is because it's a pace of play issue. For whatever reason, they weren't moving with the same kind of pace of play, which surprised me because I think Trey Jones is capable of doing that, but they didn't. Maybe they got used to doing it with Giddey, and that's been the biggest difference that I've seen from this team. And they've been a really entertaining team, but it wasn't fun in Detroit. Let's put it that way. It was just
what was the opposite of fun?
They're coming off their worst
drudgery.
They're coming off their worst game of the year, so I would imagine they would get back to the basics of what they do best, and I would hope that Giddey would come back just to kind of lead them down the court. And, like I said, he's also probably a little bit bigger than you think. He's probably capable of getting more rebounds than people realize. He's pretty tall, and he's pretty good-sized player, and he can distribute the ball, and I like his game. I think it helps them a lot.
But you think they can win without him?
I think they could conceivably win without him. They got to attack in numbers and use their speed.
Get somebody to step up and as they say, put the team on his back.
But they need their pace of play is what has made them a different team, and we didn't see that certainly the last time out.
We need to see more from everybody.
You're darn tootin', buddy. All right, we've got a lot more. We're going to hear from the offensive coordinator, too. Love that. We've got all sorts of MLB awards, and we've got a prediction here before we get out of here. You're listening to Mully and Haugh. You're listening to the Pick Six on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's David Haugh for Revolution Brewing. Yes, it's Friday, so you want to start thinking about the weekend. An Anti-Hero IPA from Revolution Brewing is your game day hero, bringing you a bold hop bomb with unwavering quality, canned fresh every Monday, ready for any day of the week, any night of the week, and certainly the weekends. Bold, citrus, floral, and pine aromas, flavor notes of grapefruit and orange marmalade. I'm thirsty just reading this. Anti-Hero IPA has commanded the title of #1 selling IPA in Illinois for 11 years. Show your hometown pride with an Anti-Hero IPA. Proudly brewed only in Chicago by Revolution Brewing. Great place to stop by over the weekend. For more information, visit revbrew.com.
Bring tournament energy to the regular season with an NBA Cup Odds Boost token from BetMGM. The token is waiting for you in your account, so simply visit your promotions page and add an NBA Cup bet to your bet slip. Activate your token, and if your bet hits, you'll score extra winnings. BetMGM is the place to shoot your shot all season long. New this year, BetMGM has also improved its app to include dark mode, a brand new rewards hub, and matchup insights for your bets. Head over to your BetMGM account and grab your NBA Cup Odds Boost token to score a bigger payout if you win. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and may expire in 1 to 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
This November, score your share of $300K in prizes with Autumn Action at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step it and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
What defines tough? It's a kidney transplant, a life-saving act of grace. What defines tough? It's robotic accuracy, guided by a skilled surgeon's hands, expertise and precision working as one, saving a life. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's Zach Zaidman. The season of performance is here at McGrath Acura of Westmont, where precision meets excitement this holiday season. Hurry in and make every drive feel like a celebration. Lease a 2025 Acura ADX front-wheel drive for $209 a month for 36 months. But don't wait. The Season of Performance event ends January 5th. Visit McGrath Acura of Westmont on Ogden Avenue today.
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Larry Brooks, the New York Post's Hall of Fame hockey writer, lost his battle with cancer yesterday at the age of 75. Personally, I feel a great sense of loss because he was the guy all of us Ranger fans look forward to reading on a regular basis. We certainly respected his in-depth team and league-wide knowledge, and we savored his sharp commentary. Rest in peace, Larry. You left quite a legacy. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigLou.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick six or something like that.
That's the voice of Brad Biggs. Biggs time, 7 a.m. this morning. Were you at all surprised? Declan Doyle's comments on guard, not center, guard, but captain with a C, Joe Thuney. Doyle said it all starts with how he carries himself behind the scenes.
What you guys don't see, just how he carries himself every day. And then really the biggest thing is that he's incredibly consistent. Eric Bieniemy, when we were kind of going through the process, talked about him and his relationship with him in Kansas City. He's just said he's going to bore you to death with how consistent he is on his details. You're not even going to notice him. And that's the biggest thing. He's done a great job of doing everything that we've asked of him, but the leadership behind the scenes is really the area that he has the biggest impact on our team.
Are you surprised to hear that from the OC, Declan Doyle?
I think that Joe Thuney is probably the least appreciated guy on the team. He might have been the least appreciated guy on the championship teams he was on the Super Bowl winners, because he, unless he does move the left tackle and still perform as well as he's been playing, I don't think you get much credit. I think you almost, when you're a guy that just goes about your business, doesn't make mistakes, ends up being relatively perfect in the course of a game or on every play, helps people out, there is, for whatever reason, a lack of appreciation for somebody just doing their job well. And we probably take that sort of thing as a given, and it really isn't. I think as you go through your life and you meet different people, you realize that just because someone's a doctor doesn't mean they're a good doctor. There are in every profession, there are degrees of how good someone is at what they do. I think Joe Thuney is excellent, just an excellent player all the way around. And because he bores you, I love that idea that he's so good he's boring, because there's nothing exciting happening. There's no great moments. You would love to coach a team of those guys.
I agree. I think, the boring thing is very interesting. I think you make a great point, Mully, about the fact that he might not only be underrated, underappreciated here, but definitely out in Kansas City. Definitely. And guards are supposed to be kind of boring. You're not really supposed to notice guards. They've got people playing next to them on both sides. When one of your greatest athletic achievements in life, or one of the things that get you excited, is when you actually get to pull and you get out a full head of steam and you get about a 125-pound cornerback from Hinsdale Central in front of you and you knock him into next week, and that's like your biggest athletic accomplishment in your life. Speaking for somebody, a friend of mine. That's like really fun. So Joe Thuney is boring, but I'm sure he's helping Theo Benedict out quite a bit.
Yeah, that's the underreported or unspoken part of all of this. You got a rookie essentially playing next to him, starting for the first time, and he's improved, and that's no coincidence why. And no accident that he's next to Joe Thuney, who is the only guard among who's played more than 250 snaps, I believe, has not given up a sack. He's also only given up 7 pressures, which is a top 5 at the position. 4 of those came in the season opener when he was just getting to know the people around him and in the huddle. So he has been the model of consistency. He's like a good umpire or referee. You don't really notice him unless he screws up, and he just doesn't screw up. He's such a good force and money well spent. Of all of the moves that Ryan Poles made in this past off season that put together the roster that Ben Johnson could win with, I have to say Joe Thuney's is looking like one of the smartest, because of you gave up a 4th-round draft pick, I believe, but you were strategic. It seemed like it was intentional, and he was targeted, and he was the right guy to target.
This will be a pick 6. There's your ball game.
What is with all the repeat winners in the MLB awards? Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge repeating NL/AL MVP. That follows one of 2 Cy Young winners who were both Manager of the Year winners. Have MLB voters submitted the same ballots or just lost any imagination? What about the big dumper? Was he robbed?
Cal Raleigh was robbed. Yes, the big dumper deserved better. And it was disappointing. With all due respect to Aaron Judge, who I think is easy to like and all those things, this doesn't take anything away from what he accomplished. And do you want to point out, as maybe Scott Boras would, about all the great hitters that surround him in that Yankee lineup? Perhaps. But I think Cal Raleigh, though, the reason you feel as strongly as I do and people do have expressed is because he plays such a difficult defensive position. And not only does he play it, he excels at it. And he is among the top 3 in defensive categories and innings caught and all those things. So that was disappointing. And the lack of maybe a new name at the top of these lists and a new award winner, yeah, it makes it a little bit redundant and a little repetitive. At the same time, you can appreciate the greatness that Ohtani represents every time you see him, the consistency with which he plays to every single day and every single game. Happy for Pat Murphy, so I didn't mind that, even though that's hard for a Cub fan to watch. But, yeah, maybe next year there'll be a new name. But are all these award winners going to three-peat? I suppose it's possible.
Kind of boring, kind of questionable. You, in all seriousness, you don't get to vote any of this stuff?
No.
How did they decide that?
That's a good question.
Like who?
Probably
because there's 30. They said there were 30 votes, right?
Yeah,
30. He is if you were unanimous.
I think a lot of it could be beat writers who are traveling with teams and seeing these teams on a regular basis. Perhaps I saw Derek Gold's ballot he voted for NL MVP. He posted that online. I like it when people are that transparent with their awards.
I do too. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's nice to have an open book on that. It's fine, but I mean, imagine if Cal Raleigh had done what he did in New York. He would have been unanimous without a shadow of a doubt. And don't get me wrong, Aaron Judge is really good. You know who would have showed up in Vegas to pick up that award? Cal Raleigh.
No doubt.
Okay, Cal Raleigh wouldn't have been giving his dog a smooch. He would have been in Vegas picking up some hardware.
I don't think that was even offered to people, or I don't think it was a requirement. I think that's just the way they did it.
It's a requirement to me. Okay? Me.
I think it would have been nice for him to show up.
Show up.
I think it would have been nice to show up.
Well, I think then they should make it a thing
Like
where
you
they
guys,
announce
when
them
you guys
all.
were up for an award, you showed up.
Oh, boy.
You went to a hotel.
I guess we did have to get on a plane.
That's true. We didn't have to pay for it.
I'm sure MLB would have figured out how to get
parked here and I walked.
I mean, maybe is Ohtani not allowed to be in Vegas? Is that part of it?
Is that part of his double secret probation? No.
I'm just curious.
Not allowed within 500 yards of a casino?
I get the big dumper, and I know he's 6'2", 235, and I understand that he's there's a largesse there. But if a guy is 6'7" and 282, wouldn't he have a pretty big dumper too? I wonder if Scott Boras has measured men's dumpers.
Let's hope
just
not.
for a pun.
Let's hope not.
I think that those are worthy candidates. Both guys. I think what Cal Raleigh did was so extraordinary and probably unexpected, and certainly not from a catcher. I think it's difficult to not kind of acknowledge that, but Aaron Judge is a great player, and I don't want to pretend like he didn't have a great year. I think, though, it might have been better if Shohei Ohtani got that award and he was the only repeater in this year's class, and that Cal Raleigh got it. And that would probably make Shohei's award more important, and it would probably mean more to Cal Raleigh. And I'm not even sure if Aaron Judge would have noticed either way. So I kind of was a little surprised that there wasn't more imagination to it. You know, for me, I might say, oh, the guy won last year. He had a good year, but, let's award this guy this year. I don't know. I mean, and that's probably really unfair because – But I think what Ohtani did, winning it as a DH and then winning it, adding pitching to his,
But that didn't happen until the playoffs.
But he still did do that, and I think everyone was aware of it, and everybody knew that he was going to start throwing. He started throwing at the end of the year.
Well, it's just his numbers as well.
His numbers are unbelievable.
In the National League. They didn't really compare to a challenger. This has nothing to do with Aaron Judge because I do find him an easy superstar to like.
And he's a good dude, too.
Yeah.
He seems like a really down-to-earth
It just seemed like this was one of those years where Cal Raleigh had everything he accomplished felt historic, and in the end it was, except for this.
But, I mean, I got no problem with people being, great year in and year out. I don't want to make it sound like that is, I'll just hand in the same ballot. I don't think that's the case. I think people really do take it very seriously and spend a lot of time working
on it. If the
on
Cubs had a back-to-back MVP, we would not be complaining about redundancy.
They will.
Whoa, that may be the biggest the boldest thing you said this morning. Who
is it?
Please.
That's what he wants.
Pete Crow America.
Really? He's going to be a
PCA.
two-time MVP. Okay.
Let's see.
Back to
He's
back.
going straight down that lane. He's not veering at all, and I respect that.
I shoved my chips into the middle.
I respect that. There's no way Pete Crow Armstrong's going to be a back-to-back MVP. Back-to-back All-Star, hopefully, definitely, yes. MVP, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of growth that you're.
And he'd show up
hoping for.
to pick up the award. He wouldn't do it on his couch and smooch his doggy.
Pete Crow Armstrong's very good with these kind of events and with the media. He would show up at the opening of an envelope.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We got the We've got the extra point next. We're going to finally do it. We're going to tell you everything we learned from watching rehearsal. We know who's won already before it starts. That's not true.
Is that living in the known?
That's. I like it, Dustin. You say that now when you get your opportunity. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on the score.
The 1997 Chicago Bulls, the clinching game at United Center in 1997, because I happened to have been there that day. I could not have been farther. I had standing room only tickets. We paid a guy named Big Bad $150 to get into the United Center that night.
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime score guy, talking Chicago sports every day on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Guy named Big Bad.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday is going to end soon. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night, guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer & Cross employees are professionals. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Looking ahead to the NFL Week 11 main slate, let's take a hack and hopefully go deep on a Green Bay long bomb specialist. Christian Watson has racked over 23 yards per catch since returning from injury. Give me the over on 38.5 receiving yards at a -115 in Jersey. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Football fans, Minnesota versus Chicago, noon on Sunday. Watch the game at the #1 destination in Kane County, Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer and legendary food. Old Republic is an official Miller Lite Bears headquarters, located off Randall Road and Route 20 in Elgin.
Congress had approved $60 billion for their swift IRS deployment. Now this army of IRS agents are seeking out their quarry. You.
This is the IRS. Come out with your money.
Scary commercial, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's reality. With the IRS's $60 billion increase in their budget and hiring 87,000 new employees, they're now sending notices to taxpayers' homes. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they levied your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We're a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Give us a call now at 630-415-5296. Once again, 630-415-5296. Or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
Set up this extra point. It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Do you anticipate the Bears getting their first victory in the Ben Johnson era in Minnesota this Sunday? Will the Bears benefit from having played and lost to the Vikings earlier this season? Can you please predict the winner and a score?
It really is true that they are a different team now than they were when the season opened. First year head coach, a lot of things you could point to. New offensive line, getting to know each other. It was one of those games, though, still in retrospect, the Bears should have won. J.J. McCarthy had his best quarter of the season, and it won him the NFC Offensive Player of the Week honor that Monday night. There were a lot of things that maybe are different than they were that night. I think it starts with the Bears' offensive line, which we talked about, has come together nicely. Also, Caleb Williams is more equipped for this challenge than he was on opening night. He's gotten better. He's improved. And the things that you worry about is a defense that is compromised because TJ Edwards is out and they might not have everyone on all hands on deck to help stop the run. If the Vikings can run the ball, then the Bears could be in trouble. But the Bears think they're going to be able to run the ball, and the Vikings could be in trouble because of that. I think the Bears need to pay attention to detail. They need to eliminate the sloppy mistakes that could be possible because of the crowd noise. But if they're efficient, they will be explosive, and the defense will make J.J. McCarthy turn the ball over. He's thrown a couple interceptions at bad times in recent weeks. He's going to do it again. I think the Bears win 31-26.
Bears. I think this is going to be a really fun game. And it's basically, to me, if not now, when would you win a game on the road in the division? This all sets up for the time and place to actually have this happen. I don't want the 2.5. I don't need the 2.5. I will take the 2.5. Bears 24, Vikings 21.
Yeah, it's a really interesting game to me because you will learn if the Bears have improved, and I think they are improving. I think they are getting better. I just don't know if they've gotten good enough yet. So I think when I look at this game, I think it's going to be a very close game. I think that the Bears have been kind of coming back and winning at the end of games. I think that when you look at the point spread, Minnesota is favored by, is it 2.5 or 3? It's up to 3. And I think that at this point, I would probably take the Bears by a single point. I will take the Bears 24-23 in this game. But by Sunday, I hold out the right to maybe take a look at that injured list a little closer.
What would make you change your mind?
It doesn't
this
take
week?
much. The shift of a wind,
What would it take, though?
A look from someone. It would probably take missing somebody that I think is more essential than maybe other people do. But right now, I got them. I got the Bears winning 24-23.
24-23.
Yep.
Unless
I change my mind by Sunday.
I know. I want to know what player is that impactful on the injury list right now? Like, you look at the guys who are questionable.
There's a bunch of them.
Well, TJ Edwards is unlikely to play. That's going to hurt them.
That's a bad one.
I think they can win without him. If there's somebody in the secondary that somehow pops up, Tyreek Stevenson having no designation, that's big.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that, but I guess that means he plays, right?
Yeah.
I right now, I feel like the Bears are going to win the game, but it is Friday at 6:51. There are still plenty of things that can go on. There are plenty of things that can happen. You can learn 1,000 different things between now and then. But at this point, I take the Bears 24-23. I do another pick segment, which I will be doing Sunday right before the game.
Are you trying to maintain the suspense for that segment?
I don't think anyone needs to tune in to hear what I think about it.
I think they do.
But you will have the definite answer, and maybe we'll play it here on Monday if it's any different. How's that?
Well, if you change your mind, I do think that would be worth noting on Monday morning.
I would like to say, if I change my mind, I am entitled to count both picks, so I definitely win. It's kind of like that Notre Dame Pittsburgh game.
Yeah, Notre Dame Pittsburgh game is a big number if you're gambling.
I know. I
don't think it's going to be as close. Sorry, Dave. On the field, I think that Notre Dame probably will cover and win that game.
You like them a lot, huh? You think they're going to run over a team? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Because that's how they win.
That's how they win.
Yep.
That's how they have won, and that's on brand, isn't it?
Are you concerned at all about their defense?
Yes. I think Notre Dame's defense has been the biggest reason why all season long, as they have stacked consecutive victories, as they have been known to do after losing early, that defense is a concern.
I agree.
Helps you. It prevents them from being legit college football playoff type trendy picks.
But let me ask you this. Do you think Pitt has enough on offense to make that defense worse than they are?
What I've seen of Pitt, I haven't watched every game like Dave wants that, but what I've seen of Pitt, they do have a talented offense, but I just don't know that they would
I think
talented
Notre Dame
enough
wins the game
to make
too.
Notre Dame pay.
I agree with you. But we're not wagering. We're just drinking coffee.
We're just drinking coffee.
With whoever the winner may be. We'll drink it with Dave, but whoever.
We'll drink it. Yeah, we'll drink anybody's coffee.
Well, but we won't drink coffee with them if Dustin, who took the Irish, wins because he doesn't drink coffee. He just buys it.
He just buys it. And
bless his soul.
Although he would enjoy some of these new flavors.
Oh, my God. You with the coffee.
The Christmas season flavors.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
David is choosing between whether he wants to get a ginger or a Christmas blonde.
Gingerbread. Gingerbread.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You like a ginger.
Or a sugar cookie.
Or do you prefer a
We'll find out.
Oh, you like a Christmas
Need a little
blonde.
sugar jolt.
Okay.
I needed that. I need a sugar jolt so I could make my pick and stick with it.
I love that you don't like that. That really makes my day.
It's hilarious. No, I just...
You know who has a pick that you like, that we always like? Brad Biggs. We'll talk to him next. We'll get his take. Maybe I'll adopt his pick. Who's going to stop me? Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Yeah, whatever.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
The 85 Bears just always sits with me, always will. From the fridge to Jim McMahon to Reggie Phillips getting a pick six in that Super Bowl.
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime score guy. Talking Chicago sports every day on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app. Bears.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel Friday, it's here, and it's turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 5 to 6:30 Central Time, Chicago time, the only time that matters. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 5 to 6:30 Chicago time. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/score and grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sunshine today, nice and warm, high 64.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them. And you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. And this hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs.
talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend, and he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Big Zay!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you're the man. You've got the main story in town, for God's sake. The Bears finally getting a game in here. They're going to be heading back to division play, going into Minnesota. This will be the first time that Ben Johnson gets to play a team for the second time in a year. Obviously, you do that against all your division opponents, but the loss earlier in the year now gets an opportunity to be avenged, and maybe you win your first ever game in the NFC North.
Yeah, so that makes it a big one for the Bears. We talked about a little bit yesterday. After starting 0-2 in the division, it's going to be really difficult to hunt down either the Lions or the Packers if you keep losing in the division games, if they fall to 0-3. And this has been not their only, but one of their big problems for a long stretch now, 3-18 in their last 21 games in the division. And those 18 losses by an average of about 10 points apiece. So as you can remember back, a lot of rather lopsided affairs too. So here's the opportunity, and I think I mentioned it yesterday too. It's a Vikings team that I'm not sure they've been able to maintain the good mojo that they've had for quite some time under Kevin O'Connell. Things just seem off up there, and when they can hit, they're still quite formidable. Going to Detroit and beating the Lions just 2 weeks ago. When they're not on their game this season, they've looked quite poor. So I think it's an opportunity for Ben Johnson to do that, and let's go out and get the first division win. That's improve the Bears to 7-3 and keep them marching forward.
So I look at the defense, Brad, and I think it doesn't have the certainty that you'd want midway through the season. They're in the bottom 5 scoring defense, bottom 5 yards per rush, yards per pass, and yet they lead the NFL in takeaways. It doesn't make sense, I think, from a football traditionalist point of view. At the same time, the takeaways, it's all about that. What do you think what is the biggest indicator on Sunday? What will it be to say this defense is up for the challenge today, or this defense is being effective versus it's not working?
Well, we can talk about all these other stats, but if they're able to get takeaways in bunches against J.J. McCarthy, it's going to put the Vikings in a real tough spot. I think that Kevin O'Connell is going to want to try to run the football as well as he possibly can with what's a two-headed operation now with Aaron Jones back for, I think this will be his 4th game back after an IR stint. And Jordan Mason, if they can run the ball like some of these Bears opponents have had a high degree of success of this season, then you can keep J.J. McCarthy out of those situations where he's been inaccurate. He's had trouble reading it out. He's been uncomfortable in the pocket. All the telltale problems that young quarterbacks in the league have that Bears fans have seen too much of in the last 10 or 20 years. That's what Minnesota's got going on with JJ right now. So I think they need to try to run the ball. And can the Bears handle that? Can they handle that with a too high shell as well, because if they have to put an extra guy in the box a lot, then you've got to worry a little bit or even a lot of bit about Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison on the outside. Addison, a guy who missed the Week 1 game off a suspension.
Brad, we talked a little bit yesterday, didn't really get into it, about the idea that Caleb Williams has run for 50 yards in each of the last two games, 50 yards plus in each of the last two games. And now here they are. You're kind of looking at this this possibility of a Viking team that would be really aware of that. According to Coach Wannstedt, we were talking to him. He said he felt that Brian Flores will try to stop any kind of outside runs and force the Bears to run between the tackles, which may well slow down any runs from Caleb Williams. I hope so anyway. And it may mean more featuring of Monungai over Swift if they try to do that. What do you anticipate happening with that? And you know, the Dennis Allen yesterday talked about how multidimensional quarterbacks cause such headaches for a defense.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a quarterback that can break a defense when it's 3rd down and 6, and you've got tight coverage, and you've got a rusher breakthrough who comes close to the quarterback, and then an alley pops up and the guy's able to run for 12 yards. And that's a killer. The defense is nearly off the field, and then they've been able to move the chains. Lamar Jackson, I think, had 36 yards rushing against the Minnesota Vikings last week at US Bank Stadium. I don't think he had a carry for more than 10 yards. So the Vikings will be mindful of what Caleb can do on the ground. But it could be a factor. And if Caleb's able to get out and run for 35-plus yards, it could be a big factor in this game. One of the things I think the Vikings have been disappointed about this season is they went with a couple real veterans to sort of help anchor that defensive line in Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave. And I think they've been a little bit better of late, but they probably haven't provided the impact that perhaps the Vikings were hoping to get with a couple highly successful players that have been going at it for quite a long time. Again, in talking to people, I think they've been a little bit better lately, maybe kind of settling in what Flores wants them to do. But earlier in the season, you looked at some of the games and you're like, wow, maybe they're not getting the return on the investment with the guys up front on the D-line.
How do you think that Caleb Williams will be in a better position to handle all that Brian Flores will throw at him? He's expecting it. They talk about it openly. Ben Johnson has a very good record against Flores-led defenses. Caleb Williams does not. What do you expect in terms of that chess match on Sunday?
Yeah, I think the Bears are going to feel like they've done all the homework that they can potentially do. Like they're not going to leave a worksheet unfinished before this game, before this test. What makes them feel like he's better in a better position to handle this time around? I mean, just Bears' run defense rushing offense is completely different than what Caleb had by his side in Week 1. Like, it totally different. And the Bears have gone from really struggling to run the ball earlier in the year to all of a sudden they're number 2 in the NFL in rushing. Over the last 5 games, the Bears have rushed for 917 yards. The only Bears team to do that since Walter Payton was in the backfield in 1986 they pulled that off in a stretch back in 2022 when all they could do was run with Justin Fields.
That was all the quarterback. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, right. And so it wasn't – this is more traditional. The quarterback's helping, but this is more traditional. Like, that powerful running game was completely missing in the opener. So I think that can be a difference here for Caleb this time around. And it needs to be, because the Vikings did a nice job against the Bears running game. That was one of the things, I think I mentioned it earlier in the week, that the coaching staff really lamented, is that the Vikings were, with a light box, were able to really shut down the Bears running game in that first meeting, week 1, Monday Night Football.
This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Est-Wing Professional Tools, made in the USA for over 100 years. Estwing.com. Brad, we talked yesterday about the various themes of the game this week, the Bears in the division, a piece of first place, etc. But really, maybe the greatest theme is the one we've kind of been touching upon, which is the Bears play caller against the Vikings defensive coordinator. Whether whether Ben Johnson is going to beat Brian Flores, whether Ben Johnson in his last game in a dome this year is going to be able to pull off some things that are unexpected. How do you see that matchup? How do you see this game going? You can, at this point, probably give us your pick.
Yeah, Flores has been tough on the Bears. The Vikings, since Flores became the defensive coordinator in 2023, are 4-1 against the Bears. That one win by the Bears was one of those like super gross 12-10 games. But it's a new era for the Bears, and we're learning a little bit more about it on a weekly basis. And like I said, something seems amiss, just not quite right for the Vikings this season. They remain dangerous on any given Sunday, but something seems off a little bit. So I picked the Bears. I don't have a super high degree of confidence given some of their issues, particularly giving up a ton of points to just about anybody. They have struggled against defensively against quarterbacks that aren't great, and J.J. McCarthy has got a world of talent, but no one's going to describe him as great at this point. But with the Bears' ability to run the football, with Caleb being incredible in the crunch moments of the fourth quarter, with Caleb taking care of the football this season, and on the flip side, JJ's hasn't done a great job of that, and McCarthy had one really bad pick last week against the Ravens. I felt like everything was kind of pushing me towards a Bears pick for this week, 28-24. And if the Bears win this one, check out what the 6-3 Lions have got going on. That's Sunday night at Philadelphia. So that'll be
Okay.
Lions are gonna have their hands full. Although the Eagles are coming off a short week following the Monday night, either a defensive gem or snooze fest, depending on how you look at it, at Lambeau Field.
So Biggs Time predicts waking up Monday morning with the Bears, undisputed first-place team in the NFC North.
No. I mean, Dave, you're going to have to, commercial break, roll back the tape, listen to what I said. I predicted the Bears to win, and I noted that the Lions are going to have their hands full Sunday night. I'm not offering predictions on a game I haven't.
I don't know how you stay comfortable sitting on the fence as often as you do.
Oh man, I don't know how you can sleep at night when you twist people's words so regularly.
Okay, but just kidding. But Brad,
a lot of people wonder how Mr. David sleeps.
Brad, Back to the thing that I think is very interesting, and I want to amplify it because it's great research, and it's stunning to me, really. Not since 1986, the Bears have put together a 5-game stretch where they've had this many rushing yards, except for 2022, which I think is a little bit of an asterisk because of the Justin Fields factor. But their running game hasn't been this dominant for a 5-game stretch since 86.
That's what I got off Pro Football Reference yesterday.
That's great.
It's
interesting.
The night before. Yeah, like and they've just and the yards per carry has been huge as well. Like it's not like 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I mean, they're throwing the ball too, and it's just kind of starting to click. So if they can, avoid some of the second and third quarter lulls, if they can not continue to find themselves in a position where they're backed into a corner in the fourth quarter, then they'll really have something going. Because that's not sustainable to try to rely on fourth quarter magic. I think even the biggest Caleb Williams fans out there would probably admit that. So they've got to be better as a whole throughout the game.
And that would support this idea that the offensive line not only has been improved, but they played together now and they're playing well together and they've improved as a group. And that's one of the elements of this game that is so interesting, is thinking about what the Bears were like in the second week of the season and how much better they've become. Part of that is, well, I would argue that the majority of that is on offense. And I think that we talk about the quarterback quite a bit, but the offensive line play as well. So that kind of includes everything.
I think they're getting the return on the investment, and Ben Johnson sort of made note of that a little bit when he spoke on Monday. And one of the things is they swapped out the left tackles, what was it, late in the second quarter of that Week 4 game at Las Vegas. And other than that, they really haven't had to swap guys out, change guys. And they've had musical chairs for the past couple seasons,
right,
with more of the changes probably being injury related than performance. Like they just kept suffering injuries on the line. So, and I saw a statistic last week, so I haven't seen an updated one on it, but they were maybe around top 10 in terms of number of snaps for your most consistent unit on the field. So for, whatever your most used grouping of offensive linemen was, the number of snaps that they have. And because they haven't had a lot of turnover other than the left tackle move, they were in pretty good shape there. And so that helps. I think that helps the growth and development of that group, because the rushing numbers aren't anywhere near where they're at right now if they're not playing well. The sack percentage, sacks per pass attempt is now, we talked about it being cut nearly in half a week or two ago. It's now less than half of what it was last season. The quarterback's he's been sacked 4 times in the last 4 games. Before
we let you go, Brad, quickly, Dennis Allen talked about Joe Tryon-Shoyinka yesterday. Do you expect him to get more snaps this week because he's more accustomed to the defense?
They've got, what they feel like there? They feel like they're making the best out of a situation that isn't great because of the injuries with competition, allowing guys to compete for that playing time. So I think that begins on the practice field this week, maybe extends to the first half of the game. Like, who's playing well? Does somebody have a little bit of a hot hand? You're still going to rotate them, but Booker being in the mix. Guys, that Austin Booker start this past Sunday against the Giants was his first game. You might have been there, Dave. It was the 6A 2020 state championship in Indiana. That was the last game the guy had started. He did not start last year as a rookie.
You may have been
there. He did not start in college. So Booker got the start. He got a bunch of playing time. I think we'll see Tryon get a little more work moving forward, but that's going to be game flow. I asked similar questions this week, and they talked about having a competition one that Tryon's certainly part of. The thing they really like about him to this point is they've discovered they think he's super smart, and picking things up has come quickly and naturally to him.
That's great. All righty, Bigsy, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, guys.
You too.
That is our guy, Brad Bigsy, football man of the Chicago Tribune. Always fun to talk to Bigsy. I'm getting a little nervous that too many of us are taking the Chicago Bears in this game. Brandon has also
Let's
taken
get
the
Brandon
Bears.
on the record here.
Brandon, you are Bears.
I got Bears 26-24.
That's a clean sweep. I know that makes you uncomfortable.
That makes me change my
stay
pick
tuned.
on Sunday.
This is a great tease for the pregame show. That is a great tease for the Sunday pregame show right here on The Score. What time does it begin? It begins
9
at
a.m.
9 a.m.
Myself.
And that is when Mully will have the true test. Will he continue to pick the Bears, or will
closer
he
to game time.
waffle and change yet again?
You don't know if I've ever waffled or if I've ever.
I listened to the pregame show.
I don't waffle much. I'm not a waffler, but I will.
There does seem to be a growing consensus in Chicago that the Bears are going to win this game. Does that make people comfortable or uncomfortable?
Well, you know what they say about never go with the public, right? Isn't that sort of an obvious statement? If everyone believes it, then you don't go the other way. That would pretty much be the advice if you were gambling. All right, we're not gambling. We will be right back. 312-644-6767. I know we got some people who have waited patiently. We'll get to everyone's calls next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
I mean, Dave, you're going to have to, commercial break, roll back the tape, listen to what I
Before
said.
Chicago takes on Minnesota, turn on The Score from 9 a.m. till noon for your local Ford Dealers pregame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Listen in as the guys get you ready for the game. Your local Ford Dealers pregame show, 9 a.m. to noon on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. As seasons change and days grow darker sooner, it can be a tough time for many. So this November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out, check in on your friends, reconnect with loved ones, and remind the people in your life that you're still there. It can take a little courage to send that message or grab coffee with someone you haven't seen in a while, but it is worth it, and it will help you. And BetterHelp also can help you. BetterHelp can do the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences, and BetterHelp's 12-plus years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate means they typically get it right the first time. With more than 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served more than 5 million people globally. And it works with an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on more than 1.7 million client reviews. This month, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. Listeners to The Score get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword David Haugh. That's keyword DAVIDHAUGH after calling pound 250. This segment's brought to you by BetterHelp. Give online therapy a try at betterhelp.com/David Haugh and get on your way to being your best self.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like the LG Counter Depth Refrigerator starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or the local showroom to save all month long. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Take a trip to Jackpot Land at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play with your rewards card this fall for a share of thousands in prizes each month. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Estwing, unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last, crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing, made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. Businesses with seasonal workloads know just how important it is to have reliable banking behind you. Business owners like Annie Leslie agree.
Hi, I'm Annie, president and owner of Raimondi Drilling Corporation. We have been providing soil and bedrock drilling and sampling services across the country for more than 50 years. In 2004, my company needed a loan to complete the largest project in the history of Raimondi Drilling. Due to our seasonal income, our previous lender wouldn't approve the loan needed to perform the work. Cornerstone, however, was just the bank to step up. Since then, Cornerstone has been there for us, from offering advice to cash flow monitoring to protect our financial stability and give us peace of mind that our hard-earned money is safe.
Thanks, Annie. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Bryce Young, Trevor Lawrence, and J.J. McCarthy are quarterback question marks these days who will be feeling extra pressure on Sunday. Young needs to rebound from a stinker versus New Orleans. If Lawrence plays poorly and the Jaguars miss the playoffs yet again, Jacksonville may consider moving on from him. I would. And McCarthy, essentially a rookie still, needs to start proving he really is the Vikings' future. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Chicagoland, get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings on our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Major improvements, just from mechanics, command of the offense. He's still, one of the most elusive and, big-time quarterback mobility and arm strength and, can make throws from every angle. But, certainly a lot better at just sitting in the pocket and making throws. But, everybody's playing well for them. The receivers, the O-line's playing well, tight ends, running backs. They've got balance within the offense. They're doing a lot of really good things from that standpoint. And Ben's always a challenge. He's always got a great schematics and, division of labor and, putting guys in best position. So, certainly a challenge really from, schematically and just from a coaching standpoint, but also they got a lot of good players also.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. You are listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. That was the voice of Brian Flores. He is the defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, maybe a guy that could step up to a head coaching job.
Maybe. Where?
Still has some problems. Well,
Don't say Giants.
Season's only halfway over.
Aren't the Giants one of the teams he's suing?
Yes.
So how could he be a candidate there?
I didn't say.
I know. I'm not saying. I'm projecting. But I've seen his name mentioned.
I have seen his name mentioned. Just because you're suing somebody because you didn't get hired because there was some sort of a blockage of you is probably
my observation of that detail has nothing to do with how I think his lawsuit is or isn't viable. But I do think he's a highly respected defensive coordinator for a reason. He is going to throw everything at the Bears on Sunday, I believe, because of a couple things. It's what he does, right?
Yes, that's what he does.
But Mully, he also could be shorthanded. Jonathan Grenard is their edge rusher who did not practice yesterday.
That's right.
And you wonder with that shoulder injury if they're going to look at it as well, take this week off, save, for the rest of the season. And if they don't have him, it's a different scenario. And certainly it will be, not to say that it will be easy. Nothing will be easy against a Brian Flores defense, but it will be different. And if they feel like they have to dial up some more exotic blitzes or stunts or whatever the case may be, that will be in his repertoire.
And speaking of edge rushers, it's worth noting that Dominique Robinson returned to practice and had no designation, had a full practice yesterday for the first time since really going down with his ankle injury. That's interesting for a couple of reasons.
Yep.
Not the least of which is the need at that position. And when you talk about, we want to have competition, and we brought Joe Tryon Shoyinka in, and Austin Booker has started for the first time. Well, Dominique Robinson was having a pretty good year when he went down, and if he's back, that is obviously another guy that can play that position.
You know how he was having a pretty good year? He's still here. Because I think a lot of people expected that maybe not to be the case. And so if he returns, he gives you one more depth piece and maybe cuts into Tryon Shoyinka's snap count.
And we'll see. I mean, obviously today is a big day.
Yeah.
We'll find out if he's able to practice after practicing for the first time. And listen, I'm not rushing anything or trying to get ahead of ourselves on it, but I do believe that all hands on deck is kind of one of the things going on here whenever you're in a next man up situation. So we don't know who that man is. And you're right. I did not think that Booker and Dominique Robinson would both be on this team.
I didn't think it was one or the other.
It seemed that way. And it seemed like Robinson overtook Booker when Booker got hurt.
Booker got hurt, and Robinson took advantage of the opportunity. And I think he played more than anybody expected before his injury. Not that he's going to necessarily overwhelm you by overpowering offensive linemen, but he has been steady, and he is athletic.
Yeah.
So he's a former wide receiver, quarterback. Yeah. So he's got some.
We should get him back on. We talked.
He's
to
a
him.
terrific talker.
He was outstanding.
Those MAC guys are really bright.
Those MAC guys, they say that because they're not good football players, they are good students.
Well, they are. You know why? Because you have to be. If you're going to play on Tuesday and Wednesday night on ESPN, you have to be able to manage your homework.
And they're smart enough to then go into the portal and try to get some NIL money.
Ouch. You're right, though. That is a sign of the times. So
I'm joking.
Yeah,
around.
I know. But so Brian Flores is against Caleb Williams undefeated, 3-0 when Caleb's been the Bears quarterback. Against Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson has a 4-1 record against Brian Flores, and yet Brian Flores wasn't the coach that Ben Johnson name-checked when he took over. But you would think that given that success, he feels confident going in with his game plan. And I do wonder, though, given all the things that have changed since the opener, this doesn't have to be a terribly inventive, creative, or innovative game plan.
I can't let
run the ball.
I've got to say something about what you said. Do you think Ben Johnson may have been right by the future former Packers coach?
Well, he did call out Matt LaFleur, and since that point, one coach has been going up, the other coach has been going down. So I think he's got to be feeling very good about that. That's going to make that matchup in December twice in 3 games very, very fun.
312-644-6767. Let's try Chris. Chris is in Batavia. Hey, Chris.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call, and thanks for sharing my optimism about Sunday at noon. It's going to be a good one.
Uh-oh. Are you picking the Bears too?
Well, I'm a homer. Yep, picking the Bears.
Oh, man.
And as long as the scores line up with my squares, my Knights of Columbus squares, then it's going to be a double win for me. So we'll see how that goes.
There's nothing quite as Catholic as wagering.
Explain that.
The Knights of Columbus
Yeah,
squares.
I know.
The
Okay,
Knights of Columbus are.
Yeah, amen to that. Yeah, I think that's good. But that's another person picking the Bears, and it makes you a little squeamish.
A little bit.
Little squeamish.
Well, I mean, it's to be expected. Quentin's on the west side. Hey, Quentin.
Hey, Haugh. This is a statement game. It's time to go to war and beat the Vikings once and for all. We got to start winning some division games. I don't mind having a 3-2 record in our division, and we'll be in first place, 7-3. And Aaron Rodgers, you're next.
Wow.
That's a great promo
good.
there, Quentin.
That's good, yeah.
That's good stuff. Aaron Rodgers is next.
Yes, he is.
After this one. But forget about that. That won't mean as much.
The former owner returning to the scene of the crime.
That's next week's storyline.
That's a great storyline.
It is. It is. I don't want – the Bears have to try to avoid this feeling of – there's a fine line between confidence and overconfidence.
Well, I mean, listen, there is no reason for overconfidence.
Should not be.
You know, we had a conversation when we came in here on Monday about – one of the worst wins you're ever going to see. It boggles the mind how they managed to come back and win that game and how poorly they played for a large stretch of it. And the reality is you can't do that against a team that is this. I know they're troubled right now, the Vikings. I know the quarterback's not playing well, but they've got a really good coaching infrastructure. They won what? Did they win 13, 14 games last year?
Yeah, it's a solid organization.
And
they're having a little bit of a blip right now.
But you know, if the quarterback's hand is fine, and he said it was fine, the bandage is off, and we heard from the wide receiver, and he said that everything's cool and he's not down on anybody, and you know, you would think a guy like Justin Jefferson wouldn't be pleased with the amount of production that he's had of late.
He hasn't been very loud or vocal, though.
No, he was.
Got to give him credit
he
because
was very tempered.
Compare and contrast that with what's going on in Philly with A.J. Brown.
I agree with you.
And
it's a lot different.
It's so different.
But I just would wonder how much of a featured player is he in this game, and who's going to actually be on the field to defend him, and who's really ready and up to the challenge of being able to defend him. I just think that there are things that their problem has been the running game. Listen, the problem has been the quarterback too. Let's be honest about it.
Let's be honest about that. You say the running game, and you're right. Their offensive line has been injured as well, and they haven't gotten out of the running game what they wanted to. But this season has been about the availability and then the inconsistency of J.J. McCarthy.
And there's a headline on TV. Is this the matchup where J.J. McCarthy breaks out?
Well,
he
it
did
could
that
be.
in the first game.
He did that in the first game.
And he's a local
He broke
kid,
out.
and you're going to see his best. He's going to be fired up to play against his hometown team.
I agree, Mully, but you know what? If J.J. McCarthy weren't the pride of Nazareth and LaGrange Park and all of those things, I'd be sitting here because I think there's so much to like in Michigan and all those things. But I would look at him as a vulnerable first-year starter, a de facto rookie.
I don't think he's
that
looking at
is
himself
very unstable right now.
But he is not going to look at himself that way.
I know he won't. He never will.
I imagine we're going to get the best of the kid.
He won't look at himself or his alter ego that way.
I think I'm J.J. McCarthy, kid from LaGrange Park, Illinois.
I love that. We're going to get texters again. We're not picking on JJ. It's just that when you are the Bears and you need a victory on the road, you've got to feel good about playing a quarterback this sporadic in terms of consistency.
And here's the deal. Like when you hear, oh, Caleb's doing so well, and oh, Ben calls such great plays, the unspoken thing is we're going to kick the living out of them. And that's how football coaches feel. Mm-hmm. That's how they talk. The Minnesota Vikings are relieved that they're at home and the Bears are coming in. They've beaten them already. They feel they can beat them up there. They've been beating them senseless. The Bears are the bottom team in that division historically. And certainly of late, I think they're 3-17 in the last 20 within the division. It would be great to say, now's the time, now you do it, you got to get it done. Were it not for that little fact that they won by a miracle one week and they won by their chinny chin chin the next, I think that we understand this is going to be another taffy pull of a wrestling match, of an arm wrestling match.
Well, we sell it that way. All right, we got to get to a break because Joe Fartbaugh, get out your pencils and papers. He is coming up.
We'll talk to Joe next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Minnesota game, tune into the Score's postgame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manilow, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Win or lose, the guys take your calls and react to the game on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire.
This segment of The Score brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Football fans, Minnesota versus Chicago, noon on Sunday. Watch the game at the #1 destination in Kane County, Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer and legendary food. Old Republic is an official Miller Lite Bears headquarters, located off Randall Road and Route 20 in Elgin.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, we all need a checkup once in a while, including the roofing system on your business. If it is time to check on your roof, call the Chicagoland Roofing Council, Chicago's roofing professionals. Serving Chicagoland, Northern Illinois, and Southern Wisconsin. You can learn more at chicagoroofing.org.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. You know I love to win, and that's why I love Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. This place is a total package. A gaming floor with your favorite slots and table games, luxurious hotel rooms, and incredible restaurants. My go-to is a Copper Rock Steakhouse. Everyone is treated first class. Whether you want a weekend of gaming and entertainment or nonstop sports at the Sportsbook Bar, there's something for everyone to enjoy. Head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend, your entertainment escape.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-834-7766. 800-834-7766. 800-834-7766.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay a game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
The Heat and Frost Insulators Local 17 and the Illinois Regional Insulation Contractors want to say thank you to the general contractors, construction managers, architects, and engineers who've recognized the value of mechanical insulation for their commercial, industrial, and manufacturing projects. While there's an upfront cost for mechanical insulation, they've found it will pay for itself with energy savings in little as 6 to 12 months. For a list of Illinois Regional Insulation Contractors, visit local17insulators.com.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
It's time to make some money with Joe Fortenbaugh with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Oh, we are not worthy. He is the great man. He is just going from strength to strength. He's Joe Fortenbaugh, and he now joins us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Joseph, how are you, sir?
Gentlemen, I'm well. It's amazing how close we are to Thanksgiving. I'm just watching my life bleed out in front of me as we make our way through the calendar. But Things are good. I was trying to think of the last time we got to this point in the year and we had so many meaningful conversations about the Bears.
Mhm.
I mean, the game you have this weekend with how Philadelphia can help you out
Yes.
on Sunday night, with how the Packers could stumble and break their face again if famous Jameis shows us the high variance nature of his quarterback play. You guys are in a really, really nice position, but you got to handle business here this week. Tough spot on the road.
Well, let's start with that, Joe. By the way, you look splendid this morning. Saw your segment. Also, you can help explain as you pick the NFL slate why you think the Bears are lucky, as you said.
Damn. I was hoping you guys didn't see that. I talked to the producers. I said, look, the segment on Chicago has to be done at any time after 9 a.m. Eastern. Like, it's got to be done after that. Then I don't have to deal with the fallout and get called out for my public commentary. And if you listen carefully, it's not me saying it. I love Chicago. I made that very clear.
Yes.
I had a disclaimer knowing full well I was going to get called out. Here's the issue with the Bears and why you're seeing some of the sharp guys bet Minnesota. And this isn't going to surprise you guys at all. But if you look at how turnover dependent they have been in their wins, 6 victories, 19 takeaways in those 6 victories. Like, that's more than 3 takeaways per game for a win. But in the 3 losses, they only have 1 takeaway. Now, we know that turnovers are more predictive of wins and losses than any other stat. But you can't be that dependent on them, especially if the defense ranks bottom 5 in scoring. That's the concern. The presence of TJ Edwards at linebacker this weekend against an offense that wants to run, that is also a concern. So that is why I was trying to make a very astute point using the words of people far more disrespectful than myself as I tried to class it up a little bit in the fancy blue suit.
You did. You did just that, Joe.
You always do. So what do you like this weekend, Joseph? Where are we going?
So in the NFL, we're going to work our way through what is a very ugly card. We like Carolina plus 3.5 over Atlanta. Horrible spot for the Falcons. You're coming back from Berlin. That was an overtime game. Now you got to turn around for a divisional opponent. Your run defense is abysmal. Your offense is bottom 10 in the NFL in terms of EPA. Carolina is a team you bet as a dog, not as a favorite, as people learned last week. We like the Panthers. We like Seattle plus the 3.5 over the Rams. Now I'm going against the line move here. Rams opened 2.5. Money came in on LA, pushed it to 3.5. I see it as a 50-50 game, so give me the 3.5 points. Mike McDonald, head coach of Seattle, since he took over last year, 11-1 on the road, 8-3-1 against the spread on the road, covering the point spread by an average of 7 points per game. I like their defense. I wonder if the Ram defense is as good as some of the metrics indicate. We're taking Seattle. Kansas City and Denver, under 44.5 points. This has rock fight written all over it. Kansas City's got the bye. Andy Reid's always been very good off the bye. Bo Nix and that offense have really regressed. So I don't see them doing a whole lot offensively, but defensively they should be able to limit, not stop, but limit what Kansas City wants to do. We go under 44.5. Same thing Sunday Night Football, Eagles-Lions under 46.5. Vic Fangio's got himself some new weapons. He's going against Jared Goff, who's going to be outdoors, banged up O-line, hostile environment, pressure in his face. That's not a good thing, as we saw in that matchup against Minnesota a few weeks ago. So we like Carolina. We like Seattle. We like the under in the Chiefs game, the under in the Lions game. I'd also put a couple bucks on Tampa Bay over Buffalo. I want the 5.5 there. I think Tampa's going to be able to run on these guys and keep it close. I'll give you another alert here. Be careful if you're going to lay the points with the Ravens. Weather concerns in Ohio, total dipping. It's in the mid-30s. It's going to be tough to cover that number when you're, it's a monster number and there's not a lot of room for scoring. Cleveland's defense at home, way better than on the road. So just something to keep in mind, gentlemen.
Joe, do you have any opinion on Northwestern Michigan? Michigan comes to Chicago to play at Wrigley Field.
And Notre Dame Pitt.
And Notre Dame Pitt are the two we're caring about.
Not much on the Michigan game because Ohio State's right around the corner, and I always wonder where the focus is in some of those situations. So Northwestern could find themselves in an advantageous situation if Michigan's caught looking too far ahead. I like Notre Dame here. It's not so much because of the Narduzzi comments about how this game doesn't matter. I just think Notre Dame's going to be able to run it down their throat. Now, there's some guys I respect that really like Pitt. They think Pitt is good in these spots. They're going to take all those points. They make the point spread 9.5. So if you're going to give them 12, 12.5, they're going to jump on it. But I still think Notre Dame's playing for style points here. They're in the playoff as of right now, so things are looking good, but they're not playing anybody the rest of the way outside of this game. So you want to put it on everybody and leave no doubt in the eyes of the committee. Elsewhere in college football, I would take the points with Oklahoma against Alabama. Off the bye week, they're good at running the football. Alabama, third worst in the SEC in opponent yards per rushing attempt. So I think this is a tight one. Texas and Georgia, Texas in the first half, plus the 3.5 points. Longhorns also off the bye week. I think Steve Sarkisian's going to have some new wrinkles for that offense. And on top of that, Georgia has been a slow starter this year. So what you want to do is bet against them in the first half. And then if Texas is leading or it's really close, bet on Georgia in the second half because that's where they excel. That's the way to play that game. We're really going to thread the needle. And then if we're going to do the old wink special here, Wyoming plus 3.5 over Fresno. That's a tip from some friends who know what they're doing.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Joseph. You're the man.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Joe.
it.
We're lucky to have you.
Yeah, we're blessed.
Yes, and listen closely, Chicago. Joe Fortenbaugh loves you. He says it every week. He's been saying it for 15 years. The guy you heard on TV today was just relaying information from other people who are far more disrespectful. I love the beef when I come to town. I love the deep dish pizza. Joe Fortenbaugh, a friend of Chicago first and foremost.
Always a friend of this program. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Go Bears!
This segment with Joe Fortenbaugh brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the games. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Every great coach knows the value of a halftime adjustment. If the first half didn't go according to plan, you regroup, you reassess, you come out stronger. It's the same thing with your retirement strategy. Even if you already have an advisor, Trajan Wealth offers a complimentary second opinion, helping you evaluate if your current plan is really putting enough points on the board. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors create custom portfolios designed around your goals, your risk tolerance, and your timeline. And as a family-owned, veteran-led firm, they pride themselves on putting clients first, always. Call Trajan Wealth today at 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Again, that's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. Make your halftime adjustment now, before the final whistle blows. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
From 69-cent Hass avocados, 2-pound Cuties clementines for 99 cents, and California green or black seedless grapes at $1.99 a pound. You can dig up all kinds of digital produce finds through Jewel Osco for you. Check app for more details.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs, and FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited-time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. That's NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday right here in town from 5 to 6:30. That's 6 to 7:30 Eastern Time. Check it out. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. There's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Chicago Verizon store, and they will give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-verizon/.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. Week 11 of the NFL is underway. We had a hat trick last night. Travion Henderson rushed for 2 scores and caught another, and the Patriots won their 8th in a row, this time 27-14 over the Jets. Jets, and Justin Fields. Bears portion of Week 11 is in Minneapolis. Noon kick on Fox against the Vikings. Vikings right now minus 2.5, total 48.5. Tyreek Stevenson and DeAndre Swift back to full participants in practice. J.J. McCarthy, a full go for the Vikings. The Blackhawks, 8-5-4, drop the puck over on the west side against the Maple Leafs Saturday at 6. The Bulls tip off against the Jazz Sunday. Pregame on The Score, 6:45. The Hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
It might have been a sixth sense. You know, when there's somebody coming from his blind side and he just kind of gets out at the last minute. What do you attribute his ability to kind of get out of those situations? Is that somebody who's played a lot of football, somebody who knows where the pressure's coming? Yeah. Or are you kind of just born with it, or you're not?
That's an area that, you know, he's a lead in as far as feeling the rush and being able to evade. And you can see it all the way back to his college film and things like that. You know, I think some of that can be coached and some of that can be worked, and other elements of that are you have it or you don't. And he certainly does a good job of it.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You know what that is,
That
Mully?
is Declan Doyle.
That's Declan Doyle, though. You know what he's talking about.
He's talking about Caleb Williams.
Ice, baby.
Yes, he is.
The Iceman.
I know. I don't know if I've heard that song enough in my life.
I don't think you have.
Okay.
Let's collaborate and listen.
Yeah, stop collaborating.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't think it's necessary.
All right.
But I like...
You got to like the nickname of all the nicknames out there.
I like hearing from Declan Doyle.
Yeah,
I'll say it again. I think he's good every week, and you get information that they're talking about privately.
You like the way that he expands on some things that Ben Johnson alludes to.
And he does a great job of doing that.
I've been impressed with him, more so than like the first time out. He maybe was a little bit tight going way back when they hired him.
He was like, well, you'd have to ask the coach. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think he'd been
But
in
he's
a
been
meeting
really,
yet.
I think, a
think
breath
he's
of
been
fresh
great.
air. I didn't
like
expect him to be as entertaining on a weekly basis as he has been.
He's great on a weekly basis. So is Dennis Allen. And I think what is really exciting right now about the Bears is that the topic of conversation, I would argue it's around the NFL. We heard Max Crosby yesterday, who one texter says he's desperate to get to Chicago. Can't you hear it in his voice?
I'd love that.
That would be great for everyone. But I do think that Caleb was once this figure of controversy. Is he good enough? That conversation seems to be shifting to, wow, look how good he is at the end of games. Look how good he is in these situations. And the fact that while you don't want the Bears to have to wait until the end of the game, and again, Declan Doyle said it, I think a week ago, you'd like that to happen throughout the game, the great plays at the end.
Sure.
I think it's fun to hear both guys.
Both coordinators.
And Dennis Allen was asked about Caleb Williams yesterday, and he said some good stuff.
You've been studying quarterbacks your whole 25 years in the league. What do you think when you see Caleb Williams get out of some of those incredible predicaments that it looks like he's dead to rights, and all of a sudden he finds a way to get out?
Well, what, am I on the Bears sideline rooting for him, or am I trying to defend him? Because if I'm trying to defend him, I'm like, damn.
No, in your just in your opinion, watching him, like, what do you think of him?
Look, I think he's grown tremendously from where he was, in the spring and in training camp. Where he's at now, I think you see in the field, much better. And he's always had that athleticism. He's always had that ability to get himself out of trouble. And so, when you see that happen, first thing I'm thinking is I'm glad he's on our side. Because it's a pain when you see guys that can create with their feet. It's just it creates a lot of problems for the defense. In terms of how you want to rush them. If you want to play. Do you want to play man coverage in the back end? Well, okay, if you play man coverage in the back end and he escapes, there's a lot of backs turned to him. You want to rush 4 and play zone coverage behind it. Well, they got 5 and 6 people blocking versus 4, creates escape lanes for the quarterback. So I think the mobile quarterback is a huge challenge defensively.
I love that because the mobile quarterback's always been a huge a problem defensively. Certainly it was when the Bears, last time we saw them good, last time they were a Super Bowl team, they had a great defense, and they only struggled against really mobile quarterbacks, as everybody does.
Everybody does, because if you're a mobile quarterback in the NFL, that means that you have the arm talent to be an NFL quarterback.
Yes.
And if you're able to have escapability, it puts you in a category that is, the more the exception than the rule, because you don't have quarterbacks that are necessarily you can't always count on that. I think Caleb Williams developing that this year and being intelligent about when he decides to run, to me, makes him more dangerous, and to me it makes that offense even just more well-rounded, because you can't really put him in a box per se. And it leads us perfectly into what I think is like the biggest. We look at all the numbers, we watch all the games, and we break down all the tape. The biggest difference in Caleb Williams this year from last year, I think statistically, last year he was sacked 68 times. We know that.
It's ridiculous.
This year, 14 through 9 games.
Yes.
There's only 2 teams in the NFL who have been sacked fewer than the Bears at 14. And I think it's the Broncos and the Seahawks. When you are able to eliminate those plays from your offensive drives, it's a huge game changer. And it's not only changed the course of individual games, but it's redirected his season. He's not going down. He's not taking sacks. And the chains are moving. And he's making good decisions, partly because he trusts his legs, but also just because he's protected better by an offensive line that's having a pretty good year.
Yeah, and I think the offensive line, when you watch the way they have played, their kind of combination blocking has really opened up the running game, and they've really done a hell of a job with that. But when he gets out, look at some of those guys that are out in front of him. And it's not always just offensive linemen. A lot of it is watching the tight end. A lot of it is some of the receivers down the field. There is this, and this again is a culture issue where you know, the whole, you don't get the, you know, if you don't block, you don't get the rock. You know, that kind of mentality, you're seeing it all over the field. And there are guys that are rallying to pick up a block, do the job to get the guy free. And man, is he is just so elusive. And you know how I feel about it. I love when he can get out and get down and he doesn't get kneed in the head.
You love it when he runs but doesn't get hit or hurt.
That's it.
I think everybody wants to agree with that, but I think that's the inherent risk.
That's the fine line.
And that is the fine line that you have to walk. I think what you're also pointing out is an excellent observation about when we see the running game working from Caleb's perspective. Cole Kmet had the block that created the touchdown.
That's great.
DJ Moore has also been very active down the field. Roma Dunze is not afraid to throw his nose in the middle of things.
They talked yesterday about Luther Burden being willing to do that.
Right.
Let me tell you something. His playing time, his time as a featured guy could happen in this game.
It could.
Last week, get some plays for him going.
Zacchaeus had 39 snaps. I think Burden had 33. If they start to gradually change those roles and have him emerge more as a weapon, that's the way it should be, Mully, given where he was drafted. You'd also like to see Colston Loveland, again, continue to be targeted as often as he had the last 2 weeks. But back to the point. Luther Burden is just doing what he sees the players ahead of him doing on the depth chart. That's why it's important that when the top guys say DJ Moore, the leader of that group in terms of veteran experience.
Is out there doing what they tell him to do. They're telling them, you've got to block.
You got a $25 million player who's not afraid to stick there and stalk block a cornerback and stick his nose in the middle of everything. That's a great example. And that's a great leader because DJ Moore has not had the numbers offensively. But again, we go back to talk about Justin Jefferson and A.J. Brown.
Yep.
There's no diva in DJ Moore.
I think, no, he's a great, solid player. I just works his rear end off, and it doesn't seem like there's a massive ego there at all. I think that what's great about Burden is that he understands that it's not just catching 16 of 18 passes that is going to get him more opportunity. It's also blocking down the field. And whether that is following the lead of guys he's playing behind or that's simply listening to the coaches who have been preaching that.
They've been consistent.
I think also when you hear Dennis Allen talking, he was there when they started putting in their scheme. He was there as the offense was struggling like mad early in the season and the defense seemed so dominant.
Yeah, and you remember he was there also hearing Ben Johnson, I'm sure, echo it more inside the building than outside, but he said, this week we're going to look at practice to see who we're going to throw the ball to. He was challenging his receivers to step it up a notch and to raise the level of play, and he wasn't necessarily talking about their receiving ability or their hands. He was talking about their blocking. So this week, now that we've got them to block, Mully,
yes,
can they please hold on to the football? Because 6 drops last week is maybe an anomaly, but it's still something you can't have.
But again, they're going into a dome. There is no excuse for drops. There's no weather involved.
Gloves in a dome or not?
It's perfect. No, you don't need
gloves. Gloves or no gloves?
You could do. I mean, listen.
You're going to see receivers with gloves.
Catch the ball. I got no problem if you're wearing a glove. Whatever you're going to do, but catch the ball. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
And that shouldn't be. If we come out of that game and the talk is, well, they can't catch, now you got a major issue and a major problem, and you're going to have to address it. And
Well, you
I
don't
think
want it to become
it hasn't been
a
to this
weekly
point.
thing, and it
I
hasn't been.
agree.
Last week stood out because
It was one cold, horrible day, wet and cold, and you couldn't kick in that weather, and you couldn't apparently catch in that weather. And there's no using the weather as an excuse.
it wasn't that bad.
Although I did hear, did
Wasn't
you hear
that
the
bad.
special teams coordinator? We've talked about
Oh,
all
boy.
the coordinators. Your guy, Richard Hightower, the beloved one,
Yeah.
he used the term bear weather at one point. Said that
Okay.
even though it's the last time in the Dome, that's okay because we love bear weather. He said he believes it gives him an advantage.
All right. High tower, low bar. I'm not sure. I agree with that.
Wow. Yeah,
Special
I
teams
knew-
have to be better this week.
I knew that would
Can we agree on
frost
that?
you.
Thank you.
Yes, and again, we bragged about they only had 3 penalties. Well, they were called for a minimum of 6. 3 of them weren't accepted. I'm just saying, and 6 penalties, that's okay. Yeah, I think Caleb talked about you have to be very good against Brian Flores' defense, but you don't have to be perfect. You can
You
make
don't
a
have to
mistake.
be perfect, but you do want to be clean and
you
you do
gotta
want to
be clean.
be smart. And I want to get to this phone call, but the last thing about the Viking defense in this matchup against Caleb, who hasn't been taking sacks, and they've been protecting him, and he's using his intelligence to know when to run and when not to. This is a good test again, not because necessarily Brian Flores, Harrison Smith, 36 years old.
I know.
Still out there
Yeah.
making people make mistakes.
Kind of hoping he'd be gone by
I
now.
did too, because he's the kind of guy that can be sneaky good, and
He's excellent. He's a good
He
player.
he can maybe tempt a throw to be made that shouldn't be made, and he knows what he's doing back there. So he's fun to watch and able to appreciate him over the years.
Speaking of safety play, since you brought it up, who's going to be out there for the Chicago Bears?
I think
Jaquan Brisker?
Brisker
Question mark?
has the back issue. You wonder about
I hope
that.
it's a back issue.
Well, could they be masking a concussion by describing it as a back? That would cost them considerably in terms of credibility. Don't do that face. It's not funny.
I'm not. I'm doing the scream. I try to do the painting.
Okay. Well, that would not be good. I think
it's a silent scream.
Jaquan Brisker needs to be out there so he can back up his big talk about the day he made Justin Jefferson cry. Remember that? Do you remember that? That was just last week. He talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have that. Yeah, let's.
So you're talking about with you, Gardner Johnson, and you mentioned Tyreek Stevenson as well. Does that get in? Did you try to get into the heads of the other team? Is that really what it comes down to?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We're going to talk, and it does. I mean, especially the way I talk and the way other people talk. I mean, we get in people's head. Grown man over be really crying out there. Grown man with kids. Like, imagine that. Like, seriously. Yeah, so it's hilarious. I wish I was mic'd up every game.
Give us an example of a little trash talk.
My rookie year, you could ask Kendall Vittle. He was at corner, and I was talking a lot of trash to Justin Jefferson, and he was crying. In the second half, that's when he dropped, like, every ball. First half, he killed us, but second half, just pay attention to the game. You'll see. That's an example, though.
Oh, we don't need to play that, do we? Do we need to listen to somebody talking trash about a receiver?
I just want
that can
Jaquan Brisker to play
single-handedly-
football. When he plays football, he's a really good safety, and he really needs a guy to trust.
That weepy Justin Jefferson is a hell of a player.
Yes.
I'm just telling
he's one of the top 3 wide receivers in football. I would not give him any sort of ammunition that he just provided. And if you're Jaquan Brisker, just worry about making tackles and not getting beat deep.
That soft is church music weeper is probably capable of. I'm just saying.
And you can ask Kendall Vildor.
Kendall Vildor.
Yeah. Right.
Boy, yeah. How's he doing?
He's with the Lions, I believe.
He's somewhere. Boy,
Oh, no way. He might be with Tampa now.
I enjoy.
Bay, yeah.
He's been around.
Okay.
I enjoy Brisker.
Hard to get a read on his career.
I do, but I don't want to know about that. I don't want to hear that. Are we going to play that on the pregame
No,
show?
you are the pregame show. That's a tease.
No, I think
that's a tease.
Unfortunately, that's one of the cuts that I've circled to have ready.
You don't have to listen to it again.
How do you not play that, especially if there's some like Viking guy on?
Well,
Hey, listen to this.
If
What
you're
do you
going
think
to
of
play
this?
that on Sunday, all you're going to get, not all you're going to get, but part of the commentary will include Olin talking about players who chirp too much. My sense is.
I don't know, man. I mean, does that sniffing little weaselly wide receiver scare you?
Why are you referring to him that way?
He broke down crying, apparently. First of all, what is wrong with a man breaking down crying?
Nothing.
That's not
the point. The point is, I think Jaquan Brisker misremembers.
I remember him having
Justin
monster
Jefferson
games.
was pretty good that day.
Yeah.
If I think the numbers bear that out.
But if someone says something mean to him, I don't know.
And
if
yes,
he can get it
Texter,
done.
we know it was a couple weeks ago, and it has context this week because they're actually playing the guy.
Don't replay that ever again.
Ever.
Till Sunday.
Ever again. Until Sunday on the pregame show when Mully changes his prediction. You know that's coming. Two things are going to happen Sunday on the pregame show. Justin Jefferson audio will be played, and Mully will change his prediction.
How often do I change my prediction? Not very often. I usually stay with my prediction, but that's usually when I have like a strong conviction about it. If I feel like it could leave me, I leave it first. We're going to talk to the Northwestern head coach, David Braun, next. We're going to find out what little secret they've got for Michigan. Michigan seems like a dream to me now. It'll seem like a nightmare to them. Oh, I better be careful.
Tomorrow at Wrigley Field.
I'll be careful. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Did you know you can take the Score's Mully and Haugh with you to start your day on the Odyssey app?
I think it's a really good question.
Well, you can. After all, they are the #1 sports radio show in the morning.
David Haugh would like to recognize that I pointed that out.
Start your day with Mully and Haugh on the Odyssey app.
You get out.
Whether you're catching us live or on the Rewind feature, use the Odyssey app to take Mully and Haugh with you everywhere.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, if your commercial business needs a new roof or has persistent leaks, call a Chicagoland Roofing Council roofing and waterproofing contractor whose service technicians all complete a 5-year apprenticeship training program. Learn more about keeping your business dry at chicagoroofing.org.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
This November, score your share of $300K in prizes with Autumn Action at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Newly crowned 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion Kyle Larson told me that like quarterbacks, drivers protect their strategy by speaking in code. When Larson's crew chief radioed him to go get some money, the word money was their code for 2 new tires in a pit stop. So set your DVRs. You don't want to miss any of Kyle's fascinating insights this weekend on Game Time. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Congress had approved $60 billion for their swift IRS deployment. Now this army of IRS agents are seeking out their quarry, you.
This is the IRS! Come out with your money!
Scary commercial, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's reality. With the IRS's $60 billion increase in their budget and hiring 87,000 new employees, they're now sending notices to taxpayers' homes. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they levied your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We're a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Give us a call now at 630-415-5296. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
I'm really high on David Braun. I think he's done a good job with that program. I like their running game, their offensive line. I just think Michigan is on a collision course with Ohio State for a big-time matchup there to close out November.
Meow.
What the hell?
Cats.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We are delighted to welcome in David Braun. You just heard our guest yesterday, Jake Butt, talking about the great job that he's doing. And the Wildcats will play Michigan in Wrigley Field tomorrow. David Braun joins us now on the Score hotline, the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Coach, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Doing well. Thanks for having me on.
We love talking to you, and Jake Butt is right. You've had a great year. You guys have really exceeded expectations to this point, and I'm sure that this is another game that the Wildcats will be fired up for.
Yeah, no, we're excited. Excited to get back to our winning ways. Excited to be playing at Wrigley. Really talked with our guys this week about, we've had the opportunity to play down there 2023 twice last year, and we have to view this as a home game. Got to turn it into a home field advantage and a great opportunity to play against a great Michigan team that's playing really well right now, really talented quarterback, great running game, really good defense. It'll be an awesome challenge for us, but something that this group is excited for.
So, Coach, what's the key for Northwestern pulling out a victory at Wrigley? Because you mentioned Bryce Underwood, the young quarterback. He can be explosive. He's got to be contained. They also run the ball really well, like you would expect the Michigan team to do. And defensively, up front, they can harass your quarterback if you don't protect him. What's the key to victory tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't mean to oversimplify it, Haugh, but at the end of the day, our formula is winning the rushing battle, winning the turnover battle. If we do those two things, we're going to position ourselves for success. It will not be an easy task against this group, and then we got to do a great job, against Bryce Underwood of, really understanding, our leverage in pass rush, and he can make all the throws from the pocket, but he becomes really dangerous when things break down when he takes off with his feet. Got to do a great job of understanding how we're rushing him, keeping him in the pocket, and when he does escape, doing a good job of knocking him down before he can pick up a first down.
We just heard the cut coming in, how well the offensive line is playing, and we never talk about offensive lines. It was fun to hear that, just to have someone say that. Certainly, when your running game is attacking, it is obviously a fun thing to watch with Caleb there. What is it that what improvement has the offensive line made?
We've just done a great job of building depth in that room. Mm-hmm. There's been a lot of competition in that room throughout spring ball, fall camp, and even into the season where guys are pushing one another. Bill O'Boyle and Ryan Olsen have done an exceptional job with that group. And the thing that's been really fun to see is the confidence that our backs are running with behind that group. I mean, they trust their O-line, they trust their tight ends. Our wide receivers are doing a great job on the perimeter. And there's a certain level of confidence with Caleb and Joe Hyman and the rest of our backs when they're running behind that group that, 3 yards in the first quarter are going to turn into 10-yard gains as we start to wear our opponent out, and there's going to be explosive opportunities as we continue to stay committed to it. Really proud of the way that group has progressed, and we're going to need to continue to lean on that group here through the home stretch.
We're talking with Northwestern coach David Braun before the game on Saturday at Wrigley Field against Michigan here on The Score. So I want to commend you for the way you handled last weekend at USC when they pulled a fake punt by putting a backup quarterback in a jersey that was the same as the punter. And I know this may happen a lot, but you handled it pretty well, David. I just wondered, does this happen more often than we think? And how difficult was that to get past in the course of a game that was disappointing?
Yeah, there's two things here. Ultimately things are happening to you or they're happening for you. It's perspective. And ultimately the way I viewed it and the staff viewed it is that this was an opportunity for us to learn and grow, evaluate all the pieces of our process pregame. As I collected information postgame and even into Saturday, there's things that we can do. I'm turning over every single stone to make sure that something like this never happens again. And ultimately, the other piece of this is stuff like this does happen too much right now in college football. And as a coaching community, I firmly believe that we need to do a better job of protecting the integrity of the game. And some of this stuff, whether it be through rule changes, not having duplicate numbers, however we handle it, we can't. The officials already have a difficult enough job. We don't need to be asking them to, decipher through, which number 80 is on the field right now. But great learning opportunity for me, us as a staff, and we've completely reevaluated how we're going to go through our pregame roster evaluation.
Your program has beaten Michigan before. They're a very difficult team. We know they still have hopes of CFP being able to get into the tournament, etc. We talked to Jake Putt, as you heard earlier in the week, and he was talking a little bit about expansion of the CFP. Are you for that? Do you care about that? It's obviously not on the radar this year, but I guess they'll have to let ESPN know by December 1st how many teams will be involved moving forward. The number's at 12 now. Would you like to see a significant expansion of that, or do you think that things are okay as they are?
You know, I think the recent expansion has been great. It's been great for college football. There's so many meaningful games being played in the month of November now with the expansion. Some really good football teams that may slip up once or even twice that still have a chance to compete for the postseason. You look at Ohio State last year with 2 regular season losses, but clearly a great football team that goes on to win a national championship. And ultimately, being a guy that coached a lot of my career at the FCS level, I see the value in an expanded playoff, and the opportunity to be playing your best football in November and December being something you prioritize. You see it in the NFL frequently. There's more meaningful games later in the season. I'm a huge advocate for continued expansion.
So you're going to be playing at Wrigley Field, and I know you've done it before, but it has to be a unique experience. It has to be one that you savor. I know you were a kid growing up in Wisconsin as a Cub fan, so that's probably pretty cool for you. Your favorite player was a Northwestern guy, Joe Girardi, from what I'm told. So what is this experience like for you, and how will you prepare your team for it based on the previous games that you have played there?
Yeah, no, it is incredible. I mean, I remember vividly being my boy's age, and I got myself a blue catcher's mask so that I could be like Joe Girardi in the backyard, So having an opportunity to play at Wrigley is, an incredible opportunity. Being on the lakefront here early in the year and now at Wrigley for our last 2 home games, really unique opportunities for our guys as we prepare to be in the best college football stadium in the country next year. But ultimately, my message to the team is, guys, we've played at Wrigley before. We know what it looks like. We know what it feels like. We've done a great job. We're 4-1 at home this year. That trend needs to continue as we transition our home games down to Wrigley.
It's kind of wild because you think about, the temporary football field and the way it's going to start, I guess, around the on-deck circle. You guys are going to be in the home dugout. I mean, it's kind of a wild setup. And you always wonder whenever, we go to a game at Wrigley, how's the wind playing? Is the ball going out or is the wind coming in? Do you have any clue as to how impactful the wind could be? It's apparently going to be a nice enough day. It looks, considering how the week started, it looks like it could be a real beautiful day tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's a perfect day for football tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we've really lucked out the last couple of years with the weather in November, considering we saw some of those Big Ten games, last weekend. But we'll have a great day for football. And the wind certainly can be a factor. It's something that we'll be tracking on pregame. But our last couple outings down at Wrigley, between just the way that the wind, the direction the wind was coming out of and the big scoreboard out in right field, the wind did not factor into the game as much as we may have anticipated. We'll track on it tomorrow, and ultimately, we all know what the impact that the wind can have on baseball games out there, and at some point, it'll certainly have a factor on the football games as well.
To turn things around, starting tomorrow, how much responsibility falls at the feet of your quarterback, Preston Stone, and how capable is he of running this offense and doing what's necessary to pull out a victory over Michigan?
Ultimately, Preston's a winner. He's a competitor. The thing that, Preston's had to work on is his competitive spirit. He can also get himself in trouble when he tries to do too much, and when he's just playing in the game flow, taking what defenses are giving him and not forcing things, he's a flat-out winner. And ultimately, I thought Preston played winning football out at USC. There were some momentum-killing opportunities in the first half. We didn't play well enough on defense, but if Preston can carry that performance out at USC into Michigan and continue to trend in that direction, I have full faith in Preston Stone being a guy that can lead us to victory on Saturday.
We've talked to you already about Cam Porter going down earlier in the year and Caleb stepping up and really putting together his best games of late. How has he changed, young as he is, going to from a contributor to kind of the featured guy?
It's been really fun to see the progression just week by week, Mully. And a huge credit to Caleb, and also a huge credit to Cam Porter. I mean, Cam Porter continues to have such an impact on this football team. The way that he leads, the way that he serves this team, he's never hanging his head. He's coaching guys up. He's pouring into them. He's lifting them up. And Caleb has really stepped into this role as our primary back, and the consistency that he's shown, the physicality, his ability to pop explosive runs. That young man's future is incredibly bright. I'm excited to see it really continue to take off these last 3 games of the regular season and into the postseason. And a huge credit to him and Cam Porter's leadership.
David, hope you make the most of the experience. Enjoy every minute. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
That is David Braun doing a great job at Northwestern. Go Cats, as Dustin likes to say.
Good matchup tomorrow. Tough one because Michigan does enter with, as you say, still designs on a great season. They are going to treat this as a must-win victory. Northwestern, coming off 2 straight losses, has to have the same urgency. So it's a great venue. 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, going to be a lot of fun for college football fans.
Do you feel like, in a weird way, Michigan, I think, has is it Maryland next, and then they have Ohio State? Is there a sense of them looking forward, and that's going to
could be
something
you hope so,
yeah,
and you hope from a Northwestern perspective that their young quarterback is maybe doing what you just said, looking ahead, maybe taking it lightly. Oh boy, we're in a baseball field. Why? And then he all of a sudden maybe loses focus. He's a tremendous athlete, Bryce Underwood, but he is erratic.
Well, he's a rookie.
And inconsistent. He's a freshman.
So he's better at home than he is on the road. And you're right about the Wrigley Field thing.
You just don't know.
But he's also capable of, running for 100 yards, of throwing for
in a baseball
multiple touchdowns.
Analogy.
I'm just saying.
Because of where they are. He is home run or strikeout.
Yes.
He could really hit the long ball, and you're going to regret having pitched to him. Yeah. But he also could swing and miss wildly at 3 out of the zone fastballs, and you could end up winning this game against a team that probably is better than you in the trenches, but Northwestern still has a shot.
I think what you're saying is throw some junk at the guy.
Yes, throw some junk. Throw some junk.
It should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that game for sure.
I like David Braun. I like the way that he
great guy.
Coaches his team and handles his players.
All right, we got Mike Palm next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
Caleb Williams brought up something very interesting.
Is making it sound like he's almost going too fast.
He throws a fastball. Perhaps speed is an issue for him. And we see that when it comes to the velocity at which he throws a lot of the balls. If that's the case, then the timing is still off.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago, Thanksgiving is coming fast. Make it easy, make it delicious with Wild Fork. I'm telling you, Wild Fork Foods, that's the place to be. How many times have you driven by one? Make sure you stop. Make sure you check it out. You won't believe it. From whole turkeys to tender breasts, duck, lamb, ham, beef roast. They've got every centerpiece. They got every side covered. Shop in store, or you can have it delivered right to your door. You can enjoy turkey starting at $1.28 a pound. Smoked spiral sliced ham at $3.28 a pound. Or boneless lamb leg roast at $4.98 a pound. So much more. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
This segment of the show is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. When I need a perfect getaway, I hit the Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. My wife and I love the first-class treatment they give you. The staff, from the valet to the dealers, are absolutely incredible. The hotel rooms are first class, the live entertainment is next level, and the food is out of this world. Whether you're playing your favorite table games or just watching the games at the sportsbook bar, it's always a guaranteed win. Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment and sports escape. Tell them Coach Wanstead sent you.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Hey Chicago fans, Patrick Manley here. It's time to kick off your deck project with TimberTech, a real decking all-star. TimberTech is the #1 brand in premium decking. It delivers real wood looks without the hassle of costly maintenance, and it will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. Plus, with industry-leading warranties, you know your deck will perform at the top of its game season after season. Discover why TimberTech is Chicago's MVP of decking and railing. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Illinois State University trained me for the real world. Hey, it's Mark Grody. I had so many great experiences at ISU and received a top-notch education. Graduates earn $15,000 more than the average within a few years of graduation of more than 200,000 graduates all over the world. The Wall Street Journal ranks us 57th nationally for social mobility, an indication of the power of an Illinois State degree in improving the lives of students and families. Visit illinoisstate.edu and start planning your visit today.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, proudly presents the star of our show,
Mike Palm, Vice President of Operations of Circa, the D and Golden Gate.
Vegas! Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Twitter at Mike Palm Circa.
Why don't I take you somewhere that you've never been?
Where's that?
Vegas?
Let's head to Vegas with Mike Paul, sponsored by Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Mike Palm, our friend in the desert. Everyone needs one, and he joins us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Doing great. How are you?
We're all fired up. You know, we got Northwestern playing Michigan at Wrigley Field. I think that kicks off in unison with Notre Dame, Pittsburgh. There's a bet going on here where David and I will wind up with free coffee no matter who wins. Like, life is really bright and sunny, Mike.
Is there anybody dumber than Pat Narduzzi? Every year I just wait for this guy to say something stupid. I don't know why he would want to focus Notre Dame and put a target on his back, talking about they shouldn't be allowed to not be in a conference. They shouldn't play an ACC schedule. They shouldn't be in the playoff consideration. Out of principle, I had to lay the 12.5.
Wow. How about Michigan Northwestern? You got a thought there?
But the key handicap of the game is, will Northwestern know the uniform numbers of all the backup quarterbacks and punters? And if they can do that, I think they have a shot.
Boy, you know, that frosted me when I saw that USC trick. They brought the backup quarterback out with the punter number on. That is just, I don't know. I mean, how Bush League? Like, how desperate are you? I understand there's a difference between sportsmanship and gamesmanship.
It was lame.
I just thought it was weak.
Yeah, it was lame.
The Big Ten was very weak on it. Lincoln Riley should get fined at least $500,000. 2 weeks earlier, they changed Damon Heward's son's number to match the punter. And, you know, by the letter of the law, there's no penalty on that play. But then Sam Heward has to be the punter. Every time somebody lines up more than 10 yards behind the center in punt formation, he has to be the punter the rest of the game. They should have been penalized 15 yards every time they went out to punt, or essentially not been allowed to punt. It's absolutely Bush League. And the shame of it is, if USC wins out, they're probably in the playoffs.
Mike, what are you expecting from Bears-Vikings on Sunday in Minnesota?
I don't know. I grabbed 3.5 with the Bears when we opened this number, and now it's down to 2.5. So we've seen steady Bears money coming in. McCarthy's just so darn inconsistent. He looks good on one drive, and he looks like a high school quarterback on the next. They had 8 false starts at home last week.
Wow.
You can see Jefferson's getting frustrated. You know, he's used to playing with a quarterback that can put the ball right on his hands. The Bears, I don't know, they have no quit in them. That's the thing that I like. They're not deterred by facing adversity. You give up a 14-point lead in Cincinnati, you come back, and when you're down 10 in terrible weather last week, you come back. I mean, we could be talking next Friday, and the Bears would be first place in the NFC North if they can win, and the Eagles beat the Lions.
Isn't that hilarious? I mean, that is just, I can't help when I hear something like that, I can't help but just kind of laugh at it because of the expectation level and the whole bit. That Ben Johnson has done a hell of a job, man.
Yeah, they still have to be able to stop the run, right? If they're gonna win in the playoffs in bad weather, they still have to. If they can round this defense into a spot where they can be more competitive against the run, I mean, I don't think there's any juggernauts. I think all the teams in the NFC have some warts. So it's nice that we're still talking playoffs and their path and all that at this point in the year.
Out there in Vegas, did Cal Raleigh get robbed of the AL MVP?
I said when Raleigh moved to favoritism in the last few weeks of the year, I said you still have to bet Judge because Judge led every single category in the American League except home runs. Who got robbed is Cade Horton. To me, that was highway robbery. Not only was I shocked that Baldwin won the award, I was shocked by the margin. And here's the bottom line, guys. All these voters, these baseball writers care about is one stat anymore. It's WAR. If one guy's WAR is higher than the other guy's WAR, that's what they vote for. It's a very lazy narrative. I complain about 850 Heisman voters, and they're not many of them are watching every game on a Saturday, and they just look at highlights. This kind of voting is even worse.
Mike, is there any number that jumps out at you as a really good value
in terms of this weekend?
Yes, for our listeners.
I think that the Rams. I know the Seahawks have played really well on the road. If you can find the Rams at 2.5 and they're out there in the market, I like the Rams a lot in this game. If you look at all the underlying statistics, they're just better per play offensively and defensively than the Seahawks. The other game is I think that this is a must-win for the Chiefs. I really don't want to lay 4 on the road, but I'm pretty confident the Chiefs are going to win this game in Denver. I mean, if they don't, the division's gone, and now all of a sudden they're in a battle just to make the playoffs. And Denver has done it with sort of smoke and mirrors. Bo Nix has not been good. They played awful last Thursday, but the Raiders weren't good enough to win the game. They were awful in London, but the Jets weren't good enough. I think Denver gets exposed by Kansas City.
You're the best, Mike. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Have fun this weekend.
Thank you, pal. That's a must. That's Mike Palm, the VP of Ops for the D, Mr. Circa. He does a wonderful job.
And now you can win 2 tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Bedford Park, Tuesday, December 2nd, hosted by Layla Rahimi with special guest Nashawn Wright, sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com, and brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Be the 6th caller to the Scores contest line at 312-540-0670, and you can win. Good luck.
All right, we're going to be right back talking Bears with KC Carlson next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Sometimes you have to send a monster to kill a monster, and Brian Flores is a maniac. So is Ben Johnson. And I'm sure that it's been sitting with him like, we lost that game?
Yeah.
But we were prepared for that game.
Right, but you know the stuff that, like Greg Olson pointed out, when you see that the blitz is coming, just attack that spot.
Yep.
Like, is Caleb ready to understand that and execute that kind of thing? I don't know.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh here for Window Nation. You want to keep your home comfortable year-round. You want your family protected. You also like an investment that can make you feel great for years. Now, during Window Nation's end-of-the-year sale, this November, you could save big on windows and do just that. You're going to save 50% off all window styles, plus you could get 0% financing for 5 full years.
And your total price even includes Window Nation's professional one-day installation. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills every month, and they're backed with the lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau.
That's real peace of mind when choosing the right company to upgrade your home. Prefer to hear what other customers have to say about Window Nation? Check out over 45,000 5-star customer reviews.
And don't wait. Window Nation's end-of-the-year sale is your chance to save big with 50% off all window styles plus 0% financing for 5 years. The sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com today and get started.
Just tell them Mully and Haugh sent you.
Wildfire Restaurants is celebrating 30 years. An iconic supper club serving a variety of food with something for everyone. Open for lunch, dinner, carry-out, private parties, and catering. 5 Chicago area locations. For reservations and to order online, visit wildfirerestaurant.com.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 5 to 6:30 Chicago time, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It is your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 5 to 6:30 Chicago time. Only on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/score and grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Week 11 kicked off, and we had a hat trick. Travion Henderson rushed for 2 scores. Had a catch from Drake May for another score. All Patriots over the Jets, 27-14. The Bears portion of Week 11 finds them in Minneapolis taking on the Vikings. Sunday, noon kick. You'll watch it on Fox. Vikings -2.5, total 48.5. Saturday night, 6 o'clock puck drop at the UC. Blackhawks hosting the Maple Leafs. 6:45 pregame Sunday. Bulls in Utah taking on the Jazz. The Hour, sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, affordable implants, life-changing smiles. And the segment with Cassie Carlson is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
Let's talk about you being home, because you mentioned it a couple times. Being out of the game for nearly 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think you would be in that situation of sitting at home wondering what the next move was going to be?
Hell no. Excuse my language, no. Because the stuff that you see, you can't really clear it up. You have to just like take it on the chin and do the therapy and really talk to the people that's in the building. So I think for me, it was like a dark moment. I didn't really know if I was like gonna be back on the field again. I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know like how it's perceived and people talk about me. It's like, they don't even know me. So that's why I felt that way.
I don't mean to be intrusive, but did you go to therapy? Is that something that got you through it?
I've been going to therapy for the past year and a half, well, 2 years now, since I lost the first Super Bowl with Eagles. Yeah.
Is that what instigated it?
Yeah, that's what triggered it.
Really?
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. That is the voice of Seedy, as David likes to call him, Chauncey Gardner Johnson. He prefers to be called CD, so you call him by the correct name.
Thank you.
And we are delighted to welcome in the woman with that interview. It is Cassie Carlson, all the great job she does at the fine folks at Fox 32 here in Chicago. And Cassie, I think that it was really interesting to hear that interview. I was surprised by how open he was about everything connected to his life. He hasn't really been that way, well, certainly not throughout his career, but even coming here to Chicago, he's been a little standoffish, but man, he's playing well.
Yeah, playing well. And honestly, I did not expect him to open up like he did the other day either. I was going into that interview excited to talk about the midseason edition and everything that he's brought to this defense over the 2 games that he's played in. And as soon as he started talking about being home and opening up about going to therapy, I was kind of shocked, because I think we all have a similar impression of who C.J. Gardner-Johnson is on the field and off the field. And the way he spoke, from my perspective, hearing him open up is that he cares more about being in the community now than the football. And I think the interesting revelation that he said that he learned from going to therapy and after losing that first Super Bowl with the Eagles is that he never took football seriously until he was at the pinnacle of his career and fell short of getting a ring. And so that put him in therapy, where he started talking about things and he started taking football more seriously. And he said it just used to be a job and something that the stats and wins would fulfill him. And he needed to dig a little bit deeper to find why he loved the game so much. And the reality is, I think for probably a lot of these players, but what CD said in particular is that football was just easy for him for his entire life, being probably the best football player at his high school, going to Florida, never won a national championship, never won a state championship, and then you think you might be winning a Super Bowl and you fall short, and it sort of led him to reflect on some things, and then to get back there 2 years later and then win it, he made it to the pinnacle finally.
Cassie, it was a great interview because you listened to him as he shared that detail that I don't think anybody talking to a new player for the first time in that setting would expect him to drop, and yet it helped us understand him a little bit better. The question also then comes, he obviously is a guy that has a lot that he brings to any organization. He's got a big personality. He certainly makes his presence felt on the field. In that locker room, knowing the players as well as you do, what do you think their curiosity level was? Did you think that they knew based on reputation of what he would bring on the field, so that kind of helped soften the blow or prepare them for how was he accepted internally?
Well, I think when he was signed, Kevin Byard spoke, and he said that he obviously knew of who he was and respected his game. And he said, I want to say his quote was, "I'm going to give him a clean slate now that he's in our locker room." And I think players were excited of what he could bring to the secondary, and albeit they needed help and they needed bodies because of the injuries to the secondary, and to then see the production match up with that, I think they're welcoming him. And I talked to Byard again, or we all did, in the locker room yesterday, and he basically talked about the production on the field. And I think that's what this team cares about right now. And even C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he said that he keeps saying, "Why not us?" And it's something that he said about this team when he came in originally, saying that he felt like this is a good defense before he got here, and he's just there to help. And he kind of reiterated that when I talked to him one-on-one this week, saying it used to be about the stats. Now it's about the coaches and the play calls and him just going out there and executing it and doing it for the team. And we've seen the way Dennis Allen has called upon him to blitz. 3 sacks in 2 games is quite impressive for a newcomer playing slot corner, and that's a career high for him. And the way Dennis Allen has been able to, one, have a relationship that dates back to 2019 when he was drafted to New Orleans, played 3 seasons there, I think that comes into play, especially for a player with a personality like Gardner-Johnson. I think having not only Dennis Allen vouch for him, but also Ben Johnson vouch for him, I think that speaks a lot of who they believe he can be on the field. And I also think it's just a different locker room for the Bears now than it was 3 years ago. It's similar as to why they couldn't draft a lot of the top-tier players because of personality things. And I think now with the leaders in the locker room, like Kevin Byard, like Grady Jarrett, they're able to sustain maybe a little bit bigger of a personality and hold them accountable. And I think we're seeing that. And it's tough. It's tough to say anything otherwise when he is making an impact so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, goodness gracious. I don't think on the bingo card I had 3 sacks in 2 games from the guy. You look at it, and Dennis Allen talked about really looking forward to coaching Kyler Gordon. It was one of these deals where he recognized the nickelback possibilities, and that guy can come off the edge and be so effective. And then when he goes down, to be able to find a guy that he, knew before, he actually, I believe, helped him become a nickelback, used him in that role for the first time. And then you get success, you bring him back here, and everybody was kind of like, oh, this guy's a trash talker. You remember the fights back in the day, and the guys taking swings at him like, yeah, what is this? And how is this going to interrupt the team? And then, Byard is kind of vouching for him, and he seems like a pretty good character guy, good hard-nosed football player. I have been amazed by the impact he's made, and it's so necessary with all the injuries at defensive end. They've got to kind of dial up pressure. And I loved reading Kevin Fishbain wrote a story about on Thursdays, everyone's looking forward to going in because they find out who's blitzing from where and how they're going to do it. It's a fun thing to have going on for the Bears defense at this point.
Well, and it's no different than Jaquan Brisker, who loves to hear when his number is called to blitz. It's like they all want to get in on this party, and I think you nailed it when you said they just aren't getting as much pressure. They're seeing more from Montez Sweat now, but from the defensive end, so they have to generate it some other way. And so I think it's a good problem to have for the Bears right now. They don't expect Kyler Gordon to be a long stint on IR. He's eligible to return after the Steelers game. They're now looking at Jaquan Brisker, who we're going to wait and see what his practice status is today to see if he'll be able to play on Sunday as he's dealing with a back injury. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson has played safety in nickel. And so could that be a potential move if Jaquan Brisker has to miss a couple of weeks as well? So I think the bodies that they have in the secondary, they just need more because you don't have your lockdown corner. You're dealing with Nashawn Wright, who's holding down the outside corner with Tyreek Stevenson. And the injuries have just started to pile up on all of the defense. And Dennis Allen has alluded to the fact that he's kind of lost track of who's available and who's not. And that's the nature of the NFL. So to find someone, I don't know that any midseason acquisition like that has ever worked for at least Ryan Poles coming in. To see that come to fruition and hopefully be able to be sustainable as you go through these second half of the season games where you're facing much higher competition, division games, tough places to play, and you're going to need your defense to step up big time because despite their record, there's been a lot of holes in the defense at times too.
We're talking with Cassie Carlson from Fox 32 here on The Score. Cassie, Mully and I were talking earlier about just how Declan Doyle every week is very expansive, very informative, and I feel like he's grown into that role a little bit easier, seems more comfortable and in command behind the mic. And you learn stuff, which is important. How would you describe the way that he started when he was hired and now where he is, and how every week you seem to get a little bit more of a glimpse inside of what's going on with the offense and especially Caleb Williams?
Yeah, I'll never forget his first Zoom press conference when he was announced as the offensive coordinator, and it was over Zoom, and you could feel the nervous energy through the screen. Now I feel like we see Declan Doyle stand up there at the podium, and he, similar to Ben Johnson, which I don't think that's by any coincidence, that they are very similar in the way that they detail what they're trying to teach, especially to Caleb Williams. And the way that he described, and it's been a continuous discussion over the season of, first it was Caleb Williams talking about on Wednesday, staying in the pocket just a tick longer to see if he can hit on some of those more explosive plays and find receivers down the field rather than evading the pressure, because we know this offensive line is playing significantly better than he's ever experienced. But the way Declan Doyle keeps describing it, I think, is still the insight into what they're trying to get Caleb Williams to do to take it to the next level. And it's been the same message of feet leading the eyes. And Caleb Williams said that he was going through his progressions really fast, almost too fast. And then for Declan Doyle to come in and explain that a little bit more, he said it's because his eyes are moving, but his feet aren't leading his eyes. So I think this is actually, if you go back to week one, really, it's been what they're trying to get Caleb Williams to do. since the start of his second season. And clearly it's still a work in progress. And while we're now seeing Caleb use his legs a little bit more, and we know that he can be electric with that, I think they still ideally in Ben Johnson's system want him to play in system and want him to be able to deliver those passes as the pocket is collapsing. So I think with Declan Doyle, he's very honest and just pretty straightforward about what they're working on a week-to-week basis to make sure that Caleb Williams is playing at an elite level in December. And he also alluded to the way they're trying to eliminate or kind of manage the outside noise that any young quarterback or quarterback in general is going to deal with, because Caleb Williams is getting a ton of praise right now after what he's doing in fourth quarter comebacks. But I think they know that it's a process-driven approach that they're trying to take week after week. And so they're trying to make sure that he stays on task and on schedule for what they're hoping to see on a week-to-week basis so that he can improve.
So we talked a little bit this week, Cassie, about the drops, right? And specifically the fact that the head coach called them an anomaly. He was asked about it again. It was right after the game. He was asked about it again, and he basically said that you address it, you don't harp on it, you don't keep talking. I loved his response to that, because here you are going into an indoor stadium, right? The last domed game for the Bears this season, and you would hope that the drops just clean up automatically because it's not cold, it's not rain, it should be the conditions good enough to catch the ball.
You sure hope so, because you don't want that to be a continual storyline, because then Ben Johnson is going to have to come up with some other thing than it just being an anomaly. I think it's one of those things. They did a lot of drills this week, and they always do with Antoine Randall L. They're going through these dummies, and he's throwing lasers at them essentially as they have to catch them. But I think with Ben Johnson, he always tries to portray a message of he wants to trust his players. And so by not calling them out or saying that it's a repeat habit, I think that's telling his players, like, I trust you to go out there and do your job, go show me and go do it. And I think that's a continual message that we've heard from him too, that he is trying to relay that message to his team as well. And I'm sure he stood up in front of the team meeting and said the same thing. One thing I do think it presents is an opportunity, and I think it would be the natural progression for Luther Burden to start getting more snaps and getting more targets. Right. I mean, this is a rookie. You drafted him in the second round. He's a high pick. And with the way that Olamide Zaccheaus had so many drops against the Giants, I love Luther Burden's approach and the way that he catches the ball, he turns his body, and he is ready to attack a defender. And I think that this is someone that is part of the future of your program. You want to make sure that he starts to have a more increased role. And I think as time has gone on, he's proven that he has the trust of the coaching staff. Declan Doyle talked about it yesterday again, saying that he has been in the building nonstop, working with Antoine Randall L. And he's also improved his blocking. And we know the no block, no rock. And so for him to improve on both things, I think shows that he has earned and deserves to get a bigger role in this offense. And we know he's the type of player that Ben Johnson likes. And so I would love to see more of Luther Burden this week.
So what do you think happens on Sunday in terms of the Bears going in defensively against a Viking offense that has an inconsistent quarterback, frankly, but they also have Jordan Addison, so the receiving core is intact, unlike the first time they met. Cassie, I think the Bears are different than they were in the opener. A lot of that is because of the running game, but a lot of that is because of the belief. And I just wonder, you're around there all the time, how far do you think that this belief that we always talk about can carry them?
I think belief can carry you far. I think right now when you're looking at the Vikings being a below 500 team and one of the last ones you're going to see till the end of the season, you have to go in there and find a way to win this game, because it does not get easier. You're dealing with a young quarterback who, when they're playing from behind, he has a tendency to make bad decisions and throw some interceptions. We know that the Bears defense leads the league in takeaways, and that's a way to put the offense back on the field and put them in a position to put up some points against a Brian Flores defense that we know can cause fits. And Brian Flores did not blitz as much week one against the Bears, and that caught them off guard. But the conversation this week has been it's always a week-to-week thing with this defensive coordinator, and he's going to dial something up that you never expected to come. And so the Bears have to be prepared for it. And Caleb Williams took 2 sacks against the Vikings week 1. Now he's evading the pressure and using his legs. That could play a part in this. And I think the defense feels like they want to rewrite the narrative after giving up 21 points to J.J. McCarthy in his first NFL game week 1. And so I think you want to see a complete game from this team. You like to see the excitement in the fourth quarter. I don't think you can live and die by that an entire season. And so to show up from the first quarter through the fourth quarter and be consistent, I think is what it's going to take for any division game. And U.S. Bank Stadium is one of my favorite places to go. It is such a tough place to play. It's so loud. The home field advantage is real. And the Vikings know the situation they're in as well. And the reality of the situation is what has been reiterated a couple times this week is that the Bears are 0-2 in the division and the Vikings are 2-0 in the division. And they need to go in there and find a way to get their first win in the NFC North somehow on Sunday. And they feel like they're a different team from week 1. So I think it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a lot of Ben Johnson versus Brian Flores, Dennis Allen dialing up pressure on a young quarterback. So I think it's going to be fun. And you mentioned Jordan Addison. He's had his way against the Bears. So I think his best performances in the division have come against Chicago.
And Cassie, you mentioned the issues with the stadium. I mean, clearly the sunlight has impacted some teams. I would imagine since Kevin Warren is really the secret architect of that building, he can give some tips like
he was
wear
also the head engineer.
You had to bring that into this, didn't you? Hey, sometimes they open the doors and it can be cold in there. So, it's indoors, but I'm always freezing inside that building. I'm like, why is it so cold in here? It's like, oh, they opened the doors. They want the windows open.
Welcome to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Cassie, great job.
Great stuff.
Thanks,
really
guys.
Appreciate your time.
Enjoyed the interview. Yeah, have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. You too.
That is Cassie Carlson. Very funny.
So, isn't this the building that Kevin Warren designed and built himself?
That's how we landed here, right?
Yes,
he's supposed to put that thing out in Arlington
it's
Heights.
Going to look, it's going to look beautiful in Arlington
It's no
Heights.
longer on the lakefront, right?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking.
God kiss the lakefront. The lakefront will be just fine.
Okay.
Now we need to worry about how we're going to beautify Arlington Heights.
Huh. Yeah, that's really one of my major concerns.
I think so. I think you should pay more attention to that. And this is one of the best buildings in the NFL.
It's great. And it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
It does.
It does.
And there are like sunlight issues. I'm not making that up.
No, I know.
It's got this, you can plant stuff there and it'll grow almost over the course of a game.
It does.
Maybe I'm exaggerating.
What are you growing over there?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like a magnifying glass that will shoot different rays at you.
Back to the C.J. Gardner-Johnson interview, or C.D. Gardner-Johnson interview.
C.D.
I thought that he's been much more accommodating than I would have imagined based on reputation before he got here. I think obviously it's helped that he has played so well. They have won, and they're 2-0, and he's been the best player on the field defensively. But he also has been, I think it started, his first interview was with the Take the North podcast with Dan Dan Wiederer and Mark Grody, and he has been this week really, I think, a fascinating guy to follow. I'm surprised.
I would say among the different themes of the week, there is his kind of coming out party and the way that he's kind of responded to things. The appreciation that people are showing for him. I loved when he talked about the idea that when football is taken away from you, like the importance of the game. But for Cassie to have, responded, he mentioned going to therapy, and for her to respond to it and get him to talk about that. That's just excellent reporting.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good lesson.
You
listen to people when they're talking to you.
And I think that, I recently saw that Bruce Springsteen movie. I would highly recommend that movie to people. And I feel like at the end of that movie, I won't ruin it for you, but if I ever were to go through similar type of thing that he went through, I would break down crying. And it wasn't because I'm Justin Jefferson and someone said something mean.
So That's a movie worth seeing because
of that whole
that kind
element.
of introspection.
I thought it was wonderful.
I have not seen it yet.
Yeah, I would
But
highly
now
recommend it.
I'm more inclined to do that.
It was funny because I went and
Mully
saw
at the
that,
movies.
and I said to my wife, we
need to do that.
talking about it, and I said to her, like, what audience is going to come see this movie? Because I don't think younger people even are aware of Bruce Springsteen.
No,
They're
perhaps not. But people.
But there's he's got
you tell a
tons
great
of fans
story. You
and
tell it
tons
well. People will want to watch and learn.
And I think that Jeremy Allen White is probably a young actor that people want to go see. It almost
Bear.
made me think from The Bear, and it made me think about Timothy Chalamet being Dylan. I'm sure that
Love
you got.
Chalamet.
Yeah, I'm sure you got. Well,
You love Chalamet.
I mean, I love the NBA, and so does Chalamet. It almost rhymes.
So you could do
I'm doing
this.
a song.
Mully at the movies.
Yeah.
Every Friday at 9:25.
No, Mully
What?
can't go to
Come
the.
on.
I can't go see a movie every week.
Well, you could watch it on your.
But I did see
home
those two movies
theater,
over the years.
in your home theater.
I'll tell you something else I saw recently.
What? Tell me.
I saw that Superman movie, and I thought it was surprisingly good.
The Caleb Williams story?
No, Superman. There's a guy that comes from a different planet. I won't get into the whole background with you, but it was like I thought it was kind of a comic book, but I thought there was some relevance and some connection to the modern world. I enjoyed it.
Next week, do a rom-com.
No, I'm not seeing rom-coms. I don't go to the movies that much, but I did go for that Bruce Springsteen movie, and I really thought it was well done. And apparently, he was very involved in it, right down to some of the
That's awesome.
casting. David,
Yeah,
if you
I
like
think-
that. I don't know if you like him. I don't know if you are familiar with him. He was kind of a rock star for a long time in the United States of America.
The Boss?
We'll be right.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know his nickname. Wow. We'll be right back. You're going to hear the week in review. We're going to tell you what everybody's saying about the Bears this week. We'll go through that thanks to our guy, Brandon Fryer. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
That's right. Ice. Man, I am dangerous.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like LG counter-depth refrigerators starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom. Save all month long. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
This segment of the show brought to you by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Roofers and waterproofers, Local 11, training skilled craftspeople for the roofing and waterproofing industry. Whether you decide to go green or go solar, they provide their contractors with professional roofers to meet all your roofing and all your waterproofing needs. Visit them at chicagoroofing.org.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs, and FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. That's NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday right here in town from 5 to 6:30. That's 6 to 7:30 Eastern Time. Check it out. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bring tournament energy to the regular season with an NBA Cup Odds Boost token from BetMGM. The token is waiting for you in your account, so simply visit your promotions page and add an NBA Cup bet to your bet slip. Activate your token, and if your bet hits, you'll score extra winnings. BetMGM is the place to shoot your shot all season long. New this year, BetMGM has also improved its app to include dark mode, a brand new rewards hub, and matchup insights for your bets. Head over to your BetMGM account and grab your NBA Cup Odds Boost token to score a bigger payout if you win. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and may expire in 1 to 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sunday starts with such compelling matchups as Carolina at Atlanta, the Chargers at Jacksonville, and Cincinnati at Pittsburgh. Tampa is one of my Road Warrior upset specials at Buffalo. Others include Chicago at Minnesota, Seattle at the Rams, and in primetime, Detroit, that's right, over Philadelphia. The game of the weekend should be Kansas City against Denver. Strange as it sounds, this is actually a must-win for the Chiefs. Enjoy Sunday's games, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigBlue.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Mully and Haugh got you ready for Bears Week 11 matchup against the Minnesota Vikings with expert analysis from former Bears head coach Dave Wannstedt.
Addison was suspended in the first game.
Right.
Yes. You know, he didn't play, and you got to be. And I'm not saying it just because he's a Pitt guy, but you got to be careful with this guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't go out there and too many times just with Jefferson on the other side. And it's not as drastic as Cincinnati, okay? You know, but it's a little bit of that mentality that these two guys got 2 receivers that can knock it out of the ballpark,
comp, Dave.
right?
Yep.
They can knock it out of the ballpark anytime, you know?
Olin Cruz.
Teams you beat have not been very good. None of the teams you played in the last 8 weeks have a winning record right now. But none of the defense were ranked over 22. You played the number 32 and number 31 ranked rushing defenses. This Minnesota defense at home will be the toughest defense you've seen in a while. And by the way, your defense hasn't stopped anybody in a while either.
Clay Harbor.
This is a team that week in and week out are having to drop. OZ, I think you kind of are starting to see he's going to lose some of his snaps to Luther Burden, and I think that's something that should happen.
Jarrett Payton.
listen, I do always respect Brian Flores. I am not going to disrespect him. I know that when it comes to a defensive-minded guy, he is one of those guys that finds ways to be able to take away what you're good at. But like Ben Johnson said, if this game is close in the fourth quarter, the Bears are going to snatch it up. They're going to find a way to snatch it up. I'm not betting against what's been happening, so I think the Bears go up to the bank and they get a dub.
Dan Wiederer.
Defense that we said all week would be one that you could run on, regardless of what they showed you up front. Sometimes you just have to commit to it and say, like, look, this isn't a favorable look, but we're better, and we have offensive linemen that are gonna do some things, and we're gonna, just commit to this and get our backs going. And I didn't think they did that great on Sunday. We'll see how they respond this week against a very different defense, against some very different looks, but I would hope that that's a focal point.
NFL Network reporter Stacey Dales.
The Bears should go in and beat the Vikings. They're a better team than Minnesota right now.
Nick Costas.
I haven't bet the game yet. I want a little more information on injuries, but I'm looking to bet the Bears, guys, on Sunday. Maybe I even get a +3.5 closer to kickoff.
Joe Fortenbaugh.
Here's the issue with the Bears and why you're seeing some of the sharp guys bet Minnesota, and this isn't going to surprise you guys at all. But if you look at how turnover dependent they have been in their wins, 6 victories, 19 takeaways in those 6 victories. Like, that's more than 3 takeaways per game for a win. But in the 3 losses, they only have 1 takeaway. But you can't be that dependent on them, especially if the defense ranks bottom 5 in scoring. That's the concern. The presence of TJ Edwards at linebacker this weekend against an offense that wants to run, that is also a concern.
Chicago Tribune Bears beat reporter Brad Biggs.
Everything was kind of pushing me towards a Bears pick for this week, 28-24. And if the Bears win this one, check out what the 6-3 Lions have got going on. That's Sunday night at Philadelphia.
Can the Bears win against the Minnesota Vikings? Mully and Haugh, and your reactions to the Bears' upcoming matchup on 670 The Score, the home for Bears fans.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. You are listening to a 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers in Potawatomi Casino Hotel. And that is fun stuff. A lot of people on the Bears in Chicago.
Yeah.
And none of us, the 4 of us, have swayed from the Bears.
We didn't go against the grain.
Despite kind of the last couple of weeks. And listen, it's great to pull off miracles, but it would be great if you didn't need them.
See, I think that narrative is a little bit overstated here. I think the fact that the first 3 quarters have been non-existent, inconsistent, and irrelevant, and then all of a sudden here comes Superman and Houdini and saves the day.
Both of them?
Both of them. Well, Superman, depending on what the need is. Need to disappear or save the day. I understand because the numbers and Caleb Williams' fourth quarter numbers and passer ratings all very impressive. But to get to that point, the Bears do other things pretty well that I think are identifiers of good football teams. And they run the ball very well. And it's Brad Biggs' statistic that floored me, outside of 2022, which I think is an anomaly because of Justin Fields. This has been the most productive 5-game stretch of running the football the Bears have experienced since 1986. That tells you that, it tells me that this team has an identity. This team has a something that you refer to it often as your bread and butter. You refer to it as whatever, something you do well. They take the ball away better than any team in the NFL. Those are 2 things that have very little to do with Caleb Williams and their hero act.
I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree. I think that the takeaways are connected, that they're not giving away the ball. I think that Caleb, one of the best things he does is hang on to the football. He doesn't fumble. He doesn't throw it away. They have dominated turnovers because they've been able to win them 1-0. I get it, the 3 a game and 4
what I meant by that was, and that's a good point, is that they have 20 takeaways And that, to me, is unrelated to why Caleb Williams might be ineffective for the first couple quarters and then saves the day in the fourth quarter. I don't really see a connection there. I do think there's a connection between protecting the football and taking it away and your turnover margin being what it is. That's terrific. That's what I mean, though. When you're able to control the football by running the ball and also not turning it over, and you're, by virtue of defense, taking the ball away, those are byproducts.
Those are winning statistics.
Yes, those are identifiers of a winning football team.
Yes. I think running the ball, holding on to it, and being able to take it away, those are and listen, even if you have to dial up a sack, you get a sack in a game. They're getting sacks. I get it. The defensive ends are all damaged and they're not getting it conventionally. You can't get it out of your front four, and that's what that Flusy was obsessed with that idea because he was playing a cover 2 defense. I understand the difference of those things, but in terms of things that good football teams do, those are, not making mistakes and giving the ball away. That's huge, and that's how you win. Even teams have lost turnover battles despite getting 3 takeaways, even 4 takeaways. They're not doing that.
Why are these games close enough in the fourth quarter so your quarterback can ride in and save the day? Is because you've been able to do what you typically need to do to win football games. And the Bears are emerging, developing, becoming a pretty good football team because they're it's again the emphasis from the ball on out. And that's been important here. And so I think that's the part that gets a little bit overlooked when we have the focus on, well, Caleb, if I could only do in the first 3 quarters what he does in the fourth quarter, I think that's an easy leap to make. It's too easy, though, because I just don't think Caleb Williams could be the guy that plays well for 4 quarters, and if they don't play well defensively, I just don't see that there's more to the Bears than just that. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. The other thing is, David, that for a brief moment last week, thought that was going to be the week. I thought Caleb opened the game looking good, looking like he was placing the ball pretty well. He was accurate, but they were dropping the ball. And I think that they will have an opportunity. I don't know if it's this week, but they are headed to a game where they're going to have a lot of explosive plays, where they're going to make some of these plays that they're just missing, or some of these plays when we talk about think about the defense or the offense in Detroit in the way you hit Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then he takes the ball and he's gone. We've seen that briefly, but not consistently. And I think there will be a time where that will erupt in one game, and you're going to get like this unbelievable kind of offensive performance.
It's a somewhat remarkable place to be in as we sit here on Friday morning, knowing that when we come back here on Monday, there's a very good chance that if the Bears take care of business as they should in Minnesota, that they will be all alone in first place in the NFC North if the Eagles can beat the Lions in their own building. Those two things are not far-fetched.
I think it's fantastic. It is. That's the dream right there. If they could actually take the North this weekend, and it seems foolhardy to even mention it. And I know
we want to cover our ground.
I know you tried to get Biggsy to predict it.
I did.
You put those words in his mouth, and he resisted. But I think that what's different about the Bears than a lot of other teams is that the connection between the play caller and the quarterback is happening before our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting better, and I think it can get even better.
It can. You're exactly right. And, with the ever-present comparison game, you saw a guy last night in Drake May that has begun to separate this year from a lot of other quarterbacks because of his consistency. He was the 3rd quarterback taken in the 2024 draft class. Jaden Daniels has changed the conversation because of his lack of availability, and that looks like it's going to be a chronic issue for him. Bo Nix, up and down.
See, I kind of liked what Mike Palm had to say about that game, to be honest with you, because I think he has been up and down, and I think they've been winning on borrowed time. I feel better about the Bears than I do about their situation, even though their defense is really good and they've done a lot.
Well,
of
I think that's where it leads you to, because
the quarterback's improving.
Caleb Williams' improvement and his improved consistency, even despite the fourth quarter heroics that kind of make things a little skewed. You feel very good about the quarterback you have. You feel great about the alliance he has with the play caller. And that's why if you come in here on Monday morning and they're 7-3 and they're 10 games into the Ben Johnson era, all alone in first place, that would be one heck of a fun day in the city.
Think about the way we judge football teams, David. We talk about we talk a lot about the relationship between the owner and the general manager. So that has to be right.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get the coach right, and you got to get the quarterback right. And I feel like they're making strides in two of those areas. I don't know. Maybe everything's going to work out fine.
You're talking about organizational alignment, and the Bears are seemingly as close to achieving that, or at least on the right path to achieving that in a very long time.
They've got as good a coach-quarterback combination as we've seen here in a very long time.
Yes, and that's fun to see unfold and evolve.
And here's hoping it happens.
Big weekend ahead. All right, Mully, we have to something. Is this a good giveaway right now?
Oh,
People need to listen up.
Believe me, I'm going to be calling for it.
So there are 3 callers who will get a ride share, $50 gift card for a ride share. If you can do this, whether you're heading out to a game or watching from a friend's or your favorite establishment, the Illinois Department of Transportation reminds you to drive sober or get pulled over. So the first 3 callers to 312-540-0670 will win a $50 gift card for your rideshare. So that's a $50 gift card for the first 3 callers to 312-540-0670, brought to you by the Illinois Department of Transportation.
Thank you, IDOT, because this is a very kind and wonderful gift and a great reminder to everyone, especially as we're heading toward the holidays.
Well timed.
Great stuff. We'll be right back with, I believe,
Layla, Marshall, and Grody.
Marshall and Grody. We get the whole crew next.
Yep.
Mully and Haugh on the score.
Happy Friday. We've got Dan Wiederer joining us at 3 o'clock to talk about the Bears and the Vikings. Plus, our buddy in Joliet's home, Pete Bursich, is going to join us at 3:25. And then Olin breaks it down like nobody else. That's at 4. Spiegel and Holmes, 2 to 6 on the score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done.
with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hey Chicago fans, Patrick Manley here. It's time to kick off your deck project with TimberTech, a real decking all-star. TimberTech is the #1 brand in premium decking. It delivers real wood looks without the hassle of costly maintenance, and it will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. Plus, with industry-leading warranties, you know your deck will perform at the top of its game season after season. Discover why TimberTech is Chicago's MVP of decking and railing. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
The best bulls in the world have come to town. For bull riders, 8 seconds can make them a champion or nothing. Moto Casino PBR Chicago bucks into the United Center December 19th and 20th. Tickets at pbr.com/tickets or Ticketmaster.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. We are broadcasting live from the Score's Hyundai Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Want to thank Jacob Stutz for getting us up and running and twitching every morning. Had a good chat with him today, and always fun to take all your calls and emails and your wonderful texts.
Most of all, though, thank you for listening on this Friday, November 14th.
And they're not all wonderful. It was kind of
they're all
tongue
wonderful.
in cheek. Well, a couple of them are very insulting to you.
Yeah, I know.
They're very kind to me.
That's okay.
So thank you for that.
Yeah,
but I take offense from a distance. Thank you to our executive producer. He is Dustin William Rhodes.
Patriot Crow Armstrong. PCA.
Pete Crow America.
Pete Crow America. Gotta love it.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for bringing back glorious moments like that.
6 months.
Yeah.
My wife was worried about me. She's like, "You're such a workaholic. What are you gonna do?" And I was like, "Watch how amazing I am at doing nothing." It was great.
I mean, I bet you 3/4 of these people are going to go home and do a podcast tonight. You know.
You're going with the anti-media tropes right out of the gate.
I mean, it'll qualify you to coach the Lakers. You know.
Wow.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good stuff.
Chris Finch.
Chris Finch talking to Zach Lowe, I believe, about the podcasting Lakers coach.
JJ Redick.
That's the guy. Okay. Whatever it takes. Thank you, Brandon, for creating controversy. Marshall Harris, right here. He's there. I see you.
What up?
You're in front of me.
Yes.
I recognize you.
I'm to your left. You're to my right.
Thank you, sir. And Layla Rahimi,
Hello.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Having worked with Chris Finch in not one but two different cities, man, when the sense of humor comes out, all the smoke is what happened there.
Grody time! We got Mark Grody! Grody time!
Hi!
Hi, Mark.
I get excited about Mark.
Hi, Mully. I get excited about you, too. How are you,
Doing well.
Mully? How are you, Haugh?
Doing well.
Sir.
Doing well.
Not
Doing
bad.
all right.
Yeah.
All right.
See?
Right down to the point. Here we go.
break
David's even at the end. David's very serious. I'm doing good.
Well,
Real good.
it's fine.
Get ready for my
I
workout.
wanna
Got big
knock it off, Grody.
Big football show tonight. Yep.
I want to get to Marshall is doing a game tomorrow, which is we don't talk a lot about high school football.
We should.
But Mount Carmel, Lincoln Way East.
Yes.
On the U.
Yes.
We were
4:00.
talking about before this. Mount Carmel is who the program speaks for itself.
Pride of the South Side.
The quarterback for Lincoln Way East is
Pride of the
a
Catholic League.
USC-bound quarterback named Williams, correct? Where's number 13?
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? It's like, it's one thing to have a guy that just happens to be named Williams. It's another thing to have a guy who's named Williams who also wears number 13. Jonas Williams is that dude. Let me give you a stat. 34 touchdowns, 2,300 yards passing. One interception.
That's not true.
On the season.
That's
interception.
no.
on
Sounds
the season.
fake, doesn't it,
Yeah,
Grody?
it doesn't sound
Grody
real.
doesn't believe
Yeah.
you.
I don't
Sounds
buy
fake.
it. I don't buy it.
How many bears is he getting, Grody, just off the rip?
0, because you're making stuff up.
It's impossible.
But this is one of the problems covering high schools is the statisticians will tell you the guy gained 500 yards, and you're like, what are you talking about? Well, he ran 10 yards that way, and then he turned around
But
and
this
ran 6
dude
yards this way.
is legit.
He's right. They're counting those as catches. All those picks that Mark Brody imagines.
It is
I'll
really
say
hard to
this.
verify high school
I'll say
stats. I
this.
agree.
We've got guys like Michael O'Brien out here telling you about these people.
Yeah.
We do still
I
have the
was
newspaper
kidding.
industry doing newspaper things.
Thank you.
Don't start.
I agree. So you're on the U, huh, Marsh?
I am on the U. You should watch.
I
By
will.
that time, Illinois will be blowing out Maryland, and just come on over.
Oh, nice.
Marshall,
That was a slogan there. The you
Yeah.
should watch.
The U.
Marshall
should watch.
is
Kenny
always
McReynolds.
on you. No?
Definitely always on
Yeah.
Brody.
I like it. Pete
Brody
Crow
says
America
ridiculous.
is you guys' finest work, though.
Yes.
Patriot Crow Armstrong and Pete Crow America.
Do you feel bad that he one-upped you with that? Because you had a good
He
one.
did.
and
I
he just,
thought Patriot Crow Armstrong was pretty good, and then Mully calls out.
I can come
Pete
out with
Crow
as bad
America.
a pun as you.
Yes.
David's got competition.
Damn it.
Hey,
finally.
hey,
I know it.
those are
Stepped up.
headlines, gentlemen. We're headline writing over here, okay?
I'm happy for PCA legitimately
Why?
that he's on Team USA. And did you see, we kind of just overlooked the fact he was second team all MLB. He's one of the top 6 outfielders in baseball now.
And,
PCA,
and,
yeah.
And
I agree.
Dustin predicted he'll win back-to-back MVPs at some point.
At some point.
Back to back, like
back-to-back.
Judge? Like, here comes the judge?
So
like
this
Shohei?
is after Ohtani retires? Explain how that works again.
Oh, dear.
Funny, they're going to rename that award for him.
Well, Dustin's got a lot riding on PCA because he once predicted that he would be the
He did.
best, right? So, like, he
was right for half a year.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking real good. And look, I don't discount that either. Like, the idea that somehow Pete Crow Armstrong still won't be great because he fell apart in the second half of the season is ludicrous to me. He could be an MVP.
I mean, this is what happens. The league adjusts to you. Now it's your job
Yeah.
to adjust to the adjustment.
Amen.
Well, Connor Bedard's adjusting to that question. He looks pretty good. And the only thing hurting him is that it's hockey, and baseball greater than hockey by virtue of the pie.
Yeah, but he's greater than in terms of everything relative. He's closer to being the best player in his league than PCA is to being the best player in his.
He's the best player in the city right now.
For how many
period.
games?
Yes.
How many games?
2.5 years. Thank you, Grody.
He's been great for 2.5 years?
I
don't think so.
I think if you look at relatively, he's a teenager doing things that, yes, he has been great for 2.5 years.
Okay, but if we're going to sit here and doubt PCA based on his second half, why are we talking about through how many games?
I'm not doubting PCA. I'm not. I think PCA is going to be great.
You guys take it outside.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a break. We do have a break to get to.
It is nice weather.
Grody's in a mood, so we're going to find out which one coming up at 10. I think we have to ask the question: how is this different from Week 1? How is this Bears team different? We heard the coach say it. We heard players say it. So we're going to examine. We want to take your calls on this because how much do you think? How confident are you this week compared to Week 1 about the Bears playing the Vikings? That's at 10:45. So get ready. Adam Haugh is at 11. 5 on it is at noon. Kevin Fishbane, Fishy Business, is at 12:25. And Ben Lieber, the former linebacker for the Vikings, he is their sideline reporter for the radio broadcast, joins us at 1.
Have a great show.
Have a great one.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Call it 664 Seasons.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42!
You're going down, Doug. Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I get those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snugly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
When it comes to cancer, expertise matters. Loyola Medicine offers leading-edge treatments and a team dedicated to your whole health. From prevention to advanced therapies, we're here for every step. Discover more at loyolamedicine.org/cancer.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10 to 2 on 670 The.
You know that man's music. That's Mark Grody's music. So what did our friend Richard Hightower have to say this week?
Let's just put it this way. I'm not sure if I shanked this question or if I muffed this question. A shank or a muff?
The Bears do recover the muff.
A muff, or we all love muff.
What's that?
What?
What?
What now?
Oh, what's in the box?
Like a good mic muff. Don't cover your face, Layla.
Oh, that's right. You can see that. Oh, man.
Let's listen to me. I mean, I make fun of everybody else. Now we got to make fun of me. And I was getting made fun of because I was messing up my vocabulary words. Here we go.
What did you think of their muff punt? Is that just like a favor from the special teams gods when that happens to the other team?
Their muff punt? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, maybe I was beat before.
I think the shank, right? The shank. Oh, the shank punt that they had. Yeah. No, I'm with you now. I'm with you now. I'm with you. No, you're all right. We're all in here. We're all learning every day.
Oh, coaching moment.
I think he looked at me like, see, you and I are in the same boat. I swear to God, man.
Mark Grody, we appreciate the time and, of course, the production out at Hollis Hall.
Well, I'll see you guys in studio tomorrow night.
Can't wait.
I got the shanks.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
So, Robbie Triano made an uncomfortable moment yesterday. First, it was an uncomfortable moment in the Bears press conference availability with Richard Hightower. Then it became an even more uncomfortable moment when Mark Grody introduced the topic with us yesterday. And then Robbie decided to add other unstable parts to the What are you doing?
It's a head, by the way, in the box. It's a bloody head.
We're not spoiling movies, and we're not getting in trouble with the FCC.
Your pretty little wife.
We didn't say which movie it was. I think we're cool.
Yeah, we are cool like that. I'm having another issue today, by the way, really
sure
quickly. I am having an issue.
Well.
Welcome to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Here's my issue today, guys. By the way, I'm buying breakfast for everybody. I'm buying Starbucks, and one of the main reasons is because, as I told Ray privately, I also need Ray to buy me deodorant. Have you ever had one of those days days where you did everything right in the morning. You took a shower, you groomed yourself, you did all the right things, and you're like, oh no, I forgot to put deodorant on today.
You skipped a step. You forgot
I skipped a step. So
everybody forgets a step.
It's haunting when that happens,
big
though.
Step, by the way.
I know, and I'm
You've been doing this for how many years?
I'm doing checks on myself
Guys,
here.
we got to do coffee, but I don't think we can do the Starbs today. We'll
What?
talk offline.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll explain.
All right, let's go.
This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score, and we asked the question going into our meeting, and I think it even kind of folds into our unstable open and poor Mark having a moment with Richard Hightower in the media yesterday.
Poor Layla have to hearing my filthy mouth, too.
And I just put my head in my hand.
What's in the box?
You look like a scared little baby when I did that.
This is inappropriate. Okay, so I do want to ask a question, though, because Ben Johnson alluded to it. The Bears have talked about it. This really is not just a test for this team, but additionally, there's so many layers to why this game is going to be a huge measuring stick. Number one, it's a divisional game on the road. Ben Johnson, with one win, you can tie Matt Eberflus's divisional win on the road record. With two, you can pass it.
That tells the story, doesn't it?
Now, Thomas Brown, he's got one too. So shout out to Thomas Brown. That was the Packers' win at the beginning of this calendar year. Number two, this is the first time that we're going to see a Bears team with Ben Johnson as the head coach play another team for the second time in a season, which I think is huge because as we know, if you paid attention to what the Lions would do, I would always look at the second Lions opponent in the division game as pretty pivotal because traditionally his game plans for game one, like say game one of Vikings-Lions last year, didn't look a lot like game two of Vikings-Lions. They would be building things, building systems, building formations, building packages that you would kind of see fully realized in the next matchup. So we've got that going for us as well. And number three, this is just, first of all, the opportunity for the Bears to win their first divisional game of the year. And that brought up the question, how much better are they right now than they were in that week one game on Monday Night Football when everybody was so excited and they let J.J. McCarthy rock his way and in-game adjustment his way to Offensive Player of the Week?
You mean when they blew the double-digit lead in the fourth quarter? How much better are they than that? Well,
all of these things.
I think they are a different team as far as fourth quarter profile goes. First of all, we've seen 4 comeback wins in that time span since they lost that game on Monday Night Football. A lot of people say, oh, they could be, 7-2 right now, or they could be, 5-4 or 4-5 based on how some of these games ended between Monday Night Football against the Vikings and where we are right now. I'll say this game right now feels like a very important inflection point, not just for Caleb Williams, but also for the head coach, Ben Johnson, because he can see his trajectory in this division take off depending on what happens on Sunday.
And I think the Bears are better than the Minnesota Vikings right now. I certainly do. I think the Bears should win this game. And if they don't win this game, quite frankly, I think it's an upset. Right now you have, and look, I'm not making any proclamations about J.J. McCarthy. I'll leave that to the local media in Minnesota. I'm sure they're having a ball overreacting to their quarterback the same way we overreact to our quarterback in this city. But J.J. McCarthy has had 7 turnovers in the last 4 games. The Bears are pretty good at inducing turnovers this year. McCarthy has a 65.8 passer rating that ranks second worst in the NFL among 46 quarterbacks in the league that have started just 1 game this year. I got that from CBS.com on the dig there. The Minnesota Vikings, this might sound familiar to Bears fans, but I'm just getting you up to date on the very recent with the Vikings. The Vikings have 8 false start penalties, or they had 8 false start penalties last week against Baltimore. And guess what they're talking about there? The cadence. The J.J. McCarthy cadence. So they're in the middle of maybe where the Bears were a few weeks ago in terms of trying to straighten some things out. And they might straighten it out. And Minnesota might be better as the season goes on. But they are not great right now. Then you ask about, well, they have the best player probably on both teams in Justin Jefferson. Last week, Justin Jefferson against Baltimore, 4 catches, 37 yards. In the win at Detroit, yes, they did win at Detroit. Justin Jefferson, 6 catches for 47 yards. yards. And then you say, well, Grody, what about the defense? That defense is pretty good.
What about the defense?
What about the defense? It's not. It is a pretty good defense, but it's not a dominant defense right now. The Minnesota Vikings are 18th in points allowed this year at 23.7 per year. Passing yards, they are 18th against the pass this year. Or, excuse me, 8th, I should say. They are good against the pass. 8th against the pass this year. Rushing yards, 22nd. They allow 125 per game on the average right now. Minnesota is beatable. The Bears have no excuse but to win this game at Minnesota on Sunday.
Do you guys feel that way if TJ Edwards is playing?
I do want to make this point though before we get into like a prediction or anything.
Yes.
When you look at how the Bears have been able to run the ball, and I think that box score. Just look at the box score. Look at the team stats from Minnesota last week in that loss, 27-19 to the Ravens. Overall, they were penalized 13 times for 102 yards. Woof. And that's at home, too.
Yeah.
That's the part of this that is the most perplexing. And what does Dennis Allen love to do? He loves to fool you. He loves to make you question your life. He loves to make you question your instincts. That's what he does well. So I could see him, even with a depleted defense, still dialing up a lot of blitz look, a lot of stunt, maybe some twist, something to make just a confusion concept for J.J. McCarthy. What's hilarious is on the other side, I think Brian Flores does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Like Brian Flores, I don't think we're going to see. I feel like that was a test for him, too, in the first half of the Bears game in game 1. Flores didn't blitz a lot. That's been discussed before. I feel like it was more of a fact-finding mission for him before he unleashed in the second half. Yeah, I feel like maybe he had 2 different game plans from what we saw first half to second half. So that's what makes this a fun chess match. And I think, frankly, too, makes the Vikings so beatable when you consider that piece of it. This is a Vikings team, as we know, that the competence in the coaching staff and the respect you have for who they have at the helm is enough to make you think that they have a decent chance of winning at home. Like, I think the first thing we would all do is not just credit the other team, but we would credit the coaching staff for doing the necessary things. So that's last week's box score. Now go back to the box score from the 27-24 loss that we mentioned. The Bears in that game only ran for 119 yards. Do we think that changes?
It's changed a lot, Layla.
I think it does. Now, they had 210 yards in the passing game. I think that probably increases too, just because of a function of the Bears running more plays and having longer drives. But the big one is that stat you said, Marshall. Even with the banged up defense that the Bears have, can you foresee them letting another team score that many points on them in the fourth quarter, given what we've seen out of them the past several weeks?
It's trending the other direction. I look at these two teams almost in doppelganger mode.
Yeah.
Think Spider-Man meme. You've got a genius of an offensive head coach, 2 very proven defensive coordinators. You've got 2 quarterbacks from the same draft class.
When you said genius of offensive coach, are you talking about Kevin O'Connell or are you talking about Ben Janssen?
I'm talking about both.
Oh,
Spider-Man.
That's what I'm saying. Spider-Man meme. They're pointing at each other.
My bad. I don't speak Spider-Man theme or
You don't
meme
know-
like
you don't know
everybody
the
else.
Spider-Man
I
meme?
actually
Where the
don't.
two
I don't know what
Spider-Man-
that means. I hear it
Oh
all
my
the time,
goodness.
and I'm sick of it.
It's the meme where the 2 Spider-Mans are pointing the gun at each other.
How about
Yeah.
instead of
So
you
wait,
being
what-
sick
explain
of
that
it-
to me like I'm
well,
4.
I'm about to say, instead of you being mad about it and sick of it, I'm just going to explain it to you, and then you won't be mad anymore. How about that?
Knowledge helps.
Then I won't be able to be in my own little one-man band as the
No,
only
we're not
person
gonna-
in
we're not
America.
gonna let you be Boomer
All right, explain
in
it
the
to me.
You have enough
boomer
one-man
of a
bands.
punter.
First of all, you're the only person I know who's taken 7 days to watch the other guys.
Oh my God! Yeah, I've got flaws in my game. I told you I didn't put deodorant on today.
Everybody wants
that's a
to know
major
what
flaw.
kind of deodorant you want to wear.
Oh, that's a great question.
You know what? As I told Ray, maybe there is
Give me a little secret.
there's a scent of Old Spice with bear in it. I think it's something.
Yes, it's Bear Glove or something.
Bear Glove.
For some reason, it's Bear Glove.
Get me to Bear Glove, and
Bear Glove.
Get me to Bear Glove, and we'll show it to Twitcher. So yeah, try to find me Bear Glove.
Hey,
if
that
you can.
Grody smells like Bear Glove.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
They put like one keyword in there and like a fly to a light. Grody's like, bear, must use this.
They got me. I remember I think it was CVS, and I'm going through all the locked boxes of items, because everything's locked up.
Everything's locked
and
up.
I'm like, oh, Bear Glove.
Okay.
May I smell that scent, ma'am?
You're about to be put on a commercial for this deodorant right there. Hey, I'm Mark Grody. You want some bears? Put on Bear Glove.
Bear Glove.
So that answers a lot of the text lines.
Bear glove.
Yeah, there you go.
They were asking questions about the deodorant.
Lots, yeah. 312-644-6767.
Yeah, what do you use? What's the best deodorant out there?
Our segment is brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com.
Back to
Save on
football.
dental implants today. No, we didn't explain the Spider-Man meme.
Oh,
So,
please.
Spider-Man
like
meme.
I'm 10.
So it's a very popular meme.
Yeah,
There's
it is.
3 different guys dressed up as Spider-Man.
Okay.
And they're in like a triangle because they're all pointing at each other. Like one points to one, that guy points to the other one, and that guy points to the original guy.
Yes.
And it's like, so when you see something and it's all the same, you're like, the Spider-Man meme. That's the meme you would send in response.
Okay, I get it now.
Like if I had the same shirt on as you today,
Yeah.
I would just send you the Spider-Man meme in a text.
Okay. All right, I
or
get
just
it now.
reference
We
the
got
Spider-Man meme.
Boomer.
Yeah.
I'm not a boomer.
Well, when you say stuff like "I'm sick of it" instead of just trying to figure out what it is, that makes you sound boomerish.
Well, can't we just change the boomer thing to Gen X? Gen X.
No.
Boomers are way worse than Gen X. Gen X, we raised ourselves. Do you not remember?
That's not a flex, actually.
Latchkey
None of
kids.
you turned out fine.
I think I turned out excellently. Ask my mama.
Look, I just enjoyed being the only person who didn't use that. Now I probably am susceptible to using the Spider-Man meme now in
Exactly.
casual conversation.
Like a Facebook user.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, like a Facebook user.
Yeah,
hey, I was on the gram pretty early, man. I got to say. For a boomer, as you call me.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, asking the question, just how different are the Bears from week 1 to now, and whether or not they're able to beat the Vikings in Minnesota, the scene of many previous failures, last year. Do you remember when the referee last year said he forgot to report when they tried to check Doug Kramer in?
Kramer's fault. Yeah, he didn't.
I do remember that.
Yeah, it's funny, and I don't remember if they did this last year, like the referees. But every time the eligible, like when Zapillo comes in, Ozzy Trapillo, when he comes in,
Zapillo.
Yeah, thank you, Chris Emma. Every time he came in, they would say it like dramatically 3 times over the PA system at Soldier Field that Ozzy Trapillo is eligible, Trapillo eligible, Ozzy Trapillo eligible.
Trapillo is eligible.
Eligible,
Do you
Trapillo.
hear that, opposing team?
He is there. He is out there. He will be blocking.
Do you think that helps the fans understand that, hey, that dude could do something this play that you're not used to him doing?
I think that's to inform the teams more than it is to inform the fan. Like what fan? Like are fans like, oh yeah, there's Trapillo again. He's in. Let's go.
But why do they need to say it 3 times?
It is interesting.
It'd be
That's
different
why
if it was
I
on
pointed
the
it out.
road. Like if you're on the road and Trapillo's like this weekend,
Zapillo,
they may
yeah.
say it 7 times. Hey, Trapillo is eligible.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you guys about the PA at one of the high school football teams I covered who like would pre-announce stuff, and it would he thought he was a play-by-play guy, and the worst was when he was like, looks like a reverse, which it was, and then the opposing team tackled the home team for a massive loss of like 10 yards.
Coach ain't like that. Coach ain't like that.
It's like a scene out of a movie.
Is he doing his big PA voice too? Looks like a reverse.
I'm
Reverse.
like, wait, what are you doing?
Down.
Don't tell the other team.
I like my PAs to sound like Bane, just because I think that adds dramatic.
Third down.
That would be a wrinkle in
Good,
this.
better, best.
Nice try, Minnesota.
What other serial killers do you want me to throw in? Because we've done Buffalo Bill, Buffalo
Got a little
Bob.
Clarice in there?
Clarice. Do you have? No, I don't really have it.
Okay. So no Anthony Hopkins.
What-
I can do it. I don't feel like it.
I feel like one of them
Okay.
could just be a remix of a WXRT DJ.
Oh yeah, the Lumineers.
Yeah, like here's Caleb Williams.
All right.
By the way, keep listening for your chance to win tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Bedford Park on Tuesday, December 2nd, with special guest Deshaun Wright, hosted by me, Layla Rahimi. It's all sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com and brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody. We broadcast live through the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. When we have breaking news on the Score, it's brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. We want to take your calls on this, 312-644-6767. How different do you think the Bears are? And what the likelihood is of, A, them not having a fourth quarter failure like they did in week 1 against Minnesota, but B, being able to win on the road. Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano are our producers. Brandon Fryer helps out as well. And we're on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670. The Score, our Twitch mob, is having fun with us this morning. Connor O'Donnell, Max Stutz, and Max Curtis and Jacob Stutz are our video team. So we'll continue the conversation. And Ben Johnson did talk about this. So the coach chimed in, but I think we need to actually figure out how much of a difference can they make from week 1 to now. So we'll do that next.
You're listening to Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by your local Ford dealers on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Bring tournament energy to the regular season with an NBA Cup Odds Boost token from BetMGM. The token is waiting for you in your account, so simply visit your promotions page and add an NBA Cup bet to your bet slip. Activate your token, and if your bet hits, you'll score extra winnings. BetMGM is the place to shoot your shot all season long. New this year, BetMGM has also improved its app to include dark mode, a brand new rewards hub, and matchup insights for your bets. Head over to your BetMGM account and grab your NBA Cup Odds Boost token to score a bigger payout if you win. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and may expire in 1 to 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get all the information you need before the next game. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you want more than headlines this Bears season, listen to the Take the North podcast. I'm Mark Grody, joined by Dan Wiederer. We bring you honest, unfiltered Bears talk 3 times a week, and we're not afraid to be critical when it's deserved or certainly give credit when it is earned. With insider access and perspective that brings you inside the Bears locker room, Take the North is your home for Bears conversation that keeps it real. Listen to and follow Take the North wherever you get your pods.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New England Patriots may be 9-2 under Mike Vrabel, but their gaudy record comes with context. New England's 27-14 win over the Jets marks their 8th straight, yet they've played the NFL's 2nd easiest schedule and not a single opponent with a top 10 defense. Rookie Travion Henderson again powered the offense and Drake May stayed steady, but questions linger about how this team will fare when the real tests arrive. I'm Maggie Gray.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
McCarthy passes, caught, spinning grab by Aaron Jones. And somehow, some way, the Minnesota Vikings are on top. McCarthy keeps, he's got it, and forces his way into the end zone, touchdown.
Obviously, disappointing way to start the season there for us. A number of guys could have done better. When you look down at the stat sheet and you see 12 penalties, that's got to get cleaned up in a hurry.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And we're asking the question, we want to know what you think too. How different are the Bears from week 1 to now, facing the Minnesota Vikings for the 2nd time around? We're talking about it with you. And I think the reason I was at least keyed into this was because Ben Johnson brought it up pretty willfully. Listen to what he had to say on Wednesday as to why they're different this week than they were way back when.
What do you notice as the most marked difference between the offense you took into the season opener and the one that you're seeing now?
Well, we found out a lot about ourselves over the course of the season so far. We're a different team than we were week 1, and so is Minnesota. So this will be a completely different matchup as far as I'm concerned. I have, the trust level is grown for a number of players in our coaching staff. I think we really can hang our hat on a number of guys now at this point and feel really good about what we're going to get on game day. And so, and then you look at offense, we're running the ball a little bit crisper and cleaner. I think the backs have a better feel for what we're asking them to do. The O-line has started to gel. I think Caleb's got a better understanding of what we're getting done. And then on defense, it's really the same thing. I think the longer you're in the scheme, the more comfortable you are in terms of what the coaches are asking to do. I think we've up front done a better job of trying to play physical and shed blocks, and that's got to show up here for the second half of the season.
When you hear that, Mark Grody, I'll start with you. I think, number one, how different are the Bears in the vibe that you've seen, or just the attitude and how everybody interacts with not just the media but each other in the locker room? And then when Ben Johnson said that, what was your takeaway when you heard it?
Well, first of all, the locker room stuff, I don't think the locker room is that different, but the buy-in is different. Like in terms of like a locker room, like of course, like from a distance, these guys all respected Ben Johnson, but when they see discernible difference, when they see coaching points make a difference on the practice field, the belief goes up a notch. And you said it earlier, Layla, and he mentioned it there too. It's the run game is completely different for the Bears. You could say the offensive line is completely different from the Bears, including a completely different left tackle and an interior that has gotten better since the beginning of the season, and they've taken a second to gel. Darnell Wright has developed into a good to great right tackle. We're seeing it before our eyes. None of that existed in the first game. And as I was rattling through some of the reasons why I think the Bears are going to beat Minnesota in the first segment, I mean, you could stare right at the fact that the Bears do all of a sudden have, the second best running game in the NFL now, like per the numbers, however you want to break it down is fine with me. And they, like, Minnesota's defense can be, they're not terrible at stopping the run, but they will give up 100 yards rushing pretty frequently. So that's real discernible difference from week one to where we are heading into the Bears' 10th game this season.
I think the other thing is that offensive line, we focus so much on the tackles, whether it's Darnell Wright looking like a superstar the last few weeks, or it's Theo Benedette being the new left tackle and adjusting to that. What they paid for in acquisition and free agency has rounded into form. We knew it would take them time to coalesce, if you will, in the middle. But what you're seeing from guard to guard, that play has been outstanding since this running game has taken off post-bye week. And I think the two things you can look at is not only how much they've been able to rush the ball, but the fact that over the last 4 games, Caleb Williams has been tacked a total of 4 times.
Yeah, and I think that's all of these things are signs of a healthier offensive unit. And then I get real excited when I also see the Minnesota Vikings injury report. That we see, obviously we talked about J.J. McCarthy dealing with a right hand injury. We didn't get to see how bad it was because when he talked to reporters, he kept his hands in his hoodie. But then Christian Darrisaw didn't practice, so he was a full participant, though, on Wednesday, but his knee is listed as part of this injury report. Jonathan Grenard didn't practice for 2 days now, Wednesday and Thursday. So how could that help the Bears? And when I think about Grenard, it's not just necessarily the run game. Like, I trust DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai now, even when Monangai is able. He runs with such low pad level. He's going to carry some people when he gets into that second level of the defense. But it's also, you're going to have to commit, the Minnesota defense will, to whatever play action the Bears want to run. And if Grenard is out, think about how much ground he can cover. How that changes what the Bears want to do if there's a rollout, a play action, a bootleg like we saw last week. There's a lot of options for the Bears to be able to be that much more successful in each play. Like, Grenard's out, and to me that translates to yards per play.
I think
if he's out.
The interesting thing, though, about Grenard, and yes, the Bears' chances of winning are better if Jonathan Grenard doesn't play. He only has 2 sacks this year in 9 games. He makes plays, though, too, to your point, Layla.
Yeah, he'll change the shape of a defense, and he'll change how many yards you get on an offensive play.
You have to account for him. There's no doubt about it. But I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at the Vikings defense a little bit strange. Like, Andrew Van Ginkel's only played in 4 games this year, and he has just the 2 sacks. Like, some of their sack men this year, Jalen Redmond leads the Vikings in sacks this year with 4. Eric Wilson, inside linebacker, 3.5 sacks. Jonathan Allen, we all know Jonathan Allen, 2.5 sacks this year. Javon Hargrave, we all know, 3 sacks this year. So it's been a little bit interesting the way the sacks have been divvied up, in part because of injury in Van Ginkel's case, but Grenard is not getting to the quarterback at a ridiculous rate this year, which portends well, obviously, for Caleb Williams, not necessarily the other plays that Grenard is going to make on the field, and the effect that he does have.
It feels like there's been this shift, because I remember a conversation we had on a Tuesday with Patrick Manley talking about the defensive line for the Bears and who you got to worry about. And he's like, there's not really playmakers there. There's not difference makers. There's not guys you have to game plan for. It feels like Montez Sweat over the last month has kind of accelerated into being a problem for an opposing offensive coordinator. And now with C.D. Gardner-Johnson, his acquisition, he is instantly a problem for an offensive coordinator. They got to know where he is. And the chess pieces that Dennis Allen maybe didn't have the variety to be able to use, now even with Kyler Gordon gone, with C.D. Gardner-Johnson being there, he has just enough to work with where he can do things, especially if the Bears get a lead in a game.
Well, that's a big part of it to me, too, is the Bears, think about if you're the Vikings and you're trying to take this from the opponent's side. If the Bears are out to a lead, That's obviously a deficit. That's going to concern you, especially coming off that loss to Baltimore. And then the other side of this is, say you're up. Say you're up 2 scores like we've seen, and it's in the fourth quarter. You can't count that team out either. And I think that's the difference. Like Roma Dunze talked about this too when he mentioned there were lulls in the game against the Giants when they were able to, I think, effectively win that middle 8. Ben Johnson talks about 4 minutes before half, the 4 minutes coming out. Giants did a very good job, as we know, in that time frame. And that's something I know the head coach looks at as a metric if you win or lose that part of the game. And Rome said that there were lulls. And then he said that's like the Vikings game. When the Vikings were driving effectively, there were lulls. The offense wasn't able to do as much. And unfortunately, the Bears had issues with stopping them in the fourth quarter that time around too. So the comparisons are already there. The mindset's already there based on the part of the team to look at this game in a similar manner and to look at last week's game as improvement. Now it's up to them, especially on the road, to be able to try to make that happen.
But you got to remember that the Minnesota Vikings see this as a get-right game with a Bears team they have a confidence in because they've already beaten them at their place. And now they're like, if we just win this game, we're back to 500. We're still in the mix. But this is a more desperate game for the Vikings than it is for the Bears.
Why would they look at the Bears? What are the Bears 3-6?
Because they already
just
beat
because
them.
And so they don't see any difference between 9 weeks ago, like we're trying to talk about.
I'm
like
not
they're
saying
that dumb.
I'm not saying they're not seeing any difference. I'm just saying, number one, what Layla just talked about, whether you're up or whether you're down, they're a threat. Guess what? The Vikings were down double digits and came back and won at Soldier Field. That was on the road.
And similarly, just think about the math. The Bears have won 7 of their last 9 games, right? The Bears have been able to do that. The Vikings have lost 3 of their last 4. Yeah, based on that, you kind of know who's coming in with at least what looks like an advantage.
Well, and if the Vikings do want to dwell on the first game, if that's where their get-right confidence is coming from, then are they looking at the fact that the Bears essentially dominated them for 3 quarters? And I know it sounds silly because Minnesota won the game, but if they're really looking at that as a confidence builder, the Bears had J.J. McCarthy buried in that. They were making him look bad until he didn't.
It was also his first ever game playing in the NFL. But hold on.
All right.
To your point, if you don't want to go back that far, I will say this. They just went to Detroit and got a dub. They are a tough team in that way. They've gone and gotten not one. We're talking about somebody trying to get one road win in the division. The second one in the last, 4 years?
Look at what the Bears did in Detroit this year.
So to say, oh, well, they haven't done anything since, that win in Detroit.
Yeah, that's a big win.
And also, while the Bears got dominated by the Ravens, they were right there with the Ravens. They were at least competitive, more competitive with the Ravens than the Bears were.
27-19.
That was just last week.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm saying is the Vikings, with a head coach and with many of those players who have dominated the Bears over the years, they understand that, yes, it is a new sheriff in town with Ben Johnson. Caleb Williams seems to be coming into his own, but they know that they have and can beat this team.
You know when the...
And who's favored? What's Vegas telling you, Mark?
You tell me. I haven't looked.
3.5.
3.5 Vegas is... the Vikings are favored by 3.5? Okay. Well, I'm discounting Vegas this week. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody people might know who I'm picking this week.
This is way more confident than I've heard Mark Grody talk about the Bears in a while.
Honestly, and this has been going on all week. This is not just a revelation where I worked this up over the last 24 hours.
You didn't froth yourself into a lather?
Yeah, no, there was no lather. I wasn't like, how am I gonna get the people's attention? No, I've been thinking about this all week.
So you're ready to buy in
right now. Well, now is as I went through in the first segment. Right now is the time to beat the Minnesota Vikings. Absolutely, I wrote it down right here on my chart that the Vikings beat the Lions on the road 27-24. J.J. McCarthy, 14 of 25, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. But I'm looking at the right now, and I'm looking at some of the sloppiness with which the Vikings have played recently. You might not have this opportunity in 3 weeks if the game was to be against the Vikings.
I agree with you there.
But right now, it's on.
That three penalty game has got you feeling real good about the Bears. 3 penalties in a week, and they're like, we're here.
The Vikings were penalized for 102 yards at home.
Yes. There are 3 teams, Layla. There are 3 teams that average more penalties than the Bears. Yes, the Vikings are one of them, but the Bears average 8.2 penalties per game. The Vikings average 8.3. Let's not get carried away.
Listen, you can yell a bunch of numbers, but when it comes to when it comes to the fact that the Vikings will also give you 100 yards.
Put your numbers away.
The Bears have never given anyone 100 yards? Is that what you're saying?
No, I like the Bears' chances to at least, like, when you talk about hidden yardage, when you talk about just advantages that you build in.
I can't believe I can't believe I'm the one talking about the Vikings being a real. It sounds like you guys have already decided the Bears are winning.
And I'm the jaded, cynical one here. You know what I mean?
That's
like
why I'm surprised.
I picked
also,
against the Bears more than I have picked for them this year.
The question was, how different do you think this Bears team is than they were in week 1? 10 weeks later,
Very
how do you
different.
feel
You're
about
right.
the team? And I do think that they're doing a better job limiting their penalties. And if you look at last week, yeah, the numbers are very different in that respect for the Bears and the Vikings. And I can absolutely use the numbers from just last week, not averages, to be able to tell a story. Similar to how you feel about the Cubs in the second half of the season versus the first. I
Much
can absolutely
larger
use that
sample
number.
size.
As I can absolutely use that number and understand why it's significant. Like, you like your chances to get some free yards from the Vikings based on what you've seen recently, more so than the Bears. Yes.
Nobody thinks they're going to get just 3 penalties this week, though, right? I just want to make sure I'm real clear on that.
You think the Bears are going to have more than 3 penalties?
Yes!
Because of the loudness factor and all that stuff?
They're on the road in one of the loudest places you can play football.
The Vikings hurt themselves at home, too.
I probably would take the over on 3, but I'm not saying 10. I mean, like 6 maybe.
Can you bet on that? Is that a thing you can?
Probably. You can bet on everything, I think, right?
Well, not first pitches, only up to $200.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's Marshall. He knows more than he even lets on, I think. I think he's got
I know a little
guys.
bit.
I think he
I know a
meets
little bit.
people. I think he's got, like, friends and stuff that come over to his house. And
Doug.
he is dangerous.
I don't have X-ray machines
Doug.
under the poker tables. If that's what you're asking.
What's up with Doug this weekend, by the way? How's Doug?
Doug's doing well.
Okay.
I think Doug's good.
Next up in the category of Marshall's friends is Philly Carl and Philly and. Well, he's technically New Jersey, but he cheers for the Eagles.
So there's Baltimore Doug and Philly Carl?
Bengals Doug
I'm
and
sorry.
Eagles Carl.
Bengals Doug.
Eagles Carl is an experience.
You got great friends, man. Hey, if you got one syllable friends like that in Chicago, you're doing great, man. I don't have a Carl currently on my roster of friends, I don't think.
Well, you do now.
Well, I have a Mark.
Carl Pekarski, who used to work for the Bears.
I have a Mark and a Lales. There's a couple of
Do you have a
one-syllable
Jeff?
friends. I got a Ray. I got a Bob.
Dans.
I have a disproportionate number of.
A Clay?
I have like seriously like 10 Dans. Like Dans are like I am attracted to Dans. There's no doubt about it.
Extra bulk in the Dan
If your
category?
name is Dan, I'm gonna be friends with you. That's a fact.
Mark Rohde on
Mhm.
670 The Score. I feel like we just created the next promo in your series.
I love Dans. Let me tell you about Dans.
Dans and Bobs.
We continue the discussion about the differences in the Bears now
Dan
and
Levy.
what this game plan could look like from Ben Johnson too, because I know he saves a little something for that second game in the division. You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Get in on the action. Tell us what you think. Don't just text us. Call me. If you really like us, you'd call. 312-644-6767. I'm kidding, but do what you can with what you can. We'll take your calls next if you're around on The Score.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the games. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Welcome to Jackpot Land, this fall at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all fall to win your share of thousands in prizes each month. And earn entries into the big December Jackpot Land prize drawings. Your October, November, and December entries all count. Win thousands in cash or reward play. Welcome to Jackpot Land, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need dummy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kick was so bad and the smell never leaves.
rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Congress had approved $60 billion for their swift IRS deployment. Now this army of IRS agents are seeking out their quarry, you.
This is the IRS! Come out with your money!
Scary commercial, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's reality. With the IRS's $60 billion increase in their budget and hiring 87,000 new employees, they're now sending notices to taxpayers' homes. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they levied your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We're a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Give us a call now at 630-415-5296. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
How different are the Bears 10 weeks after their Week 1 loss to the Vikings at home at Soldier Field? What's your confidence level in seeing a different version of this team? We want to know. 312-644-6767. Call us on Rahimi Harrison Grody. We're back in a minute on The Score.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snugly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Listen to Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, asking the question. Ben Johnson said it, we're a different team in Week 11 than when we are in Week 1. They now get to prove it facing the Vikings for a second time this season. This time, it's at their place up in old Minnesota where it's chilly. But it's inside, so that's a good thing, too. We want to know what you think. 312-644-6767. And I understand we've got to start with Toby, who Mark Grody knows well. Toby, you're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Hey, how's it going?
Good morning.
Grody.
Toby, I can't. It was so good just to see your name written on the screen, and now to hear your voice. It does me well.
Same.
For people who have no idea, like, what is this Toby business? Toby goes all the way back to the early days of Wake and Bake with myself and Steve Rosenblum.
Oh my God, this sucks.
See, he's part of
Yes.
Saturday Suckage. He's part of the
Currently
Open.
batting 5 in the suckage order.
Roll call, yes.
For roll call. What's going on, man? You got Bears thoughts for us, Toby?
Bears.
Bears.
Yes, I had to call Bears.
Bears.
I have hope. You know this, Grody. I work as a telehealth professional, which was something different when we talked, 10 years ago when we first started talking about Jamarcus Webb and.
Oh my God.
Bears who else
offensive
was
lineman.
it?
I mean,
you
talk about that
was
offensive
the main
line.
topic, I believe, when we first started talking.
Has it been that long since you and I have talked on the radio? Holy cow, Toby.
Well, no, from when I first started talking to you, that's the thing. That's what I remember talking about when we first started talking.
That's hilarious.
But I have hope. I have hope. They feel different. And what I was going to say is, it's like because it feels like it's when you're dealing with a relationship. We've been hurt too many times.
Oh,
by
I
this.
know, and that's
You
added
know?
to my
But it looks
jadedness.
different.
And yes, I'm just a wreck of a person because of the Bears. I tell you, my trust
I mean,
issues
are we
heavy.
going to have a show? Is Caleb good? I don't think so, right?
That's
know
Lawrence's
that,
gig
right?
there.
That's
Yeah.
also a very good measuring stick. That's a
Yeah.
good metric
I'm just
out of you.
saying, we don't have to have that,
You're right. You're right. Toby, we'll let you go, but really quick, just for our listeners, indica, sativa, or hybrid?
Sativa all
Okay.
the way.
Toby has spoken.
Thank you, Toby. You're the best. We'll talk again soon, my friend,
Hey,
okay?
I have a Chicago sports joke.
Oh.
Very quickly.
You guys got time for a
Did
Chicago
you hear
sports
that
joke?
Mark Pryor, did you hear that? Because I saw him, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear that Mark Pryor owns a chain of body shops in San Francisco
No.
or L.A. or wherever?
I did not hear about the body shop, like cars, like automobiles.
Yeah.
Okay.
He only hires perfect mechanics.
Oh my goodness.
Go on,
I like it.
Go on, Toby. Go
I
on.
like it. Bye, Toby.
Bye, Toby. Love you, buddy. See ya.
Holla.
Sativa it is.
I actually thought it was good. I thought it was a good joke.
That was good because that was the thing about Mark Pryor. Everybody said he's like Tom Seaver's got great mechanics.
Indeed.
He can't possibly get hurt, and then all he did was get hurt. 2003 will never go away though.
No,
God.
it will not. Vincent Gurney, you're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody on the score.
Hey guys, love the show. Really enjoying it this morning. Thank you on a otherwise boring Friday, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I actually think that the Bears are the exact same team that they were in Week 1. I think game in and game out, they've had to win on almost miracles, but play to play and quarter to quarter, they haven't really looked so good to where you can count on them to win, or you would actually bet money that you can't lose on the Bears. And I think their pass defense has been becoming more and more suspicious as the weeks go on. And I think J.J. McCarthy kind of had his coming out game against the Bears. So I don't know why the Minnesota Vikings wouldn't be confident going into this game. And I don't necessarily feel the confidence in the Bears. Is great that they're winning. And it's thrilling because they take us on this roller coaster. But I don't think that we can then take that into every game and think that the outcome is going to be the same. So I'm not saying that they're going to lose, but I think that they're the exact same unpredictable team. And you really don't know what you're going to get. You know they're going to try hard, but after that, what are we really getting out of the Bears other than a great, entertaining game? So,
Oh, good counter, Vince. Yeah, no, I think that's a pretty decent counter to what we were saying. I did want to ask him this question, but I think he already dropped, unfortunately. Is this the best quality opponent the Bears have faced since the Vikings? And I say that with this to keep in mind. What you saw out of the Ravens was not a full-strength Ravens team, as we know.
No, it's Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
It's
try
Detroit.
to not remember that.
Yeah, no,
game.
that's fair, Layla. That's
I
will say,
I try to put that out
God,
of my mind.
I hate to say this, and I don't know if this counts, and you guys could shoot it down if you want. I'll allow for it in this case. Is Washington at the time, is that considered a good opponent, or was that the beginning of the end of the bottom starting to drop out
No,
for
Jane
Washington?
Daniels played in that game. That's
Yeah,
a good opponent.
Okay, so I'll give the
but
Bears
they weren't.
that.
They didn't have the same quality of opponent that the Lions and the Vikings were.
Of course. No, that's true. It's pretty close. It's pretty
the
close, Wales.
Yeah, the Bengals, as we know, weren't at full strength.
Right.
And we know that the Ravens were recovering.
And the
Is that a
Cowboys-
good way to put the Ravens?
Yeah. And the Cowboys
Still
were not
very
good
injured,
at
but
the time.
recovering. No, and they lost CeeDee Lamb in that game.
They lost CeeDee
I don't
Lamb
think
in
the
that
Ravens. I don't think of the Ravens as recovering. I think the Ravens had been reborn out of the bye week. They have been fine since.
But that was Lamar coming back. That was Roquan Smith. Sorry, Roquan Smith coming back. That's what made that to me like they were getting healthy, but they weren't still
No,
at the full.
I saw them as fully healthy coming off a bye week and ready to go, ready to roll.
I mean, and
knowing what they needed to do to get back in the playoff picture.
And Raquan made a serious stamp on that game, too. He made a difference
Yeah,
for Baltimore.
he wanted to make a statement. in
Yeah,
that
he
game.
did, and I get it.
I appreciate Zach Orr at least qualifying that. But yeah, the quality of opponent, at least for the last few weeks, you could say that it's,
This is a step up, no doubt. On the road, the noise, the whole thing. I mean, I think the Bears are going to win. I've told you why I think the Bears are going to win, but I understand when people like the caller we just had have a healthy skepticism. I wouldn't even call it cynicism.
I love you being on this side of the fence on this. I
know.
do. I'm going to say that.
It's weird that you and I just can't be on the same page on this, though, for today.
No,
anyway.
I think the Bears are going to win, but
Oh, you do?
just
A lot
not
of-
as
Okay.
satisfactorily as you do.
Gotcha.
a lot of texters disagree with J.J. McCarthy's quality.
As in they think he's good or bad?
Like 630 coming out, LOL, a coming out party implies he's been good after that.
Well, that's a great point.
773, a coming out party would mean he stayed good. Right? He's
Yes.
been awful outside of one quarter. I don't know that he's been awful. I just think he's having his rookie season in his second season because he didn't play.
Yeah, well, that I agree with the Twitchers and Texters. That did not turn out to be the coming out party. J.J. McCarthy might still have that, and I still think that he's a very talented quarterback. He's not had his coming out party
Could be
yet.
this week.
Yeah.
And then somebody else says he was fine until he said, well, see, this is why we want to know what you guys think. Coming up next, I'm Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We'll take the temperature of Adam Haugh. Adam with the CHGO Bears coverage. He also is of the Hogue and Johns podcast. So he'll join us next to weigh in here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Minnesota game, tune into the Score's postgame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Win or lose, the guys take your calls and react to the game on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday, that's today, from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, so that's 5 to 6:30 here. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 5 to 6:30 here, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up and present in Illinois, opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, like requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals, our care saves, and our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians. Something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sunshine, few clouds this afternoon, warm, high 64.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Adam Haugh says...
Adam Haugh, Bears Insider.
What's up, everyone? My name's Adam Haugh.
Host of the Haugh and Johns podcast.
What I like about this coaching staff, it's like the 100 guys in a bar theory. When 100 guys in the bar are all screaming the same thing, that usually means that they're onto something, even if it's 100 guys in a bar. Like, that's what I think about this with Colson Loveland. And so snap counts go up. Johnsy, it is that time for another high draft pick, Luther Burden.
Adam Haugh.
Adam Hoagie or Hogg, excuse me, I don't know how to pronounce the last name.
With Rahimi Harrison Grody on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
We love talking to Adam Haugh every Friday, and we do so thanks to Circa Sports Illinois. He joins us on the hotline. Download the Circa app today. He also is with us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Adam Haugh with CHGO's Bears coverage and the Haugh and Johns podcast. And Adam, I'm going to pick up where we left off in our last hour. You heard Ben Johnson say the same thing. This is a different team to him than they were from week 1, 10 weeks ago when they lost to the Minnesota Vikings here at home. How much into account do you take that declaration?
Well, I think it matters a lot. You're talking about a team that has a different left tackle, a running game that didn't exist back in week 1, a quarterback that's maturing and developing. Colson Loveland was pretty much a non-factor week 1. Luther Burden pretty much a non-factor. So these guys have come on. Kyle Monangai as well. So you got a lot of evidence that offensively you're a lot better than you were when the season started. Now I think they just got to find consistency on that side of the ball is really the next step, and what they're still sort of going through and struggling with right now. But and I think on the offensive line as a whole, they've come together as well, and that's a big part of the running game taking off the way it has. So that's great to be able to say, but you need to go out there on Sunday and execute all that. If you do execute that, you probably win the football game. Defensively, I feel like they're not a ton different. There's some things that are a little different. They're probably a little bit better stopping the run than they have been. But this unit has pretty much been what it's been all season, dealing with injuries, grinding through injuries, well-coached unit that's given up a lot of yards, but taking the ball away in key moments. Of course, the big difference would be the addition of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We'll see how much of a factor that continues to be. Certainly, the early returns are very positive.
That's interesting that we talk about Gardner Johnson. We had Jared Payton on the show yesterday. He said he'd give him the defensive MVP, even though it's only been a couple of games. I mean, how can you put into words what he has meant to this defense, and not just the last 2 weeks, but maybe kind of a steadying of what they are without several key guys still missing?
Well, I think you saw in Baltimore in defense that just really they had patched it together and kind of survived without Kyler Gordon early in the season. Then they got him back, and I think you saw what they're kind of supposed to be, and then he gets hurt again, and then all of a sudden they look lost. And so I think that C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been more than a Band-Aid, which is kind of what you were dealing with early on in the season, to the point that he can be. I think the conversation becomes, and it's not really relevant this weekend because obviously Kyler Gordon's not back, but in what ways does Dennis Allen use him when Kyler Gordon does return? Because I think they both need to be on the field, and I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson has the potential to, you look over to that Vikings defense, you see a guy like Josh Metellus who kind of plays all over. He'll be your slot corner, he'll be your linebacker, he'll drop back as a strong safety. He can play the deep middle, although he doesn't do it a ton, and is sometimes vulnerable there. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson's been a safety. He's been an outside corner too. I think he can kind of slide inside, and if you want to go into more dime packages once Kyler Gordon comes back and T.J. Edwards is still dealing with the hamstring, maybe you take Edwards off the field a little bit just to spell him and go with one linebacker, but really C.J. Gardner-Johnson's sort of playing that hybrid linebacker role for you. I think there's a number of different things you can do with this guy that's very exciting, and Dennis Allen, who has the history with him, is going to know exactly how to use him. And so I can't wait till we get to that point. Hopefully we do get to that point in a couple weeks with Kyler Gordon returning, but right now we kind of know what his role is in the slot. I think there's some moments where he can still be a little bit better, but having that weapon that Dennis Allen has to be able to blitz him and use him as an extra pass rusher has been very effective.
This segment on The Score with Adam Haugh is brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons. Adam, I think the Vikings are a vulnerable team right now. I think the Bears are getting them at a good time. But what is your overall assessment of the Minnesota Vikings and where they might end up this season based on what you've seen? Because I can't call it on the Vikings. 1 week I'm like, they might suck, and then they might be good. They beat the Lions on the road. What's your call on this Minnesota team? Well,
I think it comes down to J.J. McCarthy's development. It's been it's been frustrating, I think, at times so far for them. They, whether it's just him being injured and not being able to play, or when he is playing, missing a wide open Justin Jefferson on the right sideline. Having an opportunity to scramble for a first down last week and instead throwing a jump ball in the double coverage that gets picked off by Malachi Starks. There's just been, you see these glimpses of the first round talent and the playmaking ability, whether it's with his legs or completing some clutch throws. Certainly he showed the Bears that in week 1 that he can be clutch. And this is a guy that has won at every level that he's ever played, like in multiple sports. He's just one of these guys that wins games. But right now, I think he's going through, swimming in the deep end of the NFL at this point. And, I really think the Vikings are going to go as he goes, because defensively, I like how they're playing the last couple weeks. Now, if they don't have Jonathan Grenard Sunday, that'll change things, but defensively, they're good. They're going to give you a chance. He has the weapons at his disposal. The one thing outside of J.J. McCarthy, though, that I think continues to be a problem for them is consistently running the football. I think I talked to you guys about this way back in week 1. It's a little bit of a misnomer under Kevin O'Connell. They really haven't been a great running team under KOC, and he hasn't really committed to the run as much as he probably says how important it is. So I think that's something they're always trying to work out. And that's kind of holding this offense back too right now, because when you look at how much running the football and using play action has helped Caleb Williams, they're kind of missing that right now with J.J. McCarthy. And that would be something that would make his life a lot easier at this point. But I think there's opportunities in this game for J.J. McCarthy to play well and maybe pick on a shorthanded Bears defense. But if Dennis Allen can kind of call the game of his life and push the buttons at the right time where he brings pressure and kind of sit back and maybe force some mistakes or allow those mistakes to come their way, this is a team that's -7 in the takeaway margin where the Bears are +14. Now, sometimes that evens out. You hope it doesn't this week, because on paper, that should be an advantage for the Bears on Sunday.
We're talking to Adam Haugh. He is with CHGO. He's also hosting the Haugh and Johns podcast. Our segment's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Adam, I think the Vikings might be trying to pull a banana in the tailpipe trick on all of us. Because I see here that Aaron Jones is listed with shoulder and toe as limited for the last 2 practices. Yeah. But I know who Aaron Jones is. He's noted Bears wrecker. I can't stand it when Aaron Jones is potentially around in any game, because I know that he will find a way to even if it's a limited amount of yards in a game, like it was on that Monday night game, he only had 23 yards, but he will find a way to be a difference maker, whether it's move the chains or something. He's going to find a way to make a difference against the Bears. How much do you take his presence into account?
Well, a lot because of that. Yeah, he's like
he loves playing the Bears.
It's like the Nick Punto against the White Sox back in the day.
Oh, man, a Punto
Josh
reference.
Recently.
The old Minnesota Twinsy, right?
Right. I tried to go Minnesota.
Well, you could go
Minnesota.
Hell, you could go with a bunch of guys from any version of
I just thought of noted Bears, noted White Sox frustration, so I went with Naylor, even though he's Cleveland.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and and by the way, there's a nailer on this Vikings team too that comes up with clutch catches every single week too. You got to be aware of number one. It's not just Jordan.
By the way, you guys know who was a pain with the Minnesota Twins back in the day too? Ron Coomer. Ron Coomer was kind of a thorn in the side of the White Sox at times too.
Oh my goodness! We're even going after Coom for his Minnesota ties.
Sorry, Coom. It's because he was an all-star.
But I do think that though, and as I recall in that game in Week 1, Adam, Aaron Jones had the right runs at the right time, even though he only ended up with 23 in that one.
Yeah, no, and it is, and I think that goes back to what I was just talking about too, and that the Vikings aren't always a very efficient running team, and so to allow Aaron Jones to do that, whether he, when it was back when he was with the Packers or now with the Vikings, it gets frustrating. So, it's easier said than done, but stopping the run in this football game will be huge for both teams, and I think the team that's able to do it will obviously be putting more pressure on the quarterback to perform. But I really think that's like Caleb Williams right now is ahead of where J.J. McCarthy is because of the playing time, but also because of the development. I mean, I think Ben Johnson deserves a lot of credit, but right now I trust Caleb more than I trust J.J. So the more you can take that running game away, it's going to hamstring the passing game. Because I don't know how you couldn't be scared of these weapons the Vikings have. You have to be. I mean, it's very much on the table that Jefferson goes off for like 120, 130 in this game with the injuries that the Bears have and continue to have in their secondary. But I think you can get away with that. You can survive with that if you stop the run and you force the takeaways in big key moments, because this team is showing you the Vikings have 11 interceptions this year, whether it was Carson Wentz or J.J. McCarthy. They will throw you the ball. And so, if you're Nishan Wright, you can't drop it or have it punched out, because it wasn't really a clean drop. It was punched out by Gunnar Olszewski last week. But those opportunities, when they come, you cannot let it go through your hands.
Adam Haugh, the host of CHGO Bears and the Haugh and Johns podcast, joining us here on Rahimi Harris and Grody. This segment with Adam, brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons. I'm really interested in some of the stuff Ben Johnson said earlier this week about being better himself as far as play calling and getting into a rhythm. And I think we were all a little surprised that they didn't run the ball more than they did last week to start the game against a team that has not been good against the run in the New York Giants. Do you feel like part of his lesson learned going into this week is to lean on that running game maybe a little bit more early?
Yeah, maybe on certain downs. Like, I didn't have a huge problem with the game plan. I think, for the most part, it was effective. They were stalling out a little bit too much. And so maybe there was a play here, on second down or whatever, where maybe if you had gone with a run. We also don't always know what's being checked out of. Like, a lot of times you're going to have two plays at the line of scrimmage. It's dictated on the coverage. So there's always that. Look, when I hear a play caller kind of question some of his own calls, it's usually a result of not getting the coverage that you. It's one of two things. Like, one, maybe we should have run the ball there. That might have been smarter instead of passing. Or if you are in a pass, we heard Ben Johnson talk about last couple, I think it was 2 weeks ago, hunting a certain coverage and not always getting it. And so, you're really leaning on your film study and your coaches and tendencies. But at the end of the day, there is a little bit of a guessing game to it, right? And so you can call something thinking you're going to get one coverage and then realize a lot of times it happens pre-snap. This might not work, but you can't, you only got 3 timeouts, so you can't burn them all throughout the course of a game. And so you just got to kind of ride with it and see what happens. And that's where, as Ben's talked about, Caleb can make you right with his playmaking ability. You can be in the wrong play, you could get the wrong coverage, and Caleb Williams might run around and do something, incredibly special to make you right. And I think those are the best head coach, play caller, quarterback combinations where you have that, sort of both happening, the play caller making the quarterback right and then the quarterback making the play caller right sometimes, because on any given play, you're just not batting 1,000 throughout the course of a game. Every play, there's an offensive play called, there's a defensive play called, and someone's going to be right and wrong. So you're really just hoping to be right the majority of the time and come out on top.
Anna, what did you think of Caleb Williams talking about how, in the name of staying in the pocket a tick longer, which can be a tough trick because he's focused so much on getting out of there to avoid the sacks, which he's been good at. He also uttered that he's been going through his progressions too quickly, and that part is the next part to his development. He admits that. Ben Johnson admits that. How close do you think he is, considering the progress that he's made this year, to conquering that as well? And what did you think in general of him saying that he's getting through his progressions too quickly?
Well, first of all, I love that he said it, because I don't claim to be some quarterback film expert, but I was watching some of that. I always watch it very closely on Mondays, and I try to chart every throw. And there were a couple plays, one in particular I can think of, where he got to the second read over the middle too fast. And I'm forgetting which receiver it was, whether it was DJ Moore or Roman Dunze, wasn't quite out of his break yet. And it was too quick to even throw with anticipation. That's how fast it was. And then, so now he's a 3, and I think maybe went to the check down when it was all said and done, if I'm remembering right. But, so I thought I was seeing that. So to hear him admit it, I like that because it's not just confirming what I thought, but because it's him being aware of that. Now, that I think is a result of and it might even be like a 1 week thing where you just know you're facing this Giants front, and it might be the best one they see all season. And those guys were getting after him, so that's going to speed you up. And so trying to play on time, sometimes you're too late, sometimes you're too early, and it's all about the footwork and the timing of these routes and the rhythm and the hitches that you're in as a quarterback. And if you speed that up, it can actually cost you. The other part of it too is, I think not every pocket's going to be perfect. So sometimes you're going to have to throw from a muddy pocket. And I think specifically, if we go back to that first drive, the 4th down incompletion to DJ Moore that he ripped down in the end zone. If you look at that play, that is probably an easy touchdown if he hits DJ Moore over the middle originally before he scrambles. I understand why he scrambled, because he felt the pressure from the left. But instead of just bailing from the pocket, if he takes one, like even half step forward up into the pocket and delivers that throw, it's probably an easy touchdown. And instead, the Bears came away with 0 points. So it's that balance that Caleb was talking about in his press conference of knowing, yes, I can bail, I can make plays with my legs, like sometimes can even complete passes. But if you can stay on schedule and learn to kind of trust that pocket that you're in, he's obviously got the instincts, guys, to feel pressure. A lot of times we see him and it's like, how the hell did he know that guy was there? And how did he spin and do that? So the next step is, and it's not easy, but understanding the difference between, I got to go, I'm feeling those instincts, versus I have a half second more, can step up and still deliver this throw before I bail.
Adam Haugh, we always enjoy hearing what you have to say. You can check out his work on the Haugh and Johns podcast and CHGO. Adam, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
That's Adam Haugh. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. So what if it does come down to a fourth quarter again for the Bears? What if it does come down to the last 5 minutes of the game? Well, that topic has been discussed amongst the media. We'll hear what Caleb Williams had to say about it, and then Ben Johnson as well. So we'll do that next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
Happy Friday. We've got Dan Wiederer joining us at 3 o'clock to talk about the Bears and the Vikings. Plus, our buddy and Joliet's home, Pete Bursich, is going to join us at 3:25. And then Olin breaks it down like nobody else. That's at 4. Spiegel and Holmes, 2 to 6 on The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Imagine you fix a turkey this Thanksgiving that was so delicious, your guests will talk about it for years to come. Does it sound too good to be true? It's not. This year, order a Green Circle Heritage Turkey. Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood, and I asked the owners, Chris and Susie, what makes this bird so special? Well, for starters, it's delivered fresh, never frozen, to your doorstep the week of Thanksgiving. Skip the low-quality frozen birds at the grocery store and choose a fresh Green Circle Heritage Turkey from Second City Prime. All of the turkeys are raised free-range and antibiotic-free. They're fed a diet of surplus vegetables from farmers markets and wholesome gluten-free grain, including corn and soy from the farmer's own mill. From start to finish, these birds are treated and fed well, and the result, a supremely tasty turkey this Thanksgiving. You don't want your friends and family to be like, oh, the turkey was good. Half smile. Nobody wants that. Hurry, the deadline to order for these is November 15th. That is tomorrow. So just visit secondcityprime.com, SECOND. Orders of $200 or more ship free. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's secondcityprime.com.
When you're betting and find yourself constantly thinking about gambling and you're losing more money than you have, are you really winning? If you're spending too much time with the slots or you can't stop betting on sports and you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, maybe lying, and probably losing more money than you can afford to lose, you're not alone and you can get help. It's available 24/7 and it's confidential. When your betting has gotten out of hand, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.areyoureallywinning.com. Sponsored by the Illinois Department of Human Services.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like LG counter depth refrigerators starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom to save all month. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
On the days when you're thriving,
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
the nights when you need us most,
Mom, I don't feel good.
and every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit standbyouillinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyouillinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
Yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
Out of data.
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A new report says Pirates ace Paul Skeens already doubts the team will ever contend. And honestly, who's surprised? Pittsburgh rarely spends. They are consistently one of Major League Baseball's lowest payrolls. Skeens fears his prime will be wasted before he's sold to the highest bidder. And fans know the pattern all too well. Develop a star, squander his peak, then start all over again. I'm Maggie Gray.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You know, we know that, it's a tough game. There's, elite teams in this league, and we got to go out there and earn it each and every week. But our goal is, perfection within ourselves, regardless of what happens out there. So up to this point, we haven't had a perfect game, haven't had a game where we really were, firing on all cylinders. Right now, we're getting ourselves some wins, but we want to get to that point where we're blowing people out.
That is Roma Dunze talking about what the Bears want to do. It would be nice if you didn't have to stress yourselves out to try to come back at the end of the game, but the good news for the Bears is that they've been able to do it successfully. Now 4-1 in one-score games for the season. Pretty impressive stuff when you consider what they're putting together. Bears getting ready for the Vikings. This is Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on 670 The Score, and those Vikings are looking to get to 500. They're 4-5 playing the Bears, who they already beat once in this season. And that was something that was echoed after the game, I think, and again during the week. Mark Grody, you, of course, report on the Bears for the Score. So how much were they talking about that concept of not trying to get into these messes where they got to get themselves out of this jam, even though they've had winning results?
Yeah, and I think that most of the conversations, quite frankly, were focused on the starting quarterback, Caleb Williams, because he is the leader in that capacity. And I thought that there's a soundbite where Caleb Williams we're asking him about, what about the other 3 quarters? And he's,
What about,
thanks, what about the...
But it wasn't even the other 3 quarters. It was like, you are unbelievably phenomenal in the last 5 minutes.
Well, let's hear
What
it.
about the other 55 minutes?
Your numbers, your production in the last 5 minutes of games is among the best in the league. The other 55 minutes is not where you want it to be. I mean, respectfully, just to try to understand better, why can't you do that all the time? Why can't you play like the last 5 minutes of the whole game? What can you take from that and extrapolate to the entirety of the game?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's something that we want to get down, and I think it's I think it's not only just from my side of it, it's just everybody understanding the what we can be on offense, and we can score fast, we can march down and score in 13 play drives and things like that, and just being able to do that and be efficient instead of having some 3 and outs or anything like that. We got some special talent on our side of the ball on offense, and I think there's times where we can just be better overall. And then towards the end of the game, it's time to go in the game, and you just kind of get into that mode. And like I've said before, defenses have kind of shown you throughout the whole game of what they've kind of game plan for you. And so you get into a rhythm, you get into a flow towards the end of the game, and the mindset changes, I would say, just in the sense of we have no other option at that point other than, try and score and fight and fight and fight. And I think that's what we do and what we've done. And we do want to showcase, and I want to showcase throughout the whole game that we can play, all 60 minutes. And we can put up points, and defense can hold, their offense, and, we can, we kind of start, kind of steamrolling. But until that happens, we're going to keep winning games, whichever way we need.
Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
What if you just choose that option when you have the options?
Heard. What? The part that I found most interesting, what I was going to say before Robbie expertly played the audio, which was good work back there, guys, where he says, where, and this was what I was going to paraphrase, and now I don't have to, but at the beginning, you hear Caleb saying, not only from just my side of it, and then I think he caught himself, and I didn't have a problem with it, but he's trying to say, it ain't just me. You know what I mean? Like, it's the whole team. And he's right. He's right. Like, I'm not here to criticize Caleb for that. I thought, like, that's what I heard. And, of course, there are things that Caleb has to clean up in the first 3 quarters of the game or in the first 2 quarters of the game. But I do think that was his way. And I agree with him. It's the whole team that seems to go into that fight or flight mode that which I think is kind of cool to discuss, because don't we all go into fight or flight when we're in desperate situations? Don't we all do what we have to do when it's winning time or whatever it is in life that you are trying to tackle? We all do what we got to do when it comes down to it, and we tend to leave some of the stress behind at that point.
We have some breaking news. This is unlikely. Breaking news on the Score is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. This is from Adam Schefter. I'm surprised.
Oh boy.
Talk to me.
The Bears have activated the 21-day practice window for Jalen Johnson. What was all this 1 in a million talk?
How we doing, everybody? It's the 10th game of the season. The Bears are going to be 7-3. Jalen Johnson, I can tell you guys. Jalen Johnson has been out at Haugh this week in the weight room. Ben Johnson told us, the assembled media at the Hall, that he spoke with him and that he feels like he's in a pretty good place. Does he get get opened up? I don't know. But, man, this is like...
It's a practice window.
It's Schwarber all over again.
Do you know what it sets up?
But I'm just surprised because, sometimes you can post a video and feel real good. And then
He's a stud.
You can say you're good, you're okay to play again, and then the next thing you know, you've re-aggravated something, or you unfortunately injured something else because you're compensating for something else, because that's what bodies do. And the next thing you know, I'm sitting here in November talking about how Jalen Johnson hadn't played yet.
Well, what I'm talking about is this. I can count. 21-day window, you know how that goes. If you don't get activated in the 21 days, you're done for the season.
And the Bears have taken, they will use those days before they evaluate a player.
But what I want to point out is, do you know what game is coming up as that 21-day window ends? That would be the first game against a team they haven't seen yet, but they're going to see twice. That would be the Green Bay Packers.
How we doing, everybody?
Is this petty?
I don't give a damn who's out there. I'm looking forward to whooping their ass either way.
That's right.
Is that lineup of timing? Is that petty? Is that a little bit like,
my
you want to line
God.
this up for Green Bay?
I don't think it's petty.
We got you.
Green Bay, you got Tyreek Stevenson, you have Jalen Johnson, you have Kyler Gordon.
Whoa!
Look out, TJ Edwards, dare I say?
Do you really think Kyler Gordon's going to be available? Because they're like, well, we hope it's the shorter IR. And now they're like, sometime before the end of the year. And I'm like, wait a second.
They did say, okay, that's another thing that, Ben, if y'all missed it at the beginning of this week, I don't know why I just went Porth, but I did. Y'all might have missed it.
Y'all missed this.
See, Ryan, you're having an effect on me. You really are. Earlier this week, he said it still looks like the shorter end of it for Kyler Gordon. This band is coming together, kids.
I just really put him out of my mind.
Jalen, you talk about?
Yes.
I did too. I just went with I'm going to go on with this season assuming that he's not going to be back. And here we are. Jalen Johnson, the 21-day window has opened. Wow.
And when it closes, again, the next team on the schedule is the Green Bay Packers. Also, a reminder that Kyler Gordon, the aforementioned, is eligible to return Week 12 against the Steelers. So you are looking at a situation where these two teams could be playing, and it could be before that. It could be like 2 weeks of him getting ready, ramping up, and he could be ready for the Black Friday game too.
Do you know in 21 days, do you know what month we'll be in? That'll be December. Ben Johnson says we're going to play our best football in December. There you go.
I thought he was talking about the offense, though.
It's going to be everything.
To look like.
Everything. It's all going to be great.
So, you can't get excited about it for this week, but it's something to look forward to. That's a timeline. Regardless of how you want to figure that out, that is an established timeline. The NFL gives you those options, and the Bears have exercised it.
I have a question. If Jalen Johnson comes back, how does the expectations change for the Bears this year?
Well, I think number one, again, I don't know why I'm picking on the defensive line here, but we know how Jalen Johnson will affect what happens. You should get more coverage sacks because your secondary is going to lock people down in a better way. So I'm hoping that, you know how I feel about the secondary and the pass rush being married together, that means that the Bears, you're going to be more confident in them getting stops in games because hopefully – you can move 3 and out a little bit quicker. And then number 2, it helps your pass rush.
I'm just shocked that Jalen Johnson could be back that soon. I mean, that he will ultimately be back that soon or he won't be playing. Like that's what this means. And I did not see this coming in any which way.
If he comes back and he's healthy, like actually healthy, is he still the Bears' best player? By that time.
Well, it depends if Gardner Johnson continues on the trek that he's the best defensive player right now. Gardner over the last 2 weeks.
Player.
Yeah. You're asking, is Jalen Johnson going to be probably
healthy? Jalen Johnson.
Here's what I think of though. Back to the point of the Bears being at their peak in December defensively. I mean, I am thinking about Kyler Gordon being back. I am thinking about TJ Edwards being back. And I just asked Dennis Allen yesterday. I was asking him about not having all your players. And I know, of course, the answer is going to be we can't make excuses. This is the NFL. Nobody's going to feel bad for you. But if he has all those pieces back, which is extremely plausible, it's kind of on. You know what I mean? It's because he can't do what he wants to do right now in full, Dennis Allen.
No, he's got one hand tied behind his back.
He does. And the Bears defense has been average to below average this year. But we know that the talent is there, and we know that there's a very talented man running this defense. Ooh, that is a jolt.
Let's take you through the schedule. So Vikings Sunday, obviously not playing. Steelers, 11-23. Eagles, 11:28. Packers, Browns, Packers again, 49ers, and the Lions. Ooh, that is a bear of a schedule.
Bear.
It is. But again, if this guy's going to play in both of those Packers games, if he is healthy, first of all, if he's healthy, he is the best player on the Bears defense, period.
Jalen, yeah.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson.
847's like, we're running silver dollar coverage in December. No linemen, all DBs.
Well,
hell yeah.
I mean, he's not
Secondary,
too far off.
you know what? You can blitz better than other units. Go get out there.
Here comes Brisker.
Yeah. Jaquan's like, is this my time to shine at defensive tackle? Let's go.
Here comes Kevin Byard.
The idea that Caleb Williams, if he has a good game on Sunday, and this offense could be peaking at the right time, because they've certainly shown progress over the last, even since the bye, right? The idea that that's happening at the same time that the defense gets healthy and you're just finding ways to steal games. If they win this game and they're 7-3, and they now know that these guys are on the brink of coming back, that changes the conversation of what this team is capable of.
Yep.
First, you got to win the game on Sunday, which Mark's way more down the road on that than I am. But if they win the game and are 7-3, going up against a Steelers team that's been very, then I think they have a chance to win the division. But they got to win the game on Sunday.
So
they got to win the game on Sunday.
If you missed it, Adam Schefter just reporting that Jalen Johnson's practice window has been opened. And I think this is ahead of schedule.
Wow.
When you consider the fact that they said this is going to be potentially, that he might be available before the end of the year, this is much earlier than that. My biggest concern, though, is also, for the love of everything, you rushed it the last time. Please, please, please don't rush it again.
I agree with that, of course.
That's the most rough part of this to me is please don't repeat the history that got you into this mess to begin with.
Well, and I don't think Jalen Johnson would allow for it, because a part of that was Jalen Johnson, like, pushing the issue. I remember speaking to him about it, and he's like, he does talk about just having gotten paid. You know what I mean? Like, and he mentioned, like, I'm sure the Bears are disappointed that they just paid me, and here I am injured. So I think he'll take it more seriously and watch out for his body as well. But the fact that the window is open... Woo! I'm so excited. I wish I could cuss.
It is a big deal, Haugh. And we'll go check on him, too. You're listening
Let's go check out Robbie. Hold on.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers, Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Coming up next, it's halftime.
Well, listen, I had one halftime, but there's something else that's been kind of eating at me. It's been eating at me, and eat being the key word.
I love when you talk about eating.
I love restaurants. But sometimes I wonder, are we doing too much? There are two restaurants which you have both eaten at that are now becoming one. I want to know your thoughts on it. You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
I have no idea.
Is it Rainforest Cafe with one of those steakhouses that cuts off your tie?
It is not. But these are two restaurants that everybody knows. It's a whole thing. We're going to put it in the blender in halftime next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody here on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota, looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the weekend in college football is Georgia laying 6.5 points at home against Texas. Kirby Smart can certainly scheme up a great defensive game plan, limiting the Longhorns to 19 points or fewer in both games last season. With a one-score spread, we're trusting a Georgia team that's looked like the best team in college football at closing out games. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/plan.
play.
One of the best ways to lower the carbon footprint of your business, manufacturing, or industrial facility is with mechanical insulation. Let the Heat and Frost Insulators and Illinois Regional Insulation Contractors perform an energy assessment on your facilities. With a simple energy assessment, they'll show you ways to save money and make your facilities greener. Mechanical insulation creates efficiency and saves money. It often pays for itself in less than a year with energy savings. For a list of skilled Illinois Regional Insulation Contractors, visit local17insulators.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kids wash the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweating dead short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
You want in on the autumn action at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee? Of course you do. With $300,000 in prizes, who wouldn't? November 1st through the 20th, play with your rewards card for entries. Thursdays, pick your win from a prize board. At the end of the night, all leftover prizes go to one winner in a jackpot drawing. Autumn action. It's going down at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay a game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite team should be the all-new Toyota on Edens. Get aggressive pricing on over 300 Toyotas and state-of-the-art service with extended service hours, Saturday service, and Uber pickup and drop-off. Visit the new Toyota on Edens or toyotaonedens.com.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
What time is it?
It's halftime.
Let's give you the most important news of the day first. If you missed it, Jalen Johnson's practice window is now open. Is it earlier than you thought? Because for me, it certainly was. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. So we just talked about that. Adam Haugh joined us at 11, Adam with CHGO. And then we asked the question, how much do you listen to Ben Johnson? How much do you consider it for yourself? When the head coach says, we're a different team than we were in week 1, it's now week 11 in the NFL. How different do you think the Bears are? We discussed that on this Football Friday as well.
It's halftime.
Okay, guys.
And Mark Grody has gotten his Bear deodorant.
Yeah, let's start with that.
It's bear gloves. If you missed it earlier, I don't know if other men or women go through this. Like, I felt like I did everything right today. People, correct. And I forgot to put deodorant on, which is a terrifying feeling. I'm like, uh-oh. Like,
we've all missed a step, guys.
Yeah, I missed a step.
It's in the tournament of anxiety, that I like to talk about. Did I leave the curling iron on?
Yes.
Did I bring my coffee to work? Did I leave it on the counter?
There's no...
Brother, this guy stinks!
Right. There's no worse feeling than thinking, at any point in time today, I might start to smell. So Ray... I was like, oh, God, I got to get somebody to get me deodorant.
It's not like we're sitting outside 95-degree weather or something.
That's true, but, I want to be fresh down there. So...
Oh, my God.
Down where?
Up there.
Under the arms.
This is
Under the arms.
Under the arms. That's what I mean.
Down
Is that the under? Is that the under? Okay.
Under the arms. So...
Well, that might explain why you forgot it.
So I asked Ray, I was like, I can't just ask somebody to get me deodorant. So I'm like, I'm buying breakfast for everybody today. So Ray has brought me Old Spice Bear Glove, which, by the way, I have used before. Thank you, Ray.
Were you attracted to it because it said bear?
Of course.
Bear.
And
oh,
hold
my
on.
God.
And it smells good, too. As you would expect something called Bear Glove to smell good.
No, I don't know what a bear glove
It smells like a fresh bear. It smells like a fresh bear.
Fresh bears, I think, are stinky.
I don't know what fresh bears smell like.
Well,
so
bear.
There's that.
Marshall, what do you got for us?
Okay. You ever drive by and see like the combo restaurants?
Oh, you mean like the Kentucky Hut?
Yes.
I love a good Kentucky Hut.
PepsiCo, the owners of Pepsi, also own several restaurants, including Kentucky Fried Chicken, Taco Bell, and Pizza Hut.
Kentucky Hut.
And you may have seen a Kentucky Hut near where you live, because you can go in there and you can order anything off of all three of those menus in one fell swoop.
Do I want fried chicken on my pizza with my Crunchwrap Supreme? Maybe. Will I be out for the rest of the day because I ordered so much food? Yes.
You might need some Bear Glove.
So Dine Brands is a corporate parent of several chains, and they will be opening a new combination. I want to get your thoughts about this. Applebee's, a.k.a. Eating Good in the Neighborhood, and the IHOP are combining into one restaurant in over 300 locations in the United States of America.
Can we combine some of them? Like, there's an IHOP in Wrigleyville that I think could be a great Applebee's at times.
But how do we feel about being able to order off one menu and getting all the IHOP stuff and the Applebee's stuff?
Sounds like a supply chain progress.
So hold on a second.
Example.
Again, boomer here. So
You're not a boomer.
Oh, that's right. I'm not a boomer. You guys
you
call
play
me
one
a
on the
boomer.
show.
I
You
play
play
one on the show. I'm
You
willing.
called yourself.
I'm happy to play the old guy on the show. Now listen. So you sit down and it's a sit down place, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like the Applebee's or the IHOP would be.
Is it one menu with both IHOP
Yes.
and Applebee's items
Yes.
on it? Okay. I just needed a clear picture of what was going on exactly. Do you need some Bear Glove here? Do you want some Bear Glove, Layla?
Do you want to smell it? Smell it, Layla.
You
Let
want
us
to smell
know.
the Bear Glove? Go ahead.
Let me know. While she's doing that.
Do I smell all right, by the way?
I can't smell you.
How do you like it? You like it?
Good.
Yeah.
It smells like deodorant.
Okay.
Well, that's
cool.
the point.
How dare you denigrate Bear Glove as just anything?
Dime Brands' joint IHOP Applebee's concept has been in the works for some time. The company first tested in non-U.S. markets, having opened 13 internationally to date, including 3 in the third quarter. Those dual-brand restaurants have, quote, performed well and bring in, quote, on average, approximately 1.5 times to 2 times the revenue of a single branded restaurant. So from a business model sense, it makes sense.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, if it's all the same supplier, which it typically is, and that's a whole other ball of wax. But if that's the case, then combine them then.
Well,
I like it.
As long as people's jobs don't get hurt.
Well, the best part about this is, as you know, IHOP is a 24/7 restaurant.
Oh, yeah, that's why I mentioned the one up in North Halstead.
So you can get your Applebee's now 24/7 at these select locations. My question is, what other 2 restaurants do you want to see combined?
I love
Rainforest
that.
Cafe was something.
Gone though, right? That's not existing.
But don't worry
anymore?
about that. Just it's
Okay.
a restaurant in your mind.
Okay.
For me, it's got to be like 2 dangerous themed restaurants.
Wow.
It's I gotta think of the other one. It's like something wacky with something wacky, like Rainforest Cafe and Hard Rock. I just picked them because they're next to each other physically. How does that go?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Does that become like some sort of like sloth bear playing a guitar?
Oh, sloth bear.
I've got one.
Oh, you do.
Are you
So I'm
ready?
struggling on this one, but go ahead.
I'm being ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love when you're ridiculous.
So what if we take Benihana? Okay.
Oh,
I literally wrote that down.
Robbie.
And we combine Benihana
Hana.
with Waffle House and say, let's go.
Wait.
The grill's are already there. You can cook everything right there on the grill, all the breakfast stuff. And we're just out here playing loose and fast with look at Mark.
The contrast in like
I don't want my pancakes
Benihana's
on
like
that-
a special occasion, and Waffle House is the exact opposite.
Right. Yes.
The emotional conflict here.
I don't want my pancakes starting on fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
Could
don't.
somebody flip me a waffle like they do with the shrimp?
Yeah, they're gonna crack an egg over the.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
It's the same stuff you see on the grill at the Waffle House, but now it's open in front of you.
I don't want somebody slapping fried rice on my sausage and bacon.
What do you mean? That's not delicious to you?
No.
A lot of people have good ideas here. Like 217 says Portillo's and Giordano's.
Ooh.
312 says White Palace Grill and Harold's Chicken.
I like that.
Oh, yeah, 312, you nailed it. Rainforest Cafe and Ed DeBevick's. It's got to be
Oh, my goodness.
take
customer
themed
service
restaurants
alone.
and just mash them together.
Oh man, you know what you got to do then? You got to do Ed DeBevick's and the Wiener Circle.
Ooh, I don't know if we can handle that.
Well, the Wiener Circle would win in this face-off.
Oh,
like
for sure.
that
Well, it's
would
not
that
a
would
face-off.
ultimately turn into a war.
Wouldn't the
and
Wiener-
obviously
yes.
Team Wiener
Well, it's
Circle.
not. It's not necessarily a war. It's like where do you want to go to get insulted? What's your level of insults can you take?
Can I tell you about-
Because the Wiener Circle is going to come at you a little bit crazier for sure.
The girl I used to
815
date-
said Hooters and Chuck E. Cheese.
A girl I used to date, we were here for an event, we were no longer dating. And she took me to Ed DeBevick's, and I was like, what is this? I can't do this. I can't.
You didn't like the the treatment you're
the
talking
treatment,
about?
I was just like, I just want to eat. Like,
Isn't that a Dick's Last Resort thing, too?
Yeah.
Didn't they do that there?
Yeah, I went to Yeah.
And I haven't
to
been
both.
back to Ed's.
I've been to both. Ed's, I actually went in the last 5 years. Levy and I went to. There's one that's I think it's still there.
You and Levy need a buddy cop show.
Well,
I am
we do.
certain of this.
Oh, you should see our adventures. We have adventures, and they're usually based on eating,
as they should be.
And we went to the Ed DeBevick's on Ohio in Streeterville. I think it's still there. It's relatively new, like last 7 or 8 years or so, and we were not getting the proper insulting.
And you were mad.
And we were mad about it. We're like, bring it on. So I think they may have gone a little politically correct at Ed DeBevick's. Because, it's a sensitive world, understandably.
What's the food? It's like diner style, right?
Yeah, it's diner style, but it's very expensive, too, actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it is. It is. Like, we walked out of there, we're like, $72 bill? What did we eat? We're like, what did we get here? But, yeah.
Oh, Outback Steakhouse is a good mixer, too. What do you combine Outback Steakhouse with? And then they just have to speak an Australian accent.
Yeah, what's another imitation, different country food that we abuse here in America?
Cracker Barrel!
Cracker Barrel, that's it!
Oh, Outback Cracker Barrel.
Outback and Cracker Barrel. Which one wins?
Cracker Barrel.
It's great menus.
At 207, everybody's thinking about stuff to merge with Hooters.
There it is. Hooters and Chuck E. Cheese.
I said that earlier.
Nice job. Oh, you said that? Sorry, Layla, I missed it.
Oh, no, it's still funny. Still funny.
720 and Layla.
No.
White Castle and Jack in the Box. Okay.
They better have a toilet in there.
I feel like there's a better... and Bear Glove.
Yo.
Bear Glove.
Guys.
Somebody said no bear glove, no love on the text line.
Wow.
I'm gonna have a good weekend because I got Bear Glove.
Gross.
It's on.
All right. 5 on it is next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are we still laughing about the restaurants? I think we are. Hi, it's Bear Glove. Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook. It is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score, and FanDuel is kind of picking up where we leave off. They have an NBA happy hour. FanDuel Friday turns it up with NBA happy hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, that is 5 to 6:30 here, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. And Friday's always a great day in the association. This isn't just another promo. It is your weekly pregame. NBA happy hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up in President, Illinois, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, like requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The best bulls in the world have come to town. For bulls and their riders, those 8 seconds go by in a heartbeat. 8 seconds to become a champion, or nothing. This is America, and this is PBR. Moto Casino PBR Chicago bucks into the United Center December 19th and 20th. Tickets at pbr.com/tickets or Ticketmaster.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why we're here to help.
GetCoveredIllinois.gov lets you compare multiple plans and prices in one place.
At GetCoveredIllinois.gov.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score.
This hour is brought to you by Menards, the Jalen Johnson edition of Save Big Money at Menards.
It's time for 5 on. Naylor Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
It's Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, and this is 5 on it on 670 The Score. You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local forward dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel.
Number 1.
How surprised are you that the Bears have opened the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jalen Johnson?
Very surprised on a scale of 1 to very, very. I did not think that this was going to happen this quickly. And yes, I am a little bit like, hey, remember that last time you tried to come back and it was too quick? Can we not make the same mistake again? Can we not? The Bears have gotten used to being without him, and that's not ideal, of course, but if we're going to make this investment with Jalen Johnson when it comes to trusting that he'll be back with enough time to play the rest of the season, whenever the rest begins, I would like for it to be a time where everybody's 100% confident that this is the right decision to make. Outside of that, if it is, game on.
Mm-hmm.
This is exciting. The fact that he's coming back so quickly. All of that said, of course, remains my main priority.
I am completely shocked that they have activated this 21-day practice window, and immediately my mind starts racing like, okay, what checkpoints did he have to check off? Did he have to get by to get to this point where they're like, all right, we know in 3 weeks we're going to make a decision on whether or not you're on the field or not?
He answered a series of riddles. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. I mean, clearly the physical riddles have come into play, and this man is getting the job done. It's just such a boon of hope. You know what it is? It's the opposite of what I felt waiting, watching, and reacting to the deadline passing for the Cubs at the MLB deadline. That's what this is. Jalen Johnson coming back is like an instant jolt, and it's the type of jolt I thought the Cubs were going to get midseason. They did not, but I'm excited to see what happens when Dennis Allen gets all his chess pieces back, knock on wood, that he at some point has all of them available to him.
This Bears reporter is pretty shocked about this as well, even though there were a few breadcrumbs that were handed to us out at Hallis Hall and some of the other reporters.
Aren't there always?
There always are. We always get little breadcrumbs. That's why we do it. That's why we spend the time where we do when we do. But I didn't think that meant that today we'd be talking about a 21-day window opening for what is the Bears' best defensive player. It excites me to think now about the fact that the Bears' defense has kept their heads above water without their best defensive player, and maybe without their second best defensive player, because Kyler Gordon has just not been present for the Bears this year, and maybe their third best player right now, TJ Edwards, who also has just had this horribly like nagging injury season so far. So you can kind of think about what I'm putting together, and that is the whole band being back together at the right time. And as painful as it has been to see these guys out, sometimes timing is everything. I don't have to tell you guys that an injury in a potential playoff season in Week 13 would be way worse than what's happened for the Bears with Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson. It's been the beginning of the season, and the timing, man, their rhymes are right on time if all these guys end up coming back to the Bears, and it makes me rub my hands together the way Dennis Allen should be right now, too, thinking about the possibilities if all the band comes back together.
Or Birdman and another
Yes.
gift.
Mark Grody's Bearsness is at an all-time high this season, and I am here for it.
Wait, you know about the Birdman gift, but you didn't know about the Superman meme?
Well, I didn't.
Spider-Man, but yes.
I pay attention.
Spider-Man. Sorry, I was thinking about Caleb
the
Williams.
Spider-Man meme is just way more popular, I think, or way more out there. Like, I hear everybody reference it, and I've been maybe sort of purposely ignorant about it because you know how it is, like when everybody's seen something and you haven't, and like
But
a
you know the
television
Birdman
show.
Because then I just try to see the thing.
But you know the Birdman meme?
I do the opposite.
I
I'm
don't
just
not
like,
know memes. Like
What
I
the-
don't.
I'm
no,
shocked
he
that
knew
you
the
know the
Birdman.
Birdman
That's true.
meme. It's two Americas. That's a perfect example of two Americas. And I didn't think you'd be on that side of the two Americas that would know the
Well,
Birdman
I'm not
meme.
saying what side of the Birdman meme I'm on or what side of America I'm on.
You know
here.
what it is.
Bears.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
true.
it's a good thing.
You got me.
But the fact that you knew about the Birdman gif is
Yeah.
incredible. But no, I do the opposite. I'm just like, hey, what's everybody talking about? I should look into this. I don't know. That's just, I'm a lemming. What can I say?
Boomers like the yellow clouds. Go ahead.
We got a boomer.
Number 2.
Is this a must-win game for the Chicago Bears?
We ask this question virtually every week as a society. I think if they want to make the playoffs, and frankly, if you want to give some people some confidence in this whole, can you do what the last head coach didn't, which was win on the road in the division? Oh, I'm sorry, it happened one time. One time.
One
also
time.
against Minnesota, by the way.
time.
That was in 2023. Mark Rohde's range is showing off right now. So I think it's a must-win game in that if you really want to say that this is a different team, embarking on the very difficult part of your schedule that is coming up, where hopefully you get a guy like Jalen Johnson back, kicking a team while they're down, which is virtually what Minnesota is dealing with right now, would be a big step going in the right direction for this to happen.
I'll say this. It's not a must-win game if they want to make the playoffs. It's definitely a must-win game if they want to win the division. And yeah, I can't believe I'm even saying that out loud. But that's where we are. And I'm not just saying this because Jalen Johnson now looks like he's coming back this season and much sooner than we thought. I'm saying this because I look around the rest of the division and understand with the 2 games against the Packers, who you're already in front of, with the fact that they probably will be in first place by themselves come Monday. They will be. I think the Lions are going to lose to the Philadelphia Eagles. I think they're going to get pushed up and down the field, and they're going to lose that game. I think A.J. Brown's probably going to go off because A.J. Brown, squeaky wheel, gets the grease. I look at that and I say, okay, if they win this game and they're in outright first place in the division, the number of games they need to win, let's call it 4 out of 7 to get to 11, that's doable. That's doable. But if they lose this game, I'm not saying they won't make the playoffs, but it just becomes a lot harder because you still got to win 4 of 7 games, but the margin for error is just way smaller.
I do look at this as a must-win for the Bears, and I really circle that beating a divisional opponent thing. Like, the Bears need, like, a big win, and winning at Minnesota, despite their 4-5-ness, would be a huge win. Get your first divisional win. We know the hell that Matt Eberflus and that version of the Bears put us through in terms of winning divisional games. Like,
In terms of good?
In terms of good. So that helps you now if you win this game. I think that helps you in the future. The other reason this is a must-win is because, and you alluded to it a little bit, Marshall, the upcoming schedule. This is, in my opinion, the most winnable of this mini gauntlet of games coming up, that you are at Minnesota Sunday. I know what you said about Pittsburgh. They're struggling. That game is at home, so it is winnable as well.
I said it so you didn't have to.
Thank you. At Philadelphia and at Green Bay is going to be a bitch. You know what I mean? That is not I can't sit here and say right now, I don't have, my Bearsness is lower for those games, Marshall.
Are we allowed
is
to
what
say
I will
that?
say. What, Bearsness?
Is that no.
Bear glove?
Okay,
You can say
we're
the B
good.
word, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
What? Say
The better
what?
best.
Say what?
She's saying La Chienne, a.k.a. a female dog.
Oh, was that not allowed?
I
don't know.
You're in
That's
the
why I
clear.
asked.
No, you can say it. You
I
can
talked
say
to the
it.
FCC. You're good.
FCC won't let me leave. So that's a yes. It's a must-win for the Bears.
Number 3.
This is 500 on 670 The Score with Layla Raheem, Marshall Harris, and Mark Bear Glove Grody. Here's question number 3. Which Bears player, other than quarterback Caleb Williams, needs to have a big game to ensure a win against the Vikings on Sunday?
I think it's got to come down to DeAndre Swift again. Can you please out Aaron Jones from the last game where I had forgotten because he didn't have that many yards receiving, but it was still enough to lead the Vikings receivers in that game, that 27-24 loss. Aaron Jones had 23 yards running the ball and 44 yards receiving to go with that touchdown that was ultimately part of that fourth quarter comeback. So I say all of that to say, Bears, do one better. Can we not let Aaron Jones beat the Bears? Can we out Aaron Jones? DeAndre Swift is that dude. And again, when the Bears wanted to establish offensive rhythm, when they wanted to get more consistent drives and those possessions that caused them to get the lead against the Giants, what did they do? They established a running game, and that started with DeAndre Swift as well as Kyle Monungai, but mostly still DeAndre Swift.
Man, listen. If I had a coin right now, I would flip it because it's coming down to these two guys. DeAndre's excellent, but DeAndre I can count on. I know what he is. I feel like that's a given at this point.
They need more. More.
Well, you might need less if after I flip my coin and give you this answer, one of these guys gets to it. I'm looking at you, secondary. I flipped my imaginary coin. I came up with Nashawn Wright.
There's a coin right here, actually.
Oh, there is a coin.
Isn't there a shortage of coins
That's
right
a
now?
great job by you.
Pennies.
Pennies, that's it.
They stopped making them.
Marshall has flipped the coin.
Heads would be Tyreek Stevenson. It's tails. Nashawn Wright.
Oh, yeah.
Old 26, go get him.
Like, Nashawn Wright has got to do the job. Look, Tyreek Stevenson, I know he's a little bit banged up with his shoulder, but I feel like I have a baseline level of what he's at least capable of. I'm not sure if Nashawn Wright can handle whether it is Justin Jefferson, whether it is Jordan Addison, or even Naylor. Hey, somebody's got to put these guys on notice, and I don't know that I'm confident that that's going to happen. I'm getting flashbacks to the Bengals game, where anybody and everybody who wanted to catch a pass was catching a pass. That can't happen this time around because if that happens, you're not able to put the game away. If you can run the ball, that's cool. DeAndre Swift, Kyle Monungai, Caleb Williams. It'd be nice, though, if you get some separation and then your secondary just does the job. Keeps them at bay. And Jaquan Brisker, please don't say anything to anyone once you step on the field. Thank you.
We'll do that in a segment later this hour.
Oh, yeah, I'll have more to say about Jaquan Brisker as well. Wait for that injury report to come out, too. I don't even know if he's going to play at this point.
Yeah.
So Nashawn Wright, yes.
Barf.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about Brisker.
I know.
That too, but
Yeah. So, anyway, I'm going to go with Montez Sweat, guys, because you could rattle the cage of, yes, sir, you could rattle the cage of the quarterback who has been rattled recently. Guess what? Minnesota's newly constructed offensive line, that we were all not excited about, but we were pointing out early this season.
I mean, Will Fries was a target for a lot of people.
Hell yeah. The name popped up for the Bears. Is not got it together at the moment. So I think there's some vulnerability there. And I just think that Montez Sweat Montez Sweat has been on this steady pace of goodness. I'm ready for the dominant Sweat effect game, and I think it's possible against that Minnesota line, against that quarterback, how they exist at the moment. Don't know what Minnesota is going to look like in 2 weeks, but right now they are gettable, and I think Sweaty will reveal that.
Number 4.
The Bulls kick off their West Coast road trip on Sunday. The teams they will face, the Jazz, Nuggets, and Trailblazers. What will their record on the road trip be once they wrap up their night in Portland?
So right now the record is 0-1 on this 4-game roadie. I think they go 2-2. I think that they can beat Utah, and I think that they can beat Portland. If Giddy's okay. But he's not right now.
What if Giddy is not okay?
What if Giddy does not play
Should we do it
Sunday
under the
night?
assumption?
1-3.
Okay.
Which one are they getting?
I think they probably still get Utah.
Okay. All right.
I don't think Denver. I'm sorry.
I think they're going 2-2 if Giddy. So I guess they're winning. We just want to know through Monday, right? The Sunday, Monday back to back.
Yes, correct.
I think they're going to split that. If Giddy plays, yeah, they're. I like their chances to go 1-1 if Giddy plays in both those games.
I do believe that the Bulls will, they'll win at Utah. They will win. They will lose at Denver. They will lose at Portland. So I guess I got them 1-2. What's the other game?
Utah, Denver, Portland.
Oh, it's just
Detroit
the 3?
was the one they lost.
Oh, so we're already we're adding
Detroit.
those guys in. Yeah, so I guess that'd be 1-3 for me. Sorry. 1-3.
So at that point, they'll have lost 7 of their last 8.
Do you see who they play when they get back home?
Or sorry,
Miami.
6 of the last 7.
Yeah.
Oh, Miami.
I remember Miami. Do you remember Miami?
Playing game
Miami.
rematch.
Hell yeah, man. It's our great rival.
Everybody excited?
But Kobe's supposed to come back on this road trip. I do want to point that out.
Yeah, I know that's been the supposed to be.
Like, so Monday or Wednesday, Kobe could be back in the lineup.
Number 5.
Yesterday, Shohei Ohtani won the NL MVP, the 4th of his career. Also, 4 Cubs received MVP votes. Pete Crow Armstrong, Seiya Suzuki, Michael Busch, and Nico Horner. Your thoughts?
I, again, want to point out that the elephant in the room as far as the Cubs free agency still remains. If Kyle Tucker isn't coming back, how are you replacing his offense? So I say that acknowledging that 4 Cubs received MVP votes. You know whose name I did not hear? Kyle Tucker. So that's what perhaps is the most surprising here. And additionally, I just am not sure how you look at least Pete Crow Armstrong and Seiya Suzuki's second halves. And I know Seiya got better toward the end of the season. And say that deserves even a top 10 vote. I can't be that confident in that. Nico Horner, I think, did. You know, obviously, like, that goes to your home run hitters typically, as we've seen the last 2 years especially. But that was my thought about it all, was that Tucker, even amongst the league voters, wasn't a part of that.
What's crazy is that, first of all, shout out to Shohei Ohtani, who got all the first place votes, all 30 of them, unanimous, going back to back along with Aaron Judge. Shout out to me for cashing out on that Cal Raleigh bet that made me a lot of money, but was going to lose me all the money if I'd held on. But to look at the voting breakdown and to see that Pete Crow Armstrong got 2 fifth-place votes and then was on a number of ballots the rest of the way. He got several, 6th place, 7th place, 8th place, a 9th place, and then 2 10th-place votes. That's interesting. What's also interesting is Michael Busch, next highest on the list, with a 5th-place vote and a 6th-place vote. Nico Horner had just 1 vote. It was a 6th-place vote. And then you look at Seiya Suzuki, he had 1 vote. It was an 8th-place vote. But you're right. Kyle Tucker not getting any votes, very telling. The man won the Silver Slugger last I checked.
He did.
So what does that say about his standing with the voters, that nobody thought enough of him? He had a second half fall off, but so did Seiya Suzuki. So I'm trying to understand the dissonance there.
I think probably because more is expected out of Kyle Tucker. And I know that's not fair. That's not fair, but their bias is built in. Like, people look at Kyle Tucker and they go, that doesn't look like a Kyle Tucker-like season. Whereas with somebody like Michael Busch or Seiya Suzuki, they're like, oh, look at these guys. I haven't really know much about these guys. That's interesting. I think I'll give them a vote. That sounds great. I'll use the rest of my time quickly here because I know that we are against it. I'm just like so unbelievably... Am I proud of Nico Horner? I'm not sure what this is a guy who had, like, talk about a great symbol of baseball yesterday as opposed to baseball today. Nico Horner had 7 home runs and 61 RBIs, right? Nobody's going to look at that and say, MVP candidate, what? No, but you look at the 6.2 WAR and the 345 on base percentage and a 297 batting average.
There it is.
Batting average is back in his case because it's hard to hit in this league. So I think it's pretty amazing what Nico Horner is doing and making us look at baseball a little bit differently.
That was 5 on it. Coming up next on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, let's talk to Kevin Fishbane, the senior Bears writer for The Athletic, and we'll get a little more discussion about the Jalen Johnson practice window opening up earlier than we all thought. That's next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Sometimes you have to send a monster to kill a monster, and Brian Flores is a maniac. So is Ben Johnson. And I'm sure that it's been sitting with him like, we lost that game.
Yeah.
But we were prepared for that game.
Right, but you know the stuff that, like Greg Olson pointed out, when you see that the blitz is coming, just attack that spot.
Yep.
Like, is Caleb ready to understand that and execute that kind of thing? I don't know.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Save up to 95% at AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
For all the planned, Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs, with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Tune in to 670 The Score every week for Football Fridays. Get all the information you need before the next game. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Drake May entered last night's game against the Jets as MVP favorite. The Patriots quarterback did nothing to hurt his odds, barely missing a pass in an easy 27-14 win over New York. No one saw this coming, but May is here. If you look closer, the schedule has been easy, but at the end of the season, his resume is going to be worth big-time awards. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Kevin Fishbane.
I got Fishy Business, K. Fishbane.
Bears beat writer for The Athletic.
I ask for so little in life. It would be nice to cover some really relevant games in late December and early January. I don't think that's asking too much.
Kevin Fishbain talking Bears.
Hey, Kevin. Kevin Fishbain from The Athletic.
I love your name.
It's a great name.
Yeah, great name.
With Rahimi Harrison Grody on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Every week at this time, we talk to Kevin Fishbain, the senior writer at The Athletic, covering the Bears, and he hosts Breaking In with Kevin Fishbain, a sports media podcast. Our segment with him, sponsored by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. It's meant to be. And he joins us via the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. And he's also on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. I think, Kevin, you're a great addition to a cast of voices here today to illustrate how surprising this news was about the Bears activating Jalen Johnson's practice window. What do you think?
Yeah, it was. I mean, we were surprised on Wednesday when Ben Johnson seemed pretty hopeful about Jalen Johnson returning, at some point. We kind of always thought, maybe a mid to late December, if they're in it, then it's going to happen. But, this is like, it was like that muscle just ripped off the abductor. And I'm not entirely sure on the total medical lingo there, but this was a bad injury. And for him to be able to practice 9 weeks later, and seemingly be able to go, at the latest, probably could play in a game in 3 weeks. Just because they put him on the active roster once the 21-day window is up doesn't mean he has to play necessarily. But it's a great sign, and it's a testament to Jalen Johnson for getting himself to this point.
How much does this change maybe expectations? Obviously, there's games between now and when he would rejoin the team on the active roster, but how much does this change the possibilities for the Bears in your mind?
Marshall, we've talked a lot about that December schedule. 2 Packers games, Lions, 49ers. And if you get Jalen Johnson back for those games, you should be getting TJ Edwards back. And then if Kyler Gordon is back as well, and you could start talking about making that tough schedule look a little bit more palatable when you have those reinforcements. And you can start talking about those games being tighter and having more answers for some pretty good offenses. Shoot, if Jalen Johnson's able to play on Black Friday in Philadelphia, against A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith in that offense, and just what a difference that makes for your secondary and for what Dennis Allen can do. So I think you can take a different look at that tough schedule and think to yourself, okay, like you're getting an all-pro cornerback, a guy who can shut down a side of the field. He could lock up a receiver. That changes the calculus of every game that he's going to be in.
Yep. And Kyler Gordon, hopefully on the short end of injured reserve, and TJ Edwards. I can't get a read on TJ Edwards. Like, we know he's going to return eventually, Kevin, but this just feels like an injury-scathed year where stuff's going to pop up for TJ Edwards. I'm not sure if I trust his health this year.
Yeah, it's been a problem, Mark. The one thing I'll say in TJ's favor is he has not had injuries like this in a long time. He had a pretty impressive consecutive game streak. I think the only game he had missed in a few years was when the Eagles sat everybody in the season finale. I believe that was 2022. So it'd been a long time since an injury forced TJ to miss time. So it's not like he's coming into this season as a guy with a vast list of medical stuff that's popped up. But we know how hamstrings can be. And then you throw the hand in there, and when he does come back, he'll play with the cast. Assuming there's not a move to put him on IR tomorrow, which it doesn't seem like there will be, that does give you hope that he'll be back in a couple of weeks. But this could be something that just lingers, and they're gonna have to watch his playing time and things like that. But again, the hope with TJ Edwards is this is not somebody who's had a lot of injuries, and maybe it's just the first time he's had to deal with soft tissue stuff, and that's why it's been more of a problem than obviously the Bears were hoping for.
Kevin, how do you see this just affecting the defense overall when there are this many question marks still remaining this week?
Yeah, we'll get I don't know if we'll get an answer on Jaquan Brisker, but we'll get some, updates on him in an hour or so on his availability for Sunday. That's really important, obviously, to have him in the lineup. I talked to you guys last week about when you have all these guys out or uncertain, like you need to rely on frankly, the high-paying guys who are in the game. And Montez Sweat had another impactful game. Tremaine Edmonds had another impactful game. And so that's a good sign. Those two guys are really trending in the right direction. Then you throw in what C.J. Gardner-Johnson was able to do. Tyreek Stevenson back yesterday, was a full practice participant. That's important, obviously, if he's going to have some shots against Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. So, yeah, look, with the way that I view this matchup and from Bears defense versus Minnesota offense, I think, and I'm going to say something that's very obvious, but like get them in third and long.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only has the Bears defense been phenomenal on third down this season, but that's really where you can get into a young quarterback's head, a young quarterback who's had his struggles since the fourth quarter, certainly against the Bears in week one. And I think if you look at the Bears defensive statistics, it's just kind of funky where like they're giving up tons of yards, but they're good on third down. They're the best team in the league in takeaways. They're solid in the red zone. That's what saved them last week against the Giants. So like you get some of these, if you get Stevenson and Brisker healthy, it doesn't look like TJ is going to be back this week. We'll see. But that run defense has to firm up against Mason and Aaron Jones to give Dennis Allen the chance to kind of try to work some wizardry against JJ McCarthy.
Kevin Fishbain is the senior writer at The Athletic covering the Bears. He also has Breaking In with Kevin Fishbain, a sports media podcast as well. He joins us here on Rahimi Harris and Grody. The segment with Kevin brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons. Kevin, we look back at the week one performance, and the goal then I had at least was make the first year quarterback look like a guy making his first start, which they did for 3 quarters, to be fair. Does that job seem like it's an easier ask of the Bears defense now because they have kind of come together and you feel like Dennis Allen knows what he has back there, even if TJ Edwards isn't playing?
Yeah, it's an interesting point because, what Ben Johnson said Wednesday about how this is such a different matchup, and he used the word trust. Like, we trust, there's just a higher level of trust. We know who we can rely on in different spots. And I think that goes for defense, right? That you look at what Gardner Johnson did last week. He's now someone that Dennis Allen can really trust in those spots. He has a better feel for what Tremaine Edmonds is capable of now that he's switched linebacker spots, what they could do with Brisker, how confident they could be with Nashawn Wright in coverage. Now it's been, 9 games of him being out there. So yeah, you'd like to think that there's just a more of a comfortability with that scheme, with the personnel and what they can do, because man, you read about the Vikings, and I was joking about this with my colleague in Minnesota, Alec Lewis, like it brings back some like Bears, like old Bears teams, right? Where there just seems to be a lot of just there's no chaos there yet, but it's just a lot of just consternation about what's going on. And, you sure about the quarterback and then the Wentz stuff and the injury stuff and the play calling. And you're like, and I looked at the record, like they're 4-5. When that stuff happens in Chicago's like 2-8. Right. So I'm like, you guys should like be happy with your 4 wins. I've seen much worse than this. You went up and beat the Lions. So it's a good team, and that's the thing with McCarthy is I would imagine that if I'm Kevin O'Connell, I'm just creating a game plan that makes things easy for him, and maybe throwing on first down because that, to try to keep Dennis Allen out of those third down situations. One kind of fun fact I uncovered this week while working on a story about the third down defense, when opponents have it 3rd and 8 or longer, quarterbacks have a 39 passer rating against the Bears in those situations, which is the lowest against any opponent in the NFL. So that's where these guys are really thrive. And that's where Dennis Allen's been able to kind of get to know these guys and feel good about who he can kind of, whose buttons he can push at the right times. And that's where you can go. You can get after a young quarterback, is those third and long situations.
Good stuff right there from the full-throated Kevin Fishbane. I say that because this man had no voice at Haugh on Monday. He was whispering to us. He refused to go on the Take the North podcast with Dan Wiederer at his colleague at The Athletic because he couldn't talk. Kevin, you sound great. Do you feel okay before I ask you the next question?
Thank you, Mark. I feel better.
Okay.
We're all day to day.
Yep.
Especially this time of year. Wednesday was tough. I never had. I assume it was a bout with laryngitis.
Yeah.
And that was coming into Haugh. This might surprise you guys. I'm a little chatty. Garody could confirm our corner, whether between me and Chris Emma.
Oh man.
Get. There's a lot of tea that is swapped around there. There's a lot of gossip. There's a lot of chatter. And
we love tea.
A lot of tea.
I had nothing to bring. I just had to. Someone would come up to me. I just had to point to my neck and say, "I'm out. I got nothing." So it was. I'm glad a lot of people got amusement out of it for them. But guys, when you can't talk and you just listen and you gotta use your other senses, you start to hear things, you start to notice things. And, I just try to take advantage of that day to just get a better sense of what's going on in this media room.
I can't wait to talk to you more about that. But it forced you to just do a little bit of listening. The last thing I'll say about that before a real question is Carmen Vitale, speaking of her, was trying to force Fishbane to take some ointment, and he just refused to get better. But that's probably the right thing. You don't want somebody just spraying a foreign substance into your throat, do you?
Oh, it was that honey spray.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah,
is that what you were refusing, Fishy? I think that's what it was. Yeah.
I think it's a general good rule, rule of thumb that if someone's offering to spray something in the back of your throat, like you just, I don't know, I just say no.
WD-40.
Unless. Listen, I'm a big Carmen Vitale fan.
Yeah.
She does
Who
phenomenal work.
Yes.
But she's not Dr. Carmen, right? So,
I will back her up on the honey throat spray. You can get some on Amazon. You can get it at Trader Joe's. It actually does help with that stuff, and it's really helpful on flights because, flights are very dry. And this time of year, or if you have a heater inside, it helps with that kind of stuff.
And also, she might have stayed at a Holly Inn Express too, so you should listen to her.
I did have my medicine ball from Starbucks, and I loaded up on the honey.
Okay.
So I was, I've been doing what I can.
The medicine ball is a favorite of the show.
Yeah, I just drew the line at Carmen spraying something into my.
I think I probably would not have allowed for that either. All right, quickly here. I'm going to choose my own adventure on this question because I love staring down your mailbag, and I'm doing it right now, but you made it easy because you have 3 bullet points of things that you previewed for your mailbag. Kickoff returns, Burden versus Zacchaeus, Caleb Williams in the first 3 quarters versus the fourth. I choose one as my adventure. Tell us how you would respond to Caleb Williams in the first 3 quarters versus the fourth quarter, because we all want to know, Fishy.
Well, he's top 10 in a bunch of stuff in the fourth quarter and kind of averaged to a little bit below in some of those statistics in the first 3 quarters. And he was asked about it, and I thought I gave a good answer about, it's not just you're going hurry up and you got the defense on the back of their heels. You get to know that defense better as the game goes along. I think Caleb Williams is very comfortable throwing from the pocket. I think he likes to throw from the pocket. I think he likes to be able to go through his progressions. But he also knows that there's few people on the planet that have the innate ability that he does to feel pressure, avoid pressure, make throws on the run. So, in terms of what can he – I think that question was kind of what can he take from the fourth quarter success and use that earlier in games. The one thing I would look at, which we've talked about a lot, is just the running. The ability to take off more often. He does it when the fourth quarter when the game is on the line. Not to be afraid to use that earlier in the game as well.
What happened?
Uh-oh, did we lose Kevin Fishbane?
What happened? Okay, well, we had to wrap anyway.
Well,
so
there you go.
why don't we wrap?
Yeah, Kevin, unfortunately, I think Kevin got muted. I'm so sorry, Kevin, but we appreciate your time always. That is Kevin Fishbane, the senior writer with The Athletic, covering the Bears. Wow, that was crazy. Ray talked to us in our ears, and then the next thing we know, poor Kevin dropped off.
I thought maybe Kevin had heard Ray speak in our ears and it got him confused.
No, that wouldn't go to that input on the
Maybe
board.
the coach started. Maybe they're getting more breaking news out there. Maybe I love staring down your mailbag, and I'm doing it right now. But you made it easy because. Why is it gross?
I was just saying that to be silly, and then everybody on Twitch informed me about what I was saying.
His mailbag. Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
I wasn't thinking. I still don't know what happened.
I was just
You
being
said
silly.
mailbag.
All right, let's do that during the commercial.
Oh, like mail bag.
You're staring at it? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Best part about a joke is when you explain it.
Especially when we're supposed to be in a commercial right now.
Uh-oh.
Let's revisit a time where Jaquan Brisker challenged the best player in the NFC North. Because I'm curious to see how that's going to go since he said that. That's next.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, Mark Rohde here, proud Illinois State alumnus, because it helped me to get to where I am now in the broadcast industry. But UBU, ISU has more than 150 majors and is adding new ones all of the time. And it's a pretty easy drive from the suburbs, 2.5 hours or so. And Illinois State is the only public university in Illinois to achieve enrollment growth over each of the last 4 years, evidence of our popularity and the incredible experience students get at Illinois State. Visit illinoisstate.edu and start planning your visit today.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Congress had approved $60 billion for their swift IRS deployment. Now this army of IRS agents are seeking out their quarry. You.
This is the IRS. Come out with your money.
Scary commercial, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's reality. With the IRS's $60 billion increase in their budget and hiring 87,000 new employees, they're now sending notices to taxpayers' homes. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they levied your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We're a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800 firm 10 states away. We're right here. Give us a call now at 630-415-5296. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
What separates a great wide receiver like Justin Jefferson from somebody who's just good or average?
He's a productive player, and the more I've seen him on the film and the more I played against him, there's nothing you really can do besides like try to contain him.
Why is he great, though? Can you pinpoint it?
And he can block, he can catch screens, run the ball. He's one of a kind. He's a unicorn.
I don't have a horn.
We do love talking about Darnell Wright, but in this case, we have to bring up a previous time. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. I still think Darnell's a unicorn. I don't care if he has a horn or not. He can be a unicorn in my mind.
I don't have a horn.
He was born without a horn. It doesn't mean he's not a unicorn.
Have you talked to him about that yet?
No, not this week. This didn't feel like a unicorn week for him. That was so last week.
All right, fine. Yeah. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. You know what else was so last week? In fact, it was so 2 weeks ago. Let's rewind. Let's go back in time to October 30th, when Jaquan Brisker said that he made Justin Jefferson cry.
Juice that you're talking about with you, Gardner Johnson, and you mentioned Tyreek Stevenson as well. Does that get in? Did you try to get into the heads of the other team? Is that really what it comes down to?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We're going to talk, and it does. I mean, especially the way I talk and the way other people talk. I mean, we get in people's head. Grown men will be really crying out there. Grown men with kids. Like, imagine that. Like, seriously. Yeah, so it's hilarious. I wish I was mic'd up every game.
Give us an example of a little trash talk.
My rookie year, you could ask Kendall Vittle. He was at corner, and I was talking a lot of trash to Justin Jefferson, and he was crying. In the second half, that's when he dropped like every ball. First half, he killed us, but second half, just pay attention to the game. You'll see. That's an example, though.
Justin Jefferson, like, how are you going to trash talk me when you guys are triple covering me?
The whole thing is just hilarious. Like, the whole thing, because we know what happened in that game. Like, Marshall was pointing out the stats, too. It didn't exactly go the way of Justin Jefferson or Jaquan Brisker, as he mentioned.
He caught 10 balls on 10 targets in the first half of the game. Now, he was held to 2 balls on 3 targets in the second half of that game. But let's be real about what happened. It was dominance from Justin Jefferson, and they didn't really need him to do a whole lot in the second half of the game. I think that was the main point. He ends up with 12 catches on 13 targets for 154 yards.
Is that all?
Also, in that game, he threw a ball, 1 for 1, 23-yard completion, passer rating of 118.7. in that game.
Hold on a second. Not just that, but look how many yards the Vikings threw for as a team in that game. That wasn't exactly a great team secondary look. 319.
The part where you have to understand that so many different guys were involved in that day, but the next highest receiver was Irv Smith Jr. with 42 yards. KJ Osborne with 41 yards. But this man had 12 catches on 13 targets for $154. And you want to sit there talking about making a grown man cry in a game you lost 29-22. Come on, man.
That still makes me laugh. And I do now always think of that quote from Pirates of the Caribbean.
You are without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of. But you have heard of me.
Turned out to be a very successful movie franchise now, didn't it?
You know the worst part of this, guys? The worst part about this is that it's not like Jaquan Brisker is out here and he's going to be the one on single coverage on Justin Jefferson. He's now setting his teammates up to have problems. That's the worst part of this.
Here's what I'll say about the whole thing since I was part of it. I was asking
You were the egging on. Yes, that's you.
Go ahead. Come on.
Had your little poker.
Poking the bear. Poking the bear. That's what I do. Poking the bear. Couple, yeah, bear glove. In case you didn't, bear glove deodorant right here for the Twitchies. What's up, Twitchers? The joy in Jaquan Brisker's voice when he says that is what got me this time. Like, imagine that. Making a grown man cry. Imagine that. Here's the other part. Just from getting to know Jaquan Brisker on a locker room basis, I have only my relationship with Brisker is in the locker room. He doesn't care.
I know.
He doesn't care.
Maybe he should, Mark.
No.
What about Sunday?
He won't care. He won't care. He'll like let's say Jefferson gets 100. He has a 100-yard game. Brisker will not care. And he'll probably have a little something for you on Jordan Addison. You know what I mean? Like, he'll probably be talking trash about Adam Thielen or something. That's what I've learned about Jaquan Brisker. That's what I like about him. Because I kind of feel bad. So I know this will shock you guys as the station instigator. Like, I feel, oh, God, did I stir up this whole ruckus? Am I the one that made this go viral? Which is why I love that I show my face around there. And he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He barely remembers saying it, probably. So, I don't know.
Or doesn't care that he said it.
Or both.
Yeah.
He does not care that he said it. So,
He's
while
a honey
Marshall,
badger that way.
You're right. A Viking is being poked that shouldn't be being poked. But you're right, Marshall. But Brisker does not care.
The best player in the division. Don't listen to Robert Triano. The best player in the division.
Jahmyr Gibbs. Micah Parsons.
Do I get
the
to
best
name one
offensive
too?
player in the
Baked
division.
potato?
I don't want the Parsons smoke.
Orange
right now.
whip.
Orange whip. Orange whip. Orange whip. Orange whip.
Oh my goodness!
This is my favorite.
Don't let Justin Jefferson go off on you. That's
When we
all I'm
used
saying.
to
No, you know
tailgate-
what? I've decided Aaron Jones is the dude. If that guy, so
Wait a
help me
minute.
God.
Wait a minute. My chart here says that Aaron Jones only has 36 carries for 186 yards.
Yeah, but what about against the Bears?
Oh.
He turns into all pro of all pros.
No, you're right.
And it's not. And I forgot in that game he was also the leading receiver. Now the leading receiver only had 44 yards, but the point is he also received that touchdown.
Yeah, all.
See, Aaron Jones.
Yep.
Aaron Jones is the dude you have to stop.
It's the
if for nothing
Packers-ness.
else, because he's just bothered you for so long.
Yeah, it's like Edgar Bennett back in the day when he played for the Packers and he just busted up the Bears. Any like Green Bay running back or tight end, Green Bay running backs and tight ends, or former in the case of Aaron Jones, are Bears killers. You are correct, Layla.
Yeah, Aaron Jones has, statistically speaking, several million yards against the Bears.
Several million, yeah. He's the first. Look it up. Look it up. I know you love looking up stuff. First million-yard rusher. Look it up, Marshall.
For real.
Yeah, for real.
Love hyperbole, but this is where I'm going to just draw the line.
What if I said million-yard rusher, comma, for reals, with a Z?
Reals.
That's how you know I'm serious.
57.9 yards a game against the Chicago Bears in 16 games. 4.75 yards per attempt, by the way. So, yeah.
Does you watch the Reels channel, Layla, which
No.
has that one Cop Patrol or Cop Patrol Live, which you can't stop watching once you start?
No, because I told you I'm on that Hulu watching too much Law and Order.
Oh, yeah, I got to get that Hulu. Yes, you can't stop watching Law and
We
Order
definitely
either.
got to go to break.
Ding, ding.
We do. And you know what? We can talk more. We can talk more about annoying Vikings with Ben Lieber, the Vikings sideline reporter.
In the criminal justice system.
He's always great when he's on the show.
Ding, ding.
So maybe we ask him about Law & Order, but probably Aaron Jones next.
We got a problem
You're
here.
listening to Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook. Hi, Mark. It's the official sportsbook of 670 The Score, and FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Did you hear what we talked about in 5 on it with the Bulls' upcoming schedule? I'm just saying. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, that's 5 to 6:30 here, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It is your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration like requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're waiting for the perfect time to get into a new Hyundai, your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing out all remaining models during the year-end model clearance event. We're talking incredible deals. Rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. Rosen Hyundai is the goods. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha, right on Highway 50 at I-94, or visit them at Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, just south of the expressway on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your new ride today at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Jonathan Goss, Managing Attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
And that's it. The Minnesota Vikings will start this season 1-0 with this strong comeback and a win on the road here in Chicago. Kevin O'Connell starts 1-0. Ben Johnson, the rookie head coach, 0-1.
That was what happened in week 1. 10 weeks later, here we are. This is week 11 and the rematch is here. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Let's bring in, he's one of our favorite guests to talk Vikings. Let's just admit it. We play favorites, and Ben Lieber is one of them. He joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. The former linebacker for the Vikings, Chargers, and the Rams, and now the Vikings Radio Network sideline reporter. A victorious Ben Lieber because the Vikings won the first round of this match. Hey, Ben.
Oh, good to be with you guys. And I love all the kind words. You guys are one of my favorites as well. I'm just going to put you guys like near the top of the list.
Aw, and I know you've joined a lot of Chicago broadcasts. I'm sure you did great work on all of them.
Well, you know, I try not to say no, especially to like division opponents, because it's fun to talk a little trash.
Okay, so what's the trash this week? Because last I checked, the Vikings are very much finding their way, trying to get back to 500, and the Bears, they seem like they're surging at the right time. And of course, there's the revenge factor. There's this team actually knows what they're doing now factor. How do you see this?
Honestly, there's not a lot of trash to talk because you guys look pretty good. You guys have really started to figure things out. And I love watching like this development of Caleb just as much as you guys do. And, you know, after every single win, it seems like in the locker room, like there's this bond that's happening with Ben Johnson and him and the team and the offense. And it's like, hey man, they're starting to figure this thing out a lot sooner than we all expected. So, you know, I am a little nervous with you guys coming in town because we need a game to get us right. You know, we felt like that we had figured out the formula, got some guys to play a little better, especially on the defensive line against the Lions, and then we basically gave the Ravens the game with so many mistakes. So, you know, somewhere in there is a really good football team, and hopefully we show up against the Bears this weekend.
One really big common point and different timelines right now for both cities is watching young quarterbacks potentially develop. I want to know two things from you about J.J. McCarthy. What is the temperature on J.J. McCarthy as far as the fan base and maybe like sports talk radio? And then what is your opinion of J.J. McCarthy in terms of what he can become still, if you feel like he can become something big?
Yeah, I actually do feel like he could become something big. You know, what that really looks like, I mean, as far as a guy that I think that he could sort of emulate himself after is a guy like Drew Brees. I know that's really, really lofty, but if we're talking about like high ceiling here and just kind of wishful thinking, I think that they have similar skill sets. I think Drew was more athletic than people will give him credit for. He was one of those guys that relied a lot on his foundation, like his technique and all that stuff. And I feel like the same thing with JJ, where you're not going to get the off-platform throws like you do with Caleb. I mean, that is unbelievable. JJ's not quite like that. But I think because of his cerebral nature, his fiery intensity, All those things, the way that they throw the football, I think he could look like Drew Brees. Now, where does everybody else feel like he's at right now? It's all over the board. You hear all the way from, look, the guy's going to be great and he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league, to he's a bum, he's a bust, I don't see it. I definitely think that he's going to be a good quarterback. And the one intangible thing that I really like about him is he seems fearless. I think that's an attribute that we give to guys like Baker Mayfield. And you're like, okay, well, he has this intangible, but for a couple years, nobody really knew how to harness it. And then all of a sudden, once he settles in and he finds the right system, he takes off. And hopefully, now we don't have to have JJ bounce around the league before he can take off. But I like that intangible about him. Like, it does not matter what the game situation is, what the down and distance is. The guy is, he's a little risky and he's a little fearless, and I kind of love it.
We're talking to Ben Lieber. He is the sideline reporter for the Vikings radio network here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And Ben, as a former linebacker, given the glowing recommendation that you just gave of Caleb Williams and what you've seen out of his growth, knowing what you saw in that first game where the Vikings made such big second half adjustments to stop the Bears and then ultimately win the game, how would you attack him if you're an opposing linebacker? Like, how are you seeing Brian Flores put a game plan together this week?
Well, putting myself out on the field, I think it's one of those things where if you got a beat on him, you just try to run through him. I mean, there's no cute points here. There's no like, I need to try to form tackle this guy. I think you just try to hit him as hard as you can to bring him down. It's a lot harder than what it seems to be. I mean, he is a Houdini out there, and we've seen time and time again, not just with our front seven guys in the first game, even dating back to last year. You think you have him, and he slips out. You think you have contain on him. You think that you have the rush lanes, and he finds a way to find some space. So I think you take the same approach. I don't think that you change much from the first game. You did confuse him. You found ways to get him off his mark. You found ways to pressure him. You found ways that he had to go into those second chance throws. And as beautiful as they are, and as effective as they are, that's what you have to do. You have to create chaos within the defense. I think if you sit back and you let him have a pretty pocket, well, now he's got two options. Now he can actually have time to throw in the pocket, which he seems like he's getting more in sync with what Ben Johnson wants. And if he wants, kind of like Jalen Hurts, he can just break the pocket because he feels comfortable out there. So I think you try to create as much chaos and confusion as much as possible. We did that in the first game. Now we just have to capitalize and get him on the ground.
We are joined by Ben Lieber, former linebacker for the Vikings, Chargers, and Rams, and the current Vikings radio network sideline reporter here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. And Ben, I'm seeing reports Jonathan Grenard not out there today, did not practice, doesn't look like he's going to play. How concerned are you about the Vikings being able to stop what's become a dominant run game since the last time these two teams met?
Yeah, I'm really concerned. I mean, he's one of those special players that we have on the defense. I still don't think that, even when you watch the games and you see some of the hurries and the pressures and quarterbacks hits and the sacks and stuff like that, you still don't really appreciate his game unless you watch the all 22. You watch what he does, snap in and snap out against the run, the way he's able to manipulate the fronts with his disguises and the way he lines up. I mean, very much like Van Ginkel, but he's a little bit more explosive. And Dallas Turner, who's going to have to come in and play for him. Now, we saw a lot of Dallas Turner when Van Ginkel was out. And look, he's a solid player, but he's no Jonathan Grenard. So, not having him out there, if that's the case, that's going to be a huge miss for our defense. We have seen some uptick from the interior part of our defensive line as far as the way they played. So it's going to come down on those guys having the performance like they had against the Lions. And along with Dallas Turner kind of, keep progressing with his game. He had a nice sack in this last game. It was off a really good twist with Van Ginkel, although he got flagged on it, which was kind of a BS call. But he seems to be figuring it a little bit more out. But when he's got to be out there for every snap on defense, maybe not quite as effective as JG.
Speaking of flags, the Vikings, and this ain't trash talk because the Bears have had a ton of penalties this year. The Vikings had 8 false start penalties last week against Baltimore, and cadence, Layla's doing a nice slow clap right now. The word cadence came into play with J.J. McCarthy, maybe inciting some of that. We also, with Caleb Williams, have gone through similar stuff. How much of it is on on J.J. McCarthy right now for the Vikes?
You know, they're being pretty coy about it. You know, it's like they're saying enough to make us think it's about his cadence and about what McCarthy was doing, but not really explicitly saying it was all about that. You know, I heard some lines just saying like, hey, well, you know, one play it was this and another play it was this, and you know, they can't really put their finger on it. So I don't really know what to think. I do think that when it comes down to, is it more cadence than anything? Yeah, I mean, JJ himself had a false start. I mean, how many times you see quarterbacks false starting? You know, maybe once in a while, but not one of the 8. So, and the fact that you've got receivers jumping off sides, you got Brian O'Neill who did it twice, who never jumps off sides and never false starts.
The evidence is building.
Yeah, you know, so it's one of those things where when the quarterback himself is moving before the snap is moving, there's some sort of miscommunication that happened in the huddle, and it leads me to believe that it's cadence.
Yeah, that's the thing, Ben, is having understood this issue, because we've talked about it a lot here too, and what leads to all the false start penalties. You would know, like as a former player, again, you know, what's the I guess, do they just not want to place the blame all solely on one member of a team? Is that the concept? Like, you don't want to say it's all on the quarterback just because it's just breaking some sort of code? Because if it is, like, somebody's got to say, like, hey, you got to do better at this, if that is indeed the case.
Because he's basically a rookie.
Yeah, I mean, he's
basically a rookie. Well, the thing that I will say this, and you guys know this too. You guys have been around the game long enough. You've heard enough coach speak, and you've heard enough behind the scenes stuff. Accountability happens within. Accountability happens in these buildings. You know, these film sessions and these meetings, they're tough. Yeah, I mean, some coaches are tougher than others, but they're tough to handle because most of the time guys are getting called out in some sort of fashion. I imagine that however it happened, whoever was at fault, it's been addressed internally. They don't owe the public, you know, exact explanations about like, yeah, you know, that touchdown that we gave up, yeah, that was our safety, and I'm going to call this guy out. Like, it doesn't happen like that. So I think they're doing their best just to be like, yeah, we understand that there's some issues. We understand that there's, you know, some communication stuff, and we'll get it figured out. Like, you know, I think Wes Phillips, he's like, listen, I'm embarrassed by it. We got to fix it. It's going to get changed. You know, they say all those high-level things, but I think internally they know exactly what the problem is, and they don't really owe us anything to tell us, you know, what those things are.
Yeah, I always say, like, we are entitled to ask questions. We are entitled to open locker room. We are not, unfortunately, we are not entitled to good answers. That is the truth. Yeah.
I mean, as long as it's getting handled somewhere. But, you know, sometimes this is where the eye test might play in and be like, yeah, you guys are saying this, but it kind of looks this way.
Ben, I'm really curious.
And the thing is, like, we've all been around long enough to, like, when you hear enough of the press conferences and you can read between the lines, you're like, okay, I get it. Right. Like, I know what they're trying to say without really saying it.
Yeah, I think I'm really curious, speaking of eye tests, and how you see this entire division right now, because I'm looking at the possibility of the Packers not making the playoffs. I'm looking at the possibility that the Vikings go on a run. There's a lot of different things that can happen right now, and I'm just really curious as to how you see this division now that we're past the halfway point.
Well, it's crazy to think that, you know, right now it's still the Lions. They got a huge test this weekend. I would probably put you guys, as far as trending goes, at number 2.
Ooh.
You know, we're sitting at, you know, probably 3, 4, unfortunately. If you just look at maybe the health of the fan base, you guys feel like after last game, it's like, that's it. That's all I need to see. Caleb's the guy. We believe in Ben Johnson. This is it. Yes, we got to work out some things. It's not perfect. Did we get gifted some opportunities against the Giants? Sure. But did we capitalize on those? Absolutely. That's what winning teams do. So you guys are trending in the right direction. We're still trying to figure it out. You look at what we can do against the teams like Lions, and we're like, oh my gosh, like, all we got to do is just play that style of football, and we can beat anybody. And you look at the Packers, and they're talking about firing LaFleur, and it's like, what are you talking about? Like, this is one of the best coaches in the league. He'd be scooped up in a minute. People are really starting to question Jordan Love, whether or not he's really the guy, and he's stuck with this huge contract. So it's like, if you just pick up on the vibe, it seems like they're at the bottom of this division. Like, can they pull themselves out? Maybe, probably, hopefully not at all of our expenses, but I'd put you guys right now as the second hottest team in this division, and we're at 3, and Packers in the bottom.
Oh, I like you. I mean, these are things. This is new territory because these are things, right, Marshall? We didn't necessarily expect to be hearing.
Here's what I heard Ben say. I heard Ben say the Bears are going to the playoffs. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I don't know what you guys heard, but that's what I heard.
Well, it's going to be harder to do that when you get a big fat L this weekend.
Oh, see, here we go.
Seriously, are you picking the Vikings to win this game, sir?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Because, look, I mean, if we don't have 8 false starts, which we all feel like are
falsies,
very correctable, like you just simplify some cadence stuff, and you got that figured out, done. We don't have to worry about this weekend. And then you look at the 2 interceptions that we had, we had 3 turnovers. You know, one, the kickoff return, we hit the butt of our own player. I mean, that's a fluky play. And then the 2 interceptions, those are just, that's a young kid making like the wrong decision. You know, it's in both of those situations, he could have ran with the football. You don't have to throw up a 50-50 ball, even though you get 0 coverage and your coach wants to take a shot on 3rd and 1. He's going to learn from all of those. So all that being said, I think if we play clean football, we got the hometown crowd. I think that we do pull this one off.
Oh, you think you can overcome Jaquan Brisker's trash talking if he does play? I assume you heard that whole thing about Jaquan Brisker saying that he made Justin Jefferson cry, a grown man crying.
Made him cry.
Yeah. Did that come up at all, or nobody cares, or what? Like, how has that been?
Listen, Amik Roberts in Detroit had a lot to say before our game, and all Justin did is catch a one-handed pass over his shoulder for a touchdown. So
yeah.
I mean,
great.
Brisker can say all he wants. Hopefully, he's the one crying on Sunday afternoon.
The trash talking's really coming out now. Nice in the beginning. Yeah.
We always like talking to Ben Lieber. Thanks for doing this week. We appreciate it, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, always a pleasure to be on with you guys. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Same
man.
thing. That's Ben Lieber. Always a fun guest when he's on the Vikings Radio Network. Sideline reporter, former linebacker for the Vikings, the Chargers, and the Rams. Coming up next, it is time for America's favorite segment. And by America, I mean me.
Bear.
We're
the
all
premier
America.
locker room show here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
Bear
Will
Claw.
it be including Old Spice Bear Claw deodorant?
Didn't even know that was a thing until today.
And Ray was able to find it easily. It's the front row, man. You got to get out there a little bit more. You got to circle those ails at CVS
Grody
and
forgot
Walgreens.
his deodorant, so he made Ray get him deodorant. And
Thanks, Ray.
And of course, the name, has a bear in it.
Yeah, it's Bear Glove.
We're also thanking Ray. Just thanks, Ray, because
I keep saying Bear
We're
Claw
in here
because
with him.
there's a guy named Kyle Bear Claw.
But why isn't it Bear Claw and not Bear Glove?
Because of Kyle Bear Claw, a pitcher. I think he's a pitcher, right?
No,
Bear
why
Claw?
is the deodorant Bear Glove and not Bear Claw?
I don't know. Maybe because it would be infringing on Kyle Bear Claw's name, and he didn't sanction it.
or
I
the
don't know.
pastry Bear Claws.
Is it Kyle Bear Claw? There's a Bear Claw.
It's like Bear, B-A-R-R-A, right?
Is that what it is? Yeah, something like that. Yes.
Close enough.
We'll get to the bottom of this Bear Glove Old Spice.
Yeah, you get to the bottom of it.
And in the meantime, we'll take you inside the locker room next on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
The 85 Bears just it always sits with me, always will. From the fridge to Jim McMahon to Reggie Phillips getting a pick 6 in that Super Bowl.
Mark Grody, lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime score guy, talking Chicago sports every day, 10 a.m. to 2 on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Bears.
This segment is sponsored by Preflight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Preflight off-airport parking. Download the Preflight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Preflight.
Hey, Blackhawks fans, tomorrow, November 15th at 6 p.m., it's Tony Esposito Bobblehead Night. The first 8,000 fans receive a bobblehead presented by Amex. November 18th at 7:30 p.m. is Military Appreciation Night versus Calgary, honoring active members and veterans. Thursday, November 20th at 7 p.m., the Hawks host the Seattle Kraken in a goaltending showdown. Joey Decord versus Spencer Knight, both top 15 in save percentage. Doors open 90 minutes early, and tickets are available at blackhawks.com/tickets.
Hey, Chicagoland, get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings on our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com. Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigBlue.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Seattle Seahawks and Los Angeles Rams haven't really taken over the NFL spotlight yet, but they are arguably playing better than any other teams in the league. Both quarterbacks, Seattle's Sam Darnold and LA's Matthew Stafford, are making strong MVP cases, and the defenses are both stout. They play on Sunday, and don't be surprised if this is a preview of a bigger matchup coming down the road in the playoffs. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Rahimi Harrison Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The premier
locker room
show in Chicago, inside the
locker room.
That's right. You've never heard a show like this. It's not Inside the Clubhouse. It's not Hit and Run. We're certainly not using their music. We would never do that here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score. No. And normally I'd say let's wait for the low brass when we go inside the locker room. But we have important news. If you missed it earlier, Jalen Johnson's practice window is open. Jalen Johnson. I thought that wouldn't happen for another couple weeks. Ben Johnson spoke about it just moments ago at Hallis Hall.
Among other news, we're going to open Jalen's window here today, so that'll be exciting. I'll open it up from there.
What has he shown to get you to that point?
That he's healthy. So yeah, we'll see how long it'll take to get him back in shape. But I think he's a good spot right now, and I think being out on the grass is going to be a good thing for him.
And with Jalen, obviously, I know no timetable, and you probably I don't know what you guys were thinking when it first happened, but it seems pretty impressive that he's gotten to this point. I know you said you talked to him in the weight room. What's it kind of say about him that he's gotten himself to this point? Yeah, I mean he wants to be out there with his guys. It has not gone. This year has not gone the way he really envisioned it. You come in and it happens during the summer, the initial, and you miss training camp, and then you're hopeful you're back to where you were before, and you get hurt in the first game back, and I think he really wants to be out there, and so he's worked his tail off to get to this point, and it's on us as coaches to put him in a good spot here going forward to get him ready to compete here in the rest of the year.
You talked about wanting to be at your best football in December down the stretch. Have you let yourself think about what adding Jalen to that defense would do for that vision? Yeah, I think we could potentially have some reinforcements coming between when we get TJ back, when we get Jalen back, when we get Kyler back. I think those are three guys going into the season you had a lot of high hopes for and what they could do. I certainly had a tremendous amount of respect for all three of those guys competing against them the last few years, and so I'll be excited when we get all three back on the field together.
Do you look back on Jalen and think maybe we shouldn't have put him out there at that point, or was that just the information at the time? No, we trust our medical, and we felt really good about him being healthy, and it's happens sometimes. He wants to go out there, he wants to compete, he wants to win, and we'll be really smart with the information we have at hand in terms of putting him in a good spot and at the same time helping our team.
So that was Ben Johnson today talking about Jalen Johnson, who might be back sooner than we think. And yeah, it was only the one game we've seen him in so far, the one I like to forget. 52-21 loss to the Detroit Lions.
If you'd like to forget it, think about how he feels. Like that's the last time he was on the field and he's watched all this stuff happen and he hasn't been able to participate.
I love the decisiveness with which Ben Johnson answered the question of why have you activated him, and he said because he's healthy, and then he said it's a matter of getting in shape. Is that where we are? He's 100% and it's just a matter of getting him in shape?
Didn't you feel like that's what it was though when you saw the videos of him like rehabbing and like, okay, he looks like he's doing the thing and then he just has to get into football shape. He's fine.
Marshall and I love a good comeback video. Like when Nick Chubb released his comeback video,
jumping over things,
we were all about that life. We're like, sign this guy to a team immediately.
I think I remember.
Bring him to the Bears.
You know why? Okay, here I go again. Being a little bit jaded.
Let's go.
Here I go again on my own. Layla, would you like to join me?
You nailed those lyrics.
Tariq Cohen. I don't know if that's good or bad, actually.
Good,
of course, I get the cheesy white steak stuff right.
I love that song. Made up my mind.
What was I going to say?
You were talking about Tariq Cohen for some reason.
Oh, yeah. Tariq Cohen.
That's what I said.
That's what I said. There was the videos from Tariq Cohen when he was hurt and his comeback and him. I literally remember standing on the sideline watching in practice, and Tariq Cohen is out there just because he was a good teammate, and he was dancing, and we're all like, he's healthy because he's dancing, and it was all wrong. So I get a little bit skeptical, but to hear the coach say, instead of saying, well, we'll see what happens, he's still got to work through no, he said he's healthy. He also said he wants to be out there, and I can share with you, too, that Jalen Johnson has a little bit of a conscience about having been paid and wanting to perform for the Bears. And, again, they don't have to say that. They don't have to be that way, but he has said there's a little guilt going on here with Jalen Johnson.
Whoa, what was all this caller and text line? Jalen Johnson faking an injury to sit out to sign a new contract talk.
Well, yeah, we all I asked him about that. Remember when we had the little talk with Jalen? He's like, he looks at me and he goes, "You know me better than that." I asked the question. I was there. Speaking of inside the locker room.
Well, I mean, he was making a joke with Seth Rollins on the Rich Eisen show when that happened.
Yeah, but he did leave it a little bit ambiguous, just enough for those of us who work in the business that we do and love mixing it up a bit, that it was just a little bit because he didn't debunk it until he debunked it.
Would you call Jalen Johnson, in the vein of one Marshall Harris and one Mark Grody, would you call him a bit of a provocateur?
Jalen? But not the same way that maybe he...
No, that guy's a troll. Who you're about to say. There's a difference. Like, you're a troll and I'm a provocateur. That guy you're about to say, he's on your page. That's why you guys had that nice, lovely back and forth.
I like to call Mark a stirrer of the pot.
That's a better
But
way to
Jalen
put it.
Johnson, I think he's more of a provocateur.
No, but he just says what you ask him. That's all.
You're going light, Layla, with the stirrer of the pot.
No,
He's
no,
a
no.
feces stirrer is what he is.
Whoa.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
No. I'm saying, him. Yeah. No, I was saying Jalen Johnson's more of a provocateur.
Yeah, he's a provocateur. He's just like he's a slight poke. He's a drive-by, like,
do you know that
tag, you're it. That's him.
We've basically determined the entire secondary is welcome on our radio show.
Of course.
So
they would just come up with great topics too all the time.
Jerry Angelo once referred, the former Bears GM, once referred to Mark Potash, our good friend, as a bleep stirrer. And he told him one time to go, quote, whistle Dixie.
What?
I think to go go whistle Dixie Potsy or something, like he was Pete. You remember that, Ray?
I don't remember
that.
Did
he finish it by saying Jeez,
Pete? Lawrence, come in here.
Pop on
come in here,
quick.
Lawrence. Come in here.
Just trying to enjoy his tea.
Were you
Looks like a little
covering
John
the
Daly
Bears
mix.
when Jerry Angelo told Mark Potash to go whistle Dixie and told him that he was a bleep stirrer?
Yes.
I have that right? Yes.
Whistle Dixie was the phrase.
Oh, go whistle
Should I
Dixie.
even say that?
I don't know why he said that, but he said that. Yeah, I don't know. Go.
No, that's an insult. I just forget what the nature of it is. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how much that is a go pound sand, if you will.
That's what it is. That's what it is. That would have been a better way.
Pound sand is always how I say it.
Yeah.
I always say pound salt, and then people get mad, but I feel like those are interchangeable because it's either way. Like you're not going to grind the salt or the sand down more, so go pound salt.
Okay.
Or then I just say go fight with yourself. They hate that one. I'm like, if you want to fight, go fight with yourself. I'm not participating.
That's what I like.
We'll talk to you in a little bit, man.
Yeah, that was Lawrence Holmes.
Yeah, transition. About 20 minutes.
And
We'll talk more to Lawrence.
Now
here.
we have concluded the episode of Inside the Studio with Rahimi Harris and Grody. Let's get back to Inside the Locker Room.
Okay, we're running out of time here, so let's get right to it. Roma Dunze was one of our subjects this week out at Hallis Hall. And the line of questioning that I was going with, the first question I asked him was about the realness of their wins, because we all know the record of the teams against which the Bears have played has not collectively been particularly good. He gave me the good stock answer, which was, hey, all teams are hard to beat. We have accomplished something. Don't feel guilty about wins. Then, though, I got onto the question of, will the next 4 games tell the truth? This gauntlet of games, can we look at it that way, Roma Dunze?
Oh, I mean, you can look at it like that, honestly, for sure. I mean, you got great teams that we're playing the next 4 weeks, and they got to, record aside, regardless of what it is, the talent, what they put together the past few seasons, I feel like from all those teams has been pretty good football. So you got to go out there and give it your best for sure. And those 4 weeks are definitely going to tell at the end of this where we're at, and going to have implications for our playoff run and all that. So when it comes to difficulty, I think it's just honestly focusing on that team, that game, regardless of how good or how bad people may perceive them. At the end of the day, they're an NFL football team, and you got to give it your all.
3-1. 3-1 over the third quarter is what Caleb Williams talked about going, because they had just gone 3-1 in the last quarter of games. Let me tell you something. If they get through this thing, I actually, you'll be insufferable if they go 3-1 over the next 4 games.
Insufferable?
Based on how excited you are about this Minnesota game.
Yeah.
If they are to win the 3 games, they're 1-0.
Yeah.
But if they win 2 of the next 3, they'll be 9-4.
You don't know who I am. Don't try to guess what I'm going to be feeling. Don't do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. If they win 3 of the next 4 games, what
well,
would
you
be
know
like?
me. Now, you know me.
You just said, I don't know who you are.
Oh,
Make up your mind. Make up your mind, Margaret.
I'd rather you don't. You don't know me. You know me.
Like within 5 seconds of saying it.
Good catch.
Within 5 seconds of saying
You know
it.
about that life. Hey, you know about that life.
Woo!
I should just turn off my mic right now. That
No,
was
don't
very
turn it
good.
off.
You are a member of the Bears secondary.
Yeah.
That's what you are.
That drop that we're about to
Yeah,
play.
no, I deserve it. I deserve it
Yeah.
all. Great moment for you. That was
So if they go 3-1,
Wait, but what?
Well, okay, the you know me part of it was going to be because you guys do know this about me. I'm the guy who gives degrees of wins. If they don't look good in winning, Marky Mark will not be as excited as he is today.
I
He
think you're
hated
lying.
the Vegas win. He really
I
did.
hated the Vegas win.
I think you're lying because the caliber of competition is going to be so much better. If they find a way to win 3 out of 4, you're just going to be like,
you don't know me.
Wait a second. Are we glossing over the phrase that you just used, Mark, before mentioning Roma Dunze inside the locker room? The gauntlet of games.
Oh, yeah.
Is that
I
the
did
new
say
Game
that.
of Thrones? Because like Game of Thrones concluded, is this the next thing? The gauntlet of games.
I love a good alliteration. I do. Shall we go to the next cut here? Or do you guys just want to bask?
no, go ahead.
No. Let's continue. Let's continue our swim inside the locker room.
As we're running out of time, I got 2 cuts left, but in case we don't have time, I have to choose between 2. I'm going to go with, because I just liked hearing veteran, as Lawrence put it the other day, actually put it well, OG on OG, as in Kevin Byard talking about Harrison Smith, the great veteran safety for the Minnesota Vikings.
You're pretty well decorated as a safety in this league, but what do you think about your counterpart, Harrison Smith, who's obviously been a stalwart for a lot of years with that team and in this league?
I mean, it's a guy I've been looking up to for a long time. I remember even in my early days in Tennessee, I would watch a lot of his film because, his disguises, he always do something that was really cool, that he would start on the line of scrimmage and on the snap run to the post. And I asked him that a couple times, like, hey, what are you doing on these type of disguises and things like that? But obviously he's been playing this game for a long time at a high level. I mean, from all type of ball production, interceptions, sacks, and all those type of things. A lot of respect for his game. And I personally, obviously, I think he's a future Hall of Famer.
You kind of appreciate the gamesmanship because it felt like Caleb appreciated some of the gamesmanship with him last year, some of the talk that was going on.
Yeah, for sure, because like I said, he's a baller. Like I said, he's a guy that's obviously been healthy too, you know what I mean? So kind of just picking his brain about stuff that he does, off the field and things like that. Like I said, I mean, when you play this game for a long time, you look at a lot of different guys across the league, Harrison Smith, but like I said, just a lot of respect for him. And to be able to play him twice a week now, talk to him after the game, stuff like that. Like I said, he's a future Hall of Famer in my eyes.
I got an injury report. Stop everything. I've been texted an injury report.
You got texted the injury report?
Of course.
He's that dude.
TJ Edwards out.
Crap.
Jade Walker out of this game. Questionable for the game. Here we go. That guy, Jaquan Brisker, because of the back injury, he is questionable.
But hold up.
Uh-huh.
Back.
How is the next guy questionable, Mark?
What do you mean?
Who's after Jaquan Brisker?
Oh, you're looking along, too. Now you apparently have it as well.
Oh,
my
yeah?
God.
I'm going to get it next.
Talk to me.
Oh, my
Talk
God.
to me.
I'm looking at this in real time. No.
He's not out. He's not out.
Jalen Johnson is questionable.
He's coming back.
What?
He's coming back.
What?
Amazing.
Oh, my God. Jalen Johnson groin limited. What? What is going on here? He was limited?
He was activated, so that means he goes back to practice.
Oh,
and
my
apparently he practiced in a limited
That's
fashion
Jalen
today.
Johnson's music.
Why would he not be out, Mark? Why would he not be out?
Is he going on the afternoon show today? Oh, my God.
Why would he not be out, Mark?
Why would he not be out?
Also, apparently the replies are what everybody else is saying. People are freaking out like, Jalen Johnson questionable.
I mean,
what do you mean?
at the very least, we could talk about Jalen Johnson for next week, right? Like, even if he doesn't play in this game.
That's what this means to me.
What?
I want a wrestling-style entrance through the tunnel. I want music, even though they're away from home.
Oh, my God,
I
yes.
want something to be happening.
Destroy the horn.
Okay. Let's back.
Destroy the horn.
Let's back the horn because we have to break. But in this break, I want y'all to think about something.
Can I get a break?
If there is no Brisker, and obviously Edwards is out. If there's no Brisker and Edwards, is that going to change what you were about to say for your predictions next
Well,
week?
I'm pretty bummed about T.J. Edwards, to be fair.
Yes.
But no.
Oh, you're okay?
No.
I was going under the assumption that T.J. Edwards was not going to play. By the way, it does mean Swift good to go, Tyreek good to go, Odunze, DJ Moore, Komet will play, old Grady Jarrett good to go.
Why call him old Grady Jarrett?
Like he's a member of the Wu-Tang Clan?
I do that with names that feel
Like he collaborated with Mariah Carey?
To me,
like
Grady,
Baby, You Got His Money?
I don't know why, but there's certain names that make me want to put OLE before them. And Grady Jarrett.
You basically called Grady Jarrett Old Dirty. ODB is what you called him.
I did. Old Dirty. Well, you guys said I can't use those words. So
What would you call Joe Tooney?
Old Joe Tooney. No doubt. He's got a name like that, too. Old Joe Tooney.
You're basically treating them like Old Yeller.
Right. It's not old. It's OLE, right?
Yeah, that's why I said Old Yeller.
You hear me? Old Yeller. Oh, man.
Back over there. It's Old Joe Tooney.
Here's the thing. We've got to figure
old-time
out this
baseball
injury
player.
report that has
Here
only
comes
added to our chaos today. And
Max
we have
Smiley
to do
coming up to the
predictions.
plate.
And I need you all to do predictions too, because what does everybody think this injury report is? Go look at it for yourselves,
My
and
God.
you tell me who are you going to believe, me or your eyes? Go look at it for yourselves, and you get back to me next.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love you, love the show, 100%.
Tony and Joliet, you're on the score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking like Bears.
Kevin.
You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Illinois State University trained me for the real world. Hey, it's Mark Grody. I had so many great experiences at ISU and received a top-notch education. Graduates earn $15,000 more than the average within a few years of graduation of more than 200,000 graduates all over the world. The Wall Street Journal ranks us 57th nationally for social mobility, an indication of the power of an Illinois State degree in improving the lives of students and families. Visit illinoisstate.edu and start planning your visit today.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far.
And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I mean, honestly, I don't give a damn who's out there. I'm looking forward to whooping their ass either way.
Okay, we've had a few minutes to collect ourselves. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. That was Jalen Johnson. And before we get to how we figure all of this out, we have something for you. They're not low rates. Caller 6 to the Score contest line, 312-540-0670, 0670. We'll win a pair of tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Bedford Park on Tuesday, December 2nd, with special guest Nashawn Wright and me, Layla Rahimi. I'm hosting. It's all sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com and brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Okay. Do we, after a few minutes to collect ourselves after reading the Bears injury report, is this possibly a reverse Lamar Jackson? Where the Bears are like, well, we opened up the practice window. Guess he could be questionable. He was limited today. Wink. And it's gamesmanship.
Absolutely. This is straight up gamesmanship. There's no way Jalen Johnson's going to practice one time limited and then go play in this game Sunday.
I think it's the opposite. I think this. I think he's going to play.
Explain how that would work.
I think you're getting gamed.
Yeah, I think.
I just enjoy the drama.
It is great
I'm one
drama.
of those people who occasionally think maybe the NFL is scripted at times.
You're playing a dangerous game, Miss Rahimi.
I am, so I'm into it. I don't know what this is, but I like it. So I'm just going to take it to the extreme.
Well, Jalen Johnson, he said before, he has a lot of pride. He wants to take down Justin Jefferson. He wants that one-on-one matchup.
Truth.
Playing the Vikings. And he's rushing back.
But I don't want his groin to detach from his body again.
Me neither. I don't want that for anybody.
That's
even
a fair
my enemies.
want. That's a fair want out of you. Like I think that's a high list of things we don't want for Jalen Johnson right now.
High list, yeah. Not number one, but very close.
No, it's number one for me. It's number one for me.
Imagine winning at like 3, not detaching your groin is at number 3.
Well, I said for Jalen specifically, because I've seen it happen to him and he had to miss time. That's number one for him.
How about that groin injury DJ Moore had? You guys been hearing about all that? Anyway, Marshall, you brought up a
type.
I love staring down your mailbag.
Yeah.
I can't speak to that, but that just sounded like it hurt.
The man was hospitalized overnight.
I love staring down your mailbag.
We got a couple of good Mark Gruden drops off of this show.
I mean, you
We
got the you hit such a great win earlier, Marshall. That was so good. But
You did it.
I did it. I did
just
it.
listened to you.
I did it.
2 seconds later.
I set my own trap. You brought up a good point off the air, though, and that is regarding, we're talking about Jalen having a blast with it, but Jaquan Brisker 50-50, essentially.
Oh, okay, so that was my question now I wanted you guys to think about during the break, because this is the prediction segment. We're going to make our predictions, but if there's no TJ Edwards, which there won't be, he's already been ruled out.
Boo,
Yep.
I
And
hate that
questionable
decision.
is Jaquan Brisker. If they don't have Edwards or Brisker, do you really think they're going to go on the road and win in Minnesota?
Yeah, 27-24 Bears. Begin the music.
Yes.
Okay, Mark, I'll let you go
All
next.
right, you guys kind of, I mean, this has been building up all day. You guys have, I hope you have felt my confidence. I think you called it my bearsness.
Also, did you notice the Easter egg I put in there? The same score they won by here.
Check this out, Layla. I got the Bears winning this game 27-17. The Bears will win this game by 10. And again, look, the Bears have been pretty good at forcing turnovers. J.J. McCarthy has 7 turnovers in his last 4 games. All the false start. They are not an organized team right now, the Minnesota Vikings. Even their defense, with all the names that they have, they are not dominant as a defense yet. The Bears are a better team right now with some momentum. They will win this game with relative ease, 27-17. I'm not sure if I want to say there's going to be a pick 6, but I'm going to say there's going to be at least 2 turnovers forced by the Bears defense this week. They did have the pick 6 in week 1 with Nashawn Wright bringing it to the house. I don't know if this is going to be the case, but I think there'll be 2 key turnovers to the Bears, and they win by 10.
J.J. McCarthy's played in 4 games as an NFL player. He's turned the ball over by air. That's an interception in all 4 of those games. 2 of them, he had 2 picks. The Bears are going to get 3 takeaways in this game. And it's that. And the fact that I think they're going to run all over the Vikings because no Jonathan Grenard.
And their run defense is just okay.
Yes, and without Grenard, it's going to be even worse.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Bears take this game 28-26.
Oh, wow.
Wait a second. So here you are saying all this stuff, and then...
But I'm not as confident. I think it's going to be more fourth quarter. Caleb Williams is going to have to do something magic. I think it's going to be one of those wins where Mark comes in here on Monday, and remember, he thought they were going to win by 10. He's going to be like, yeah, Mark, is that the kind of sustainable win you were looking for?
I don't know.
And he's going to be very upset.
This is dangerously close to who you messing with territory. Dangerously close. Marshall was talking all show like he was having a different prediction from a Bears W.
I didn't see it being as easy as Mark Grody was trying to make it sound, and I still don't think it is. That's why it's just a 2-point win.
That was your pushback. Yeah, I got you. I got you. 28.
I didn't like your level of confidence.
I understand. That's okay. You don't like optimism. You just want to be negative. I understand.
If it's binary and 1 or 0, both of you are equally as confident.
Well, I will say this. I don't think it is binary. And I'll say this. When we all picked it last time, how close was the actual game? It was scary.
Oh,
without
you're
a
right.
Jackson Dart injury,
No
they
doubt.
would have lost the game. I want to be very clear on my belief in that.
24-20 went over the Giants. Yeah, you're right. I did think about that. How we all came. We did a segment.
And I was like, I don't like that, guys.
Yeah. We did a segment on we all know the Bears are going to win, and here's why. And then they almost
They
didn't
couldn't
win.
buy a stop. Like, they could not buy
What
a
makes
stop.
you think they can buy a stop now? Oh, J.J. McCarthy. That's why.
Yeah, that's why.
That's
why.
Ray?
And,
Robbie?
And Aaron Jones is not having a great year running the football.
So
I don't know. Stop
Sorry,
it. No,
sorry.
the next he's gonna come out of the bushes and run for 100 yards on us.
I'm sorry. I'll just put deodorant on.
Bear Claw.
can't go
wait,
wrong
it's
with
called
that.
Bear Glove. For some reason, I
So-
don't understand.
As the people may know, I am a Detroit Lions fan, and I saw this team 2 weeks ago take down my Detroit Lions. Yes, it was coming off a bye. Yes, that was the last game John Morton called as the offensive coordinator. The Vikings are a good team. I don't know why they're being sold as this bad team. I understand J.J. McCarthy isn't him yet, but he showed flashes, and he can do things with his legs. What killed the Bears last week before Jackson Dart came out? Jackson Dart's legs. I think this is going to be a win for the Vikings. I'm sorry. This ends the magic for them. Vikings 28, Bears 24.
You're just bitter because they beat the Lions.
I just think, it's just also Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores versus Brian Daboll. Compare those two. It's so much better coaching. They're going to be a real test on the road. Vikings are going to win.
I am drinking the Bears Kool-Aid. They're going to win. I am on board with where Marshall's going with it. It's going to be another comeback Caleb game. That man has ice in his veins. I am all in on it. I think it's going to be a role reversal of the first game of the season, 27-24, but victory for the Bears.
Well, there's only one person whose opinion really matters here, and it's the guy who's 9-0 on the station staff predictions. So I just looked it up. Sean Sears, Bears 27, Vikings 24. So he agrees with me.
Our congrats to the Bears.
He's 9-0.
And with Ray, because Ray had the same score.
All right, so you heard what we had to say. Don't forget, you can always call the Meatball Machine during the game and after, or even before. Technically, you could call it right now.
Ray, wasn't there a game that you picked the Bears to win by 30?
There was, and I was wrong. That's okay. But yeah, you can hit up the Meatball Machine by going to the Odyssey app, going to the 670 The Score page, and hit leave a voice message. Very easy.
You're right.
Coming up next, let's talk to Lawrence Holmes and Matt Spiegel.
Bear Claw.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Since I lost my papa, a Chicago police officer, the holidays are just not the same for me and my family. But then, in walks Santa and Mrs. Claus alongside the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. They brought gifts, cheer, and the promise that my dad's sacrifice will never be forgotten. This December 6th and 7th, they will visit 24 children. Help us keep that promise. Your generosity brings them a much-needed smile.
Learn more about the CPMF's mission at cpdmemorial.org.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. Getting rear-ended once is bad enough. Don't let the insurance company hit you again with a lowball offer. Call an experienced attorney who knows how to fight and win. Call Lerner and Rowe today. 708-222-2222.
Call 222-2222. Chapter 3000 Managing Attorney 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour. It's every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, and it's only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla. That's me, Leila, to grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up in President Illinois, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Does this sound like you, where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts? Oh, do I have good news for you. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment. And for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. So call QC Kinetics today, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by 2 separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
Ding, ding.
Oh my goodness.
How am I supposed to function now? What did you do to me?
Oh my goodness.
Mark Grote's Law and Order would just be chaos. Grote, what if you were the writer of Law and Order? Everybody would be running away from the detectives. Nobody would get any information. They just say bears all the time. Like, what would happen in your Law and Order?
Oh, man. I don't know, but it's such a useful program because once you watch one, you got to watch 5 or 6 of them. And I was at my parents' last week, and sometimes, like, I'll go there and we'll watch a movie. We couldn't find the right movie. I flipped on Law and Order, and I'll be damned if we didn't just watch, like, 3 episodes and we were all very happy.
It's comfort food.
What era?
Comfort food.
What era? Was it Jerry Orbach?
No, it was actually very recent. I don't even know who the actors are. So no, those are the best ones, though, Speaks.
Well, right. I don't know, but Michael Moriarty was like an early lawyer.
An OG.
Yeah, like so. I mean, because there's so many different eras of that.
Assistant District Attorney Michael Stone.
Do you remember when Viola Davis was a regular on Law and Order?
I do.
That was, I feel like, one of her best early roles where people really got to see her range.
It's an amazing cameo and guest star vehicle for New York actors.
Oh yeah,
of all different vintages. They're like, oh yeah, I was a dead body.
Well, and another thing too, Spiegel. Sometimes it's a who starred in the episode that we watched, and this was a recent episode. It was an SUV episode.
SVU.
Yes, SVU. Yes,
there was a stolen SUV, and then they committed an SVU crime.
That one, it's you'd think they'd run out of vehicular stories, but they never do.
They never do.
It was Anthony Edwards. Is that the actor? Yes, from ER and from Revenge of the Nerds. Not that guy, but yes, of course, some of us remember him from Revenge of the Nerds. But it's cool when you see a star actor want to do a turn in Law and Order.
Star for Anthony
Julia
Edwards.
Roberts was in a Law and Order episode.
Was she really?
Yes.
Law and Order.
Yeah, but
that dog will hunt every time.
Her and Benjamin Bratt were either dating and or
Oh.
married at that point.
So pre-famous, right? Then for
No, she
Julia.
was still very
she's been famous for a very long time.
Extremely famous, yeah. But no, she dated Benjamin Bratt. I love. By the way, Julia Roberts, when she was on Friends and Matthew Perry, and she had a little dalliance. She was way into him, and he was too nervous to really ask her out, and descended into addiction. Good night, everybody.
In the criminal justice
Happy to
system,
share.
there are two.
I have in front of me a list sourced
are
by
their
the interwebs
of categories,
guest stars on Law and Order or Law and Order SVU.
I think we need the one with.
This could be a great category.
We need
Actually,
the Grody version, not the actual
SUV.
The list is kind of crazy.
Give me the craziest name on that list.
Another vehicular manslaughter charge.
How do you keep doing this?
This guy stole gas from a Land Rover.
Carol
I can't
Burnett.
believe it.
Carol I remember that episode.
Yes.
She played
Did
a
you say
crazy
the year?
person. Yeah.
Yeah, she was great in that episode.
Yes.
Carol Burnett, Robin Williams, Elizabeth Banks, Bradley Cooper, Martin Short, Sarah Paulson,
Martin Short,
John Ritter, Viola Davis, Claire Danes, Jennifer Love Hewitt.
I remember the Claire Danes.
Zoe Saldana. Remember when Kerry Washington was basically J-Lo?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, there was
I gotta see that episode.
There's an episode where Kerry Washington was playing a J-Lo-esque character.
Ripped from the headline.
That
Olivia Pope?
Yes,
Was
and
there-
she was dating a Diddy type character, and there was a shooting at a club.
Olivia Pope would never.
Was there a Sam Hurd episode? Did they have an NFLer dealing drugs episode?
They do a lot of riffs on real life, though.
Yeah, is that
That's what makes it
ding.
interesting.
Ding 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 ding.
Timothy Chalamet, also on that list.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. I shouldn't mention his name.
Why? Why not?
Well,
Why not
'cause-
mention Sam Hurd?
because-
Just because he
Well,
stole
you did
pounds
it.
and pounds of drugs?
Well,
I don't understand. We're going to get in
just,
trouble? Is this a
He
gangster?
might be listening.
Oh.
Philip Seymour Hoffman,
Oh, wow.
Dink,
Ding
Man.
ding. Ding ding.
I remember him too.
Jennifer Garner. I remember the Jennifer
yeah,
Garner
Jennifer Garner,
episode because she's the one that tempted Benjamin Bratt into
Jennifer Garner did?
when his marriage was falling apart.
What's her name?
That was
In real life?
I do like how they
No,
weave
no,
in. No, they weave in it is Law and Order, but they will give you background on the main character.
I'm pretty sure
Occasionally.
that episode was the episode where they went to go see the execution, and that's where
at the prison. Okay, yeah.
and everyone they did the whole show from the perspective of what happened to everyone after they witnessed the execution, and I believe that's the episode where Claire Kincaid dies. Spoiler alert.
How dare you?
Yesterday, you blurted out what Rosebud was. You just blurted that out
I know.
yesterday.
I know.
Middle of a segment.
It's a slut.
Man, I just did it again.
Yeah.
Man, what are we doing?
I mean, the movie is 83 years old.
Doesn't matter.
83.
How many years old? Wow.
83.
That's
Hey,
amazing.
speaking of times and stuff, what time are you guys having Jalen Johnson on? Is he going to be on at 5 o'clock today?
I would imagine that we will have him on as soon as it's announced that he's going to play.
Oh my
Call that
God.
man.
Gone from IR to questionable with limited participation in practice today.
when
He
you
was
saw
the
that, when you
Undertaker
just saw the
meme.
questionable, what was your first thought?
Lawrence just told me right now in the hallway because I saw that he was designated for return earlier. I hadn't seen the questionable. My first thought was that is a crazy person in terms of his belief in his body,
His desire
and his
to get back.
desire. And just remember, He's one of those dudes who signed the big money extension and played harder.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's that guy. We watched Eddie Jackson sign an extension and make business decisions thereafter.
Spiegel, Jalen Johnson mentioned that. I think it might even be on audio somewhere. I don't think this was an off-mic conversation. He did bring up, he's very conscious of the fact that he said something, I'm paraphrasing, something to the effect of, I can't imagine the Bears are very happy. They just paid me all this money, and I'm hurt. So a lot of players these days don't think about that. They don't have to think about that. They've earned their money, but this is a guy who doesn't care, cares about the money, but still wants to be great.
He's driven like crazy to play and try to be great. And he also is a dude, I remember how much he was enjoying the winning last year. When they started 4-2, he was like, I haven't been around here. I haven't had this. Like, that was his only taste of real winning. He's probably looking at this now like, I want some of that.
Yeah, that's when they were on the sidelines, and he was like, I'm not used to not having to play at the end of the game because we're always either down big or...
That's it, Marshall.
Yes.
I couldn't remember. Like, I'm not used to being able to sit out a series at the end.
Plus, the other side of it, he was the loud one, and I think we could say this now, he was the loud one on Thanksgiving last year in Detroit. He was the one airing out the coaching staff last year, so he cares, he loves when they win, and he hates when they lose, and he hates incompetence.
I just need him to have some main character energy, and if he needs to, we can't have another setback where he wants to come back and then ultimately gets hurt again.
I heard you saying this at the end of 5 on it, and I was like, yeah, I'm right there. I'm right there where you are.
There have been too many instances. Look at what happened to Kyler Gordon. Look at what happened to TJ Edwards.
Yeah.
You know, I can't have guys really wanting to be out there when they're penny wise and pound foolish about the fortune and the future of the team.
Got to have their restrictor plates on.
Yeah, I want them to be out there. Like, I want them to want to be out there.
I'm thrilled that they have this drive.
Absolutely, but you don't want to put them or the season in jeopardy.
Do we know if this is the hand or the hamstring that will have TJ Edwards out again?
I think it's the hamstring.
Right, because the hand they were talking about doing the club.
Clubbed it up. He's clubbed up.
I don't know if they did the club or they were talking about it or whatever.
Well, we don't know yet because he hasn't played since they talked about that. But I do think you're right, Spiegel. I think that this is all about the hamstring for him at this point. And like they said, they'll make do. They'll club him up real good.
I would also like to thank our guests today, Adam Haugh, Kevin Fishbane, Ben Lieber, the Viking sideline reporter for the radio broadcast. I'd like to thank Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano, Tyler Farringle helping us out too, Baby T cutting up the audio.
Baby T!
Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. Our transition is brought to you by Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer, legendary food.
I know, and now it happens to you too,
Old
right?
Republic.
Every time I Old Republic wouldn't cotton to no other bar.
Not to be confused with Old Grady Jarrett.
Old Joe Tooney. Yeah. Let me tell you about Old Joe Tooney.
Old Joe Tooney.
Don't tell me that doesn't sound like somebody Hawk would talk about. Let me tell you about Joe Tooney. This guy, man, been around a long
Great football
time.
face.
Great
football face on that guy.
He's very reliable.
I think that when you started with the Old Republic, and it's a great place. You should go check it out. They have a good time out there in Elgin. I think my phone picked it up because what it gave me inside of Instagram Reels was the Tom Wopat cameo
from Motel 6 commercials.
No, that's a different guy.
Tony Womack.
Damn it!
Leave the lights on.
The Tom Wopat cameo on Smallville, where he teamed back up with John Schneider, and they went for a drive in a very fast car where he jumped into the car through the window.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, Tom Wopat, one of the Dukes.
Yeah.
Luke.
Them damn Dukes.
He's Luke Duke, right? Or is he Bo Duke?
I think it's
He
Luke
was
Duke.
Luke. He was Luke.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then John was Bo.
The blonde and the brunette.
And I want to say that who was the Boss Hogg?
Yeah, Boss Hogg.
I want to say Boss Hogg in
Hogg.
real life was like a war hero.
Really?
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Because
say
I
it.
have random stuff in my head. So like he's like a legitimate thespian, but also a war hero. You looking at Boss Hogg now?
Damn right I am.
Well, he could never catch those Duke brothers.
Damn Dukes.
Boss Hogg, and then what? Cooter and
Roscoe.
And Roscoe.
Roscoe.
And Enos.
Oh, yeah.
Enos.
Old Enos.
Yeah.
And Daisy Duke.
Enos.
And Daisy Duke.
My
forget
dad
about
always
Daisy
used to say that Enos, because, Elvis, his nickname was Elvis the Pelvis, and he said they never talked about his friend Enos.
Wow.
That's some Herb Spiegel stuff
Enos
right
the-
there. Herb Spiegel also used to say, the Alou brothers, Moises, Felipe, and Jesus, and Toot. Toot
Oh,
Aloo.
the
was
Lost-
another
the
one.
Lost
Yeah,
Aloo?
Toot and Boog were the extra Aloo brothers.
Oh, the extra Aloo. What about the Alamars? Was there an extra Alamar?
I can't think of a joke for that one, so
Okay.
no.
All right.
But just Toodaloo.
They're gangster families.
So I found it. Sorrel Book, who played Boss Hogg,
Yeah.
enrolled at Columbia at 16, where he performed in Shakespearean plays in Columbia's drama club. He had a master's from Yale Drama, then served in the United States Army during the Korean War for 2 years as a counterintelligence agent, and was in a stage production of Beethoven with Paul Newman.
Oh, sure, but we only know him as Boss
Yeah,
Hogg.
how'd you like to be the fat
Shakespearean-
antagonist on a
The
terrible
Shakespearean
show?
actor
Whoa,
who
whoa, whoa,
has
whoa.
Yale drama.
Uh-huh, and was an Army hero.
A spy, no less.
Yeah.
A spy.
Would you be our fat bastard?
When we know him as
Would
Boss
you be
Hogg.
the embodiment of Southern cop?
Grody, I'm not gonna let that stand.
What does that
I-
pay?
Dukes
What
of
does that
Hazzard
pay?
was not a terrible show.
No. I love the Dukes of Hazzard.
Okay.
Trust me, I loved it so much because my parents would not let my brothers and I watch the program except for when they went out on weekends, and there'd be a babysitter who we would tell our parents love us to watch the Dukes of Hazzard, and we would watch.
Oh,
the
They're
Dukes
just
of Hazzard.
that's
making their
tremendous.
way
Yes.
the only way they know how.
The only way they know how.
And the only way they knew how was moonshining.
Hey man, you gotta do what you gotta
Hey,
do.
this city was built on what exactly?
I know, and I know that's where you get NASCAR too. Is you soup up your car and
Make a run.
Yes, beat the police.
I chose to watch the Dukes of Hazzard as a young man instead of North Carolina versus Georgetown in the NCAA championship game when Michael Jordan hit the game-winning shot.
That's heavy, man.
I missed it. I turned it back on. I was like, oh, look, that's James Worthy, receiving some kind of award. I must have missed a pretty good game, I guess. Uh-oh.
You're like, I got to get to Roscoe Pico train here. I
Had
can't
to get to Daisy Duke. Let's be honest. Had to get to Daisy Duke.
We've all been there, though.
All right, thank you.
I'm there now. Sometimes I turn off sports and watch something else.
Dangerous. We've all got something like that we
and
missed,
you're like,
right?
oh, I guess I missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you missed something.
Absolutely.
I was missing everything these days because there's an Eddie Murphy
Doc,
show.
yeah.
Oh my God, it's just so good.
He's been very funny with the puppets. I don't know if anyone has seen the.
Oh yeah, the little shadow show he does on the wall.
No, like he has actual puppets of Richard Pryor and Bill Cosby.
Oh wow.
He's
he
having a
talked
lot
about
of
that.
fun with the Bill
Yeah.
Cosby puppet.
Oh yeah, well he said that's what he wants to do as his next stand-up routine is just he's in the middle of those two and he just does like 2 hours worth of it.
Oh, good for him. That
Yeah.
sounds fun.
Yeah, he's still hilarious. He's
All
just
right.
still.
Just-
You know what else
Just
is
always
hilarious?
remember that Bill Cosby used to tell Eddie Murphy that his stuff was too dirty and that he needed to clean up his act.
You cannot say bleep, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Pull yourself up by the bootstraps and
That's
get down with
exactly
the
what-
old respectability
That's
politics.
right. Meanwhile,
That was a very good impression.
Well, I mean, Bill Cosby got a whole, it's a whole thing with Bill.
we need to talk about the them doing a reboot of A Different World. Well, no, I guess a continuation.
It's a continuation,
of A Different World. But
yeah. I'm with that.
I
we'll see what happens.
I've got
but
some feelings about it. I got some feelings.
It's an interesting time to be doing that.
It is. It feels like it's probably 10 years too late.
First thing that came to my mind is, is Dean Cain going to make a guest appearance?
No.
I bought those glasses.
The Dwayne Wayne
The
glasses?
Dwayne Wayne glasses with the flip down shades.
What were it was obviously sunglasses and then
Just
interior
regular
glasses.
prescriptions theoretically, but mine were just not.
Yeah, I had some Dwayne Wayne glasses when I was
Yeah,
in high
right.
school.
As a musician, I feel like that's a good move.
I thought it was a good look.
Especially like the 90s. Like that's a popular 90s move for a man about town like yourself.
Yeah, it didn't really play.
No?
I tried it for a little while.
Does it? Speaking of like sunglasses and then obviously Matt Spiegel brain, I know you're going to get this. Does it disturb you as much as it disturbs me that the old like A-Rod M-frame Oakleys are back in style for outfielders?
That's hilarious.
It bothers
I'm
me.
like,
Only when they're not wearing them.
Thank
can we
you,
not
Groats.
do this?
I got you.
on the hat.
I want the flip downs because it's the perfect way to go about playing the position.
Functional.
And they
Yes!
look
Highly.
sick. They look sick.
There-
I'm sorry. They
There's
look cool.
nothing that bothers me more, and Speaks can attest to this. To me seeing a guy with the sunglasses on the back of his hat.
Oh my God.
It's my old manness coming out. But the idea that you're playing in a sun field and not only are your sunglasses not on, They're on your hat.
They're not even available.
Backwards.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been thinking about A-Rod a little because Alex versus A-Rod is the name of the documentary. Him basically saying there are two versions of himself.
Nine?
Okay,
And that
A-Rod.
reminds me of Ken Harrelson and how he felt about Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk's a
Said,
different
oh,
person.
yeah, there's Ken, and then there's the Hawk.
And then there's 9.
And then there's J.J. McCarthy.
9.
Who is J.J. McCarthy
9.
until he turns into 9. He's got an entire separate realm of personality, and people think Caleb's weird? Hang on a second. J.J. McCarthy is Sybil over there. If
Well,
you get that reference, and have your affairs in order.
I think
Yeah,
9 sacks are coming. I think this
Oh,
week.
look at that.
J.J. McCarthy. I mean,
Look at
the
that.
offensive line ain't like they tried to rebuild it. It ain't what it was supposed to be yet. This is the time to get right now is your time to beat the Minnesota Vikings. Maybe not in 2 weeks.
You better.
Maybe not in 3 weeks.
I
But
can't-
right now they are vulnerable.
I'll tell you this,
Brody.
I can't take you seriously if you don't, Groats.
Yeah.
I hear you. Absolutely,
Can't.
right? It's considering the
Can't do it.
schedule they have coming up.
Yeah.
You have to win against the division. If this is going to be the theme, then you're
better.
going to be in trouble.
I need everybody to say Bears every time they say school.
Ooh, that's good.
Bears.
School.
Bears.
That's right, Bears.
Dun, dun.
Skull.
Dun, 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 dun,
You're not supposed to say skull.
I got confused.
You're supposed to say bears.
I like
He's
it. I
just
like
used to getting the lyrics.
I just like a dip at the end of a night of drinking. You know
What was
what
the
I mean?
thing? What was the word?
Dip skull.
What was
Yeah.
that Tevin
Dizzy.
Jenkins word that he shared with me? Not skull. Remember the Spiegel?
Skull sessions.
Skull sessions. That's what it
Yeah.
was. Skull sessions.
It was skull sessions, but
Yeah.
or school sessions, and yeah,
Right.
you usually spoke fluent Tevin, but you were struggling in that day.
Right. It was
How is
just.
Tevin doing? Is he playing?
Good question. Where's he?
I have not
Tennessee?
checked up on him
Where's
in a little
Tevin?
bit.
I thought
I
it was
will.
Cleveland.
Houston?
I think
don't
you're
know.
right. I think it's Cleveland.
I think I can
Oh,
definitely credit that
yeah,
to
Cleveland.
what we call skull sessions in the summer.
What sessions? I'm sorry.
Skull, like your skull, like that. That's what we call it. That's what we call it. Oh, not skull. School. Like, we call it skull.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So like we got to know each other.
Oh, school, yeah.
I know myself well enough to
Grody's
know.
like,
I still didn't know
Oh
what he was
yeah,
talking
sure, school. I got you. He's like, no,
skull.
that's not what I said.
For the sake of the conversation not becoming more convoluted,
La
I was just like, yeah, okay, I got you.
I got
hear
you.
you.
Sure. Yep. I feel
Yep.
you.
I
Waiting
got
for the
you.
context to kick in.
Here's what we've got planned for you today. We are going to chat with Dan Weedsy. He's going to join us at 3 o'clock. We'll ask him about taking the North. Pete Bursich is going to be on the show at 3:25. Olin's going to be on at 4. At 5 o'clock, we want to talk about the chess match between Brian Flores and Ben Johnson. Well, that's actually 5:25. But we will talk about how pivotal this game is for the Bears at 5 o'clock and get you all set for Bears versus Vikings. But when we come back, we're not the only ones who are apparently back. Jalen's back?
What?
Question mark? We will talk about that after Tanny's Open next here on The Score. A great show.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
There's a steak and seafood company based right here in Chicagoland that only sources the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. Hi, Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. If you love a great steak and the smell of grilling makes your mouth water, you have to check out Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. This is not the same steak you find in the warehouse clubs and grocery chains. Owners Chris and Susie scour the globe and only source the top 2% of prime steak. Filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip. Plus, you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best seafood. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet. Order some today and have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. Steaks from Second City Prime make great gifts for friends, family, and client gifts too. Orders of 200 or more ship free, and orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's secondcityprime.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sports books, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric bring you Football Fridays on 670 The Score.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
Hey, Blackhawks fans, tomorrow, November 15th at 6 p.m., it's Tony Esposito bobblehead night. The first 8,000 fans receive a bobblehead presented by Amex. November 18th at 7:30 p.m. is Military Appreciation Night versus Calgary, honoring active service members and veterans. Thursday, November 20th at 7 o'clock, the Hawks host the Seattle Kraken in a goaltending showdown as Joey Decord versus Spencer Knight, both top 15 in save percentage, match up. Doors open 90 minutes early and tickets are available at blackhawks.com/tickets.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The sports gambling cases involving the NBA and MLB will get the headlines, but yesterday's arrests in New Jersey are a reminder that college athletes are the most susceptible to these dangers. The vast majority of them are not getting rich from NIL, so even a small payday for altering a game is enticing. No matter the safeguards in place, this threat's never going away. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This hour is being brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
The Bears have a really interesting game on Sunday.
While it's Dennis Allen's purview, Ben's the man in charge. So are you going to attack JJ or not?
9 comes out.
Do all the listeners understand that's JJ McCarthy talking about his own alter ego?
I call him 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, like, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So 9.
From the Grange Park, Illinois, that's just trying to be the best he can possibly be every day. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
Alex, what's your nickname for yourself?
For when I am terrible at my job for most of the day and then turn it on at the end? Is that what you're talking about?
There was Ken, and then there was the Hawk. There was Ken, and then there was the Hawk. And Ken doesn't want anything to do. He's very introverted. He likes his time, his downtime. He likes to be alone. Where the Hawk wants the spotlight. He wants to get out there in front. He wants to, show his ass a little bit.
Patrick Manley. What's up, Patrick?
What's up, guys? I'd like to be addressed as 65 for the rest of the segment,
65!
Please.
This happens to be the studio where a local saxophone legend named Duke Silver records his albums.
I've heard of him. I heard he makes mature women swoon when he plays.
From what I've heard about Duke, he's kind of a private guy. He doesn't want his nosy co-workers discussing his music with him or knowing that he exists.
You got it, Duke.
Don't call me that.
The alter ego. So what did 65 do on game day? And what did you have to do to enable 65 to live his best life?
I would always tape my left wrist first, and then tape my right wrist. No, I was just a long snapper, guys. Man, I was just living.
You just show up from the golf course and be ready.
No, that would be practice down in Bourbonnais, man. That game day was a little different. I did have to, tune it in a little bit and get ready to go. Make sure Robbie and Brad could do their thing.
Hey, I'm Brian. I'm Dale. You have to call me Dragon.
You have to call me Nighthawk.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We've got a full boat show for you today. We watched a little bit of Thursday Night Football. None of us were impressed. We need to discuss that. WEEKDAY is on the show at 3 o'clock. Pete Bursich is going to be on the show at 3:25. Olin Kreutz is going to join us at 4. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, we are going to get into the weeds, man. We are going to get into the weeds of this matchup.
I thought he's at 3. I thought Weedsy's at 3.
No. That's Weedsy, not Weeds.
All right, Weeds at 5. Yeah.
Getting into the weeds. Alex is here. He's also taking on A-Rod whenever he can. Tanny is here. That man is Matt Spiegel.
Chomping at the bit. My bad, everybody. I'm chomping. The bit is being chomped at. We got stuff to get to, stuff to talk about.
Oh, you're going to get text from the champing people.
Oh, that's right.
One guy in particular.
Oh, man, that guy. Just keep it in your pants, sir. Just leave it at home, okay? I'll correct it. I'll champ at the bit instead of chomping at it from here on out. Can I hear what Ben said about Jalen? Everybody's talking about Jalen. Every text we get, people in the hallways, is Jalen playing or not? Like, this is a fast-moving story. Jalen designated to possibly return, now listed as questionable, and Ben talked about him today, right? It's Ben Johnson, the coach, on our guy Jalen Johnson all of a sudden.
Among other news, we're going to open Jalen's window here today, so that'll be exciting.
What has he shown to get you to that point?
That he's healthy. So, yeah, we'll see how long it'll take to get him back in shape, but I think he's a good spot right now, and I think being out on the grass is going to be a good thing for him.
And with Jalen, obviously, I know no timetable, and probably I don't know what you guys were thinking when it first happened, but it seems pretty impressive that he's gotten to this point. I know you said you talked to him in the weight room. What's it kind of say about him that he's gotten himself to this point? Yeah, I mean, he wants to be out there with his guys. It has not gone, this year has not gone the way he really envisioned it. You come in and it happens during the summer, the initial, and you miss training camp, and then you're hopeful you're back to where you were before, and you get hurt in the first game back, and I think he really wants to be out there, and so he's worked his tail off to get to this point, and it's on us as coaches to put him in a good spot here going forward to get him ready to compete here in the rest of the year.
You talked about wanting to be at your best football in December down the stretch. Have you let yourself think about what adding Jalen to that defense would do for that vision?
Yeah, I think we could potentially have some reinforcements coming between, when we get TJ back, when we get Jalen back, when we get Kyler back. I think those are three guys going into the season you had a lot of high hopes for and what they could do. I certainly had a tremendous amount of respect for all three of those guys, competing against them the last few years, and so I'll be excited when we get all three back on the field together.
Do you look back on Jalen and think maybe we shouldn't have put him out there at that point, or was that just the information at the time?
No, we trust our medical, and we felt really good about him being healthy, and it's happens sometimes. It's he wants to go out there, he wants to compete, he wants to win, and we'll be really smart with the information we have at hand in terms of putting him in a good spot and at the same time helping our team.
Man, I'm really glad to hear the full context. A lot of spring in his step, in his voice. A lot of optimism at the beginning when he's like,
he's healthy.
He's healthy.
Basically what Ben Johnson is telling you, that this is now just a matter of endurance and conditioning, not a matter of is the injury healed. You're saying he's healthy,
man.
That's
you know what I keep thinking about. I keep thinking about as I'm listening to that too is like his tone and the look on his face when he talked about not having been around Kyler. He talked about, he was asked like if CJ's energy is different than Kyler's, and he's like
I don't know.
I don't know. Kyler's only had a couple games. With Kyler, so I don't know. And then he mentions there, Jalen doesn't like how this went down. It happened away from us. Remember that context. So Jalen, in addition to all of his regular drive, which is serious, he's like, man, first year for the new guys. I'd like to be here, and this happened on my own time. It doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I think that there's also in the psychology of it with Jalen is he's seen so much losing. He's been in that building for so much losing. And now it doesn't matter what you think the Bears are going to end up at. But for right now, that building's got to feel pretty great. The team is winning, and yes, they're winning games in the fourth quarter against teams that people think that they should be stomping on, but they're winning. They're 6-3. You look up and you're like, wait, the Packers are behind the Bears in the standings, and I might be able to help keep it that way if they can get some consistent play on the corner. The irony would be dripping if Jalen plays Sunday and Jaquan doesn't.
I think Jaquan's probably gonna play though. But either way, I don't. It's hard for me to imagine Jalen playing.
Me too.
It really is. I mean, you're questionable. You've literally practiced one day. Even what Ben says, no, those things happen sometime about the coming back week one and then getting hurt again. It's got to be in your head even just a little.
But think about what we've heard where we're doing the Bears hits with Leisure or with Grody, and they're like, yeah, Jalen's been around.
Yeah, it's true. He's been there for a little while.
Jalen's been around. He's been in the weight room. We've seen him around the building. So
acceptable gamesmanship.
Sure.
To just say, yeah, it's possible, and yeah, we feel good. And have Minnesota think, oh man, we got to get ready for that, because that would change what they do. Maybe they won't go zone. Maybe they'll go straight up man to man on Justin if Jalen can be out there.
I don't think so. I
don't you want them thinking about it?
I do, but if I'm Kevin O'Connell, I'm like, go ahead and stick the guy out here who hasn't played in a month or 2 months. Go ahead and stick him on the best receiver in the game. Now maybe you can. If you feel like he can play and he might be able to, let's call it, let's say there's 15 arrows in his quiver for that game. What do you play him? I don't know, because they could use the help.
For anybody who's wondering, why is there so much excitement? I mean, maybe you as a Bears fan have realized how good Jalen is, but it's also this. It's that what Dennis Allen likes to do is so much more effective and doable if he's got a lockdown cover corner who can press up on the line of scrimmage like Jalen loves to.
It's a lot to ask him to do.
For sure. But I mean, eventually, that's why, if Dennis Allen had Jalen Johnson as a healthy weapon, it changes some of the stuff he'd be doing at the line of scrimmage and how many people he'd be bringing. And some of those times he shows 7 or 8 and drops a bunch back, he might be bringing a couple more because he can trust a cover corner like Jalen to press.
I just like the idea of someone saying, hey, I am putting the work in behind the talk. I'm going to do everything I can to get back and get healthy. And then you see it play out. Now, the Bears have 21 days from right now to get him on the active roster or put him on IR.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really encouraging that he was able to do something today. So Alex and I, like, when we heard this, we're like, wait, is this just perfunctory? Is this what happens with everyone that ends up on the 21-day cycle? Like, is it just what they do? Alex, what did you figure out by going back and looking over the injury reports on Fridays for guys like Travis Homer?
I'm trying to find the exact week, but it was coming off the bye week where he was eligible to return. They started the window.
Him and Austin Booker both.
Yes,
full practices, right?
This was week 6. Both of them had full practices.
But were
Thursday,
listed as out.
Friday, and Saturday, and they were both listed as out.
That's why the Jalen thing is fascinating to me.
So they were both listed out on the Friday?
Yes, after full practices. And Jalen is listed as questionable after one practice.
That could just be fun with the injury report.
It could be. It very well could be.
Acceptable gamesmanship.
The Bears had it happen to them.
Well, I don't think that was unacceptable gamesmanship.
It was definitely cheating.
It was that was
downright
cheating. And they were fined, what, $100,000? $100,000?
$100,000
for the Ravens. That's what's on top of the pyramid. Jalen was on with us earlier in the year, right before surgery. Was talking. Was this after surgery, Tanny? So he was talking about the choice whether to have surgery or whether to rehab, and how it would affect him coming back.
First time I chose rehab, I ended up having to get surgery anyway. So I feel like the more that you choose rehab, it's like you're kind of increasing your chances of further injury and pushing back your true recovery time. So, I mean, for me, the first time it was like, I feel like I can rehab it back. And then clearly when I did get back, everything wasn't all of what I thought it was. And then clearly made it worse and re-injured more things. So for me, it was just trying to get healthy. And I know surgery was a big part of that.
So, yeah, that's after he had chosen the surgery, and he's talking about how the first time he didn't. He just tried to rehab it. And then after that different part of the groin went ahead and tore on the man, he decided to have the surgery.
Yeah, that whole interview, he was very vivid in his descriptions of things that was going on with him, and waking up and being like, hey, what's that bag doing there?
There was blood dripping down.
Yeah, there was
on the Zoom.
He shared it with people on Instagram too. Like, he was like,
here's my drain bag.
This is what's going on with me. But to have the surgery in late September, he talked with us about a week later. And now here you are, 8 weeks later.
Maybe he's a Wolverine.
Maybe he's but even
hot damn. Can you imagine? We'll be breathless waiting for the inactives on Sunday morning.
Yeah. What's crazy is that the excitement was even at the ramp up. Like, just the idea of like, oh, Jalen's got 21 days to get back. Great.
That's why I wanted to hear the Ben in context. Was like, because that was shocking just to see that today, and now it elevated quickly.
And now it's like, oh. All right.
Yeah.
You can be listed on the injury report.
I got to say, it pains me to say it, but it's a good job, Alex. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Good job. He nailed his role there with the injury report and stuff, and I've been too hard on you, so I'm going to keep it down. As we said yesterday, 1 an hour. Does that subtle? Is that backhanded compliment?
Yeah.
Does that count as my 1 for this hour?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll see you next hour. I'll have something to go at you about.
It's true.
Tanny, remember, there's no governor on you. The governor is off.
The governor is off. Yeah, it's early vacation. So can you make one with, like, starting the next hour, like 3:01, you can make the next one, or do you have to wait an actual hour?
No, at 3:01, it resets.
Yeah.
It resets after the
3:01
top of the hour.
So that's my first opportunity to take a shot at Alex. And you can't blow it too early, or else you spend the rest of the hour counting, looking at the clock.
Looking at ways to get at Alex. Poor Alex. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some bad football being played by a former Bear last night.
It's tough, man.
We will discuss next here on The Score.
You're listening to Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network, here to help you beat the books. I'm going to take Clemson plus 2.5 tonight against Louisville in college football. Louisville's ranked 20th in the country. They're still in the picture for the ACC championship game, but this Clemson roster, despite all of its struggles, is as talented as they get. I think they can put a lot of pressure on Miller Moss and the Louisville offense. I'm taking Clemson to keep it close at plus 2.5. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Estwing, your go-to tools for tough jobs. Trusted around the world for unmatched comfort and durability. These USA-made hammers are built to last. For a century, Estwing has supported American workers, delivering reliable tools to get the job done right. Experience the power of American craftsmanship with Estwing's brand new titanium hammer. This new 14-ounce titanium hammer offers our superior shock reduction grip and all-steel face. Choose the tools the pros use. Estwing, made in the USA for 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-834-7766. 800-834-7766. 800-834-7766.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite team should be the all-new Toyota on Edens. Get aggressive pricing on over 300 Toyotas and state-of-the-art service with extended service hours, Saturday service, and Uber pickup and drop-off. Visit the new Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
It's tough, man, because Aaron Glenn's going to sit up here and talk about how he needs to watch the tape. You don't need to watch anything. Justin Fields is not an NFL quarterback. Like, let's just be honest. And you can't sit here and tell your team and before games and want them to rally and want them to give you all they got when you're not giving your team everything they need to be successful. I mean, she shouldn't have played in the second half. The tape don't lie. I'm on the field. We watched missed throws, bad mechanics. He doesn't trust his feet. We said in the pregame he needs to see it and throw it. I mean, there's guys literally like this, like Pop Warner football Brees with their like hand. this. One time, like me and Barbara saying, Brees turned around was like this. That's not the NFL. You got to see it and go, and it's redundant and it's tired. And I feel bad for those guys because you could tell they're still playing with pride.
Willie Colon
saying it.
Yeah, he is.
That was tough to watch last night. It's Spiegel and Holmes here on The Score.
It was bad.
Watching Justin Fields, especially in that fourth quarter, for me, when they were down 2 scores, they're down 10.
And you're like, come on.
Well, they're down 10, and then he fumbles the snap and doesn't just like pounce on the ball. He takes 2 sort of cautious grabs at the ball.
It was a bit of a weird play because he takes his eye off it. It's a low snap. And then I think it's the guard. He kicks the ball and him. So then he's like, okay, I got to get balance and then go get the ball. But yeah, it's the first drive, by the way, of that game couldn't have gone better for him.
Yeah.
And it was great. And then after that, Drake May and those guys, they were phenomenal.
They really were. And Drake May's his own story, obviously. But for our purposes, watching Justin in the fourth be down 10 and then have the fumble, as discussed, and then be down 13 and need to drive with urgency.
There wasn't a lot of it.
There was not a lot of urgency, and it was really slow, taking a lot of time. Aaron Glenn's on the sideline giving the come on, man, hurry up signal.
It wasn't just taking time to get to the plays. It was taking time inside of the plays, too.
And standing at the line of scrimmage or in the gun, like for 5-10 seconds, just all the clock just being eaten. And then he's taking time in the plays, like you're saying, and sometimes checking it down to a back who gets tackled 4 yards in front of you, so the clock continues to run. And it's like, what are we doing? This is not how you play quarterback in game 10 of this far into your career, when it's a terrible team and a terrible organization. But, dude, that's on you to know what to do.
I agree. And I know there's new pieces, right, because you've made these trades over the last couple days. Your best receiver went on IR. All of that stuff. It just didn't look good at all.
It didn't look like pro quarterbacking with urgency in the fourth quarter when you've been in the league this long. And Taddy and I were talking about it before the game, and he's like, this is it for Justin, right? Like, he's not going to get another chance to be the man.
No,
somewhere.
He's going to have to work back as a backup.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to have to show and prove that he's going to need an opportunity inside of being a backup for a 2 or 3 game stretch where it looks like he is the guy, or he can be a guy whose career is resurrected like some of the other guys that we've seen.
And there are some dudes out there who are highly skilled who've lasted as backups into their late 30s. I thought of Josh Johnson. Isn't he somewhere? Like, people still think that dude can play.
He's still in the commercials, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, and that's just like one
37?
that came to mind. He might even be older than that, Lawrence. He might even be older than that. But and I think he's still in the league for somebody. But that's guy. But something like that. I can't imagine a team ever saying again, Justin's my guy.
Oh, he's with Washington.
He is, huh? And isn't he 39? Something like that?
Hang on. Getting a bio.
Thank you, Al.
He is
You cannot
30.
win with a Fields at quarterback.
Oh, sorry.
Does he have legs? Yes.
Yes, he does.
Hold on a minute. Is that new? Is that new information?
No, yeah. Josh Johnson is with Washington. He is 39 years old.
39 years old.
And he played in the game against Detroit.
Man. I mean, I don't know if you can win with Fields. Does he have legs?
You cannot win with a Fields at quarterback. Does he have legs? Yes.
I mean,
is he saying with Fields or with a Fields?
Anybody named Field.
You cannot win with a Fields at quarterback.
Yeah, he can.
Does he have legs? Yes.
He does.
So Mrs.
When he
Fields,
said today,
how about
we have very high standards.
Who?
How could you say you have very high standards and send that guy out to play quarterback?
Oh, man.
Plus, we don't want to run him too much. We don't want to get him hurt. Why? He can't throw.
Oh, man.
If he's not running, he is worthless.
Oh,
I don't like that.
I don't like that either.
That doesn't sound nice.
Did Kim Fields ever play quarterback?
I don't think so.
She should have.
Chip Fields.
Josh Fields did, right?
Yeah, he did.
Who's Josh Fields?
Alexis Fields.
Former Sox third baseman. Played third base during the Burley
State?
Yeah. Played third base during the Burley Perfecto.
Wow.
Good college football quarterback.
Yeah.
Hit the
That's
slam,
right.
too,
That's
I
right.
think.
He was a good college football quarterback. Good job, Alex. See?
I don't know. That one's questionable.
What?
And you're behind the sticks right now, and that's questionable.
No, I meant it. That was a good job. I forgot Josh Fields. It just completely left me right there. How about Marshall Fields? Can't win with him at quarterback either.
No
He's
longer
been
with
dead.
us.
He's been
Yeah.
dead for more than 100 years.
Sign's still on the building, though.
Yeah, it is. I visited a friend the other day who was having coffee at Chicago Athletic Association, and I always love going to check out the little display to the left of the elevators when you see that Marshall Fields and it was at Spalding. Was it Albert Spalding? I forget, but guy's name was Spalding. And
Get your foot off the boat.
yeah, right, exactly. Spalding, exactly.
When your ship comes in.
And Mr. Wrigley, that was very good, Ted Knight.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wrigley, they all conspired to keep Charlie Comiskey out of the Chicago Athletic Association.
I mean,
they didn't want him to be part of it. They're like, screw that guy, make him wait.
it's the part of 8 Men Out that people tend to forget.
That's what we should have guessed as the Pope's favorite movie. When we
8 Men Out?
when we were guessing what the Pope's favorite movies were, and we were guessing striptease and showgirls, of course.
You were, by the way.
Yeah. I was talking all Chicago movies. That was
You
my
were.
bit.
I believe that's right. But the answers were Ordinary People, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
Sound of Music, It's a Wonderful Life, and Life is Beautiful. We should have guessed 8 Men Out because I could see a White Sox fan, Pope, hanging out watching that John Sayles feature.
Yes.
No?
When Sales sings in the train car about them blowing ball games.
I'm forever blowing ball games.
Such a great, great, great thing.
God, it's such a good movie. I'll watch it with the Pope.
You will?
Yeah.
Will you watch it with Alex, though?
Absolutely. Alex, I'd be thrilled to watch that movie with you. But the Pope's Hall of Fame room is probably pretty spectacular.
Alex, have you seen 8 Men Out?
I have not.
Oh, man, it's a good one. It's a good one. Put it on the list.
We should make a trip to the Vatican and deliver the VHS version of it to the Pope because he's a White Sox fan.
Yes, with a VHS player.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday presented by your local Ford dealers in Potawatomi Casino Hotel. When we come back, we've got stuff to do and stuff to talk about. Dan Wiederer is going to join us to break down this matchup next here on The Score.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever, with all of our shows joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game. Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
What defines tough? It's a patient in crisis, facing the unthinkable. What defines tough? It's a clinician's focus, precision that saves lives, technology that defies the odds, and an unrelenting fight for better outcomes. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games a year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited-time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour. It's every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, and it's only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla. That's me, Leila, to grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up in President, Illinois, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years.
Stan Rasny, CEO at Rasny Jewelers.
To be owned and operated by the same continuous family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
Daughter and third-generation owner Christine agrees.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
Indeed. In an industry that's been taken over by corporate stores and online retailers, it's refreshing to know there are still local family jewelers who are still providing exceptional quality, personalized attention, and true expertise.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. When my kids are waiting on great grandkids of the same family, we're a family business developing the future with the next generation.
Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicagoland locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Imagine you fix a turkey this Thanksgiving that was so delicious, your guests will talk about it for years to come. Sound too good to be true? Well, it's not. This year, order a Green Circle Heritage Turkey. Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. I asked owners Chris and Susie, what makes this bird so special? For starters, it's delivered fresh, never frozen, to your doorstep the week of Thanksgiving. Skip the low-quality frozen birds at the grocery store and choose a fresh Green Circle Heritage Turkey from Second Second City Prime. All turkeys are raised free range, antibiotic free. They're fed a diet of surplus vegetables from farmers markets and wholesome gluten-free grain. From start to finish, these birds are treated and fed well, and the result is a supremely tasty turkey this Thanksgiving. But hurry, the deadline to order is November 15th. Just visit secondcityprime.com. Orders of $200 or more ship free. Visit secondcityprime.com, the word SECOND. That's secondcityprime.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is sponsored by Black Lung Brewing.
Lickety-split fashion.
That's what they call me on the beat. Lickety-split.
Lickety-split Weeder.
Dan Wiederer.
We'll mention this mainly because Dan Wiederer said we would mention this nugget.
Bears beat reporter for The Athletic.
What a place to be at, right? Where you're having to justify your 6-3 record rather than having to explain away your feeble winning percentage. And so the Bears are in a position here now where we all realize that in time, the schedule is going to stiffen and they're going to have to prove that they're this team that right now is on top of the NFC North, tied with the Lions and inside the playoff picture.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
Rome Odunze's father, James Odunze, was on X last week being critical.
You said earlier that James Odunze was on X earlier this week. You meant the social media app, just to clarify that for our listeners. When you say he's on X, he was on the app formerly known as Twitter.
Dan Wiederer.
Dan Wiederer? Go ahead, Dan.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Our segment with Dan Wiederer is sponsored by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. It's meant to be. It's also brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons. Weedsy, thanks so much for joining us here. We appreciate you. This game strikes me as being fairly important if the Bears feel like what their record is, which is right now a playoff team. Considering the way that the back end of the schedule looks, how important would you say Sunday's game is?
It's the back end of the schedule. It's the fact that it's another division game. It's the fact that this football team is going to have a very thin margin for error the rest of the way. I think that the wonderful part about all of this is that we are sort of all gearing up for a stretch of football where every single Sunday is going to be meaningful for the foreseeable future. And it's a great place for the Bears to be at. They're going to face an opponent that's going to be feisty, that's feeling a little bit desperate themselves, and they're going to have to play a full 60-minute game to be able to win this one.
How are you imagining the get back or the get right game for Ben Johnson here against a team he has lost to for his first time as Bears head coach?
Well, I think for Ben, there is such a appealing chess match whenever he goes up against Brian Flores, and I think he's eager to take that test again. Obviously, he's had a lot of success against him throughout the duration of his career calling plays, and now you've got to figure out a way to kind of put yourself in position this week to win this football game. And so I think that they've been very, very good this year of understanding the purpose of each given week. That's why they're on a run here where they've won 6 of 7, and you hope that can apply in a game Sunday. But again, I don't think you can lean into the late game magic the way that they have every single week and expect to get away with it every single week. And so I think they're going to have to be sharp to make sure that they put themselves in a better position and not need a rally in the final 2 minutes if not necessary.
It's like you're reading ahead. We literally have a segment later on in the show on the chess match between the two coaches, and I'm looking forward to it too, because these are two really brilliant minds, one offense, one defense. And I don't even know if I necessarily want to say that Flores got the best out of them in the first game. Just things started to go sideways defensively for the Bears in that one, and that seemed to be more of the problem.
Well, here's what was fascinating about that first matchup is the Bears were expecting a ton of pressure, right? And Brian Flores is known for that. And yet in the first half of that football game in week 1, they just sat back, and they played a lot of coverage, and they kind of challenged the Bears to adjust. And the Bears weren't as quick to adjust as they had hoped to be. And that's the cool thing about both of these guys in the way that they call plays and the way that they plan. You've heard the word morph used by Ben Johnson a lot since he got here last winter. And part of that is being able to take each week and create a different identity that then strains your opponent. And when both sides are doing that, it becomes this really, really interesting game where you're like, okay, we know who you are, but are you who we think you are today? And so then there's this whole back and forth where they're adjusting in game and trying to go through it. I thought Ben's comments earlier in the week about the mental fatigue of playing against this defense and this Brian Flores-led attack was notable, because you have to be ready for what you're seeing and be able to react to what you're seeing for 70 snaps of a football game, every single snap. And so that readiness will be tested certainly on Sunday.
You got me thinking about whether Caleb Williams is more ready now, and how he might handle if Brian Flores brings the house. I'm thinking about that one play in the game on Sunday where the blitz was right in his face, but he wasn't looking at it. He looked the other way first. And Greg Olsen live was saying, you got to recognize the blitz and then get ready to throw behind it. Is Caleb more ready to deal with that stuff now, or is that still a work in progress?
We'll find out. I think there's a lot of things with Caleb that are a work in progress. And, I've been sort of on repeat throughout this week and saying, one of the things that I've loved here about the development of Caleb Williams is he's got two very important boxes checked. And it's one, he doesn't put the ball in harm's way a lot and doesn't turn the ball over frequently. And then the second one is just being able to take the football in the closing minutes of games and lead his team to victory. And so these are some really, really nice things to have as a quarterback as you're figuring everything else out, because there is a ton to figure out. And every time that we think he's figured one thing out, you get another reminder from the coaching staff of, okay, here's X, Y, and Z that's next on our list of becoming a top-tier quarterback in this league. And so there's a lot folded into that, and that's why it's such a fascinating position to play, and even more fascinating for us to analyze.
We were talking the other day about how we've noticed that on Wednesdays, Caleb is kind of spouting what Ben and he have talked about. Like, it's the message has gotten through, and they've watched the game together, and by Wednesday, Caleb usually sees the previous game the way that Ben sees it, But what did you make of him this week talking about depth of target and talking about his processing the way that he did? Seemed to be a little more advanced in the way he discussed it, at least.
Well, so I'll say this at the start. He's not the only player that's sort of echoing sentiments that you also hear from the head coach, and it doesn't feel sort of forced by any of these players. And that to me is an indicator that your head coach is getting through. And that's a great thing. And again, it's one of the reasons this team has started to build the belief and started to build the momentum, because they're all speaking the same language. And when the coach says something, they trust it. And then they're able to not only parrot it, but then go out and execute it. And with Caleb, look, like, again, there's a lot on his plate. And I think that there has been sort of this belief inside the building that if you can create this crystal clear communication, now all of a sudden the constructive criticism can be accepted in a way that's very productive as you go week to week and trying to climb this staircase of being a top-tier NFL quarterback. And so, look, I think Caleb has a greater understanding now than ever before in his life of how sophisticated this position is at this level, and how on your P's and Q's you have to be at all times to try to become one of the best. And so he's immersed in that process, and the play is, reflecting it in spots, and in other spots it's reflective of a young quarterback who's still got a ways to go.
I don't know if I want to call this story a bombshell, but I was just kind of excited that Jalen Johnson was on track to get back in 21 days. And then to go from that to reading the injury report and seeing that he's questionable for Sunday, I was shocked by that. What was your reaction to it?
Well, the questionable tag part of this is ridiculous, if you ask me. There's zero chance that Jalen Johnson is playing a football game on Sunday. That would be one of the strangest developments that I've ever covered in the league. I won't say 0% because we know what this league is, but 0.1%. It was good to see Jalen moving around the building earlier in the week, and he was in the locker room. He came through, and we crossed paths, and he kind of gave me a fist bump on the shoulder. I'm like, man, he's moving around pretty good. And then this is quick, right? Like, you guys know him as well as anybody. He's a competitor. He's a guy who obviously knows how to attack what he needs in his world to try to get himself ready to play. I don't think it's going to be Sunday, obviously, but this is a huge moment for the Bears if they're able to get a player of his caliber in the mix at least somewhere in the next 21 days, right, as the schedule starts to stiffen a little bit.
So you think the questionable designation is pure gamesmanship or what?
I like, how many football practices has Jalen Johnson had this calendar year? You know what I mean? Like, the last time that they brought him back, he got out on the football field for 2+ quarters, and then he was down again because he re-aggravated an injury that now needed surgery. It would be stunning to me if you gave him a half of practice on a Friday and then all of a sudden played him in a game on Sunday. It'd probably be malpractice, to be honest with you, to try to do that. But yeah, so I don't know where they come up with the questionable designation on that one.
Why have the Vikings slumped?
Honestly, I think they're really struggling to figure out their quarterback position. And I think what's been interesting to me in talking to some folks this week is that it's just an organization that hasn't been immersed in the quarterback development process the way we in Chicago have been for the last decade, right? They've kind of been using veterans for a long time. And now you've got a young guy who's going to take time and who's going to require patience. And he's kind of, dropped into a 14-win team and told to, keep this boat moving in the right direction. And then he gets hurt and he's in and out and he's got some youthful growing pains to go. And it just feels like there's a level of tension all around about what the quarterback development process actually is with a guy this young and this inexperienced. And I think that's where you would start with a lot of it. Now, look, defensively, as much praise and commendation as we throw at Brian Flores, they're not getting the takeaways this year the way they were a year ago. Their secondary's been a little bit thin and vulnerable, and so there's some vulnerabilities there. But I think it really does circle back to J.J. McCarthy and where he's at and where he needs to go and how long everybody, not only in the organization but in the Twin Cities, is willing to wait for that process to kind of unfold.
That's funny. Because we've spent the last 10 years of our life
right
with young quarterbacks, and so when we hear like, oh yeah, after the first 15 he struggles, and then at the end sometimes he turns it on a little bit, we're like, well, yeah, that's kind of how it goes sometimes, right?
And they haven't been here. It's like the 3 first-round quarterbacks in this century really that they've tried to develop. It's Dante Culpepper, it's Teddy Bridgewater, and then it's a guy who I was here for his time was Christian Ponder, and so they haven't been in this, the way Chicago has been for the last, 9 years plus. And so it is kind of fascinating to see them squirm and be like, oh yeah, we know what that squirm is like.
Hey, we're Bears fans. We know how to struggle with young quarterbacks. Yeah.
Now looking all quarterbacks, young, old, it doesn't matter.
That's true. It's a good point. Very good point.
When I look at this matchup and I think about Nine or McCarthy, I do think that there are things that he can do that we saw be successful last week against the Bears. So what have the Bears said about kind of where they're at defensively and where they feel like they could tighten up?
Well, I think we would all like to see a little bit more heat from the pass rush. I do think that the recent signs of life from Montez Sweat have been very encouraging, and now you need to find some complements to that. Obviously, I think, C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes in here very recently, and now he's third on your team in sacks after playing 2 football games. And obviously, Dennis Allen's found a route to turn him loose to make plays, and has timed him up really well. And the sack, obviously, late in the game last week was a huge deal. But look, I think you want to get more juice up front from your pass rush, and then you just want to be able to stabilize that pass defense a little bit more. And then obviously T.J. Edwards, I think, is a major component to making your run defense a little bit more sturdy. And so we'll see what his status is on Sunday, if he's able to go, how good he looks, and just kind of how he's able to play through a couple things that he's been dealing with in recent weeks.
Why is Tremaine Edmonds better in this system than he was the previous one?
It's hard to say. I think that there's, because he's kind of moved roles around depending on whether TJ's in or out. And so I feel like he plays better when TJ's in. And you just have an opportunity there to kind of be free, and make the plays you can do with your range and your length and your athleticism. But I do think he's kind of dependent on TJ as well. The games that he's played really, really well, and TJ's usually there. So look, I think you kind of saw from Ben this morning when he's talking about the possibility of TJ returning, of Jalen coming back, of Kyler hopefully getting back. Like, there's an eagerness to see what this defense can be when they've got full stable, and hopefully we get a chance to see that before the season's up, with this defense playing as whole as it can be. And that would be a big deal, obviously, as they go into a stretch run. That's going to be very important.
I made it through all 50 of the questions you posed on The Athletic about the rest of the season. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's arrogant to do 50, but they're all really good. Number 27 I liked. What do we make of Ben Johnson's ongoing calls for Williams to increase his comfort inside of a noisy pocket while also not looking to take away the quarterback's escapability or instincts? I feel like that's the big picture development in a nutshell right there. But I'll take you to a different section of it. What matchup in the second half intrigues you the most? There's some really good ones down the stretch, man. Which one has you thinking the most?
Just to be clear, I did not answer all 50 of those questions. So
I noticed.
The arrogance comes down a half a level just because I decided not to try to provide answers to all those. But I would say probably Philly for a lot of reasons. Number one, if you watched that game Monday night and you watched the brilliance of Vic Fangio making life miserable on an opposing offense, you're like, oh, God, not only do you not want to take that test, you don't want to take it on a short week, which the Bears are going to have to do in a couple of weeks. I think that's going to be a real measuring stick game on the road against an opponent of that caliber. So that's probably where I would go first, is just that really is going to give us a sense of where the Bears are and how far they might need to go.
Yeah, the last question is, are the Bears really a viable playoff team? I mean, I don't know.
Everyone's trying to answer that question.
Trying to figure it out right now.
It's what a question it is to answer, as opposed to who do you think they're going to take at number 4 in the draft?
It's nice.
April? You know what I mean? or what is the short list of coaching candidates look like for January? I mean, this is a much more fun place to be at with conversation. And so I think you guys are experiencing that. Certainly I am. Everybody in the locker room seems to be willing to engage a lot more than they were at this time a year ago. So what a great place for us to be at.
Yeah, they're not just in the hunt. They're in the playoffs if the playoffs started this weekend.
Yes, correct. Yes. And yet when you look at the odds, they're not favored to stay there. And so you realize, you're on this high wire up here and one misstep and you might be plummeting. And so they're aware of that. They've got a coaching staff that keeps every single position group aware of that sort of high wire act that they're on, and we'll see which way they go, particularly this weekend in a game that means a lot, as you guys said.
Weedsy, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for being on the show.
All right, guys. Talk soon.
Dan's colleague at The Athletic, Dan Pompei, wrote an enormous article that I have yet to be able to read.
Yeah, I want to read. I was sitting there going, we can't. We didn't have enough time because it's so deep and layered.
Case Keenum. It's a big profile on Case Keenum. It talks about his life and career, why he took this job, and how it's working between him and Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson.
You know that's specifically the guy that I wanted the Bears to sign.
I do. I can give you this, that in March, Ben Johnson called Case Keenum and told him that he wanted him to come play, and because Case was either Bears or retirement. He called Case Keenum and said, "You're sexy as a candidate because of the success you've had working with young quarterbacks." Keenum had been called many things by coaches, but never sexy, was flattered. And what's more, he was intrigued by Ben Johnson's vision for his potential role.
You talk about sexy football. There it is.
37-year-old dude who's been pitching batting practice to his son's Little League team.
You're sexy. Come on out here and put on some pads.
Sexy.
I like it.
And he knows it.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. When we come back, Pete Bursich is going to join us. We'll get a little bit more in depth on what's going on with the Vikings next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Why pay more? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, you can save 95% on full mouth implants. A brand new smile is finally within reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com today.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasney Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasney.com.
Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shohei Ohtani's 4th MVP, his 3rd straight, is just hardware that shines a light on this fact. He is the greatest baseball player in the history of the sport. Yes, there are more accomplishments that need to be racked up, but they're coming. There's an inevitability with Ohtani, who 2 years into his Dodger tenure now has 2 MVPs and 2 World Series rings. And this latest hardware is just a reminder he's the GOAT. I'm Bill Ryder.
Pete Burcich plays well, doesn't he?
Pete Burcich.
I can't believe what I just saw, Paul Allen. What an unbelievable play. Are you kidding me?
Minnesota Viking for 7 seasons.
Pete Burcich making the tackle, and the handoff is to Barry Allen, and he gets pushed back. And a fine play by Pete Burcich.
Providence Catholic Hall of Famer.
Defensively for Notre Dame. And we'll look at their base set of Knight, Young, Flanagan, Hamilton, Burcich.
The lender throws to the tight end. Morris intercepted. There's no goal for a touchdown. Pete Burcich. Notre Dame on the first play of the game.
Vikings radio analyst.
Close. Isaiah Rodgers is gone. An 87-yard pick
Great job. Just a four-man rush. Levi Drake Rodriguez to get the actual pressure. And then on the backside, Ivan Pace. Jake Browning, I'm sure, wishes he had that one back.
Pete Bursich with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
We love talking to the pride of Joliet. He joins us now on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Pete, thanks so much for joining us, man. We appreciate you jumping on.
No, I appreciate you guys having me. Just getting fired up and getting ready to go for Sunday, man. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. I feel like the Bears, you can't get swept by the Vikings in the state of the NFC North right now and take yourself seriously as a playoff team. Pete, I don't mean that as an insult.
Yeah.
I don't mean that as an insult, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, it's a big challenge, and I think the one of the big things is that you guys are 6-3 now, and you won 4 games inside of 2 minutes when you were trailing. So the attitude is going to be a lot different than after the second game of the season, right? So we expect. I mean, the Vikings should expect everything they could possibly get out of the Bears, and this is a game that you guys want to win to get you where you want to go, and then the Vikings, in order just to get back to 500, need to win this game and stay undefeated in the NFC North. So, yeah, it's a mid-season type game, but it's important for both teams, unbelievably important.
So we're very close to the Caleb Williams story. We're in it every day. We're talking about it damn near half a show most days, Pete. I'd love to know from someone like you who's outside of it that you really only have the tape to go on and try and come up with what it is that he's doing. How do you think he's doing, and do you think that he's improving?
Yeah, no, I definitely think he's improving. A couple of things. First of all, this Ben Johnson offense is just very, very aggressive. You look at the fourth down stop that you guys had, the Giants turn the ball over on downs on their own 47. Next play, it was an incomplete pass, but it was a shot deep to DJ Moore. And then you had Caleb Williams rolling to his right, throwing a ball about 50 yards, in full stride downfield. And then he rolled out to his left and then tried to hit I believe it wasn't Zacchaeus. It was either Zacchaeus or Burden. I think it was Zacchaeus, but I mean, that ball landed where it was probably catchable. He's unbelievably elusive in the pocket, very, very tough to bring down, even if you're unblocked. Brian Burns is one of the better pass rushers in the league. He had missed him a couple times, a number of times. The Giants just whiffed on him. So the athleticism is there. And the running game is helping, okay? The running game is helping because on base downs, the passing that you do is usually off of play action and bootleg. And when you're running the ball well, like you guys are, 147 yards a game, you have to respect it. And that's just going to open up. So that base down passing of play action and bootleg, him working under center, he's getting better at that. The dig that he hit to Roma Dunze against the Giants just over the fingertips of the linebacker, that's arm talent right there. That's just so, I think, getting a chance to look at, J.J. McCarthy and really still his rookie year and what he's struggling with just with the operation and some of the other things that have gone on. Caleb Williams is in the right spot. He's exactly in the right spot. Ben Johnson was brought in to help him out, and with this system and how they're doing it, he looks really, really good.
What's JJ struggling with the most? What are we gonna see at this point?
No, I think with JJ, it's interesting when you take a look at his passer rating on the first 2 drives of a game. He's in the 150s, right? His passer rating is a 154.2, 11.6 yards per attempt on the first 2 drives of each game. In 2025, he leads the league in that. It's what happens after that, right? It's once you get off the script. So again, it's developing a young quarterback. He's got to get better with that transition, and then just the running of the operation. I'm not putting this all on him, but to get 8 false start penalties at home in the last 3 quarters of a football game, those things you have to fix, and they're easily fixed. And then outside of that, the interceptions. We're a -7 take give right now. You guys are +14. That's 21 possessions right there. Think about that. So turning the ball over, pre-snap penalties, those are the things that this club has to fix. And it starts with the quarterback, and he takes it all on. He's saying, hey, this is all my responsibility, and he's going to get it fixed. But baby steps. So seeing a good evolution from, let's say, in the beginning with the scripted plays, once you start getting a feel for what defenses are doing and making some changes, and then being able to execute those.
Last week, the Bears defense struggled with a quarterback that was athletic, tough, and smart. And I think J.J. McCarthy is athletic, tough, and smart. What the Giants are able to do with Jackson Dart you think might fit for what the Vikings want to do or can do with J.J. McCarthy?
I don't think you're going to get the called runs. All right. I think with Dart, you had some called runs. You had some misdirection plays where you pull the offensive lineman, extend or have a jet type motion, and then have the quarterback go the opposite way. I don't know if they're going to do a ton of that, maybe in the red zone on a bootleg or a play like that, but they don't want McCarthy to be a scrambler, right? They want him to be a passer, and he's doing a really good job of extending plays and then keeping his eyes down the field. So, I don't think the athleticism per se of the quarterback is going to be featured. It's going to be more maybe get him out of the pocket, get him on a bootleg, get him on the outside. When you have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Jalen Naylor, TJ Hawkinson, you have plenty of targets down the field, so don't think you're going to get a lot of quarterback draws and things like that out of this kid. It's a little different than with Dart.
Hey, Pete Bursich is with us. Pete, I don't know if you noticed, but the Bears been running the ball down people's throats. Absolutely just coming directly at you.
That's Pete's kind of football right there.
I know, Pete. So if the number for the Vikings this year is 125.6 rushing yards allowed per game. It's a bottom 12 of the NFL or so. I'll take the over on that one. The Bears are a freaking juggernaut on the ground, Pete. What do you think?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they are. And it's again, this is the attitude that Ben Johnson's brought, right? Just running the football and getting that run game going.
Can you stop it?
And play action and all that.
You got guys to stop it or what?
I think so. I mean, Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen have been playing better. It's interesting because a year ago, our defense faced more passing attempts than any other defense in the league. So in the offseason, you try to bring in some guys that have some pass rush juice on the inside. So you bring in Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen. And now this year you play the AFC North, and you don't have a lead much of the time. And what is happening? Teams are running the football. So, yeah, we haven't given up a ton of explosive plays, but we've given up a lot. I mean, we're on a per-play basis, we're 16th in the league. But teams have just murdered us in time of possession and just pounding the football just like the Bears do. And if we keep allowing them to move the chains, that's going to be a problem. And I think for the biggest factor is Jonathan Grenard being ruled out. And, he's probably our best run defender on that defensive front. He's unbelievable. And not having him, it could be a problem. I'm sure the Bears are going to test it and see.
How is Harrison Smith still out here doing it, Pete?
He's ageless, isn't he? I think him fitting into the Flores system, letting him just rob middle of the field, do some, robbing the zones, directing traffic. All those things are so valuable to what Brian Flores wants to do. I think having that coach on the field is a huge part of it. I mean, he's not as fleet of foot as he used to be or any of that, but he still gets to where he needs to go. This will be his 200th game this Sunday. So wow. It's an amazing career for Harrison Smith, probably one of the most versatile safeties that I've seen play in the NFL. He can do everything. He can cover, he can tackle, he can hit, he can blitz, defend the run. I mean, he could do anything. And, it's been awesome to be able to call every single one of his games.
Big story here in town, Pete. Jalen Johnson, after groin surgery earlier in the year, has been they opened the 21-day window where he's designated to return. He doesn't have a roster spot, but he practiced for the first time in a couple of months, and they listed him as questionable today. I mean, quite questionable. He might play. Jalen might play. Maybe he gets Justin Jefferson one-on-one all day on Sunday, or not.
He might. Yeah, he might. It's getting him back will be a big shot in the arm. We've had our offensive line has been up and down. We had Donovan Jackson out for surgery on his wrist. Christian Darrisaw had been in and out. Will Fries, I think, is the only guy on the offensive line that hasn't that has played the entire year. So it's interesting how in this day and age so many guys are in and out, and you have to be 100% to play the game nowadays. You have to be, that physical and that be able to move. But yeah, we're just a little more concerned about CJ, Gardner Johnson or Elijah Hicks blitzing off the edge. Like to sneak Jaquan Brisker down in the box and nobody's looking at him and blitz him. And so, yeah, we'll worry about him when the time comes.
Fair enough.
That's fair enough.
We've got plenty of other things like Tremaine Edmonds and, everybody else to worry about.
You're totally right. What did KOC do to Sam Darnold? Because I'm looking at an MVP candidate right now, and I'm wondering what were the things that you felt like KOC was able to get through to him that he's now had success even when he's not with KOC?
I think the big thing is fundamentals. And maybe, I don't know if people pay that much attention to it, but the way he's very, very maniacal on that as far as the footwork and the reads and the keys and the discipline that's involved in the quarterback position. And I don't know if there's an offense that we're a down the field passing team. It's our identity. It's what we do. And so the concepts, this isn't a 3-step drop style of offense, right? This isn't just 1, 2, 3 plant throw. This is getting down the field. This is dagger routes, deep digs, deep, comebacks, post corner routes, all those things. And I think that combined with just getting the kids some confidence. I mean, Darnold knew he could do it, felt he could do it, and I think he got in the right place at the right time, and he had the right people around him, and then all of a sudden you start believing in yourself. And he's continuing, to do that in Seattle. He's playing very, very well, and I tell the Vikings, hey, you made a decision to draft J.J. McCarthy before you had Sam Darnold. So, the decision of whether or not to keep him is not really a decision at all, because you had already made your quarterback decision before, Darnold had that success. But, he's the perfect quarterback from a height, weight, arm strength, and all that. I mean, you couldn't really ask for much more. I just think he needed a little bit of time to get it all straight and to get some confidence. And I think Kevin O'Connell was the guy to help put him back on track.
Hey, Pete, thanks, man. Always a pleasure. A texter is wondering, he hears it. Has anybody else told you that you've picked up a little Minnesota accent now that you've been out there this long? Hey, tell you what, that Bursage don't sound like you used to. You know what I'm saying?
It's like, well, that's kind of what I was saying. The Bears are, they're 6-3, 6-3, and it's.
He's still got it, folks.
What are they doing over there? It's holy, and then you got to go up to Minnesota. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Holy smokes!
It's like you grow up in the south side part of the city. I'm like, that's how people talk, right? Over there and all that.
Yeah.
Don't
lose it. Don't lose it.
Right. Well, it as soon as I hit town, it comes back. But then when I go back up north, it's like Fargo, right? It's like the movie Fargo, where you're, Wayzata, and, it's amazing.
You're the best, Pete.
Pete, you're awesome, man.
Well, thanks, guys.
All right,
I
man.
appreciate it.
You got it.
Providence Catholic's own Pete Bursich.
He's kind of a double kid. He's go down south, start dropping your R's.
It's interesting, though, because I do think that there's enough of whether it's Chicago or making your way up to Wisconsin and then into Minnesota, there's enough background that's shared that you can easily fall into all three of those accents.
Yeah, probably. Probably. You can assimilate a little bit. You know,
We're not a bank, Jerry.
Exactly.
You can easily assimilate. Is that
your friend there in the chipper?
It's
Go
rough.
Bears.
It's a rougher thing to do to, like, let's say if you were to go south. Like, let's say that you were in the area of, like, you know, Chicago, Wisconsin, maybe Northwest Indiana, and then you found yourself in the deep south.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Yeah, then when you were talking about your family, it would sound a little
more
bit
pronounced.
Yeah, it would
That's a good
sound a
point.
little bit foreign.
That's a good point. And that's how you end up with your face on somebody's blocking sled. You know what I mean?
Strangely enough, I found myself in a place now twice where I've been like, you know, I actually side with Brian Kelly on this.
Ooh, that's rough.
And that's a terrible place to be.
Don't do it.
But I think that there are 2 times this year where that happened, and the time that's happening now is he's owed every dollar. That you signed a contract with the man, you
Then you
let the
fired
man
him.
go, you got to pay him. That's what it is. So pay him to make him go away, because I think we all would appreciate him going away.
Yeah, I'd love to not read any stories about him for a while.
That would be great. When we come back, let's talk offensive line and the improvement at the tackle position. We got some expert stuff from James Big Cat Williams that we want to share with you next here on The Score.
Listen to Spiegel and Holmes on the Odyssey app, no matter where you are or what you're doing. Unquantifiable but undeniable truth, led by 2 guys with an unmatched work ethic.
Work harder than just about anybody in the business.
So whether you're catching Spiegel and Holmes live afternoons 2 to 6 or using the rewind feature, use the Odyssey app.
It's just like, everything here is great.
And take Spiegel and Holmes with you everywhere.
If you're waiting for the perfect time to get into a new Hyundai, your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing out all remaining models during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. They're making room for new inventory. Get incredible rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. Scott Levy and his team at Rosen Hyundai are the best. I've shopped there 3 different times. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha, right on Highway 50 at I-94, or visit them at Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, just 10 minutes south of I-90 on Randall Road. This weekend only, mention this ad and get an additional $500 off your purchase. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your new ride today at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
Bring tournament energy to the regular season with an NBA Cup Odds Boost token from BetMGM. The token is waiting for you in your account. So simply visit your promotions page and add an NBA Cup bet to your bet slip. Activate your token, and if your bet hits, you'll score extra winnings. BetMGM is the place to shoot your shot all season long. New this year, BetMGM has also improved its app to include dark mode, a brand new rewards hub, and matchup insights for your bets. Head over to your BetMGM account and grab your NBA Cup Odds Boost token to score a bigger payout if you win. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and may expire in 1 to 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kids was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Estwing, unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last, crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing, made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
Theo, if there was a debate, that play where he drove the guy and knocked him out of bounds or whatever, that one play right there would be enough to say you're our guy, because they're all struggling on. None of them are polished pass rushers. If you get up against a great pass rusher, you're gonna have to give them all a little bit of help, in my opinion.
That's Dave Wanstead talking about the offensive line. We love talking to Olin Kreutz about the offensive line, but man, we've talked a lot more of it this year because it matters so much to what they're doing, and it's been good to learn more and be able to dissect the left tackle situation from Braxton Jones to Theo Benedette has been educational, and that's what we're in it for. You and I love to learn stuff and share it with the listeners. And Big Cat Williams gave us even more, didn't he, the other day?
Yeah, it was really nice to talk with Cat. Cat had done the pre- and post-game show last week, by the way, before Chicago takes on Minnesota. Tune in Sunday from 9 a.m. to noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley is back, and Mully will get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, they'll have instant reaction to the post-game show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Arturo Tire. All of it can be heard on The Score and the Odyssey app. All right, so let's hear from Big Cat, who I thought did a brilliant job of talking about tackle play and what he's seeing already out of Theo Benedette. Theo Benedette, who is a guy who's still trying to learn how to play at the professional level. So what are the things that you see from him? Because I feel like he does play with strength and he plays with a little bit of edge and anger, and now it's a matter of technique with him. But what do you see when you see him play, and what tips would you give him?
And you're right; those are two of the key components: being able to play with strength, being able to play with an edge. Now it's all about refining the technique. And, you're talking about a guy that's moved from right tackle to left, and that is a chore in itself. His ability to move people off the ball, his work on double teams when he's working with Tooney, or when he's working with whether it be Komet or Loveland, he has the things that you're looking for, like you said, Lawrence, but you're just looking for him to refine them. You're looking for him to be able to get up out of his stance in pass protection, set back, get enough depth so that he can widen the pocket for Caleb. When you hear me talk about turning your shoulders to the sidelines, when an offensive tackle, whether he be on the left side or the right side, turns his shoulders parallel to the sidelines, now he makes that corner so much shorter for the defensive end or outside linebacker or whoever's rushing off the edge. And that makes it harder for, it doesn't really give the quarterback an area to step up in. But when he's able to keep his shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage, get some depth, now you can deepen that pocket. That quarterback can sit back there for a little bit longer, and he has that ability to step up if the guys inside have stopped those inside moves. So with Theo, I'm just looking for him to, not have to put his head into everything. He's a big enough, strong enough guy. And some of these things are things that just come along with the reps. Some things you just learn through the competitive reps over and over and over and over again. And I think that's one of the things that we'll have to see if he's able to progress from here, go even higher with the reps that he's getting this season.
It's good stuff from Cat, and the way that he talked about Darnell Wright's excellence also helps inform the Theo Benedette stuff. He doesn't have to get his head into it. Yeah, he can trust your base, trust that you're strong,
trust that physicality and that hard work.
So you don't get the whole body out of whack by getting your head into something. It's interesting, man. As a former center, I found myself thinking about
Olin Kreutz.
Oh, yeah, he's a former center. But no, me. I was talking about me.
Oh, I was not. Jonathan Grenard's not playing, right? He's out?
He's officially out, right?
He's out. So that's good.
That is good, if you like that kind of thing.
So anyway, you were saying as a former center who is as good as Olin Kreutz.
No, did you get your head into everything?
That too much, frankly. Like if I had known that before, I might have been able to block Paulie Santinelli from SAE a little bit better. That bag. He was a bad guy, man. Of course, I'm the one who told him I slept with his girlfriend across the line trying to get in his head,
Whoa!
He's trying to get in his head. It was just football talk.
Whoa!
You know that. Tanny, you heard that story.
Yeah, we got to ask Olin what's the worst thing he's ever said to someone off the air first. But that guy sounds like, what's his name, Paulie
Santinelli.
Oh, that's a good pass rusher name right there.
It really is. He was pretty good when he was in the end zone broadcasting for Fox a few years back.
Sounds like a defensive end from Penn State from 1994.
Yeah, well, Wani coached against him. Absolutely. Vinny Testaverde threw picks right at him. We're the best offense in the country.
He was colorblind. Wasn't that the thing with Vinny that they found out that he was colorblind?
Is it me or has Vinny come up like 3 out of the last 5 weeks?
That's good though. Coach wants to talk about. I love that Coach is spinning. Like he told us the Dorsett story yesterday.
Oh man, that was great. Told us a Pete Rose story off the air.
We can never tell.
Never to anybody.
But we can tell it to you, just not on the air.
Come see us next time we're all out and about. I'll tell you.
See me, not good.
Actually good.
Not good.
Really good.
Not good. You know what is good? Olin Kreutz.
The best.
And he's going to join us to talk about the Bears and the Vikings. You know that he has broken down the tape and he's got thoughts. Don't go anywhere. That's next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love you. Love the show. 100%.
Tony and Joliet, you're on The Score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking like Bears.
Kevin.
You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 5 to 6:30 Central. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Matt to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're betting and find yourself constantly thinking about gambling and you're losing more money than you have, are you really winning? If you're spending too much time with the slots or you can't stop betting on sports and you find yourself feeling overwhelmed, maybe lying, and probably losing more money than you can afford to lose, you're not alone and you can get help. It's available 24/7 and it's confidential. When your betting has gotten out of hand, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.areyoureallywinning.com. Sponsored by the Illinois Department of Human Services.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Candula. Outside of Advent's four walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Getting engaged soon? Engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can affect its value by 40 or 50%. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how not to make a mistake. They are the diamond experts, and they got 4 Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family owned. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of these corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location. Let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers. Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
Partly cloudy skies and a low of 57.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score.
The farther you get away from the football, the farther you get away from football.
Olin Kreutz.
I always live by this. Who much is given, much is expected.
14-year NFL veteran.
I call him the unicorn for a reason.
Just watching Animal Planet, I'm more of a narwhal or a unicorn.
Narwhal tusks were fobbed off to royalty as unicorn horns. Some scientists believe this means the tusk serves the same function as a deer's antlers, a way to show who's the fittest male around.
6-time Pro Bowler and 4-time NFL All-Pro.
Hey, this is Keith, not Kevin. That's Keith on the south side. What I wanted to say is...
Olin, Keith. I'm Olin, and that's Big Cat. Olin.
Hey, Big Cat, how you doing out there, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. What I want to say is, as Keith, Keith,
Thanks,
is that...
Football analyst for 670 The Score.
Positive, okay? We got 4 tough teams coming up. Will you call us back if things don't go right?
Listen, I will call you guys back.
All right, cool.
Just be positive.
Thank you,
You're
buddy.
old, guys.
Kumbaya,
Olin Kreutz with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
I didn't catch the thanks, Kevin, the first time that we ran that.
Oh, dude, is it beautiful?
That is
Mully going right back to it.
That's some incredible time.
Phenomenal.
By Mully
Exquisite.
on that one. You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by your local Ford dealers and Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Olin Kreutz joining us here on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline, CircuitLasVegas.com. Hey, Olin, how are you?
O-L-I-N.
What's up, guys?
Amen.
O-L-I-N. And, it's good to have, obviously, always good to have Big Cat on the show. We miss Pat, but pretty good replacement. We got in James Big Cat Williams for 13 years for the Chicago Bears. So, Kevin, Keith, he didn't like you. Make sure we knew how to spell his name, but we always have a good time on the post, especially when the Bears are winning. Bears are winning. It makes the show a lot more fun.
There's no doubt about that. And we actually had Big Cat on earlier this week, and he was great talking to us about the tackle play and what he's seen in the development of both tackles. I'd love to know, after you went back and watched the tape of Darnell Wright versus some really good pass rushers for the Giants, what you came away thinking.
Yeah, really, I came away thinking the offensive line is playing really good football together, right? They're playing as a unit. They got some time in now with Theo Bennett at their left tackle. They really are run blocking well, guys. But that, obviously, Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright and Dahlman and Joe Tooney and Ben, they do a nice job getting movement off the ball, sort of tight ends and the wide receivers. But just this unit as a whole, they adjust to blitzes and stunts, and they pass off games. And Coach Dan Rochar, and the film they put out there, you guys see people bending over backwards to compliment them, to give them Line of the Week awards, because it's what they deserve. Now, Darnell Wright, guys, he's been playing good football for a long time, right? We've been saying Darnell Wright's a good football player, but getting a lot more efficient with his pass sets, and the one where you see him body slamming Burns. And him and Burns actually had a really good battle if you go back and watch the tape. Burns won a few, and I think Darnell mentioned that in one of his breakdowns on Twitter. I saw that he probably should have had a sack, but Caleb got away from the sack, something he does very well. But really efficient with his pass set, guys, with his footwork, becoming a pro, becoming the guy that we've talked about a long time on these radio waves. We need a blue chip type player that the Bears draft that becomes a Pro Bowl, all-pro type player. Now what we need is consistency, week in, week out. And here's the thing that I'm impressed with Darnell Wright. He fought through that elbow injury, which you don't even bring up anymore, right? But he fought to play with his guys. And I tell you right now, guys, Jonah Jackson, quite simply, the best run-blocking right guard on film the last 3 weeks in the NFL.
Wow, that's cool. And you wonder if these guys in the middle are having an effect on Darnell in terms of his consistency. And it sounds like you're talking about his toughness and his willingness to kind of fight through all that stuff. I wonder if that can have an effect in a room. Can it?
Yeah, perfect storm, right? Speaks to your point. It's a great point that Joe Thuney is there now. Guys, what does a pro look like? There he is, right? Dahlman is there now. Dahlman, a great, we call it reach blocks. Centers call it reach block. Guys get paid a lot of money in the NFL if they can reach block people. He did a great job against Dexter Lawrence last week, who is having a down year, but still a phenomenal nose guard, a hard guy to block. I thought Dahlman did a great job against him there at Soldier Field. But watching those guys prepare, get ready, get their bodies ready, that guys is invaluable, right? And then having Coach Rochard there to help you to be consistent with the fundamentals, what he wants on the field, how to take a pass set, how to come off the ball. You can go back 3 years. We were talking about the way Darnell Wright comes off the ball, run blocking wise, right? Pad under pad, hands low to high, run his feet, running guys off the ball. But now he's just efficient in his pass set, good coaching. You're seeing a perfect storm come together where players begin to rise, and obviously you win a lot of games, and people start talking about the kind of football you're playing. But speaks to your point, a lot of guys in there right now in that offensive line room to look at and say, oh, wow, and here's Joe Thuney. Look at the way he does everything week in and week out.
Olin, I remember hearing about this revamped middle of the offensive line being put together and all this money and the trades and everything, in part so Caleb would stay in the pocket more. So he'd be more comfortable staying in the pocket, maybe even stepping up. Still an issue for him where he leaves the pocket. Sometimes maybe a little more than he needs to. Work in progress. Is the middle of the line doing their job in that regard? Do you see a little more space that Caleb could be using if he's not every given down?
Well, yeah, there definitely plays where Caleb should step up in the pocket instead of doing the triple spin out, make guys miss, and run down the field. Like really he's been doing all year, guys, right? You go all the way back to week one. If you review the Minnesota film, the first touchdown of the year was Caleb spinning out to his left and running in 9 yards out and scoring a touchdown, right? So the things he's been doing all year. He still needs to improve on sometimes. I think him and Declan Doyle both spoke this week about, staying in the pocket a tick longer, slowing down on your progression, staying on things to give guys a little time to get open on plays, step up and deliver the ball down the field. Now, he's had a lot of success with what he's doing, right? Running all over the place, making guys miss, avoiding guys. Like you guys know, if you watch the NFL for a long time, you saw what happened to Jackson Dart, against the Bears. You start to worry a little bit about how much Caleb's been running around. You saw him take that knee to the head last week. You saw him take a couple hits. You just kind of worry about those hits accumulating, and then all of a sudden we have a quarterback who's a little dinged up, not playing at the level we need him to play at. So a little more like Caleb right now when you watch him, guys. I'm sure like you guys know, when you watch that Giants film, the first thing that jumped out at me was, oh, wow, the Giants have kind of caught up to what the Bears were doing after the bye week, right? They kind of caught up for 2 or 3 quarters to what the Bears like to do. The Bears were hiding under their concepts with motions and formations. Like you go back to week one, in the game when they were down, I think they were down 10 against the Vikings, they hit Cole Kmet for a 31-yard gain, right down the middle of the field. Caleb led us to a late game touchdown. I know that's familiar, but that's the exact same play they ran to Coastin Loveland against the Bengals to win the game. They just hit it with motion, right? But really smart football players like Harrison Smith and guys like this are going to notice, oh, look, they're building the same formation to run the same play. So eventually Caleb does have to make the easy plays, put the ball in the wide receiver's hands. And I know everyone's screaming, drop here, drop that. Stop throwing it 155 miles per hour at the running back who's releasing the flat. Just make easy plays every once in a while. Right now, it just seems like, guys, a lot of the game, everything's either amazing, hard, or an explosive play, or we don't get anything out of it.
Oh, last week we were talking about Rome Odunze because he didn't have as many catches as he wanted, but he did do a really effective job on pin and pull plays and blocking downfield. This week, I found myself watching a lot of Cole Kmet, whether he was lined up at H-back or he was blocking downfield on the game winner for Caleb. How does a team develop that type of mentality and attitude where guys that aren't the offensive line are going down there and really getting after it as blockers?
It's crazy when you watch Cole, right? Lawrence, how much he does. He does a lot for this Bears offense, a different lineup, a receiver, blocking. I know you're you're trying to get on me a little bit because I tweeted out that, obviously after an ISO touchdown, Cole blocked the smallest guy on the field. And, of course, that's a block Greg Olsen wants to talk about. Never mind Dexter Lawrence, the 400-pound nose guard in the middle of the offensive line. Right? So, anyway, this is how you know an O-line's playing good football. Everyone wants to talk about blocking little DBs, and they forget about the $500 million the Giants have on their D-line getting blocked, right? They just, oh, man, look at Cole Kmet running over Drew Phillips. By the way, Drew Phillips is 150 pounds. Anyway, yes, Cole Kmet does. He does, though, to Cole's credit. He does a lot on this offense, whether it's fullback, inline tight end, off-the-ball tight end, motion, wham block. He does a lot for the Chicago Bears. I think we talked about that 3 or 4 weeks ago where they were going to miss him in the run game when he was out, right, because Cole Kmet is kind of a chess piece for Ben Johnson where he can do a lot of things for them. And what you're saying is, I always believe, Lawrence, if you want team players, if you want guys who love the weight room, if you want guys who study film, I know this sounds complicated, but it's not. Draft them.
Yeah, and
facts.
Those are facts. And I just, man, I've grown in appreciation for what the tight ends mean to football, Olin, because they're a little bit line, they're a little bit target, and they dictate scheme, and they're things to key off, and for defenses, and they're just so damn important. And I get why Ben Johnson wanted to go get another one because he's got Colston Loveland now to be a toy, while Cole Kmet can throw at him at a million things. Will Brian Flores key some of his stuff off what he sees the tight ends doing? What's Brian Flores going to look at when he's trying to decide how to attack Caleb Williams in this offense?
Yeah, you'll like the tight end so much they took early until Parsons is lining up on the left tackle in Green Bay. But anyway, we'll move on from that. Listen, you're right. They will key some of that. They'll try to get some, off of film of what they like to do. The formations, now he's going to have to manufacture pressure, which Flores is scary, right, because Grenard is out. How is he going to manufacture pressure? Where is it going to come from? How is he going to use Ivan Pace Jr., right? How is he going to get those like Blake Cashman, Andrew Van Ginkel, how is Metellus? So I'm sure now without Grenard, now he opens up his whole playbook. Right? Remember, the first week they played the Bears, they put all that money into the defensive line with Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave and all these Grenard and all these guys. So they rushed forward and played a lot of zone, right, and covered the field. But now I'm thinking with the crowd noise, with the silent count, with the offensive line a tick behind where they would be at home, he'll manufacture pressure and try to find where to attack Caleb Williams from and take some of those cues like you're talking about, just the things they do with their tight ends. Roma Dunze does a lot of chipping, honestly. So does Zacchaeus. A lot of these guys get involved in helping the tackles out before they're released for routes.
When you look at the Vikings on tape, what do you see that's going wrong with them?
Yeah, they have. Well, first of all, you see that in the last 4 weeks they played teams that are 24-13, right? They played the Eagles, they played the Chargers, they played the Lions, and they played Baltimore with Lamar Jackson. So what's going wrong is they played good teams. Now, the first thing you realize is takeaways, right? So I said, well, they play teams that are 24-13. Well, the Bears have played teams the last 4 weeks that are 11-27, right? So the Bears want to go up there and prove that they are not just, they can beat good teams and not just beat bad teams. And the Vikings want to prove, look, we've been playing only good teams, man. So we are excited for the Bears to come in there and show you we're not as bad as people think. So the first thing I see on film, and they beat the Lions at home, which is a big deal, man. But the first thing I see on film is that they're playing really good football teams, and it's a tough matchup for them. And they have a young quarterback, Lawrence, who is struggling after the first two drives. And they have a defense that, the takeaways aren't there. The sacks aren't there. They're giving the ball up. I think they're -7 right now, right? So that's not good. I think it's bottom 3 in the NFL. You'll lose a lot of football games when you do that. But that's the first thing I saw on film when I turned on the last 2 or 3 games, Lawrence, just the fact that they played good football teams.
Man, Olin, I don't know how you end up with as few takeaways as some of these teams have. Did you realize the Jets have 1? Did I hear that right last night? They have one takeaway this far into a season. I can't imagine trying to exist. I know
Usually you fall into one like the Patriots did with the Jets last night.
Yes, but like how does that even happen? Are teams? Does that mean you're playing flat? You're just not. What is that in your mind?
Well, when the Bears are really good, I think Lovey's last year they had 44 takeaways, which is just crazy, right? With Peanut and Briggs and all these guys flying around lack, and that's what it is, right? These guys flying around like the Bears right now, making plays. Guys like Tremaine Edmonds, Byard, right? A good coordinator who's confusing the offense, making the quarterback see ghosts, throw the ball up, get an interception. So just things are not working, not playing at high speed. I think the Jets did trade away a lot of their good players, but when you watch the Jets on film, just not playing with a lot of confidence, a lot of speed, and creating a lot of chaos in the offense's mind. And when you create chaos, the ball seems to pop out everywhere for you. So those are the first things I think about when you think, okay, why isn't this defense getting takeaways, and why is this defense getting takeaways? It's just because of the speed and the way they play the game. I think Mike Brown used to call it controlled chaos, where they go out there, they know what they're doing, but in your mind, you feel like there's just chaos all over the place.
From the first game to this game, is there anything that the Bears have done, that you think Brian Flores would be like, well, I now have to consider this depending on what it is that I want to do defensively?
Oh, yeah. I think we all know what it is, right? They start to run the ball. They got way better at working together on combo blocks, the offensive line, working the line, not as much mental mistakes, right? Not as many penalties, putting them behind the sticks. And it looks also, guys, like Swift and Manon guys a lot more comfortable. When I went back and watched the film, it was everything just not working together. And you forget, right, that in the preseason, there's not a lot of live rests. You forgot that Joe Tooney barely played. Braxton Jones was still playing, right? There were guys, Poston Loveland, his first game, there were guys out on the field trying to figure out, like the receivers are trying to figure out when the line was working to a certain linebacker, so they had the safety. And when there was a stunt, you could see that Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright just hadn't worked together as much as they have now, and they couldn't work those things off. So Flores, I'm sure, is thinking, okay, man, I'm going to have to stop this run now before I, not just play coverage and give them a 6 or what they call a light box and give them a run favorable look. So that is the first thing when you look at the Chicago Bears that you're like, oh, now with the 147 yards a game, now these teams, they have to come up there and say, the first thing we got to do is stop this run. By the way, they also have great receivers. So the Chicago Bears offense for Flores and the Minnesota Vikings are tough tasks at home. Minnesota will have a little bit of advantage with that crowd noise, but we'll see what happens with the way that Chicago Bears offensive line and the running backs are rolling right now.
Man, is it fun having a good running game. I was talking smack to Pete Bursich last hour. It's like, oh, Pete, you can't.
Running games travel, right, Speaks? They travel.
Yeah, man.
Right? So the run game travels, and you can win on the road with a good run game.
Let's go.
What's your concern? Because I feel like I'm hearing some concern in your voice when you brought up like the records and everything. So when it comes to you looking at this matchup, what concerns you?
Just the defense, obviously, guys, right? We watched the defense the last few weeks and this offensive line, right? Everyone talks about Gernard being out, right? They forget that the $28.5 million a year Darrisaw tackle, the tackle for the Vikings, he didn't play the last time. Right, and all of our pressure came on Skule, I think is his name. Justin Skule on the left side was starting for Darrisaw. Harrison Smith was out. Jordan Addison was out. So they do lose Gernard, but they gain 3 players back, right? And the thing that worries me, Lawrence, is when I watch the film, and like you guys know, I don't let a lot of things affect me. I just want to watch the film and then tell you what I see. And I did see the Giants kind of catch up a little bit to what the Bears were trying to do on film through these weeks, through this winning run. And the Giants defense coordinator did a really nice job calling defenses last week and picking and choosing when he wanted his run defense and when he wanted the pass defense. And, of course, Caleb eventually made plays with his legs, which I don't know how sustainable that is, but he's really good at it. Right? He's like a Houdini back there in that pocket. Some of the times he avoided the sacks this week were amazing to me, but I did see the Giants catch up to them a little bit. The Vikings aren't as bad as their record. We just went over what we talked about and the fact that they're at home, right? It's hard to play in Minnesota. It's hard to play on the turf. The Bears have lost dial. Where is their pass rush going to come from? How are they going to stop the run at that defensive end position? Tough matchup, I think, personally, for the Chicago Bears this week. I think Vegas has the Vikings -2, right? They have them favored. I think that's about right, Lawrence, right? We're going to need a takeaway or 2 to come out of this game with a win because I think the Vikings at home are just a little bit worried about this football team.
Last thing, Olin, Jalen Johnson probably not going to play, but I don't know. That'd be pretty crazy. He's listed as questionable. Do you remember? Texter asked, do you remember a teammate or a player coming back ridiculously fast from injury where you're like, oh
Thomas
my God.
Jones.
And Thomas Jones is one that Lawrence offers you. Yeah, you can go there. You can go anywhere.
Yep. It's just Jalen Johnson, man, with Dennis Allen, as much man defense and how aggressive he likes to play defense. He would be such a big addition to the Chicago Bears and him coming back. And I don't know what kind of surgery he had, right? I don't know. Every time you guys say growing surgery, I like, oh, man, that just doesn't sound good. But
really
hopefully he does recover fast. They could use him, right? As we all seen this past defense the last couple of weeks, we know what the Vikings have at the wide receiver position. Remember, the last time the Bears played them, everything changed. Everything changed when they started running the football, right? Everything changed, and they went under center, and they started getting some play-action pass in. Jordan Mason started running the ball well, so stop the run first. And how do you stop the run? You have a cornerback who can play one-on-one with Justin Jefferson, so you can add a safety to the box.
Oh, have a wonderful weekend, man. We're looking forward to hearing you on the post-game show.
Appreciate it, guys.
That's Olin Kreutz.
He's the best.
I like when people are like, man, he's really good at it. Yeah.
That's a good point.
He's excellent. The Thomas Jones thing, I remember him, at least what he had said, the stories were that he slept at Haugh while he was getting treatment on his knee. And we were all like, is this guy going to play? And then he played.
Yeah, we should ask him next week when he's on the show.
I can't wait to talk to TJ.
Thomas Jones will be on the show. Good job, Alex. That's why I didn't take a shot at you the entire 3 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
It's coming, though. But
does that mean you get 2 this hour?
Well, you did a lot of stuff that was deserving of shots, frankly. Did a lot of stuff.
It was the alter ego that came out before 5 o'clock.
What's your alter ego's name again? A-Rod? What did we decide?
Slappy.
No, that's someone else.
Slappy. I don't know. No, he might retake Slappy. He's trying to make Slappy happen.
When we come back, can we talk about the baseball awards?
There was some BS last night, man.
Was there, though?
I think so.
I have strong feelings about some of it, too.
We both do. We're in agreement. Let's storm the castle together on this one.
There were more Cubs players getting MVP votes than I anticipated.
And one who didn't as well.
That I also didn't anticipate. We'll explain next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
With offensive line play is always when you have a year where all 5 guys are playing together and they're all lined up together. More so than any other unit, it's such a team within a team, and you really do need the same people there all the time. And we've been watching this thing build in front of our eyes and getting better in front of our eyes.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic.
It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
There's a steak and seafood company based right here in Chicagoland that only sources the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. Hi, Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. If you love a great steak and the smell of grilling makes your mouth water, you have to check out Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. This is not the same steak you find in the warehouse clubs and grocery chains. Owners Chris and Susie scour the globe and only source the top 2% of prime steak. Filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip, plus you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best seafood. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet. Order some today and have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. Steaks from Second City Prime make great gifts for friends, family, and client gifts too. Orders of 200 or more ship free, and orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's secondcityprime.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. You order, we deliver. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time. How pros get more done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at depend.com.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Last year, the New York Jets were 5-12, while the New England Patriots finished with a 4-13 record. Last night to kick off Week 11, the Patriots beat the Jets 27-14, as New England improved to 9-2, while New York fell to 2-8. And why the Patriots are where they're at right now is because of Mike Vrabel and Drake May, while the Jets are in their current position because they have a coach in Aaron Glenn who has more fights with the media this year than wins, and a quarterback in Justin Fields who simply can't throw the ball down the field. I'm Zach Gelb.
Team USA in the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Please welcome General Manager Mike Hill, Manager Mark DeRosa. Now, D-Ro, I know it's a lot that goes into putting together a roster for the World Baseball Classic. How's that going for you right now? How's it going assembling this roster of players?
I think we need some young guns to go get it.
Okay.
Maybe hit some homers.
Some youth.
So can I have Pete Crow Armstrong and Corbin Carroll?
Oh, 30-30s.
Let's do this.
2 30-30s in the building. So Pete Crow Armstrong and Corbin Carroll are members of Team USA for the 2026 World Baseball Classic.
Will I get the stars and stripes in the hair?
If that's what this requires, absolutely, yes.
It might require it.
Man, I did not get a chance to watch our guy Roy Wood Jr. last night with Mookie Betts co-hosting that awards show.
After you told him you would.
I did. I'll be locked in on Thursday, Roy. Oh, my bad. I have it on the DVR, though. I'll watch it over the weekend. Roy's a great man. That's cool. Pete Crow Armstrong on Team USA. Tanny can root for him now.
Yes.
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
Now your team.
As long as they're not playing the Dominicans, then I'll root for them.
Then you're out.
Or the Puerto Ricans. I'm rooting for the Puerto Ricans. I love that team. I really do.
I have a Team USA cap. It's one of my favorites. I don't think I've ever worn it on the air, but I loved the Team USA WBC cap.
Christine got her dad the Team Mexico cap. For
Team
the
Canadas
WBC.
are so clean.
Are they?
And I love their national anthem. It's just
Alex. What's
just
wrong
beautiful.
With you? What's wrong with you?
He also loves their free health care. He's a huge fan of that.
His future home.
Alex going full Bret Hart heel turn here.
Yeah. Well, Montreal screw job, you know. I was in Arizona during the WBC the last time, and when they had like Team Mexico, man, like seeing the fans walk downtown, like just
cool.
So excited about it, and seeing it's such a great event. I'm glad that baseball got that right.
Our guy David Ross going to be the bullpen coach for Team USA.
Good. Rossi needs to be back in the game.
Yeah, that's one way in. But last night, MVP was handed out, and Cal Raleigh didn't win MVP.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge is a phenomenal player and seemingly a terrific guy.
With 2 cute dogs.
Yeah, sure. Good for him. And he had an incredible year again. But what does Cal Raleigh have to do? You play the most difficult and important defensive position on the field at an incredibly high level, and you hit 60 home runs as a switch hitter. What the hell does that man have to do? You need him to have a higher OPS to compete with Aaron Judge?
I mean, the difference in OPS of the two players is significant.
I agree, but Aaron Judge was a right fielder who often actually DH'd when Giancarlo Stanton wasn't available, and because Judge hurt his arm and was making his way back. Cal Raleigh's a freaking catcher. He had 60 home runs. What are we doing?
I try to straddle the line of the subjective and the objective when it comes to baseball, okay? And when you look at the objective, it's not even close. Judge was an almost 10 WAR player. Cal Raleigh was 7.5. The OPS plus for Aaron Judge was 215. For Cal Raleigh, it was 169. Okay? I've said all of those things. In watching the season play out, in the eye test, I don't think there was a more valuable player this year than Cal Raleigh.
I thoroughly agree. And I value the concept of value to a team away from the metrics a little bit more, perhaps, than you, or perhaps a little bit more than others. WAR is imperfect. What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
Absolutely nothing.
Say it. Oh, wait, no. That's a song. But WAR is imperfect and you should not be a slave to it. That man, and you know what it doesn't account for at all is the handling of a pitching staff. And that is a pitching staff full of volatile, young pitchers, some of them starters, some relievers that he helped mold into what they became. And that matters to me too. By the way, looking at the MVP ballots, the American League Central, and this from Dino and Mount Greenwood, the American League Central, all the writers from the Central voted for more Judge than Raleigh. It was the Central that decided it. The AL East writers were 5-5. The AL West writers were 5-5. It was the Central.
That's interesting.
Isn't it? Central, who saw both players equally, went 7-3 for Judge, because they were the only two to get first place votes. Just thought that was interesting.
Over in the National League, it was pretty unanimous. I mean, it was unanimous on who the MVP was.
Yeah.
There was no other choice.
Yeah, it was.
It was Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, that's fine. He also because he pitched a lot too. Did you see that?
Yeah, how he's like the greatest baseball player that's ever lived.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
That whole thing.
I've enjoyed it quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never get over the look on my dad's face though when I told him that. I was like, he's the greatest baseball player of all time. My father was just like, "What do you mean? What are you saying?" I'm like, "No.
Yeah.
It's him. it's him."
I think he probably is. Good write-up on The Athletic about all the pitching options for the Cubs and who they could possibly go for, what they're hearing about Michael King, who's my choice. It's Sahadev and Patrick Mooney together, and Dylan Cease, and also the Japanese righty Tatsuya Imai among those discussed, as well as possible trade targets. But man, Michael King, I just think the profile just sets up so well, because in addition to the stuff and his swing and miss upside and the postseason excellence from a couple years ago, there's this, quote, his work ethic, intelligence, and feel for pitching are attributes that the Cubs previously targeted with free agents such as Jamison Tyone and Matthew Boyd. So he's got that makeup stuff in addition to the pitching stuff and the postseason dominance when healthy. So the shoulder's a big issue, but he was a reliever for a lot of his earlier years, so he could have some serious endurance like Nate Eovaldi into his 30s. Eovaldi's a guy you would have killed to have like the last 5-6 years. I'm just a big fan of the profile of Michael King, and I hope that's the way they go.
No one else got first place votes in the National League. Pete Crow Armstrong finished 9th for MVP in the National League. And there were other Cubs that got votes. Michael Busch got votes.
Wow. That's cool.
Nico Horner got votes.
Nico got MVP votes?
He sure did.
So, again, people, they vote 1 through 10. So you could have
He got
some
a
fun.
6th place MVP vote.
That's awesome.
Seiya Suzuki got MVP votes.
He had a really good year.
Or vote, singular.
Mm-hmm.
He had a 8th place.
A single 8th place vote.
Vote.
Wait, so Pete and Bush and Nico.
And Seiya.
How about Kyle Tucker?
He is not on the list of Cubs that got votes for, and I'm surprised by that because statistically his year was worthy of getting votes for it. Not winning it, obviously.
Yeah, higher OPS plus than Seiya.
Yeah. It's weird because I thought for sure that he would end up like top 15 in the National League, kind of in the same way that Pete did. But I think that heat and that energy that Pete, as he started to rise, had, I think that just carried over.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. And there's the defense as well. And Tucker was a little bit exposed on defense this year. And his reputation took a hit with that long-ass slump. It really did.
He was still an 841 OPS.
Yeah.
He was an OPS plus of 143. So it's weird to me because, like, if we are leaning on the statistics, one would think that Kyle Tucker would have found a vote or two out there, and he got none.
Wow, that is interesting. I'm back here looking. I know we're spraying all over the baseball field, but I'm back here looking at the American League MVP ballot. Lamont Pope of the Tribune, Scott Merkin of MLB.com had Aaron Judge first. Let's get them both on and yell at them. Merkin, Alex, can you hop on that? Merkin and Pope. Get the Pope, as we've been saying for months now.
Well, it's interesting. Did you see the stuff about Luis Robert that came out yesterday after the show, after we talked about him yesterday? Here's Chris Getz talking about him.
You know, he's still very attractive. He is.
So nothing has changed since yesterday. It's still status quo in terms of Luis Robert being attractive, which I agree.
So he's really attractive, and Case Keenum is sexy. There's a lot going on in Chicago sports these days.
Yeah, it really is. Thanks for that breaking news, Tiny.
Yeah, you looked at me like you were stunned. You could not wait to hear what happened with Luis Robert.
We were like, did we miss something?
We really are spraying to all fields.
You guys missed something? No way. Wouldn't happen.
We don't miss stuff. You know why we don't miss
show.
stuff? Because we got Alex. Alex makes sure we doesn't miss stuff.
See, every time that he does that,
What?
It feels like a shot.
That's how I get more shots in.
I don't think it's an actual shot, but it sounds like
I get over
and
my limit.
Feels like a shot.
That's how I overachieve.
Is that
He's gaming the system.
Thank you.
Is that what he is?
Alex knows.
Well, he was playing poker earlier this week, and
Yep. I'm the Chauncey Billups.
he
of
did
producer
win some
shots.
money gambling this week.
I did. It's true.
Did you figure out where you're going to spend it?
No, I'm letting it ride, baby. Letting it sit there, letting it ride. Hell yeah.
So no issue with Ohtani being unanimous, right?
No, I got nothing. I got no problem with that. I mean, he's Ohtani. He's absurd. And
Barry Bonds is 7, right? Do you have 7 MVPs?
Did he really?
Let me look real quick.
That's ridiculous.
Because it sounds like it's not right, but I feel like it's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a 7-time MVP.
Yeah, that's a lot. Victor Conti died this week. The Balco founder and former Tower of Power bass player.
That's true.
He only got into that band because his brother was in the band, and they pressured the rest of the band to let him in, and then he was bad, and they fired him.
What a touching tribute speech.
Sorry for your loss.
I got you. I'm here for you.
You think Ohtani can get to 7?
I think he's got that possibility.
I think he's got that possibility too.
All right, something happened earlier in the week that has come to our attention is an issue that we need to address.
Yeah.
And I think we should do that.
And make a correction.
Yes.
So we will do that next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
There's so many layers to why this game is going to be a huge measuring stick. It's a divisional game on the road. You can tie Matty Eberflus's divisional win on the road record. With 2, you can pass it. How much better are they right now than they were in that Week 1 game on Monday Night Football? And they let J.J. McCarthy rock his way and in-game adjustment his way to Offensive Player of the Week.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
The Hyundai Getaways Sales Event is on now at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai. This event features the incredible all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade with stunning new styling, 3 rows of luxurious seating, and the very latest in safety technology. The 2026 Palisade is the spacious, premium SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team invite you to test drive this incredible new vehicle today. He has a great selection ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. This weekend, mention this ad and get an additional $500 off your purchase. Visit them at rosen.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore,
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Football season means it's time to start thinking about the roof on your business. Is it time to winterize? Make the right call. A game plan that includes the highly trained craftsmen and craftswomen of roofers and waterproofers, Local 11, to get the job done right. To find professionally trained roofing and waterproofing contractors who are dedicated to providing quality, value, and service, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org for all your roofing needs.
Hey, Chicago, Thanksgiving
Thanksgiving is coming fast. Make it easy and delicious with Wild Fork. From whole turkeys to tender breasts, plus duck, lamb, ham, and beef roast. We've got every centerpiece and side covered. Shop in store or have it delivered right to your door. Enjoy turkey starting at $1.28 a pound. Smoked spiral sliced ham at $3.28 a pound. Or boneless lamb leg roast at $4.98 a pound. And so much more. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
We appreciate you listening to the Spiegel and Holmes show. He's Matt Spiegel. I'm Lawrence Holmes. We got you until 6 o'clock. Earlier this week, we had a lot of fun with the idea that we may have been being listened to inside of the Bears locker room with conversations that we've had about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, there was a card that came our way that C.J. Gardner-Johnson had signed making fun of you. And you
spiking the football on me, and deservedly so.
Yeah, and we laughed at it, and you were the willing butt of the joke, and we moved on. But then we found out that not everything was as it had appeared.
So we wanted to offer Jason Leisure an opportunity to jump on the air and talk about it, and he joins us now.
Yeah, hey guys. So that was not real, and I am extremely sorry about the confusion that I caused with that, with you guys, with the Bears, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That was meant kind of the way you guys described it, as totally just an inside joke at Lawrence for how wrong he was, that the signing was not going to go well. And it's my fault for being careless about that. I should have made absolutely clear that it was just a joke. And I feel horrible that this happened. I'm very sorry to you guys, to the score, to the Bears, to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That guy has been nothing but great on the field and behind the scenes over the last couple of weeks since he's been here. And I wanted the chance to apologize directly to him first, which I did today. And specifically, I'm sorry to Lawrence and Grody for getting roped into this, but really all of my score teammates and friends.
Jason, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for being as open and honest about it. And we appreciate you jumping on to talk about it, because that's not an easy thing to do, to admit when you've done something wrong. So we thank you for that, and we love you, and you and I have talked, and I said I forgive you. But we love you. So we want to thank you for jumping on and saying, hey, this is what happened.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. And it's important to make it right, make it real clear.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, it's like we specifically and the score in general have worked really hard for decades to develop a trust with you, with the listeners. And this is the kind of thing that could potentially damage that. It's just a little prank, but we mess around and we have fun, but we don't invent made up stuff for content. We don't need to do that. And from that sense, it pissed us off. It pissed me off because it made a mess that had to be cleaned up during the course of the week, and we can make messes on our own. We're real good at making messes.
We are.
We didn't need this mess.
And I thought it was funny, and the reason that I thought, and I posted it afterwards, and the reason that I thought it was funny is that even though C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a reputation walking into it, I thought that made him look great. It made him look fun and funny and being like, man, I'm out here balling out.
Yeah.
I've got 3 sacks and, because he had mentioned that the media was going to get him out of here early on. And I'm very happy for him that he is taking this opportunity and doing something really well with it, which is why I was totally okay with him spiking the football on me.
Yeah. I mean, this thing that Jason had done, it painted a picture of media interaction for him that's not true. And this is a player working hard to make the most of an opportunity. This is a very important chance for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and he's trying to just not trying to engage and interact any more than he needs to. So he was kind of an unwitting victim in this. I'm glad that Jason said he had a chance to apologize to him directly. I'm very glad.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that at least some sort of attempt was made with CJ to know that we weren't doing this as like some sort of bit to get at him.
No.
That wasn't the idea. So I feel badly for that because this is a guy that's trying to make his football life right. And I found it easy, honestly, I found it easier to root for him after that.
Sure.
Sure,
thinking, but I mean, it just wasn't a thing that existed.
Correct.
That's the problem.
Yeah. And it's
look, Jason Leisure's a friend of the show. He's trying to have some fun, trying to balance the different levels of being a news guy while also being a fun part of a radio show. And it's a tricky thing that, as I say, it's taken years to kind of develop here, but ultimately ends up unfair to us, like he said, and unfair to you, the listener, because our trust with you, the listener, matters, and we take it seriously. So Jason's not going to be on the show for a little while, and we'll move on from that.
Yeah, and we know that there are places where that can be part of the fun, and I don't think that there's necessarily anything wrong with it, but ideally we're trying to, as Spieg said, straddle a line of here's the truth and here's the fun inside of the truth. So for us to not get that part right is discouraging and embarrassing to me personally, and everyone here has been outstanding about it. And as I said to Jason, Jason is literally one of my best friends. He is a wonderful human being. And as anyone else that's ever had some sort of issue or made a mistake, I will tell you that he is not defined by this.
Oh, not at all. No.
He is defined by much more than this. By much more. So I appreciate him, and I appreciate that he was willing to come on and apologize for what happened.
And hopefully everybody can move on and play a football game, and not a big deal for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it doesn't seem.
Yeah, I hope that he continues to succeed because it's a wonderful story of a guy that's kind of putting his football life back together and maybe has found that it's really important. And I imagine that the rules for him to even join the Bears was pretty strict. So I could understand how if he's like, wait, like what? Like that's no, like I'm just out here trying to ball. So that's the person that is the most important inside of this conversation.
That's important to say. Yeah, that's the guy who got unwittingly kind of roped into a little thing.
So for that part, we're definitely sorry to CJ in that regard. And again, thanks to Jason for being as stand-up a person as he is in real life in his radio life. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the matchup between these two teams, and we'll talk a little bit about what the Bears need to do if they're going to get a win against the Vikings. That's next here on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Speaks. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 Eastern. That is 5 to 6:30 Central. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com